Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1995 to Chapter 2081. After hearing the sounds, many people were shocked and quickly rushed into the depths. If the immortal herb of immortality really appeared, it would be too shocking. That would be too shocking. It would most likely cause a rain of blood and foul winds. Lin Feng and the other three also rushed in. After reaching the depths, they found an open-air courtyard. The courtyard was about 100 square meters in size and was surrounded by corridors. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs planted in the courtyard. Among all the spiritual herbs, there was one that was surrounded by immortal light that was the most eye-catching. No one could see what the spiritual herb looked like. The courtyard was now surrounded by restrictions. Therefore, no one was able to enter the courtyard. Is it really the immortal herb of immortality? Lin Feng was moved. The value of such an immortal herb of immortality was unimaginable. Break the formation, someone said. Then, everyone started to break the formation. After about a day, the formation was finally broken. Then, everyone rushed into the courtyard. A few hundred meters away, the cultivators started to fight for the immortal herb of immortality. Kid. Die. Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and Xianxia joined forces and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the two strong cultivators were fighting fiercely. It was difficult to tell who would win. The two of them knew that Lin Feng's formation skills were very high. Therefore, one of them was guarding against Lin Feng's formation while the other was in charge of attacking Lin Feng. The two of them worked together and suppressed Lin Feng. Pooh! 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 Tearing sounds rang out one after another as people were killed one after another. People died tragically in the battle. There were corpses everywhere. The soil in the courtyard was stained red with blood and was very muddy. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy and attacked each other. Wake up! Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Everyone's spirit was suddenly shaken. Lin Feng realized that he was not in the courtyard at all. Instead, he was standing in the corridor. He quickly retreated and distanced himself from Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and Xianxia. The others were also standing in the corridor like Lin Feng. Many of them were even injured. There were also many corpses lying on the ground. The battle that had just taken place was not in the courtyard, but in the corridor. Many cultivators had also died tragically in the battle just now. The one who woke everyone up was the first elder of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's elder group, Xiaoqua. For this person to be able to become the leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, his means were indeed not to be underestimated. He was not confused by the terrifying illusion from before. What's going on? Many people were puzzled. Monkey Xiao, Wan Yangyang, and Sun Zhan hurried to Lin Feng's side. Their expressions were solemn. Xiaoqua replied, "It's that flower." Xiaoqua then pointed at the immortal medicine of immortality that was surrounded by immortal light in the courtyard. The immortal light gradually dissipated. A mysterious blood-red flower appeared in everyone's sight. Ah! After seeing the blood-colored flower, someone immediately let out a shrill scream. His soul seemed to have suffered great damage. Lin Feng also felt a sharp pain in his head. If it weren't for his powerful soul, he would definitely be suffering the same pain as many people around him. Monkey Xiao, Sun Zhan, and Wan Yangyang all had pained expressions. Don't look at that blood-colored flower, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Hearing this, the three of them quickly looked away. Only then did they feel much better. The rest of the people also shifted their gazes away from the blood-red flower. Only then did the pain in their souls disappear. Someone asked, "Elder Zhao, what kind of flower is that? Why is it so demonic?" Xiaoqua replied, "To be able to create such a terrifying illusion, if my guess is correct, this should be the resurrection lily." When they heard the words Permetha flower, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. He suddenly thought of a saying. Yin and Yang are separated by the netherworld. The Yellow Springs River buries vengeful souls. The banks are often accompanied by Permetha flowers, and the flowers are adorned with ghost spirit grass. This saying mentioned that Permetha flowers grew on both sides of the Yellow Springs River. And the flowers were adorned with ghost spirit grass. It was a flower from the netherworld. It was a flower of death. It was not some immortal medicine of immortality. Paramitha flowers? Isn't that a flower that blooms in the netherworld? Why would it appear here? Someone said with an uncertain expression. The appearance of a Paramitha flower in the Wu Yuan immortal matter was too strange, and it made many people feel uneasy. That's not something that anyone knows, Xiaoqua said. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. He felt that Xiaoqua was a little mysterious. Most importantly, Lin Feng felt that Xiaoqua was not telling the truth about the Paramitha flower. But since Xiaoqua was unwilling to talk about it, Lin Feng naturally would not reveal it. Look, that Paramitha flower is disappearing. Someone pointed at the Paramitha flower in the courtyard and shouted loudly. Everyone's gaze turned towards the Paramitha flower. The Paramitha flower swayed gently, but it was becoming more and more illusory. And as time passed, it became more and more illusory. The Paramitha flower is a flower without roots. Not only can it appear in the netherworld, but it can also appear anywhere. However, in the world of the living, the place where the Paramitha flower appeared must have been a place where a top-notch expert had fallen in the past. The demon lord's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng said. Could it be because my Wu Yuan had fallen in the Wu Yuan immortal manner back then? That's unknown, the demon lord said. Lin Feng could not help but touch his chin. He felt that this was very likely. My Wu Yuan had fallen in the other world back then. Perhaps he had been injured and then entered the Wu Yuan immortal matter. In the end, he had fallen in the Wu Yuan immortal matter. And his Wu Yuan immortal matter had been taken back to the 9 states. Lin Feng stared at the Paramitha flower. The Paramitha flower was gradually disappearing from his sight. In the end, it had completely disappeared. Following the disappearance of the Paramitha flower, the restriction that enveloped the courtyard began to disperse. Some people began to collect the storage rings of the dead cultivators. These dead cultivators had also obtained many treasures before. Now, the storage rings on their bodies were ownerless. This caused a lot of people to fight over them. Lin Feng and the other 3 stood in place without moving. They looked on indifferently as the people around them fought over the storage rings of the dead cultivators. After the battle ended, the storage rings of the dead cultivators were also snatched clean. At this time, the restriction that enveloped the courtyard also disappeared. Many people rushed into the courtyard to snatch the spirit herbs in the courtyard. Lin Feng and the others also joined in. Lin Feng saw a blood-colored ginseng. This blood ginseng contained a vast amount of qi and blood. He did not know how long it had lived. He went straight for the blood ginseng. 5 or 6 cultivators joined forces to attack Lin Feng, wanting to snatch the blood ginseng. However, they were all repelled by Lin Feng. He had successfully obtained the blood god. Suddenly, a scream rang out. A cultivator's body turned pitch black, as if he had been poisoned. After a scream, he fell to the ground and died. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the cultivator suddenly fall to the ground and die. They quickly came to the cultivator's side and carefully examined his corpse. Could it be that this little bug killed him? Someone pointed at a small bug on the ground. It was a pitch-black venomous bug. The corpse was very hard. It seemed to have died a long time ago. The cultivator had died because when he was pulling out a spirit herb, he brought out a venomous bug from the soil. His hand accidentally touched the venomous bug. He immediately died. Lin Feng walked over, took out a porcelain bottle, and put the dead venomous bug inside. There were other cultivators who were interested in the venomous bug, but when they saw that Lin Feng had beaten them to it, they could only give up. Soon, everyone dispersed and continued walking deeper into the cave. Lin Feng put the venomous bug into his mountain river ring. Croak! Croak! After sensing the venomous bug's aura, the white jade toad let out an excited cry. The white jade toad removed the stopper of the porcelain bottle and suddenly sucked in. The white jade toad immediately absorbed the venomous gas contained in the bug. To Lin Feng's surprise, the white jade toad only absorbed some of the venomous gas. The white jade toad's body immediately turned pitch black. When he saw this scene, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't the venomous bug's venom too terrifying? It actually turned the white jade toad's body pitch black. It was no wonder that the cultivator had died immediately after touching the venomous bug. This venom, it was not something that an ordinary person could resist. Everyone continued walking deeper into the cave. Before long, Lin Feng and the others arrived outside a palace. The palace's door was tightly shut, and some cultivators were breaking the restrictions on the door. Monkey Show said, "Do you think this martial origin immortal mansion has an artifact spirit?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's very likely that it exists. I'm guessing that the entire Wu Yuan immortal mansion itself is a powerful magic treasure. However, for a magic treasure like the Wu Yuan immortal mansion, the weapon spirit would usually find a new owner for the immortal mansion. Therefore, even if there really is an item spirit, it generally won't appear unless someone is recognized as the new owner of the immortal mansion by the item spirit." Monkey Show nodded and said, "I wonder if any of the people who have entered the Wu Yuan immortal mansion will be able to obtain this opportunity." This was an enormous opportunity. Whoever obtained such an opportunity would not simply obtain an immortal mansion. He might even be able to obtain my Wu Yuan's legacy. That was the inheritance of an immortal. For these cultivators in the god realm, they didn't know what to do. Great emperors were lofty and unreachable figures. Not to mention the fleeting immortal. Rumble. 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 A series of loud noises could be heard. The restriction on the door had been broken. At this moment, many people were trying to open the door. Finally, the door was completely pushed open. Everyone looked towards the depths of the palace. They realized that it was pitch black inside. Whoosh 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 whoosh, suddenly, balls of light rose into the air. Then, those balls of light shot out like lightning. Before many people could react, those balls of light had already flown out. The aura of the immortal's origin. Those balls of light contain the immortal's origin. One of the island owners exclaimed. "Quick! Quick, grab those immortal's origin!" Many people cried out in alarm. They hurriedly made their move, wanting to collect the immortal's origin. However, the immortal's origin was simply too fast. By the time these cultivators regained their senses, the immortal's origin had already rushed out of the Wu Yuan immortal mansion. "Quick, chase!" Everyone quickly chased after him. The immortal's origin was even more precious than immortal qi. This was because the immortal's origin had a trace of the immortal Tao's origin energy. If a cultivator could obtain it and then refine it, then, their cultivation would increase tremendously. Therefore, everyone naturally would not let the immortal's origin escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, the cultivators quickly rushed outside. There were also cultivators who entered the depths of the palace to see if there were any other treasures. However, they found that the palace was empty. They could not find anything. These cultivators quickly rushed outside to search for the immortal's origin that had flown out first. After Lin Feng rushed out of the Wu Yuan immortal mansion, he locked onto one of the immortal's origin and quickly chased after it. Monkey Xiao, Sun Jian, and Wan Yang also locked onto their targets and quickly chased after them. There were not many immortals' origin, only about 80 to 90 of them. These immortals' origins seemed to have spirituality. If they were too slow, they might not be able to catch up to these immortals' origin. Lin Feng chased for hundreds of miles before he finally caught up to the immortal's origin. Then, he took out a confinement magnetic field and imprisoned the immortal's origin. Then, he sealed the immortal's origin. After obtaining the first immortal's origin, Lin Feng did not stop at all. He flew above the sea and searched for the whereabouts of the immortal's origin. Because this place was densely covered with illusion arrays, it was very easy to get lost in it. Therefore, many cultivators who were chasing after the immortal's origin would easily fall into the illusion arrays and be unable to extricate themselves. However, these illusion arrays did not have much effect on Lin Feng. He flew quickly in the sea that was surrounded by illusion arrays. Soon after, he saw the second immortal's origin. Then, he quickly chased after it. In the end, Lin Feng obtained a total of 5 immortals' origin. After obtaining the 5th immortal's origin, he searched many places but was unable to find any more immortals' origin. He did not know if the rest of the immortals' origin had been obtained by others or if they had already left the sea that was surrounded by illusion arrays. However, Lin Feng was very satisfied to be able to obtain 5 immortals' origin. He found Monkey Xiao, Sun Jian, and Wan Yang and asked them about their gains. Monkey Xiao and Sun Jian had obtained 2 immortals' origin. Wan Yin Yang had obtained an immortal's origin. Their gains were also quite good. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng took out the ancient starship Xianyuan and everyone boarded it. Then, the ancient starship Xianyuan leaped into the void and left. There might be other opportunities in the martial origin immortal matter, but Lin Feng and the others did not intend to continue fighting for those opportunities. Whoever was willing to take them could take them. Their gains from this trip to the martial origin immortal matter were already great enough. The ancient starship sailed in the endless sea. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and was refining the immortal's origin. After refining the immortal's origin, Lin Feng's cultivation level quickly reached the peak of the divine fire realm. Then, Lin Feng began to break through to the true God realm. It was naturally not an easy task to break through to the true God realm. Especially for Lin Feng, his savings were too huge. Such a huge amount of savings. It gave him combat strength that far exceeded his own level. However, it also made every breakthrough dozens, hundreds, or even hundreds of times more difficult than others. It might be easier to break through a small realm, but it would be extremely difficult to break through to a major realm. However, this time, Lin Feng obtained 5 immortal origins. These 5 immortal origins contained the energy of the immortal Tao origins. And the energy of these immortal Tao origins was enough to support Lin Feng's cultivation to break through. After refining the 5 immortal origins consecutively, Lin Feng's dermic powers finally completed the transformation. Not only did his dermic powers complete the transformation, but even the divine fire laws in his body had also transformed into true God laws. His lifespan had increased to 30 million years, and his soul power and physical strength had also greatly improved. This kind of breakthrough to a major realm and the improvement of one's cultivation were in all aspects. Every breakthrough was destined to bring about a qualitative leap. It was exactly the same as what Lin Feng was experiencing now. Rumble, dark clouds covered the 9 heavens above. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lightning dragons and snakes swam in the sea of lightning. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. A breakthrough to a major realm was usually accompanied by a lightning tribulation. And this time was no exception. Every time Lin Feng broke through a major realm, the lightning tribulation that descended was abnormally terrifying. Breaking through to the void God realm, a minor creation tribulation descended. This was a lightning tribulation that many cultivators would face when breaking through to the celestial God realm. And when breaking through to the divine fire realm, Lin Feng attracted an even more terrifying creation tribulation. This lightning tribulation was even more terrifying. It was a lightning tribulation that many cultivators could only attract when they were breaking through to the giant God realm. Now, Lin Feng was about to break through to the true God realm. Obviously, the lightning tribulation this time would be even more terrifying. The sea of lightning stretched as far as the eye could see. Between heaven and earth, there was complete silence. Leave the center of the lightning tribulation. I'm going to transcend the tribulation. Lin Feng's glabella flickered with a terrifying tribulation light. His lightning tribulation would descend at any time. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, he flew out of the ancient starship Xianyuan. As for Monkey Xiao, Sun Zhan, and Wan Yin Yang, they boarded the ancient starship Xianyuan and flew away from the center of the lightning tribulation. Boom! Boom! Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Lin Feng took a step forward and swung his fist towards the lightning tribulation. Bang bang bang, along with the sound of violent collisions. The Kulpa thunders were destroyed by Lin Feng one after another. The shattered lightning tribulation laws were directly devoured by him. These thunder tribulation laws began to temper Lin Feng's body. Every breakthrough of a major realm was an excellent opportunity to temper one's physical body. Lin Feng would not let go of such a good opportunity to temper his body. Lin Feng's body was blasted to pieces by the power of the thunder tribulation law. However, with the help of the immortal divine body, his physical body was recovering rapidly. It was replaced by destruction and restoration. His physical body grew stronger and stronger. 999 bolts of tribulation lightning struck down consecutively, but they were still unable to destroy Lin Feng. The lightning tribulation did not seem to have any intention of dispersing. High in the sky, an even more powerful lightning tribulation was brewing. Heavens! Master has already transcended 999 bolts of tribulation lightning. Why hasn't the tribulation dissipated? How many bolts of tribulation lightning will descend before Master can successfully transcend the tribulation? Wang Yangyang could not help but exclaim. His face was filled with shock. Sun Jian said in a deep voice. Could it be a minor reincarnation tribulation? Monkey Show was slightly startled. If it's a minor reincarnation tribulation, then there will be a total of 1,508 bolts of tribulation lightning. This is the tribulation lightning that will only descend when one breaks through to the quasi-emperor realm. High in the sky, an even more powerful fluctuation was transmitted. More and more terrifying lightning tribulations were brewing. A minor reincarnation tribulation. There were a total of 1,508 bolts of tribulation lightning. With so many bolts of tribulation lightning descending, it was simply despairing. Since ancient times, who knew how many talented people there were, they had all died under a minor reincarnation tribulation. Originally, Monkey Show, Sun Jian, and Wang Yangyang thought that Lin Feng would be undergoing a major creation tribulation. They did not expect that Lin Feng would be undergoing an even more terrifying minor reincarnation tribulation. The expressions of the three of them turned solemn. They knew how terrifying a minor reincarnation tribulation was. Lin Feng had only just broken through to the true God realm. He was actually undergoing a minor reincarnation tribulation. Wasn't it too difficult? Boom. Boom, bolts of tribulation lightning came crashing down one after another. The power was simply earth-shattering. It was truly shocking. The power that could destroy the heavens shook the void. Countless bolts of tribulation lightning came crashing down, drowning Lin Feng. Monkey Show, Sun Jian, Wang Yangyang, and the others looked toward the center of the lightning tribulation. They could not see anything. They could only see the endless lightning that sealed the world. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone turned pale with fright. Lin Feng blocked the bolts of tribulation lightning one after another. There was an army formed by the power of the lightning tribulation. There was an indestructible will left behind by the foreign realm god. There were even 9 the arch-phantoms attacking at the same time. Each bolt of tribulation lightning was more terrifying than the previous one. Lin Feng found it extremely difficult to resist the lightning tribulation that followed. His body was torn into pieces, and his bones were exposed. He was in a miserable state. Fortunately, Lin Feng's immortal divine body was strong enough. It gradually healed his severely injured body. The bolts of tribulation lightning could not kill Lin Feng. Suddenly, amidst the endless lightning tribulation, figures appeared one after another. They stood amidst the lightning tribulation, but they were not harmed by the lightning tribulation. This is the human tribulation. Someone was chosen by the lightning tribulation and turned into a terrifying human tribulation to kill Lin Feng. Kid. It seems like you can't hold on any longer. The Scarlet Fire Scorpion laughed sinisterly. His eyes were filled with a dense killing intent. Lin Feng knew all the cultivators who came to kill Lin Feng. Qi Lian Fire Scorpion from Fire Scorpion Island. Leng Xianxia from Evil Dragon Island. Wan Qingsong from Luosan Island. Among the 3 island masters, Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and Leng Qianxia had a grudge against Lin Feng. As for Wan Qingsong, Lin Feng did not have much interaction with him, let alone a grudge. However, this person chose to deal with him together with Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and Leng Qianxia. Lin Feng guessed that this person should be allies with Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and Leng Qianxia. They would work together to kill him. They would also be able to obtain endless wealth. An ancient inheritance. Why not do it? Apart from Qi Lian Fire Scorpion, Leng Qianxia, and Wan Qingsong, there were 10 other experts. These 10 people should be from Fire Scorpion Island, Evil Dragon Island, and Luosan Island. A total of 13 experts besieged him. In Qi Lian Fire Scorpion's opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die today. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and the others. He didn't find it strange that a terrifying human tribulation would appear during a tribulation. He said with an indifferent expression, "A bunch of reckless fools. I think you're all here to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng actually took the initiative to rush towards Qi Lian Fire Scorpion. Seeing Lin Feng, who was riddled with wounds and whose aura was chaotic, it was obvious that he was seriously injured. He actually dared to take the initiative to rush towards them. Many people became angry. Wasn't he looking down on them? He was simply courting death. Attack, kill this brat. Qi Lian Fire Scorpion shouted in a deep voice. He waved his hand and took the lead to attack Lin Feng. The rest of the people also pounced towards Lin Feng. Not good, it's Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and the others. Let's go and help. Wan Yinyang and the others also saw the situation here in the distance. Wan Yinyang couldn't help but anxiously shout. Monkey Show said, the lightning tribulation hasn't dissipated, and a strong enemy is attacking. This is a human tribulation. We can't help at all because as long as we get close to the center of the lightning tribulation, we will be attacked by the lightning tribulation. We might even attract our own lightning tribulation in advance. The best thing to do now is to wait and see. Sun Jian nodded and said, that's right. Since the human tribulation is also a type of lightning tribulation in the minor reincarnation tribulation, we don't need to worry at all. With Lord's ability, he will definitely be able to safely pass through this tribulation. Although they said that, they were actually very worried about Lin Feng. After all, the cultivators besieging Lin Feng were a group of experts. They were very powerful. 13 experts rushed over, and Lin Feng took the lead to use the confinement magnetic field. The surrounding void. It was as if it had been imprisoned. The confinement magnetic field couldn't completely imprison the 13 experts, but the power of the confinement magnetic field still greatly reduced the speed of the 13 experts. Lin Feng's speed was increased by the confinement magnetic field. Under this situation, his speed was extremely fast. After dodging the attacks of the 13 experts, he instantly arrived behind the nine-tailed demon scorpion and punched towards it. How dare you! Qi Lian Fire Scorpion couldn't help but roar when he saw this scene. The nine-tailed demon scorpion didn't even have time to react. The next moment. Bang! His head was blown apart by Lin Feng's punch. He died on the spot. This brat is too fast. Use the formation to trap him. Leng Qianxia said. Those who had cultivated to their level would usually have practiced array formations. The only difference was that some of them had a more thorough understanding of formations, and their standards were very high. Some of them didn't study array formations much, so their standards were average. Among these experts, Qi Lian Huaxia, Leng Qianshui, and Wan Qingsong all had high attainments in formations. The three of them continuously changed their hand seals. Array runes intertwined in the void. They wanted to seal the void with an array formation. Lin Feng had an indifferent expression on his face. When the three top-notch experts unleashed their formation to seal the void, he quickly rushed towards the Scarlet Fire Scorpion. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill the Scarlet Flame Scorpion first. Stop him! The double-winged scorpion shouted, and the other 8 cultivators charged towards Lin Feng. They naturally knew that they couldn't let Lin Feng ruin their plan to break the formation. Once the plan was ruined, it would be very troublesome. Because Lin Feng's speed was too fast, their speed was affected. Therefore, if they couldn't restrict Lin Feng's movements, it would be too difficult to kill Lin Feng. Stone Ape watching the sea of clouds. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he directly unleashed this powerful half-immortal technique. An illusory world descended. The stone ape sat in front of the sea of clouds and looked into the distance. This illusory world descended from the sky and suppressed towards the 9 experts. Although these 9 people's cultivation was not bad, the strongest was only a 10th firmament celestial god. They had yet to enter the ancestor level. Therefore, the threat was smaller, and it was easier to kill. Break! The 9 experts shouted coldly and punched towards the illusory world descending from the sky. But now, Lin Feng was almost equivalent to breaking through to the true god realm. His combat strength had increased by God knows how many times. What he cast was also a half-immortal technique, level top divine ability. How powerful and terrifying was the power! The 9 great celestial deity realm cultivators were not able to block this attack of Lin Feng's at all. Bang, 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 one celestial deity realm powerhouse after another was swept flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood in midair. 8 trigrams diagram. Lin Feng gave a cold cry, his body catapulting out. He turned into an 8 trigrams diagram. In the void, he lightly slashed, "Poo-work. Poo-work. Poo-work," tearing sounds came out one after another. One powerhouse after another had their bodies directly torn apart, dying miserably on the spot. "Not good, this boy is savage. Quickly retreat." The rest's expressions changed drastically. But when the 8 trigrams diagram flew over, no one could block Lin Feng's attack. "Poo-work. Poo-work." One celestial deity realm cultivator after another continued to be chopped in half by the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng turned into. In a blink of an eye, the 9 great celestial deity realm powerhouses were all cut down. "Kid, you're courting death." After Qi Lian Fire Scorpion, Ling Qian Shui, and Wan Qingsong successfully set up the formation, they discovered that all of their subordinates were killed. All of them were furious and charged towards Lin Feng. "Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He began to prepare a new divine ability. This time, Lin Feng directly used 3 divine abilities. Stone Ape watching the sea of clouds. The first part of the great reincarnation art, ancient times, billions of years. Sovereign's judgment, these 3 divine abilities, each one was mysterious and unfathomable. They charged towards Qi Lian Fire Scorpion, Ling Qian Shui, and Wan Qingsong respectively. Bang, the 4 people's attacks collided. Qi Lian Fire Scorpion, Ling Qian Shui, and Wan Qingsong were all sent flying. 3-tasking. The 3 powerhouses roared in disbelief. 3-tasking was equivalent to one person becoming 3 people. To be able to use 3 divine abilities at the same time against the enemy. They never thought that Lin Feng actually had the ability to do 3 things at once. This greatly exceeded their expectations. "My body," immediately after, Ling Qian Shui screamed in horror. Because his body was aging. His strength was also weakening. It's the great reincarnation art. Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and Wan Qingsong sucked in a breath of cold air. The great reincarnation art was simply too overbearing. It deprived one's lifespan and strength. It made the person who was hit instantly become old. Strength weakening. Once hit, the situation would be very bad. "Go to hell." Lin Feng shouted coldly and quickly charged towards Ling Qian Shui. He was hit by the great reincarnation art and was at his weakest. At this moment, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Ling Qian Shui. "Brother Lung, hold him back. Let's work together to kill him." Seeing Lin Feng charging towards Ling Qian Shui and Qi Lian Fire Scorpion, Wan Qingsong's face suddenly revealed a look of joy. "Circle prison." Ling Qian Shui suddenly shouted and used an extremely terrifying divine ability. His right hand drew a circle in front of him. This circle enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng was trapped inside. This was the circle prison. It could trap a person to death in this prison. Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and Wan Qingsong's expressions were greatly shaken. They shot up and used a heaven-defying punch, sweeping towards Lin Feng. They wanted to directly kill Lin Feng. "Haha, kid, it's time for you to die. Next year, today will be your death anniversary." Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and Wan Qingsong laughed proudly. Lin Feng was trapped by Ling Qian Shui's prison circle. In their opinion, Lin Feng was like a turtle in a jar. He couldn't escape. "Not good." Monkey Xiao, Sun Zhan, and Wan Yanyang's expressions changed when they saw this scene. Now that Lin Feng was in danger, their expressions turned solemn. Seeing that the attack was about to kill him. Just as it was about to hit Lin Feng. Swish, suddenly. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the attacks of the Crimson Fire Scorpion and Wan Qingsong all missed. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. He successfully dodged the attack. Then, he came behind Ling Qian Shui and punched him. The reason why he chose to attack Ling Qian Shui was that he had been hit by the ancient time rush for billions of years. Now that his body was old, his battle strength had decreased sharply. It was a good opportunity to kill him. If Ling Qian Shui recovered, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Leng Qianxue felt the terrifying aura behind him and was shocked. He turned around and punched. Bang! Leng Qianxue and Lin Feng's punches collided. Crack! Crack! After taking Lin Feng's powerful punch, Leng Qianshue's arm was broken. Leng Qianxue was horrified and wanted to retreat. But at this time, Lin Feng had already used the Emperor runes. The Emperor runes wrapped around Leng Qianshue's body, preventing him from retreating. Lin Feng rushed forward and punched Leng Qianxue. Bang! Leng Qianshue's body exploded. He was killed by Lin Feng. Go! Seeing this, Qi Lian Fire Scorpion and Wan Qingsong's expressions changed. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. At this moment, how could they have the courage to fight with Lin Feng? He turned around and fled. They tore apart the magnetic field, turned into two streams of light, and quickly fled into the distance. It wasn't easy for an ancestor-level powerhouse to escape and keep them here. Not to mention that Lin Feng was still undergoing his tribulation. He's been pushed back. Wan Yangyang let out a long sigh. Sun Jian said, "Amazing. Truly amazing. Your Excellency is already so powerful now. In the future, following the advancement of your realm, I really don't know what kind of shocking degree your Excellency's battle prowess will reach." Monkey Show said, "Brother Lin's accumulation is too great. To be able to possess such combat strength. That's to be expected. However, with such a powerful accumulation, as his cultivation increases, it will become more and more difficult for him to break through." Wan Yinyang and Sun Jian nodded. It was exactly as Monkey Show had said. As his cultivation base continued to rise, it would be even more difficult for Lin Feng to break through. Boom boom boom, above the 9 heavens, streaks of lightning tribulations fell from the sky. The power was simply enough to destroy the world. Lin Feng let out a long howl and charged towards the lightning tribulation, fighting it head-on. 32 consecutive bolts of lightning struck down. Finally, he withstood all the lightning tribulations of the minor reincarnation tribulation. The power of true God Law descended from the sky one after another. All of them were devoured and refined by Lin Feng. The sea of lightning in the sky. It also began to dissipate. Not long after. Then, it became a clear blue sky with a boundless blue sky. And Lin Feng's cultivation base also finally broke through to the first firmament of true God realm. Following this breakthrough, his physical body and soul also received a great improvement. Originally, Lin Feng's physical body level was equivalent to the middle giant God realm's physical body level. Now, it was equivalent to the late giant God realm's physical body level. Originally, Lin Feng's soul force stopped at the second firmament of celestial God realm. Now, it rose to the fifth firmament of celestial God realm. Congratulations, Brother Lin, for breaking through. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through. Congratulations, Your Excellency, for breaking through. Monkey Show, Wan Yinyang, and Sun Jian flew over on the Xianyuan ancient starship. The three of them congratulated Lin Feng again and again. Lin Feng smiled and said, "This time, it's all thanks to the immortal origin that I obtained. After you guys refine the immortal origin, your cultivation base will also be greatly improved. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's go." The four of them boarded the Xianyuan ancient starship. Then, they quickly left. Along the way, Monkey Show, Sun Jian, and Wan Yinyang also refined the immortal origin that they obtained. Everyone's cultivation base received a significant improvement. Monkey Show was also a genius. He was very powerful, but his realm was actually not high. Previously, he was only the second firmament of true God realm. Geniuses could challenge those of a higher realm. Just like Lin Feng, Monkey Show was also the same. After refining the immortal's origin, Monkey Show's cultivation base rose to the sixth firmament of true God realm. And Wan Yin-Yang's cultivation base rose from the third firmament of celestial God realm to the fifth firmament of celestial God realm. As a member of the heavenly Mark Beast race, Wan Yin-Yang's talent was also very powerful. It was just that he had yet to awaken the heavenly Mark Beast race's ancestral blood. Once he awakened it, who knew how many times his combat strength would increase by? Sun Jian's cultivation base was still at the quasi-giant God realm. He was still accumulating his cultivation base and was not in a hurry to break through. The more he accumulated before breaking through, the stronger he would be. After breaking through, the stronger his combat strength would be. Lin Feng was a living example. 10 days later, the Xianyuan ancient starship returned to the Dragon Gate Island. After returning, Lin Feng asked Sun Jian and Wan Yinyang to lead the army to attack the evil Dragon Island. Now, the evil Dragon Island's island lord, Xianxia, had fallen. The army was leaderless. Their strength was greatly reduced. It was a good opportunity to take over the evil Dragon Island in one fell swoop. Lin Feng even sent out his God Realm clone to drive the Xianyuan ancient starship. Under the lead of the Xianyuan ancient starship, the fleet of the Dragon Gate Islands sailed towards the evil Dragon Island. Soon, a great battle that shocked the ancient desolate sea region erupted. This battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. The fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The evil Dragon Island was conquered. Other than a portion of people who escaped, most of them were killed. A portion of people who surrendered became slaves. The news of the evil Dragon Island's destruction quickly spread throughout the ancient desolate sea region. Countless people were moved by this news. Many rogue cultivators came to join the Buddhist sect when they saw how powerful it was. Sun Jian was temporarily stationed on the evil Dragon Island. He was consolidating the territory of the evil Dragon Island and the various resources it possessed. As for Wan Yinyang, he led a portion of the army to escort the captured slaves back to the Dragon Gate Island. After returning, Wan Yinyang reported to Lin Feng about the battle. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with this battle. After reporting, Wan Yinyang said, "Master, a female slave asked me to bring a message to you. She hopes to meet you, Master." "What female slave?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "She seems to be from the evil dragon tribe," Wan Yinyang said. "Bring her here." Lin Feng looked at the tall woman in front of him. The woman in front of him was very tall, about 1.85 meters tall. She had a pair of long legs. The average height of a woman was about 1.6 meters. A height of 1.7 meters was considered relatively tall among women. There were women who were as tall as the woman in front of him. However, they were still not common. Of course, although she was tall, she was not the tall and muscular type. Instead, she was slender and enchanting. While Lin Feng was observing her, she was also observing Lin Feng. She did not show any fear. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lin Feng looked at her with interest. "Why should I be afraid of you?" the woman asked. Lin Feng asked. "What's your name?" "Leng Rui," the woman said. "Rui, that's a good name. I heard from Wan Yinyang that you wanted to see me." "Why do you want to see me?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "I want to discuss a collaboration with you," Leng Rui said. "A collaboration? You're just a slave now. Do you think you have the right to talk about collaboration with me?" Lin Feng said indifferently. Leng Rui said, "Even though you've conquered the evil Flood Dragon Island, the evil Flood Dragon Island controls such a large territory and has so many connections that they need people to manage them. Of course, you can send your subordinates to take over the territory and resources that the evil Flood Dragon Island controls, but your subordinates will need a long time to familiarize themselves with the territory and resources. Moreover, during this time, it's very easy for other things to happen, such as other islands wanting a share of the pie. Of course, the most important thing is that many of the connections that originally belonged to Evil Serpent Island aren't something your subordinates can handle. If you give me this task, I can quickly gather the resources that originally belonged to Evil Serpent Island. It'll be very difficult for other islands to interfere. Moreover, I'm a member of Evil Serpent Island. If I contact the various connections of Evil Serpent Island, those people will at least give me some face and won't cut off these connections. You must know that in order to run a huge force in the sea, connections and resources are very important. Sometimes, connections are even more important than territory." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Why would I give such an important position to a member of the evil Wyrm tribe? Wouldn't I be raising a tiger and inviting calamity?" Leng Rui said, "Although I'm a member of the evil dragon tribe, I have a deep hatred for Xianxia. Originally, the evil dragon island's owner belonged to my tribe. Later, my father was killed by Xianxia. Although Xianxia claimed that my father died in an accident when he went out, my father sent me a message before he died, which let me know the real reason for his death. All these years, I'd been waiting for a chance to take revenge. You killed Xianxia, so you're my benefactor? Lin Feng asked, should I believe you? Leng Rui said, I'm telling the truth. If I'm lying to you, I'll die a horrible death. Lin Feng nodded and said, since that's the case, I'll leave the evil dragon island to you. As for the slaves on the island, I'll leave them to you as well. You can decide who to keep and who to kill. Thank you. Leng Rui bowed to Lin Feng. Alright, you may leave, Lin Feng said. Leng Rui nodded and left. Wan Yangyang asked, Master, can this woman be trusted? She should be. Even if she isn't, it doesn't matter. In any case, she's already a slave of the Dragon Gate Island. What can she do? Lin Feng sneered. Not long after, Leng Rui represented the evil dragon tribe and declared their loyalty to Lin Feng. The evil dragon island also joined the Dragon Gate and became an island under their jurisdiction. This matter caused a huge commotion in the ancient Desolate Sea region. Everyone was discussing this matter in private. During this time, more and more experts joined the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate army finally reached 10,000 members. The Purgatory Assassin organization, which was under Butterfly's control, also reached 4,000 members. Leng Rui was still very capable. In just a month, she managed to stabilize the situation on the evil Dragon Island. After the Dragon Gate army, Lin Feng formed a new army called the Burning Blood Army. Sun Jian was appointed as the commander of the Burning Blood Army. The new cultivators who joined the Dragon Gate would be added to the Burning Blood Army. After resting for 1.5 months, the Dragon Gate army set off again. This time, they headed straight for the Fire Scorpion Island. At the same time, the evil Dragon Island also had a 30,000-man army. They also headed for the Fire Scorpion Island. Although the 30,000-man army of the evil Dragon Island was far from being comparable to an elite army like the Dragon Gate army. However, compared to the armies of the other islands, they were not weak. The 40,000-man army besieged the Fire Scorpion Island. The battle lasted for half a month before the Fire Scorpion Island was finally conquered. The Crimson Fire Scorpion Island fled. The remaining people either died in battle or became captives. The Dragon Gate's successive conquest of the evil Dragon Island and the Fire Scorpion Island caused panic on many islands. This was because these islands were worried that they would be the next to be attacked. Lin Feng personally made a statement. In the statement, he stated that he had no intention of conquering other islands. The reason he attacked the evil Dragon Island and the Fire Scorpion Island was because of Ling Qianshui. The Scarlet Fire Scorpion besieged him when he was breaking through and wanted to take his life. This was why he attacked. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the rest of the people on the other islands felt relieved. Lin Feng also mentioned Luosan Island in the statement. He also mentioned that he would be conquering Luosan Island next. This was because the island master of Luosan Island, Wan Qingcong, was also involved in this matter. The cultivators on Luosan Island were anxious because the Dragon Gate army was too powerful. They were at least at the True God realm. Moreover, each of them was equipped with at least 3 divine artifacts. They were simply invincible. In the end, this battle did not happen. This was because Wan Qingcong personally came to see Lin Feng. He was willing to submit to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also accepted Wan Qingcong's submission. The Dragon Gate had successively subdued the evil Dragon Island, the Fire Scorpion Island, and the Luosan Island. Their strength had greatly increased. The cultivators who joined the Dragon Gate. There were more and more of them. This made Lin Feng very satisfied. On this day, the ancient starship Xianyuan set off from the Dragon Gate. Lin Feng planned to head to the Gu evil sect. He brought along 5,000 experts from the Dragon Gate army and 3,000 experts from the Purgatory Assassin organization. Monkey Xiao and Wan Yangyang also traveled together. During this trip to the Gu evil sect, Lin Feng hoped to find a way to resolve Li Yingdia's heart-biting venomous insect. With such a huge force, Lin Feng had enough confidence to negotiate with the Gu evil sect, an ancient heretical sect. The Gu evil sect was one of the top evil sects in the northern barbarian state. There were many experts in the sect. However, evil sects rarely interacted with the outside world. The same went for the Gu Evil sect. The Gu Evil sect was located in the Gu Evil mountain range. The mountain range was named after the Gu Evil sect. It was surrounded by dense primitive forests for thousands of miles. Danger lurked everywhere in the primitive forests. Not only were there powerful beasts, but there were also many terrifying poisonous insects. It was easy to die in there. The Xianxia ancient starship flew in the ancient forest. When it arrived outside the Gu Evil sect, it saw many cultivators gathered there. These cultivators were probably here to learn from a master. If a large sect like the Gu Evil sect wanted to continue its legacy, it naturally needed to recruit new disciples. That was the only way it could continue its legacy. Lin Feng asked Wang Yangyang to bring the invitation to the Gu Evil sect. He would try peaceful means before resorting to force. If the Gu Evil sect was sincere about cooperating, everyone would be happy. It would save Lin Feng a lot of trouble. If the Gu Evil sect was unwilling to cooperate, Lin Feng could only force the Gu Evil sect to cooperate. Soon, Wang Yangyang returned with an ugly expression. Lin Feng asked calmly, "What did the Gu Evil sect say?" Wang Yangyang said, "The Gu Evil sect refused to cooperate with Master." "Why?" Lin Feng asked. "Because Master is a cultivator from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. It's a righteous sect. The Gu Evil sect is an evil sect. Righteous and evil cannot coexist. That's why they refuse to cooperate," Wang Yangyang said. After hearing Wang Yangyang's words, Lin Feng could not help but sneer. What era was this? Righteous and evil cannot coexist. He flew out of the Xianxia ancient starship. Then, he shouted, "I'm Lin Feng. I'm the leader of the ancient Desolate Sea Region's Dragon sect. I'm here to pay a visit to the Gu Evil sect's sect leader." This long howl startled everyone in all directions. The cultivators gathered in front of the Gu Evil sect's mountain gate discussed softly. Who was Lin Feng? They had never heard of him. However, since he was a cultivator from an overseas force, it seemed quite normal that he had not heard of it. It was normal for these ordinary people not to have heard of Lin Feng, but many people in the Gu Evil sect had heard of Lin Feng. Hearing that Lin Feng had come to visit the sect master, many people began to discuss. The disciples of the Reincarnation Celestial sect are quite capable. I didn't expect them to establish their own forces overseas. However, my Gu Evil sect does not welcome any righteous cultivators. Please leave quickly. A sneer could be heard from Gu Evil sect. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. He walked towards Gu Evil sect step by step. If you insist on not meeting me, then I can only barge into Gu Evil sect. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Impudent. Gu Evil sect is not a place you can casually barge into. Take this kid down. The mysterious expert of the Gu Evil sect shouted coldly. Immediately, dozens of Gu Evil sect's experts flew towards Lin Feng. However, before they could even get close to Lin Feng, they were already unable to withstand the powerful aura surrounding Lin Feng. Thump. Thump, many people fell from the sky. This person is so powerful. Many cultivators outside Gu Evil sect were shocked. Sect guardian statues. The cold voice came from Gu Evil sect again. Next. Stone statues flew out of Gu Evil sect one after another. These stone statues were all resurrected. Each statue emitted a shocking wave of energy. The strength of these guardian statues was extremely strong. There were a total of 72 statues, and all of them were in the heaven god realm. Leave quickly. Gu Evil sect will not make things difficult for you. Or else. We can only drive you out. The expert of Gu Evil sect said coldly. Lin Feng said. I came here with sincerity to discuss cooperation. It was supposed to be a mutually beneficial matter. However, your Gu Evil sect is so unreasonable. Since you insist on doing this, I will break into your Gu Evil sect today. Attack. As the cold voice came from Gu Evil sect. The 72 statues all slashed towards Lin Feng with huge swords. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, one by one, the Emperor runes flew out like chains of order. Those Emperor runes. They were suppressed. In an instant, the stone statues were suppressed by Lin Feng. Good lad. You are indeed powerful. No wonder you dare to barge into my Gu evil sect. The voice of the expert in Gu evil sect suddenly sank. Then, a huge energy hand condensed. It charged towards Lin Feng. That huge energy hand contained a suffocating power. A huge energy hand condensed by a giant God realm expert. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Gu evil sect. There was actually a giant god. This made him very surprised. These ancient sects of the 9 provinces' great world were indeed not to be underestimated. Stone Ape watching the sea of clouds. Lin Feng attacked and used this unparalleled unique skill to fight against the huge energy hand condensed in midair. Bang, the two attacks collided. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. The two attacks were annihilated. Lin Feng was forced to retreat. You're actually able to withstand my attack? You have really surprised me. However, your realm is not enough. You are destined to be no match for me. That cold voice sounded once again. Lin Feng shouted coldly, "Where are the dragon sect cultivators?" Swoosh! 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 The 5,000 cultivators of the dragon sect army and 3,000 experts of the Purgatory Assassin organization flew out from the ancient starship Xianxia. 8,000 people gathered together. Powerful auras gathered together. Above them, the phantom of a huge dragon formed. Essence Chi Dragon. After seeing the Essence Chi Dragon, many people exclaimed in disbelief. In the secular world, when the army fought, the Essence Chi would condense together to form Essence Chi smoke. However, this was the first time they had seen an Essence Chi Dragon. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Although your cultivation is powerful, I guess you have just broken through to the giant god realm not long ago, right?" "I, Lin Feng, am not a peerless expert, but I am confident that I can hold you back for some time. The Dragon Sect Army and the Purgatory Assassin organization behind me are all at the true God realm. There are 8,000 of them, and each of them is equipped with at least 3 divine weapons. However, I don't know if the Gu Evil Sect can withstand the attack of this army. Of course, I know that the Gu Evil Sect has existed for a very long time and has a very strong foundation. Maybe you don't fear my subordinates, but have you ever thought about how many people from the Gu Evil Sect will die once the war is over? Brat, you dare to threaten me?" The Gu Evil Sect's expert's voice was filled with rage. He was a lofty giant god realm expert. Yet, he was being threatened. Moreover, the person who threatened him was a cultivator. Moreover, the person who threatened him was a junior cultivator. It made him feel extremely sullen. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I am not threatening you. I am just stating facts. Today, you are cooperating with me. If you want anything, just say the word, and I will do my best to satisfy you. If you don't want anything, I will owe you a favor. If you don't agree, then I have no other choice. There is only one battle. Your Excellency, please make your decision quickly." The Gu Evil Sect's expert fell silent. He seemed to be thinking about the pros and cons of this situation. Finally, he said coldly, "Get your people to leave. Come in. We'll sit down and discuss this matter." "Master, don't. Be careful," Wan Yang said. "It's fine. A strong cultivator of the giant god layer isn't that shameless," said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, he ordered Wan Yang to leave with the Dragon Gate Army and the Purgatory Assassin organization. He entered the Gu Evil Sect with Monkey Xiao. Inside the Gu Evil Sect, many disciples, deacons, and elders were looking at Lin Feng. Everyone had different expressions. Lin Feng was just a young cultivator. But now, the Gu Evil Sect master had no choice but to compromise. How many years had it been since the Gu Evil Sect had interacted with righteous Dao cultivators, but now, this rule was about to be broken. Did you see that? This is strength. He has enough strength. It's enough to intimidate an ancient sect. An elder-level expert warned the Gu Evil Sect's disciples. Many of the Gu Evil Sect's disciples clenched their fists. Today's scene had greatly affected them. Lin Feng met the Gu Evil Sect's sect master in the living room. He was a middle-aged cultivator who looked to be in his 40s. However, his expression was not good. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "May I know how to address you, senior?" "Senior?" The middle-aged cultivator sneered. "Am I a senior in your eyes?" Lin Feng said, "Senior, you've misunderstood me. I came to the Gu Evil sect to give you benefits. However, since you don't want them, I naturally have to think of a way to force them to you." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the middle-aged man had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. He muttered in his heart, "Why is this guy so shameless?" However, he suppressed his anger and looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Speak. Why have you come to the Gu Evil sect?" "I have a friend who is infected with the heart-devouring Gu. Can your Gu Evil sect cure her?" Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged man said, "Heart-biting Gu is the most terrible kind of Gu. It's also extremely difficult to detoxify it. But whether it can be detoxified or not, I need to check the specific situation of your friend to know whether it can be detoxified." Lin Feng's heart became slightly heavy. The person in front of him was a powerhouse in the giant god realm, yet he was not confident that he could get rid of the heart-devouring insect's poison. It could be seen how overbearing the heart-devouring insect was. Lin Feng said, "Senior Yulao, please come with me." "Where are we going?" the middle-aged man asked. "The Sunset Immortal sect." Lin Feng said. "One of the top 10 immortal sects. For you to spend so much effort, it must be a woman," the middle-aged man said indifferently. "Yes." Lin Feng said. "I heard that you hooked up with a few fairies in the Reincarnation Immortal sect, and you're still flirting outside. Young people should restrain themselves. Otherwise, when you're older, you won't be able to do it," the middle-aged man said mockingly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Senior, it seems like you're very experienced. If your body can't take it anymore, I can prescribe a few tonics for you. I guarantee that you'll be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger." "Brat, what did you say?" The middle-aged man almost jumped up and fought Lin Feng to the death. Man. How could he allow someone to mock him? However, the middle-aged man thought about it. Forget it. There was no need to bicker with a young cultivator. That would be beneath his dignity. I need to settle some matters in the sect. We'll head to the Sunset Immortal sect tomorrow, the middle-aged man said. Lin Feng said. "No problem. Senior, you can think about what you need tonight. Feel free to ask." The middle-aged man said indifferently, "I've already thought about it. I don't want anything, just a favor from you." Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right. I'll owe you a favor then." Then, he left and returned to the ancient starship, the Xianxia. The next day, the middle-aged man boarded the ancient starship, the Xianxia. The ancient starship did not stay any longer. It soared into the sky and flew toward the Immortal Transformation Prefecture where the Sunset Immortal sect was located. The Immortal Transformation Prefecture, one of the 9 prefectures. There were countless forces in the prefecture. However, the Sunset Immortal sect was the most powerful force in the prefecture. The Sunset Immortal sect was a force that had been passed down since the Immortal Ancient Era. Although the Sunset Immortal sect was ranked at the bottom of the 10 great celestial sects, it was still a force to be reckoned with. However, the Sunset Immortal sect's foundation was not something an ordinary force could compare to. Moreover, the sect master of the Sunset Immortal sect was also a peak expert on the supreme leaderboard. His strength was unfathomable. The ancient starship, the Xianxia, arrived at the Sunset Immortal sect. The ancient starship stopped outside the Sunset Immortal sect. Lin Feng flew out of the ancient starship and landed in front of the Sunset Immortal sect. "Halt your steps. The Sunset Immortal sect. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to trespass." A group of disciples flew over and blocked Lin Feng's path. "I'm Lin Feng, a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. I'm here to look for Liang Dai." Lin Feng took out his identity token from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect and the Sunset Immortal sect had always had a good relationship. Therefore, when they heard that Lin Feng was a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, their expressions lightened up. "Lin Feng? You're that scum from the Reincarnation Immortal sect?" one of the Sunset Immortal sect's disciples asked in confusion. Lin Feng was speechless. Which bastard was spreading rumors about him? Lin Feng said, those are just rumors. Don't believe them. I'm a good person. The Sunset Immortal sect's disciple saw how handsome and righteous Lin Feng was. He was a far cry from the despicable scum in the rumors. Therefore, he believed Lin Feng's words. Senior brother Lin, please wait for a moment. I'll send someone to inform junior sister Li Yingdai. The eldest disciple said after inspecting Lin Feng's identity token. Lin Feng nodded. The eldest disciple then sent someone to inform Li Yingdai. Then, he handed the identity token to Lin Feng. Since they were all disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, they chatted casually. Lin Feng, on the other hand, tried to find out more about Duan Hongxiu. However, these disciples did not know much about Duan Hongxiu. Senior brother Lin, not long after, Li Yingdai flew out with the eldest disciple. She was overjoyed when she saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also overjoyed when he saw Li Yingdai. However, he had a feeling that something was amiss. Was his meeting with Li Yingdai a little too smooth? Duan Hongxiu was a very controlling woman. Why would she allow Li Yingdai to meet him so easily? Could it be that he was lucky? Coincidentally, Duan Hongxiu was not in the sect? Or was she in seclusion? Junior sister Li. Come with me. I have something I need to tell you. Lin Feng signaled Li Yingdai with his eyes. Li Yingdai understood and bowed to the group of disciples before following Lin Feng. Where's Duan Hongxiu? Lin Feng asked. My master went out the day before yesterday. He's not in the sect. Li Yingdai said. This was similar to what Lin Feng had guessed. Lin Feng said, Junior sister, come with me. I've already thought of a way to cure your heart-devouring goo poison. Really? Li Yingdai asked in surprise. Of course. Lin Feng smiled and said, you'll regain your freedom very soon. You won't be controlled by Duan Hongxiu anymore. Thank you, senior brother. Li Yingdai said excitedly. Do you still need to thank me? Lin Feng reached out and patted Li Yingdai's head. Then, he and Li Yingdai returned to the ancient starship Xianyuan. When everyone saw Li Yingdai's charming and pitiful appearance, they finally understood why Lin Feng had gone to such great lengths to help her cure her heart-devouring goo poison. She was such a rare beauty. Any man would be willing to do anything for her. The sect master of the evil goo sect was called Wu Tianchong. During this time, Lin Feng had become quite familiar with him. He said, I brought her here. Senior Wu, please take a look at her. Wu Tianchong said, sit down and circulate your cultivation technique. Yes, I'll have to trouble you, senior. Li Yingdai nodded, found a place to sit, and began circulating her cultivation technique. Wu Tianchong began to examine Li Yingdai's body. It took a full 2 hours for the inspection to be completed. Wu Tianchong said, this is a heart-devouring goo poison. Duan Hongxiu has some powerful heart-devouring goo poison, but it's a heart-devouring goo poison that has been lost for a long time. Lin Feng's expression became serious. A heart-devouring goo poison that has been lost for a long time? Does that mean there's no cure for this heart-devouring goo poison? If you came to me a year ago, there would be no cure. Indeed, there was no solution. But now that you've come to find me, you've come at the right time. Some time ago, I just found a Tao scripture in an ancient cave, and it introduced the method to cure this kind of poison. Wu Tianchong said. Hearing Wu Tianchong's words, Lin Feng and Li Yingdai were pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng said, then I'll have to trouble you, senior. Wu Tianchong said, don't be so happy just yet. I do know how to cure the goo, but it's extremely overbearing. It's called using goo to fight goo. It requires more than 700 types of goo poison to concoct a goo poison, and the victim has to stay inside for 3 days and 3 nights. If the victim is still alive after 3 days, the goo will be cured. What's the probability of survival? Lin Feng asked. 1%. Wu Tianchong said. Li Yingdai's pretty face turned pale. The probability of 1% was too low. Lin Feng's expression also became uncertain. Li Yingdai gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing to give it a try. Junior sister Li. Lin Feng looked at Li Yingdai. He saw determination in Li Yingdai's eyes, and he also saw the desire for freedom in them. Lin Feng said, I believe that you can cure the goo. No matter how painful it is, you must not despair. You must have confidence in yourself. Senior brother Lin, don't worry. I will definitely survive. Li Yingdai said. Wu Tianchong then went to concoct the goo poison. After concocting it, Li Yingdai entered the room. Soon, Li Yingdia's painful cries could be heard from the room. It's good that she can scream. It means that she's still alive. If she can't even scream, it means that she's already dead. Wu Tianchong said. Lin Feng said, can I go in? Wu Tianchong said, you'll only distract her and she'll die faster. Lin Feng could only nod. Time passed. Li Yingdia's cries became weaker and weaker. Lin Feng had the feeling that time was passing by like a year. He wished that 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye. But time seemed to be flowing slower and slower. As Li Yingdia's voice became weaker and weaker, Lin Feng's expression became more and more unsightly. The more it's like this, the more it's a test of willpower and faith. Wu Tianchong said. Lin Feng also knew that he couldn't help Li Yingdai now. Li Yingdai had to rely on herself. In the end, Lin Feng couldn't even hear Li Yingdia's voice anymore. This made him extremely worried. He wanted to rush into the room to check on Li Yingdia's condition, but he was stopped by Wu Tianchong. Let's wait and see. Wu Tianchong said. Fortunately, not long after, he heard Li Yingdia's weak voice again. Under this kind of torment, 3 days finally passed. Lin Feng rushed into the room. He saw Li Yingdai leaning against the bathtub with her eyes closed. He quickly walked over and checked on Li Yingdia's condition. When he found that Li Yingdai was still alive, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Take her to rest for a while. She should be fine when she wakes up. Wu Tianchong said. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng thanked him and carried Li Yingdai back to his room. Then, he took off Li Yingdia's wet clothes. Li Yingdai had already gone to Mount Wu with Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng didn't have to avoid danger. After coming out of the room, Lin Feng noticed that Wu Tianchong was about to leave. He said, I, Lin Feng, will remember today's kindness. If you need me in the future, just say the word. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse. Wu Tianchong said. All right. Let's part ways here. Then, Wu Tianchong left. Master, isn't it too easy to bring Goddess Li out this time? Wan Yenyang asked. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Junior sister Li said that her master has some matters to attend to and isn't in the sect. Yi Xiu said, that's a good reason. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about Li Yingdai. Lin Feng said, I checked her body, but I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. We don't need to worry too much. The Xianyuan ancient ship flew towards the nearest ancient city. It was unknown how long it would take to fly back to the ancient desolate sea, so it had to enter the city and use a space-time wormhole to reach the ancient desolate sea. This would save them a lot of time. Li Yingdai slept for 10 days before waking up. When she turned around, she saw Lin Feng sitting on a stool not far away, reading a book. She blushed and asked, Senior brother, how long was I asleep? 10 days. You're fine now. Lin Feng got up and sat beside the bed, smiling. Li Yingdai had recovered quite well. About a month and a half later, the Xianyuan ancient ship arrived at the ancient desolate sea. In another 3 or 4 days, they should be able to reach the Dragon's Gate. In a room, Lin Feng and Li Yingdai were sleeping in each other's arms. Yingdai, wake up, Yingdai, wake up, several voices echoed in Li Yingdia's mind. Swish, swish. In the darkness, Li Yingdai opened her eyes. However, her eyes had become incomparably empty. It was as if she had lost her soul. Yingdai, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The voice that resounded in Li Yingdia's mind suddenly became urgent. The voice was extremely cold, as if it had a deep hatred for Lin Feng, as if it wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. If Lin Feng heard that voice, he would be very surprised, because that voice was exactly the same as Duan Hongxiu's voice. Duan Hongxiu's voice actually resounded in Li Yingdia's mind, and seemed to be controlling Li Yingdai, making Li Yingdai kill Lin Feng. Li Yingdia's eyes became so empty, as if she had completely lost herself. but suddenly, Li Yingdia's empty eyes flashed with a hint of struggle. Her soul seemed to be struggling. Yingdai. You are masters. This man tarnished the relationship between master and disciple, do you still remember? You promised master that you would never betray master. Master trusted you so much, loved you so much, but you betrayed master for a man. Master didn't kill you, because master couldn't bear to kill you. As long as you kill this man, master will forget that you betrayed master, and master will still love you as before. Kill him, quickly kill him. Duan Hongxiu's voice became more and more urgent. Her voice seemed to have a terrifying magic power, bewitching Li Yingdai. Li Yingdai quickly lost herself again. Li Yingdai looked at Lin Feng who was beside her. Swish. A light flashed in her hand. A dagger appeared. That's right. You did a great job. Directly stab his heart, as long as this man dies, master will forgive you. Stab. Stab his heart. Duan Hongxiu's voice continued to resound, slowly tempting Li Yingdai to stab Lin Feng with the dagger. Li Yingdai had completely lost herself, she held the dagger in her hand and stabbed towards Lin Feng's heart. But at this time, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He was shocked and quickly grabbed Li Yingdia's wrist. Li Yingdia's left hand slapped towards Lin Feng. She was completely crazy, she didn't want Lin Feng's life, she didn't seem to want to give up. Lin Feng quickly grabbed Li Yingdia's palm, and then pressed Li Yingdai under his body, making her unable to struggle. It's the soul-seizing curse, quickly enter her mind, otherwise, this little girl's soul. The demon lord in the demon orb raised his eyelids said. Lin Feng was stupefied. His soul left his body and entered Li Yingdia's brain. Bitch, go to hell. In the depths of Li Yingdia's mind, there was a soul imprint left behind by Duan Hongxiu. But now, the soul imprint left behind by Duan Hongxiu had turned into a small soul imprint. Duan Hongxiu, who had turned into a small soul, directly sent a palm strike towards Li Yingdia's imprisoned soul. Exclamation point. At this critical moment, the souls. Duan Hongxiu, you vicious woman, aren't you too cruel? Junior sister Li is your disciple, yet you want to kill her. Lin Feng's soul said coldly. Senior brother Lin. I'm sorry, I don't want to kill you. I can't control my body. Li Yingdai said while weeping. Don't be afraid. I know it's not your fault. I will save you. Lin Feng said. Duan Hongxiu's soul imprint roared, no one can touch my things. I'll kill anyone who touches it, and I'll destroy this thing with my own hands. Things? You treat junior martial sister Li as an object? She is a living person, not an object. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. A living person? How laughable. How laughable. She's just a tool for me to vent my desires. In my eyes, she's no different from an object. Duan Hongxiu's soul imprint sneered. Master, it's not like that. It's not like that, Li Yingdai found it hard to accept. Although Li Yingdai did not want to maintain that kind of relationship with Duan Hongxiu. But other than this, Li Yingdai had always respected Duan Hongxiu. But she did not expect that. In Duan Hongxiu's eyes, she was not even a person, but a tool. This was a heavy blow to Li Yingdai. You're a madman. Lin Feng's soul imprint looked coldly at Duan Hongxiu's soul imprint. You adulterous couple, go to hell. Duan Hongxiu's soul imprint rushed toward Lin Feng's soul imprint. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng's soul imprint suddenly turned into a celestial map. It was Lu Ye's celestial map, and it flew out. Bang. Lu Ye's celestial map and Duan Hongxiu's soul imprint collided. Crack crack. Suddenly, Duan Hongxiu's soul imprint began to shatter. No matter how powerful Duan Hongxiu was. It was just a soul imprint, how could it compete with Lin Feng's soul imprint? Moreover, Lin Feng even used Lu Ye's celestial map, a supreme lost art. Lin Feng, just you wait, I'll tear you into pieces. Duan Hongxiu's soul imprint cursed viciously before it dissipated. Bang! In the next moment, Duan Hongxiu's soul imprint was shattered. Lin Feng immediately helped Li Yingdia's soul to break free from the shackles, But he realized that there was a rune deep in Xianxia's soul. It was a rune formed by the soul-seizing spell. Although the rune had quieted down, it was not destroyed. Lin Feng's face suddenly turned ugly. As long as the soul-seizing spell rune was still there, Li Yingdai would still be controlled. He tried to break the soul-seizing spell rune. But he failed. Because the soul-seizing spell rune's perception was very strong, it showed signs of recovery when it sensed the invasion of other forces. Once it recovered, it seemed like it would regain control of Li Yingdia's soul. Lin Feng's soul could only temporarily leave Li Yingdia's mind. "It's okay, have a good rest." Lin Feng stroked Li Yingdia's tear-stained face. Li Yingdai curled up in Lin Feng's arms, hugging Lin Feng tightly. The next day, Lin Feng found that Li Yingdai had disappeared. There was a letter on the table. Lin Feng opened the letter and saw a few short lines. Senior brother Lin Yingdai was well aware of how terrifying the soul-seizing curse was. Although the soul-seizing curse had lost all of its power in a short period of time, the soul-seizing curse could still erupt at any time, so please forgive Yingdai for leaving without saying goodbye. Yingdai didn't want to lose control and hurt her senior apprentice brother. Yingdai remembered that there was a place that seemed to be able to break the soul-seizing spell. Yingdai will go to that place, hoping to break my soul-seizing spell. Senior brother, don't look for Yingdai anymore. When Yingdai breaks the soul-seizing spell, I will come to find senior brother. Yingdai has already set up a soul imprint. When the soul-seizing spell awakens again, the restriction set by Yingdai will destroy Yingdia's soul. Yingdai would rather die than be controlled. If that time comes, please forget about Yingdai. In Yingdia's life, there was a short period of time when she had a senior brother. She had a complete life. Yingdai did not have any regrets. Li Yingdia's name was written on the balance. Lin Feng sat on the bed and scratched his head. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. He had tried so hard to save Li Yingdai. But in the end, the result was so cruel. Li Yingdai said that she knew a place that could resolve the soul-seizing curse. From Lin Feng's point of view, this sentence was more like a consolation. Lin Feng did not believe that Li Yingdai really had a way to resolve the soul-seizing curse. It was too difficult. What's the big deal about this feeling of helplessness? This is not the most despairing thing. Back then, I watched my clansmen die one by one in front of my eyes, turning into ashes, but I could not do anything. That feeling was truly despairing. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng asked, "Have you recovered your memories?" The Demon Lord said, "I would rather forget many things. The past is unbearable to look back on. Now that I look back, I can only feel endless sorrow and regret." The Demon Lord was a person with a story. How he was killed, who killed him, and the tragic deaths of his clansmen. Now, perhaps the Demon Lord had already recovered many of his lost memories. Yao Jin continued, "A lot of things happen because we're not strong enough. That's why we have to increase our cultivation and make ourselves stronger. That's the only way we can prevent more tragedies from happening." Lin Feng nodded. He regained his composure. He had to look forward. He had to make himself stronger. "Junior sister Li, I hope we will meet again one day." Lin Feng muttered to himself and put away Li Yingdia's letter. He put it away. 3 days later, the ancient starship Xianyuan returned to Dragon Gate Island. After returning, Lin Feng found out that Sun Jian had recruited 3 top-notch blacksmiths. This made Lin Feng very happy. These 3 blacksmiths were Sun Jian's friends. Now, Lin Feng had accumulated a lot of precious blacksmithing materials. But Dragon Gate Island did not have any top-notch blacksmiths. They could not refine these materials into divine weapons. But with these 3 blacksmiths, Dragon Gate Island could produce divine weapons in batches. This could quickly increase the strength of Dragon Gate Island. On the 3rd day after returning to Dragon Gate Island, the white jade toad evolved. After evolving, the toad gained a new ability. This ability was called Poison Domain. The white jade toad belonged to the Stone Clan, and it was the most heaven-defying existence. Therefore, the white jade toad had unimaginable battle strength. Every time the white jade toad evolved, its battle strength would increase greatly. This time, the white jade toad's evolution was the same. Once the poison domain appeared, it could condense a huge domain. This domain contained a strong poison. Anyone who was enveloped by this domain would be poisoned. Once a cultivator's body was poisoned, even if they didn't die, their combat power would be greatly reduced. That was the poison domain. It was extremely terrifying. What is the poisonous bug I obtained in the martial origin immortal abode? The amount of poison the white jade toad needs to evolve is unimaginable. However, this poisonous bug not only provided the white jade toad with the poison it needs to evolve, but the most unbelievable thing is that the white jade toad seems to have only absorbed a small portion of the poison. It's unbelievable. If the white jade toad devours all the poison in this poisonous bug, how many times can it evolve? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. This poisonous bug was very mysterious. Lin Feng searched through many ancient books. He could not find out what kind of poisonous bug it was. Perhaps the poisonous bug from the immortal ancient era had already gone extinct. In the following time, apart from cultivating, Lin Feng studied the mysterious ring he obtained from the martial origin immortal abode. The ring definitely had an extraordinary origin, but the restrictions within it were very complicated. Lin Feng studied it for a long time, but he could not break the restrictions, which made him rather depressed. However, he did not give up. The material of this ring is called the sky crystal. It's an extremely rare material. It's said that this material disappeared during the Bronze Age, so this ring must have existed for a very long time. Of course, this ring must have been obtained by many people, and the last owner must have been an expert from the immortal age. It's very likely that he had a very special relationship with my Wu Yuan. The demon lord said. The sky crystal, there is actually such a material? I always thought it was something from the legends. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He had seen an introduction to the sky crystal in an ancient book. It was said that a fingernail-sized sky crystal could create a minor world. Great emperors searched the heavens in order to find a sky crystal to create a storage treasure. However, it was very difficult to find such a material. Therefore, Lin Feng had always thought that the sky crystal was something from the legends. He did not expect it to actually exist, and the ring in his hand was made from a sky crystal. Lin Feng continued to study the restriction of this ring, but unfortunately, he still could not find a way to break it. Such a complicated restriction made Lin Feng feel a little excited. In this ring, what treasure will there be? Will there be the immortal artifact of my Wu Yuan, a true immortal, if there is really an immortal artifact? He was about to wake up from laughing. After the restriction of the ring was broken, he knew whether there was an immortal artifact or not. On this day, a servant came to report that an old friend came to visit. Lin Feng was surprised. An old friend came to visit? Who is this old friend? He asked the servant to invite the guest to the living room. After seeing this guest, Lin Feng's face showed a surprised expression. He said in surprise, Princess Xueli. I didn't expect it to be you. Princess Xueli. The princess of the deep-sea demon kingdom. When Lin Feng went to the deep-sea demon kingdom with Naza, Lin Feng became acquainted with him. Lin Gongzi, I didn't expect you to build such a huge force in the ancient desolate sea realm in such a short time. Princess Xueli exclaimed. When she looked at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance from time to time. Back then, Lin Feng killed the evil Dragon Palace's fifth heaven celestial god, Long Xingqiong, with one move outside the deep-sea demon kingdom. That scene deeply shocked Princess Xueli. Even after such a long time, every time she closed her eyes. In Princess Shirley's mind, that shocking scene would often appear. Lin Feng said with a smile. I was lucky to be able to build the dragon sect. Princess Xueli smiled slightly. She naturally knew that this was just Lin Feng's humble words. If it was just luck, it was impossible to build such a huge force in such a short time. When Naza heard that Princess Shirley had come, she was very happy. She hurried to the living room and hugged Princess Shirley when she saw her. Tears welled up in Princess Shirley's eyes. Women were emotional creatures. Therefore, it was easy for them to feel sad. Lin Feng prepared a banquet for Princess Shirley. He smiled and asked, May I know how you came to the ancient desolate sea realm? I came to the ancient desolate sea realm to visit a friend. I didn't think I'd hear about you. Perhaps it's fate. Yes, Sister Shirley, it must be fate. Otherwise, how could we have met? Sister Shirley and I are fated to meet, and so is Brother Lin, said Naza. Lin Feng smiled. Hearing Naza's innocent words, Princess Shirley seemed to have thought of something else, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. They talked about many things, and Princess Shirley also talked about the purple-scaled mermaids and the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. The purple-scaled mermaids and the experts of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace had left with her father. Princess Shirley hadn't heard from her father for a long time. This worried Princess Shirley quite a bit. Princess, don't you know where they went? Asked Lin Feng. I don't know. Father rarely talks about himself. Perhaps he went to a secret place. He's been looking for a secret place all these years. Perhaps he found it already. Princess Shirley said. A secret place? Do you know where it is, Princess? Asked Lin Feng. I don't know, said Princess Shirley. Princess Shirley stayed on Lin Feng's Dragon Gate Island for 3 days. During that time, Naza accompanied her. After 3 days, Princess Shirley bid farewell and left. On this day, Wan Yin came to the study and said, Master, I have a subordinate who wants to see you. Bring him in, said Lin Feng. Yes. After Wan Yin left, he quickly brought a young cultivator in. When the young cultivator saw Lin Feng, he quickly bowed and said, Ding Yunzhong, Vice Commander of the 9th Battalion of the 3rd Legion of the Dragon Gate Army, greets sir. No need for formalities. Lin Feng waved his hand and said. Thank you, sir. Ding Yunzhong thanked him before getting up. Lin Feng asked, I heard that you wanted to see me. What's the matter? Ding Yunzhong said, My lord, ever since I joined the Dragon Sect, I've learned of your great ambition. Now that you're recruiting, I'd like to recommend 2 candidates. Oh? Who are you recommending? Lin Feng asked. One is a Grand Master of Formation and the other is a Grand Master of Alchemy. Ding Yunzhong said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. An ancestor-level array Grandmaster must have a profound understanding of array formations. Such an array Grandmaster was needed by every force. As for alchemists at the level of an ancestor, they were even rarer. That was because alchemists were extremely rare. He did not know how many years he would be able to see an alchemist. Back then, Lin Feng wanted to refine the deity elixir. He did not know how many places he had searched, but he was unable to find an alchemist. Now, Ding Yunzhong actually knew the whereabouts of an ancestor-level alchemist. Naturally, he was worth paying attention to. Lin Feng asked, Do you know these 2? Ding Yunzhong hurriedly said, My lord. One of my ancestors was a fellow disciple of these 2 seniors. Unfortunately, this ancestor of mine died in an accident many years ago, causing our lineage to decline. Fortunately, these 2 seniors still helped this subordinate's lineage out of consideration for my ancestor's friendship. Thus, this subordinate was able to recommend these 2 seniors to Sect Master. If we can recruit these 2 seniors into the Dragon Sect, the Dragon Sect's reputation will definitely soar. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to attract even more experts. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, Good. Ding Yunzhong. This matter, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, will be recorded as a great merit. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Ding Yunzhong immediately thanked him profusely. There's no time like the present. Let's set off today. Wan Yin, go and make preparations. Gather 3,000 soldiers of the Dragon Sect's army and set off with me. Lin Feng said. Yes, master. Wan Yin responded and left the room. The ancient ship, Xianxia, sailed through the sea. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng learned from Ding Yunzhong that the 2 experts Ding Yunzhong mentioned were called Zhugeqini and Wenziren. These 2 were people who had cultivated for more than 3 million years. Back then, they were also famous experts in the sea. However, they had gone into seclusion later on, so fewer and fewer people knew about them. The ancient ship continued to sail deeper into the sea. The weather was getting colder and colder. Zhugeqini and Wenziren were currently living in seclusion together. The place they lived was called Ice Serpent Island. This ice serpent island was close to the polar ice plains in the southern sea. It was said that there were many powerful ice serpents living around the island. Once one entered that region, one would be attacked by the ice serpents. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many wonders on the sea. He even saw an island with an ice crystal tree growing on it. This ice crystal tree was said to be extinct. It seemed like the rumors were false. On this day, snow was falling from the sky. The weather was very cold. The temperature had reached negative 2000 degrees Celsius. Many soldiers were shivering from the cold. Lin Feng asked the soldiers to enter the ancient ship. There were powerful restrictions on the ancient ship, which made it very warm. As they went deeper, the temperature continued to drop. Back in the Arctic ice plains, some places could reach negative 10,000 degrees Celsius. Even heavenly god stage cultivators would freeze to death if they stayed outside for a night. It was said that the Arctic ice plains was much colder than the Arctic ice plains. Some places could even reach negative 100,000 degrees Celsius. Even giant god stage experts would freeze to death if they stayed there for a night. Of course, Lin Feng and the others had not reached the Arctic ice plains. They were still in the outer region of the Arctic ice plains. Even though the weather was extremely cold, what surprised Lin Feng was that the water hadn't frozen yet. Sometimes, he could not help but sigh at the wonders of the Creator. Even in such cold weather, it did not freeze. He did not know why. Bang bang bang, suddenly, something was crazily hitting the Xianyuan ancient ship. Lin Feng and the others quickly went out and saw a huge ice serpent that was over 1,000 meters long. It was hitting the restrictions on the Xianyuan ancient ship. "Sir, we're almost there," Ding Yinzhong said. Lin Feng nodded. The Xianyuan ancient ship soared into the sky, got rid of the ice serpent's attacks, and quickly flew towards the depths. 2 hours later, a gigantic ice island appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. This island was where Zhuge and Wenziren cultivated, Ice Serpent Island. There were many powerful ice snakes swimming around the Ice Snake Island. Many of the ice snakes were coldly looking at the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship in the sky. It seemed like they would attack the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship at any moment. Fortunately, these ice serpents obediently stayed in the sea. "Sir, the Ice Serpent Island is right in front of us. The tempers of these two seniors are a bit strange, so it might not be easy to recruit them. Sir, you must be mentally prepared," Ding Yinzhong said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's go to the island now." "Yes, sir, please follow me." Ding Yinzhong led the way. The rest of the people stayed on the ancient ship. When Lin Feng entered the island, he sensed some powerful qi in the depths of the island. There was a powerful deployment spell in the depths of the island. It seems like Senior Wenziren's formation skills have reached the acme of perfection. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Zhuge was an alchemist, while Wenziren was an array grandmaster. Ding Yinzhong said. That's right. Senior Wen's formation skills are very profound. In the past, some immortal sects came to ask for Senior Wen's help in setting up a new formation. The two chatted as they walked deeper into the island. Lin Feng discovered that there were many rare spirit beasts living on this island. For example, there was a spirit beast that was completely white like a white bear. However, it had a pair of huge wings and a huge snow-white tail. This spirit beast's tail was even longer than its body. It was unknown what kind of spirit beast it was. There were countless of such spirit beasts on the island. Lin Feng also saw a few unicorns. Unicorns were extremely rare spirit beasts. It was said that unicorns represented the purest energy in the world. Only the purest virgins could approach them. These spirit beasts were raised by Senior Wen. Ding Yinzhong said. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move. This Senior Wenziren actually kept so many spirit beasts in captivity. It seemed that he was a relatively easygoing person. This was because it required patience to raise spirit beasts. Hot-tempered people or people who were impetuous would not be able to raise spirit beasts. And those who were more patient tended to be easier to talk to. Although this island was called Ice Serpent Island, it was obviously incompatible with the surrounding environment. It was snowing heavily. On Ice Serpent Island, it was like spring all year round. All kinds of exotic flowers and herbs were blooming, and spirit beasts were galloping. It was as if they had arrived at a fairyland. Soon, Lin Feng and Ding Yunzhong arrived at the depths of the island. In the depths of the island, there was a huge mountain. Zhuge and Wen Xiren's cave residence was built on the mountain peak. However, the mountain peak was protected by a powerful array formation. If one wanted to enter, they would have to pass through the array formation. My lord, please wait for a moment. I will go in and report this to my lord. Ding Yunzhong said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Ding Yunzhong walked into the depths of the formation and stood outside. He said, Ancestors, I've come to see you, and I brought a friend with me. Please, ancestors, let us in. Swish, suddenly, a divine light swept out from the array formation and directly swept Ding Yunzhong's body, sending him flying. There was a loud thump. Ding Yunzhong fell to the ground miserably. Ouch, it hurts so much. Ancestors, what are you doing? Are you trying to take this junior's life? Ding Yunzhong crawled up from the ground and wailed. However, no sound came from inside. Zhuge and Wen Xiren simply ignored Ding Yunzhong. Ding Yunzhong smiled bitterly and walked back. He said, My lord, these two seniors have very strange tempers. They must be unhappy that I brought you here. That's why they threw me out. Lin Feng patted Ding Yunzhong's shoulder and said, Return to the ancient ship. Leave the rest to me. Understood. Ding Yunzhong replied and left. Lin Feng walked into the depths of the island and stopped outside the array. He cupped his fists and said, Seniors. This junior is Lin Feng, the leader of the Dragon's Gate. I have come to visit you and ask you to open the array and let me in. This junior has something important to discuss with you. Leave quickly. Don't disturb our cultivation. A deep voice came from the depths of the island. It should be either Zhuge or Wen Xiren. Lin Feng said, This junior has come to help you reach a higher level. Once you hear my words, you will know that this junior has come with sincerity. Brat, you're so young, but you're quite arrogant. If you're really capable, go through the array first. The other voice sneered. Lin Feng said, Alright, then this junior will test the mysteries of this array. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng walked towards the array without hesitation. He naturally knew that it would be very difficult to pass through the array. Wen Xiren's array skills were incomparably high. However, Lin Feng was quite confident in his array skills. He had encountered a powerful array set up by an expert. Lin Feng was quite interested in competing with it. He entered the array and saw the white fog rolling around him. The scene in front of him changed. In the next moment, he disappeared. Lin Feng was teleported to the center of the array. Swish! Suddenly, an ice-cold light slashed at him from behind. This cold light pierced through the sky and was extremely powerful. Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. He moved to the left and dodged the ice-cold light. However, at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized that something had wrapped around his legs. He looked down and saw dense black vines growing out of the ground. Those black vines had wrapped around his legs. Slash! Lin Feng slashed out a ray of sword chi towards the black vines. Clang, clang, clang. However, when his sword chi slashed at the black rattan, the sword chi slashed out. It was actually blocked by the black vines. How is this possible? Lin Feng was shocked. He knew how powerful his attack was, but he couldn't believe that he couldn't cut through the black vines. He didn't know what these vines were, but their defensive power was actually so strong. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, something even more terrifying happened. Around Lin Feng, a dense cold light condensed. These cold lights tore through the void. They all rushed towards Lin Feng, who was entangled by the black vines. You dare to break the array with this level of skill? A disdainful voice came from the depths of the array. Senior, it's too early to be smug. Lin Feng replied indifferently. When the dense cold light shot over, energy crystal walls appeared around his body. All the cold light shot onto the energy crystal walls. They were blocked by these energy crystal walls. This was the energy crystal wall constructed by the Great Defense technique that Lin Feng cultivated. The Great Defense technique was also one of the 3000 Great Dao, and it was one of the only 2 defensive divine abilities among the 3000 Great Dao. The other defensive divine ability was the Dexian martial art. After using the great defense technique to block the cold light attacks, Lin Feng's body immediately appeared with heavenly fire. Qi. 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 The heavenly fire wrapped around the black vines that wrapped around his body. Instantly, the black vines began to burn. Fire restrained wood. These black vines belonged to the wood category. Naturally, they were restrained by the heavenly fire. Humph. A cold snort came from the depths. However, the voice soon disappeared. Lin Feng continued to walk towards the depths of the array. This array was not simple because it not only contained array formation attacks, but also some other attacks, such as the black vines. He wondered if there were other powerful methods that he had to guard against. Suddenly, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The world that was shrouded in white fog disappeared. Lin Feng found himself in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As far as the eye could see, endless corpses were piled up into a mountain. Endless blood gathered to form a sea of blood. In the sea of blood, there were also countless corpses floating. The densely packed corpses opened their eyes at the same time. Then, with a roar that shook the sky, they pounced towards Lin Feng. An evil aura spread between heaven and earth. The situation in front of him was too terrifying. It made it impossible to tell what was real and what was illusory. Lin Feng felt a pain in his head as if it was about to split open. His mind became absent-minded. When he looked up, he saw an army of corpses drowning him. This caused him to be overwhelmed with shock. He retreated quickly, his heart filled with fear. He wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. But at this time, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. He still remembered that he was in the array. How could he possibly see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Illusion. It must be an illusion. It was just that when Xiren's illusions were too powerful, this kind of illusion almost made him lose himself in it. This caused Lin Feng to be deeply shocked and in disbelief. This when Xiren's attainments in formations were so high. Of course, there were many capable people in this world. The experts of the world should not be underestimated. Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He opened the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. This was the Eye of Origin. It could see through all illusions. After the Heavenly Demon Snake opened its eyes, all the illusions disappeared. However, a terrifying aura came from behind him. No one knew what kind of attack it was. Lin Feng hurriedly summoned the Death God armor to protect his body. Behind him, an energy ball appeared and slammed into his body. Bang! The ball of energy exploded. It was a powerful impact. It sent Lin Feng flying. Crackle! Lin Feng felt that all the bones in his body were about to be shattered. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. Damn, the attack is actually so powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out gloomily. If it wasn't for the Death God armor protecting his body, the attack just now would have been lacerated. He was seriously injured. Perverted old man. Lin Feng couldn't help but slander in his heart. Whoosh 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 whoosh, waves after waves of violent fluctuations swept over from all directions. Dense balls of light appeared. They were as fast as lightning and shot towards Lin Feng. One by one, the energy balls emitted powerful fluctuations that could destroy heaven and earth. The power was too tyrannical. It made Lin Feng feel a sense of fear. Now, Lin Feng's level of formations was also incomparably powerful. However, Lin Feng's time of studying formations was very short. Therefore, compared to an old monster like Wen Xiren who had studied formations for millions of years, he was still lacking a bit of maturity. Lin Feng was also very clear about this point. Of course. Although Wen Xiren's great formation was powerful, Lin Feng's inheritance of the celestial master Dao was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, he was still very confident in breaking the formation. He quickly moved and dodged the attacks of the energy balls. It was this kind of energy ball that had blown him away just now. Therefore, Lin Feng knew how powerful this kind of energy ball was. While dodging these energy balls, he used the formation splitting technique. One by one, the great formations were torn apart by Lin Feng. Not only did he dodge the attacks of the energy balls, but he also split open the Great Formation and gradually went deep into the Great Formation. At this moment, in a cave in the deepest part of the Great Formation, a mirror floated in front of two old men. In the mirror, Lin Feng was breaking the formation. The tall and sturdy old man on the right gloated, "Old man, your formation skills are really lacking. It's actually going to be broken by a young cultivator. If news of this spreads, you'll lose a lot of face." The old man who spoke was Zhuge. He was a powerful alchemist. As for the old man on the left, he had a sage-like demeanor. He was Wen Xiren. Wen Xiren did not get angry when he heard Zhuge gloating words. He said, "This kid's formation skills are indeed very high, but it won't be that easy to break the formation and enter." As soon as Wen Xiren finished speaking, roars could be heard coming from outside. Zhuge eyes narrowed, and he said, "The war god puppets have awakened. Looks like this kid is going to lose." Lin Feng, who was breaking the formation, frowned when he heard the roars coming from the depths of the formation. After the roars came, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying aura surging out from the depths of the formation. It seemed like some powerful existence was rapidly charging out. Swoosh, there was a flash of light. Within the white mist, a huge figure appeared, swinging a huge golden sword at Lin Feng. The space was torn apart by the sword. What terrifying power! Lin Feng's heart trembled, and he quickly retreated, barely dodging the attack. At this moment, he clearly saw what the huge figure was. It was a golden giant, but it did not have any aura of life. Thus, Lin Feng guessed that it was a puppet. Moreover, Lin Feng could sense that the formation's power was continuously flowing into the golden giant's body. The golden giant's battle prowess was continuously rising. War god puppets? Could they be the legendary war god puppets? The legendary war god puppets that protect the heavenly court. Aren't these war god puppets from the Undying Realm? Why are they here? Lin Feng was shocked. In many myths and legends, there were legends about the war god puppet. It was said that the war god puppet was a fallen war god of the heaven realm, and its corpse fell into the Undying Realm. Then it was forged into a war god puppet by the big shots of the Undying Realm using an ancient secret technique. There seemed to be a total of 12 such war god puppets in the Undying Realm, patrolling and guarding the Undying Realm. Now, the appearance of such a war god puppet naturally made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. Was it really a war god puppet of the Undying Realm? In the long years, there had been countless catastrophes in the various heavens. Therefore, it was understandable that the war god puppet of the Undying Realm had inadvertently spread to the 9 provinces' great world. Roar! The war god puppet roared again, waving the giant golden sword and slashing towards Lin Feng. Sword chi crisscrossed, tearing the void apart. Lin Feng dodged the sword of the war god puppet somewhat awkwardly. Eh? Lin Feng was surprised. He found that there was something wrong with the puppet. The war god puppet was indeed very powerful, but there were still many damaged places on its body. It seemed to have been destroyed in the past, but now it had been repaired. Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility. The war god puppet was originally in the Undying Realm when the catastrophes descended. For some reason, the war god puppet had spread to the 9 provinces' great world. Then, countless years had passed. Wen Xiren had obtained the damaged war god puppet by chance. Then Wen Xiren began to repair the war god puppet. In the end, the war god puppet was able to recover part of its power, but if Wen Xiren wanted to completely repair the war god puppet, it was obviously not something that could be done in a day. This war god puppet was more seriously damaged, and it was unknown how many precious materials it would take to completely repair it. Of course, this war god puppet was really too terrifying. Although only a part of it had been repaired, its power was still frighteningly strong. Moreover, Wen Xiren had obviously merged the war god puppet with the formation he had set up. The war god puppet had become a part of the formation. Therefore, the war god puppet was able to continuously absorb the energy provided by the formation to increase its battle strength. The war god puppet's attacks were endless, slashing towards Lin Feng one sword after another. The godly battle puppet's attacks were too powerful. Lin Feng had to dodge the godly battle puppet's attack. Then he summoned the 9 demons, and controlled the war god puppet, The war god puppet unleashed its might and sent the 9 demons' portrait flying with a single slash. F***ck, what a pervert. Lin Lin couldn't help howling. Even a supreme treasure like the 9 demons painting was sent flying by the war god puppet. As expected of the undying world's guardian. Back then, since he could represent the heavens to patrol and protect the undying world, what kind of strength did he have? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Facing the war god puppet's attacks, Lin Feng was quite embarrassed. It was almost impossible to defeat this war god puppet. Therefore, there was only one way, and that was to find the core of the formation. If he could break the core of the formation, then the formation would collapse. Moreover, the war god puppet would lose all its threats at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng began to look for the core of the formation. But at this moment, a clattering sound could be heard. Chains appeared one after another. These chains were like chains of order, locking down heaven and earth, and entangling towards Lin Feng. Seeing these chains, Lin Feng immediately felt that it was extremely troublesome. Originally, facing the war god puppet's attacks was already a very troublesome matter, and with these chains of order entangling him, this gave Lin Feng a headache. Slash. He unleashed Skyrend. It condensed a powerful blade light. He wanted to cut those chains of order. However, things did not go as he wished. The defense of those chains of order was very strong. Although Lin Feng's attack hit those chains of order, it was unable to cut through them. Clatter. Then, the chains of order entangled towards Lin Feng. The great path of sacrifice, I will sacrifice the order law in exchange for a powerful strength to strengthen my body. Lin Feng suddenly roared. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the chains of order around him. In an instant, the power of sacrifice surged out. When the power of sacrifice wrapped around the chains of order, the power of sacrifice began to spread. The chains of order began to be sacrificed by Lin Feng. This was the great sacrifice technique, and it was extremely overbearing. If one's cultivation was strong enough, they could even sacrifice a great world. As the order law was sacrificed, Lin Feng instantly felt the power in his body increasing crazily. Ha 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 ha, the great sacrifice technique is indeed powerful. Lin Feng laughed. The great sacrifice technique not only dispelled the attacks of the chains of order, but it also increased his combat strength. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, killing 2 eagles with 1 stone. At this moment, the war god puppet charged over and slashed at Lin Feng with its sword. Lin Feng controlled the 9 devil painting to sweep at the war god puppet. Now that Lin Feng had obtained the power of sacrifice technique, his combat strength had increased to an unprecedented level. Therefore, when he activated the 9 devil painting, its power increased tremendously. Bang, the 9 devil painting and the war god puppet collided again. In the previous collisions, the 9 devil painting was sent flying by the war god puppet. But now, it was the opposite. The 9 devil painting directly sent the war god puppet flying. Where is the formation core? His heavenly demon snake eyes scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Found it. The formation core was in the front left position. He quickly rushed in the direction of the formation core. Roar, 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 but at this moment, a deep roar came from the depths of the cave. Rumble, 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 next. The ground shook violently. Another 4 war god puppets rushed out with golden giant swords in their hands, including the god of war puppet from before. A total of 5 war god puppets were all awakened. After seeing the 5 war god puppets, Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. He originally thought that there was only 1 war god puppet here, but he didn't expect there to be 5. 1 war god puppet was already so difficult to deal with, let alone 5 war god puppets together. I have to break the formation core as soon as possible. Lin Feng didn't choose to retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and rushed toward the formation core. He wanted to destroy the core of the formation before the 5 puppets of war surrounded him. Swoosh, Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards the eye of the formation. However, at that moment, the 5 puppets roared and charged towards Lin Feng. Inside the cave, Wen Xiren could not help but snort coldly. He had not expected to use 5 war god puppets this time. To think that he would use all of his war god puppets to deal with a young junior trying to break the formation. This made Wen Xiren feel embarrassed. Zhuge said, "You can't look at him as a junior. In the world of cultivators, the strong are respected, not the age. Although he's young, he's very capable. Since he was able to establish the Dragon Gate in such a short period of time, he's definitely not a simple person." Of course I know he's not a simple person. From what you're saying, do you really want to rely on him? Wen Xiren could not help but ask. Wen Xiren and Zhuge were both old monsters. They had lived for so many years. They naturally knew why Lin Feng was here. Zhuge said, "I don't have such thoughts. I'm just a wild crane that doesn't care about worldly matters. I'm happy to be idle." While Wen Xiren and Zhuge were talking, Lin Feng had already charged to the front of the formation. He directly swept his gaze towards the eye of the formation. Bang, the eye of the formation exploded. "It's done." Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. However, in the next moment, his smile came to an abrupt end. Because, although the eye of the formation had been broken, however, the 5 war god puppets were still unaffected, and the great array was also unaffected. The formation was still operating. The 5 puppets had already charged over, waving their swords and directly slashing towards Lin Feng. Facing the 5 puppets' attacks, Lin Feng could no longer dodge. He used the heaven patching technique. Swish, there was a flash of light. He disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away, looking at the 5 puppets with a serious expression. Why was the array still operating freely even though he had just broken the array core? Could it be that what he had just broken was a fake array core? Some array formation experts like to set up some fake array cores to confuse others when breaking arrays. However, Lin Feng was astonished to be able to pass off the fake array eye as the real one. The heavenly demon snake eye continued to search for new array cores. In the end, he found 8 formation cores. Including the previous array core, Lin Feng actually found a total of 9 array cores. 9-inch was the extreme number. This number was rather sensitive. It was also quite special. Wherever the number 9 appeared, it was usually quite strange. Just like the formation in front of him. Roar, 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 the 5 war god puppets roared and charged towards Lin Feng again. Should they retreat or continue to break the formation? Now Lin Feng was faced with a choice. If they retreated, their previous efforts would be in vain. Wouldn't they have to admit that they had failed in front of Zhuge and Wen Xiren? This was not the result that Lin Feng wanted to see. If they didn't retreat, they would have to face the great threat of the 5 war god puppets. I have to find the real array core quickly. Otherwise, this formation will fail. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The heavenly demon snake eye looked at the 8 array cores. Out of the remaining 8 formation eyes, one of them must be real, but which one was real? A sentence suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. 9 Transformation Inyang Samsara. The dragon raises its golden head to the east. The immortal phoenix burns the world. The 5 sacred beasts guard the 4 barren lands. This was a limerick recorded in the Inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. The content of the limerick was that in ancient times, some people who were proficient in array formations liked to set up arrays with the 5 sacred beasts, the true dragon and the phoenix. The sacred beasts were mainly the true dragon. The true dragon raised its head to the east, which meant that the array core was usually set up somewhere in the east. Lin Feng turned his head to look. Sure enough, he saw it. With the center of the array as the core. In the east, there was an array core. It's this array core. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly rushed over, but at this time, the 5 war god puppets pounced over. The situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng also took out the revered sword tomb. 4 swords flew out, slashing towards the 4 war god puppets. The 9 demon painting also locked onto one of the war god puppets. Lin Feng naturally knew that the 9 demon painting and the 4 swords couldn't block the attacks of the war god puppets. However, it only needed to block for a moment. Clang 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 clang, a series of collision sounds rang out. Lin Feng's 9 demon painting and the 4 swords collided with the 5 war god puppets' swords, creating a powerful sound of collision. The 5 treasures were immediately sent flying by the 5 war god puppets' golden greatswords. But Lin Feng had already seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rush out of the encirclement of the 5 war god puppets. He quickly arrived at the array core and smashed it with a punch. As the array core was destroyed by Lin Feng, the surrounding array patterns began to fall silent. And the 5 war god puppets actually stood in place, not moving at all. Huff, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Finally, he had broken the deployment spell. He walked towards the depths of the cave. But at this time, in the depths of the cave, a terrifying force surged out, directly hitting Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. With a plop, Lin Feng fell outside the array. Giant God Realm. Lin Feng was shocked. He originally thought that Zhuge and Wenziren were ancestor-level existences. But now he knew that these 2 powerhouses were actually at the Giant God Realm. Buzz. At this time, the array that Lin Feng had broken started operating again. The array seemed to have a self-repairing function. Lin Feng got up from the ground and said gloomily, "This junior has already broken the array, but senior threw me out. What is the meaning of this? This is my territory, and I am the master." A cold voice came from inside. Lin Feng's face was filled with black lines. Shameless. This was Wenziren, right? He had broken the array. Was he angry because of this? Lin Feng had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless Giant God Realm expert. He was turning his back on him. Previously, he had thought that Wenziren was a very amiable person. But now, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. "Senior, you don't keep your word," Lin Feng said with a dark face. "Who can prove it?" The voice came from inside again. "Senior, are you really going to go back on your word?" Lin Feng asked. "What can you do to me?" The voice came from inside again. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. In the end, he felt extremely helpless and walked out. Seeing Lin Feng come out, Wang Yangyang and Ding Yunzhong hurried over. "Master, how did it go? Did you see the 2 seniors?" Wang Yangyang asked. Lin Feng replied, "Those 2 are simply scoundrels. We agreed that as long as I could break the formation, I would be able to meet them. Who would have thought that after I broke the formation, these 2 fellows refused to admit it and even chased me out?" Ding Yunzhong smiled bitterly and said, "My lord. This is in line with the temperament of the 2 ancestors. They've lived for so long, and they don't give in to anyone." Lin Feng nodded. He suddenly thought of Lord Tortoise, who also had a similar personality. They were simply scoundrels and crafty old foxes. Whenever they said something, they would turn around and refuse to admit it. Thus, Lin Feng was already used to it. "What do we do now? Are we going to fail at the last step?" Wang Yangyang asked. Lin Feng frowned. Zhuge and Wen Ziran were both strong cultivators of the Giant God Lair, if he could recruit them, a top spirit array master in the Giant God realm. An alchemist in the realm of the Giant God. At that time, Dragon Gate Island's power would increase greatly. They could even establish themselves as the #1 faction in the ancient Desolate Sea region. At that time, who knew how many experts would join them? Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Although Lin Feng wanted to recruit the 2 giant gods, he couldn't do anything about it. Unfortunately, the 2 of them were stubborn, and he had no idea where to start. He wasn't willing to give up just like that. But even if he was unwilling, what could he do? Recruiting them was something that both parties were willing to do. If they didn't agree, then even if he met them and tried to persuade them, it would be useless. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a saying, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." He realized that he didn't know much about Zhuge and Wen Ziran. He looked at Lin Feng and Ding Yunzhong and asked, "Ding Yunzhong, do those 2 seniors have any weaknesses?" Ding Yunzhong smiled bitterly and said, "What weaknesses do these 2 patriarchs have? They don't lack cultivation resources, wealth, or magic treasures." As Ding Yunzhong spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "I just remembered something." "What is it?" Wang Yangyang asked impatiently. "Back then, my ancestor and Senior Zhuge and Senior Wen were fellow disciples, but they had a junior sister. Her name was Xianxia," Ding Yunzhong said. "Junior sister?" Lin Feng muttered. Ding Yunzhong continued, many years ago, I heard an elder talk about what happened back then. At that time, my ancestor and several seniors were still very young. Senior Zhuge and Senior Wen both liked Senior Shui, and Senior Shui seemed to have some feelings for Senior Wen. Once, Senior Zhuge, Senior Wen, and Senior Shui went out to experience the world, but this time, they encountered danger. At that time, Senior Zhuge was faced with a life-and-death situation, and in order to save Senior Shui and Senior Wen, Senior Zhuge almost lost his life. Fortunately, my ancestor arrived in time and saved Senior Zhuge, but Senior Zhuge became a living dead and was bedridden for 100 years. Later, he found the soul-returning immortal grass, and his life was saved. Senior Shui knew that Senior Zhuge was interested in her, so when Senior Wen confessed to Senior Shui rejected Senior Wen because of Senior Zhuge, but Senior Zhuge never confessed to Senior Wen. The three of them slowly grew old, and now, their relationship seems to have become very cold. They rarely interact with each other. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. If Zhuge Qinyi hadn't risked his life to save Wen Ziren and Shui Lianqiu, perhaps, Wen Ziren and Shui Lianqiu would be together, right? Of course, Lin Feng knew that there were no ifs in this world. What had already happened. Time couldn't be turned back. Lin Feng said, where is this Senior Shui? Do you know? I heard from the elders that she lives in seclusion on the immortal Snow Island, which is about 7 to 8 days away from here. Ding Yunzhong said. Okay, let's go to the immortal Snow Island and meet this Senior Shui. Lin Feng said. Then, the three of them returned to the ancient starship Xianyuan. The ancient starship Xianyuan leaped into the void and left. The immortal Snow Island was closer to the Antarctic ice field. As they went deeper into the Antarctic ice field, the temperature was getting lower and lower. Moreover, the surface of the sea was beginning to freeze. The temperature on the Ice Snake Island was about -2,800 to -2,900 degrees Celsius. However, Lin Feng and the others had already arrived at a place with a temperature of -5,000 degrees Celsius. They had yet to reach the immortal Snow Island. Your elders are really interesting. Why do they like to live in seclusion in such a cold place? Wan Yangyang asked. Ding Yunzhong said, in such a cold place, there are very few people. It's very quiet. Lin Feng said, yes, such a place is indeed suitable for living in seclusion. No one will disturb you there. Roar. At that moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Lin Feng, Wan Yangyang, and Ding Yunzhong walked out of the cabin and looked into the distance. They saw a huge snow-white bear. The bear's body was extremely huge. It was about 700 to 800 meters long and 400 to 500 meters tall. Its entire body was snow-white, and it looked like a polar bear that had been enlarged by 200 to 300 times. That's a South Pole bear. It's one of the overlords of the Antarctic ice field. Its strength is extremely terrifying. Ding Yunzhong said. Roar. A dragon's roar came from a snowy mountain range. Then, a snow-white dragon flew out. A South Pole snow dragon. It's also one of the overlords of the Antarctic ice field. These overlords will sometimes have conflicts due to various reasons, and in the end, they will resolve them through battle. Ding Yunzhong continued. The strength of these two big guys is unfathomable. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said. The two behemoths' roars shook the sky. Their roars shook the world as they started fighting. Lin Feng wasn't interested in staying here and watching these two overlords fight. If these two fellows saw the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship, they might be besieged by the two overlords. The ancient starry sky ship sped up and rushed into the distance. After another 3 days, Lin Feng finally saw the immortal Snow Island. It was very huge, and it was floating in the air. Snow was falling around the island, and the island was covered in silver. The ancient starry sky ship stopped in the air. Lin Feng, Ding Yunzhong, and Wan Yangyang flew towards the immortal Snow Island. As soon as they landed on the island, a group of female disciples flew out from the island. There were a total of 12 female disciples. They were holding swords and surrounded Lin Feng's group. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the immortal Snow Island? Are you plotting against the immortal Snow Island? A female disciple said coldly. The female disciple who spoke was tall and slender. Her face was very beautiful, but she looked cold. The other female disciples all followed her lead. It seemed that this senior Shui Liangqiu had many disciples, which was different from Zhuge and Wenziren. Zhuge and Wenziren did not have any disciples. "Sister Liu, it's me. Don't you recognize me?" Ding Yunzhong said with a smile. That female disciple suddenly swung the sword in her hand, almost splitting Ding Yunzhong into two halves. Ding Yunzhong dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. If he had been a bit slower, he would have been cut in half. "Who are you calling sister? Do I know you?" the female disciple said fiercely. Lin Feng could not help but laugh inwardly. Ding Yunzhong wanted to establish a relationship with her, but he was mercilessly slapped in the face. Ding Yunzhong said with a bitter smile, "Sister Liu, I'm Ding Yunzhong, little Ding. I came with my ancestor to visit Senior Shui." "Ding Yunzhong?" the female disciple pondered. Then, she looked at Ding Yunzhong and said, "So it's you, young master Ding Yunzhong who wet his bed when he was 8 years old." As soon as she said that, the other female disciples covered their faces and laughed. "What the?" Ding Yunzhong almost fell to the ground. "Ha ha ha, old Ding, aren't you too awesome? You wet your bed when you were 8 years old?" Wan Yang asked with a smile. Lin Feng was also grinning from ear to ear. Ding Yunzhong hurriedly denied, "Nonsense. I stopped wetting my bed when I was 8 years old." "Don't listen to her. This is blatant slander," said the female disciple surnamed Liu. "Alright, I don't feel like chatting with you anymore. I haven't seen you come to the immortal Snow Island for so many years. Now, you're here all of a sudden. Moreover, you even brought these two people here. I want to see Senior Shui. I have something to tell Senior Shui. Sister Liu, help me report it to her." Ding Yunzhong said. "If you have something to say, tell me first. I'll decide whether to report it to the ancestor," said the female disciple surnamed Liu. "If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Ding Yunzhong felt that he had lost face in front of Lin Feng, so his tone became a lot tougher. The female disciple surnamed Liu angrily said, "Ding Yunzhong, your courage has grown fat, hasn't it? How dare you yell at me like that? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" When Ding Yunzhong heard this, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. He apologized profusely, and the masculinity from before instantly disappeared without a trace. He didn't know if this guy had some kind of trauma towards that female disciple surnamed Liu. He seemed to be afraid of the female disciple surnamed Liu. At that moment, Lin Feng walked out, cupped his fists, and said, "Junior sister, I am the sect leader of the Dragon Gate, Lin Feng. I have come here to see Senior Shui, and I hope that you can pass on the message." "Are you the Dragon Gate's sect master?" The female disciple surnamed Liu was shocked. The rest of the female disciples also looked at Lin Feng with shocked expressions. They had naturally heard of the Dragon Gate's sect leader before. However, they didn't expect the Dragon Gate's sect master to be so young and handsome. Now, many of the female disciples were staring at Lin Feng, as if they wanted to see through Lin Feng. The genuine Dragon Gate sect master. Lin Feng smiled and waved his right hand. Rivers of origin crystals flew out from the ground. There were a total of 12 rivers of origin crystals. Each river was made up of 1,000,000 origin crystals. "This is our first meeting, so I didn't prepare any gifts. These origin crystals are for my junior sisters. I hope that your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Ah? Is it for us?" the group of female disciples cried out in surprise. Every month, they could receive some origin crystals for cultivation, but they could only receive 1,000 pieces. 1,000,000 origin crystals was definitely a huge fortune for them. Therefore, the group of female disciples was extremely excited at that moment. They couldn't even believe that it was real. Lin Feng smiled, and said, "Of course, it's for my junior sisters." Whoosh! The 12 rivers of origin crystals flew to the 12 female disciples. The female disciple surnamed Liu said, "Thank you for your gift, Senior Brother Lin." "Thank you, Senior Brother Lin." The rest of the female disciples also thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Junior sisters, please don't be so courteous with me. I still have some small trinkets here. They're all worthless things, so I'll give them to you for self-defense. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Swoosh, divine light flashed. 12 divine artifact hairpins flew out. They landed in the hands of the 12 female disciples. Heavens, a true god-level hairpin. Immediately, the female disciples exclaimed, their faces flushed with excitement. Divine artifacts were hard to find. That was because the materials to forge divine artifacts were not easy to find. Therefore, only 3 or 4 of them had divine artifacts, and they were all low-level divine artifacts. Now that Lin Feng had casually given away a true god-level divine artifact, the group of female disciples was naturally excited. The happiest one was none other than the female disciple surnamed Lu. The other female disciples had received true god-level hairpins. She, on the other hand, had received a heavenly god-level hairpin. These female disciples were all led by the female disciple surnamed Lu, so they naturally had to be treated differently. It would allow the female disciple surnamed Lu to gain both benefits and face. This would also make it easier for him to do things. Thank you for your gift, senior brother. The female disciple surnamed Lu bowed to Lin Feng. The rest of the female disciples hurriedly followed the female disciple surnamed Lu and bowed to Lin Feng. Ding Yinzhong, who was on the side, could not help but slander in his heart. Had the tigress changed, she had become so gentle. Lin Feng smiled and said, they're all worthless things. Junior sisters, please don't be so polite. The group of female disciples wailed in their hearts. He had casually given each of them 1,000,000 source crystals, and each of them had received a true god-level divine artifact. Senior sister Lu had even received a heavenly god-level divine artifact. How could such precious treasures be considered worthless? Just what is so valuable in this senior brother Lin's eyes? I really hope that this senior brother Lin will take a fancy to me. Even if I can't be his concubine, I'll be satisfied to be a maid who sleeps in his bed. At this time, Lin Feng said, I don't know if junior sister Lu can help me put in a good word for senior Shui to meet me. The female disciple surnamed Lu had received Lin Feng's benefits. Naturally, she would not refuse Lin Feng. Money makes the world go round. This sentence was very reasonable. The female disciple surnamed Lu said, naturally, there's no problem. It's just that the old ancestor is in seclusion refining a pill, so I need to wait until the old ancestor comes out before I can report to senior brother Lin. No problem. We can wait for a few days. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Lu had wanted to arrange a place for Lin Feng to stay on Immortal Snow Island, but Lin Feng had declined. He planned to rest on the ancient starship, Xianxia. News of the arrival of the Dragon Sect Master had spread throughout Immortal Snow Island. The generosity of the Dragon Sect Master made many people envious of Lu and the other 12 disciples. Many female disciples came out one after another, wanting to see the legendary young sect master. However, Lin Feng had yet to show up, which disappointed them greatly. Ding Yunzhong knew a lot of female disciples, so when he saw some female disciples he knew, he would go and greet them. A female disciple asked, Senior brother Ding, why did you side with Sect Master Lin? Your family background is not bad. Is there a need to side with others and be ordered around? Ding Yunzhong immediately said, what do you know? I'm a person with great ambitions and ambitions. Naturally, I have to choose a good master to side with. Only then can I realize my ambitions. Ding Yunzhong began to talk with assurance in front of a group of female disciples, acting like a pretentious prick in front of them. Suddenly, a female disciple sneered, you have great ambitions? Great ambitions? I heard from senior sister Lu that you wet your bed when you were 8 years old. Pfft. The surrounding female disciples burst into laughter. Ding Yunzhong's face flushed red. This matter had been brought up again and again. It was too embarrassing. Ding Yunzhong said, don't listen to that tigress's nonsense. She's making things up because she tried to pursue me back then. She failed, so she resented me. Ding, how dare you talk nonsense here? Do you believe that I won't chop you into pieces? As soon as Ding Yunzhong's voice fell, Lu's murderous cry came from afar. Swish. The female disciple surnamed Lu pulled out her sword and chased after Ding Yunzhong. Seeing Lu chasing after him, Ding Yunzhong did not dare to stay any longer. He turned around and fled. The weather was very cold. Even the female disciples of Immortal Snow Island were hiding in the depths of the palace, unwilling to come out. Many spirit beasts were galloping in the snow. Lin Feng saw several beautiful unicorns. He then walked out of the Xianyuan ancient starship. On the Immortal Snow Island, Lin Feng was quietly looking at the few unicorns. The unicorns had already gained intelligence, they were also looking at Lin Feng. In the depths of the island, a ball of holy light flew out. It was the holy light emitted from the unicorn's body. It was very beautiful and magnificent. A young girl rode out on a unicorn. She jumped down from her unicorn, and the other unicorns quickly ran towards the young girl, surrounding her. Lin Feng looked at this scene in shock. The unicorn was a very pure spirit beast. This kind of spirit beast would not come into contact with humans. Only the purest of girls could come into contact with unicorns. Since the girl was able to ride the unicorn out, it was obvious that the unicorn had accepted her. It was a charming young girl. She was quite young and wore a snow-white dress. In such cold weather, she was barefooted and did not seem to feel the cold at all. She was like a fairy in the snow, playing with a few unicorns in the snow. The young girl did not notice Lin Feng at first. But when she saw Lin Feng not far away, she blushed slightly. "I am Lin Feng, the leader of the Dragon Gate. I have offended you, junior sister. Please forgive me." Lin Feng cupped his fists and apologized to the young girl. The young girl said in surprise, "So you are senior brother Lin. Yuer has often heard the other senior sisters mention your name these days." "Yuer? Is that your name?" Lin Feng asked. The young girl nodded with a red face and said, "My name is Xianxia. I am a child that master picked up from the snow." The young girl seemed a little sad when she said this, but a smile quickly appeared on her face. "I am very happy here. I have a master, senior sisters, and everyone is very good to me," she said. She continued. She was a very cheerful girl. Her smile was very pure, even purer than the white snow. She had her own worries, and she would feel sad because she had been abandoned. However, she was always able to find something to be happy about that would allow her to walk out of her pain. She liked to bring happiness to the people around her, not to her melancholy. Lin Feng looked at the unicorns and said, "These unicorns seem to be very close to you." Xiaohanyu nodded and said, "Yes, they are my good friends." "Senior brother, do you want to ride a unicorn?" "I can do that too." Lin Feng was astonished. "Of course." Xiaohanyu smiled. She leaned over and whispered something into the ear of a unicorn. At first, the unicorn shook its head, as if it did not agree with Xiaohanyu's suggestion. However, Xiaohanyu kept stroking the unicorn. She kept whispering something into the unicorn's ear. In the end, the unicorn finally agreed. Xiaohanyu jumped onto the unicorn's back first, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "Senior brother, you should get on as well." Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. This girl was simply too naive. Did she not know that men and women should not touch each other, seeing the naivety in Xiaohanyu's eyes? Lin Feng's heart did not have any distracting thoughts. In his opinion, having any distracting thoughts towards such a naive Yuer would be a blasphemy. He jumped onto the unicorn's back, and his body stuck close to Yuer's body. She could feel the masculine aura on Lin Feng's body. Yuer's beautiful face could not help but blush slightly. She had never had any contact with a man before, and now that she had physical contact with Lin Feng, she felt an indescribable shyness. The unicorn's cry woke Yuer up. Yuer patted the unicorn's head. Then, the unicorn soared into the sky and galloped towards the distance. The unicorn's speed was too fast. It was like a gust of wind. It was unbelievably fast. "Senior brother, Yuer knows a place, let me take you there." "Only Yuer knows about that place," Yuer said mysteriously. "What place?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "Senior brother will know when we get there," Yuer said with a smile. Yuer leaned over and whispered a few words in the unicorn's ear. The unicorn changed its direction and rushed into the distance as fast as lightning. About 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Yuer arrived at this place. There were continuous mountains here. They were all huge snowy mountains. The huge snowy mountains were like giant dragons that resided on the ground. A total of 36 huge snowy mountains were gathered in this place. Icefield Dragon Vein. After seeing these huge mountains, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. These were 36 dragon veins. Dragon veins were rare. 36 dragon veins gathered together, that was even rarer. After so many years, Lin Feng had seen many places where dragon veins gathered. However, the place where the most dragon veins gathered only had 18 dragon veins. However, there were 36 dragon veins gathered here. It was too extraordinary. Whoosh, 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 a gust of wind swept over, causing Yuer's body to become unstable. Lin Feng hurriedly embraced Yuer's willow waist. "Thank you, senior brother," Yuer said with a blushing face. "Junior sister, you're welcome," Lin Feng said with a smile. He did not have any romantic thoughts, and his attention was currently focused on the surrounding dragon veins and powerful dragon qi. The 36 dragon veins emitted a powerful dragon qi. This dragon qi formed a hurricane. This caused Lin Feng to be extremely shocked, as he had never seen such a powerful dragon qi before. He looked towards the mountain range and saw that in the mountains, there were many dragons crawling on the ground. Those dragons emitted a powerful aura, as if they were true dragons from the immortal ancient era. These were not real dragons, they did not have flesh and blood, they were just spirit auras formed by these dragon veins. "This place is extraordinary," Lin Feng said. "In the depths of the mountain range, there is a dragon pool," Xianxia said. Lin Feng was shocked. This dragon pool should be the place Yuer wanted to bring him to. "I wonder what's so special about this dragon pool." The unicorn passed through the hurricane formed by the dragon qi and arrived at the depths of the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a dragon pool that was about 30 to 40 square meters in size. Inside the dragon pool, dragon qi rose and purple clouds soared into the sky. It was extremely extraordinary. This dragon pool was not simple, it made Lin Feng feel as if he was looking at an immortal pool. The unicorn stopped. Lin Feng and Xianxia dismounted from the unicorn and walked towards the dragon pool. As they got closer to the dragon pool, Lin Feng felt that the temperature began to warm up. One had to know. The temperature here was extremely cold, reaching -7,000 to -8,000 degrees Celsius. However, the surroundings of the dragon pool were extremely warm, forming an extreme contrast with the surrounding temperature. This is the dragon pool formed by the gathering of the dragon veins essence. It contains the powerful energy of the dragon Tao source, Yuer said. Lin Feng came to the dragon pool and inspected it. Just as Yuer had said, this dragon pool contained the power of the dragon Tao source. The Tao source of dragons was also a powerful Tao source formed by the order of heaven and earth. It had a significant effect on the cultivation of cultivators. "Junior sister, do you come here often?" Lin Feng asked. Yuer nodded and said with a red face, "I will come to this place to cultivate." "This is indeed a good place to cultivate," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Senior brother, you can cultivate here. I'll wait for you outside," Yuer said with a flushed face. To cultivate here, one naturally had to enter the dragon pool. Usually, one had to take off one's clothes. Although Yuer was innocent, she understood many things. He must have thought of something. Therefore, she was very shy. "Junior sister, you can go back first. You don't have to wait for me here," Lin Feng said. Yuer giggled. Yuer likes this place. Yuer rode her unicorn and left the dragon pool. Lin Feng took off his clothes and jumped into the dragon pond. The temperature of the dragon lake was just right. It was very comfortable. After entering the dragon pond, he began to use the archaic dragonesque elephant art to absorb the Tao source of dragons in the dragon pond. As the archaic dragonesque elephant art circulated, the Tao source of dragons was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng. After absorbing the Tao source of dragons, Lin Feng's magic power began to become purer and purer. After spending about a day, the Tao source of dragons in the dragon pond was completely absorbed by Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng's cultivation, he directly rose from the first sky of True God to the second sky of True God. After his cultivation breakthrough, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Every time he broke through a level, his cultivation would increase greatly. It hadn't been long since he broke through to the true God realm. Lin Feng originally thought that it would be a while before his next breakthrough, but he didn't expect that his luck would be so good. He was brought to the dragon pond by Yuer. Thus, he broke through another level. He came out of the dragon pond and put on his clothes. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that the dragon pond had produced some more Dao source of dragons. It was obvious that these Dao source of dragons could be produced continuously. When Lin Feng finished devouring the Dao source of dragons in the dragon pond, a new Dao source of dragons would be produced. Of course. To reach the previous storage capacity, it would take a while. Lin Feng left the dragon pond. He saw Yuer sitting cross-legged on top of a dragon vein cultivating. The unicorn was lying beside Yuer. As for Yuer, she was seriously cultivating. The dragon chi in the 36 dragon veins turned into small dragons and flew towards Yuer. Then, it was absorbed by Yuer's body. Lin Feng could vaguely see that there seemed to be an immortal palace inside Yuer's body. And all the dragon chi was absorbed by the immortal palace. Next, the dragon chi was then fed back to Yuer. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Yuer was simply too extraordinary. She was probably hiding a lot of secrets. The next day, only then did Yuer wake up from her cultivation. After seeing Lin Feng, she said with a smile, "Senior brother, did you gain anything from the dragon pond?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "The harvest is not bad. Thank you, junior sister, for bringing me here. Don't be so polite with Yuer. Otherwise, Yuer will be unhappy." Yuer snorted and said. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Yuer's head. The two of them planned to leave. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The ground was shaking violently. What happened? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. "Senior brother, look." Yuer pointed at the huge dragon veins around them. At this moment, the huge dragon veins actually turned into huge dragons. These huge dragons began to swim on the ice plains. Dragon vein transformation. Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly grabbed Yuer's jade-like hand and flew into the air. The unicorn also flew into the air with the two of them. When a dragon vein transformed into a dragon, something evil must have happened. Lin Feng looked at the huge dragons on the ice plains with a bewildered expression. The gigantic dragons formed by the mountains were constantly changing their positions. Dragon formation. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The dragon vein transformed into a dragon and formed a dragon formation. It was too strange. Yuer was also bewildered. "I've been here so many times, but nothing like this has ever happened." Lin Feng said, "The dragon veins have changed. Something we don't know about must have happened." Rumble. Suddenly, the 36 huge dragons once again turned into 36 dragon veins. Next, in the center of the 36 dragon veins, the ground actually began to collapse. This is. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but twitch violently. In the end, a huge ice cave appeared in the center of the dragon vein. That ice cave led to the depths of the earth. Lin Feng and Yuer looked down in bewilderment. The dragon vein had mutated, and such a deep passage had appeared, leading to the depths of the earth. What incredible thing was there in the depths of the earth? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He felt that there must have been a shocking change below. "Yuer, wait for me outside. I'll go down and take a look," Lin Feng said. He planned to explore the depths of the earth by himself, because everything below was unknown. Therefore, it was very likely that it would be very dangerous down there. Not bringing Yuer along. This was the best choice. However, Yuer said, "Senior brother, I'll go down with you. If there's any danger, we can take care of each other." Lin Feng had originally planned to refuse, but seeing the seriousness in Yuer's pure eyes, he could only nod. "You must be careful later," Lin Feng said. "Okay." Yuer nodded. Lin Feng and Yuer carefully entered the ice cave. The unicorn was left outside by Yuer. The passage of the ice cave was very deep, and as they went deeper into the ice cave, it became colder and colder. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they still had not reached the bottom. Lin Feng could not help but ask doubtfully, "Aren't we in the ice-field world?" After walking for so long, we haven't seen any seawater. Isn't this ice layer too thick? Yuer said, because of the climate and geographical environment, the ice layer in many parts of the ice field world is often tens of thousands of meters or even hundreds of thousands of meters deep. Lin Feng nodded, and the two continued to walk down. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a soft sound coming from the depths of the ice cave. It was as if something was quickly surging up from the depths of the ice cave. Something's coming up, be careful. Lin Feng warned. Yuer nodded, looking a little nervous. Not long after, the two of them saw what was coming up. It was actually a kind of iceworm the size of a thumb. This iceworm was snow white, like a spider, and was simply covering the sky and the earth. That's a swarm of Antarctic iceworms. They're terrifying. They can even devour giant gods. Senior brother, we have to leave quickly. Once we're submerged by them, we'll die. Yuer recognized the densely packed iceworms, and her beautiful face turned as pale as paper. Lin Feng was naturally unwilling to retreat like this. He summoned 4 types of heaven flames. The purple earthcore flame, the black flame god incinerating flame, the netherworld flame, and the golden dragon divine flame all flew out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 4 heavenly fires burned fiercely and shrouded the Antarctic iceworms. Fire conquers ice. The Antarctic iceworm was a type of spirit insect with the ice attribute. It was restrained by the heavenly fire. However, these Antarctic iceworms were truly powerful. Although they were injured by the heavenly fire did not kill them. The densely packed Antarctic iceworms took the initiative to circle around Lin Feng and Yuer. They seemed to know that Lin Feng was not to be trifled with, so they did not provoke Lin Feng. Very quickly, the swarm of insects quickly left and rushed out of the ice cave. Seeing the Antarctic iceworms leave, Lin Feng and Yuer could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Is this a heavenly fire? Yuer asked curiously. Lin Feng nodded. Yuer said, I heard that heavenly fire is precious, and it is difficult to find heavenly fire in this world. Senior brother actually refined 4 types of heavenly fire, this is truly unbelievable. Lin Feng smiled and said, I obtained it by chance. He kept the heavenly fire. Then, he continued to walk down with Yuer. The ice cave was much deeper than Lin Feng and Yuer had thought. They kept going deeper and deeper. As they continued to walk, a cold aura surged into Lin Feng and Yuer's bodies. The two of them could not help but tremble slightly. This cold aura was not brought about by the temperature. Instead, it was a strange power. A cold and gloomy power. Even if they circulated their magic power to protect their bodies, they were unable to prevent this cold and gloomy power from invading their bodies. Lin Feng could not help but frown. He sensed a dangerous aura. Yuer said, Senior brother, I feel panicked. I keep having the feeling that something is secretly watching us. Yuer also had many secrets. She was very extraordinary. Now, Yuer actually had such a feeling. Lin Feng did not think that this was aimless. Perhaps it was just as he had guessed. Below the ice cave, there was an unknown danger. However, as for what this danger was, it was still unknown. Lin Feng did not plan to retreat. Danger and opportunity often coexisted. There might be danger lurking everywhere below. However, there might also be some unexpected opportunities. Lin Feng said, we have to be prepared to escape at any time, understand? Yuer nodded. The two of them went deeper. Finally, they saw the exit of the ice cave. A huge world under the ice appeared below. The two of them entered the world under the ice from the ice cave. This world under the ice was like a huge space that had been chiseled open by someone. Formation runes, Lin Feng frowned slightly. The walls of the world under the ice were densely covered with formation runes. This place had actually been carved out by someone and was not a naturally formed world under the ice. The world under the ice was very large, and it was filled with a gloomy and cold aura, causing Lin Feng and Yuer to shiver. The two of them walked towards the depths of the world under the ice. Bones. Yuer's voice trembled. Yuer's voice trembled slightly. Some corpses had appeared on the ground, and it was unknown when they had died. Normally, corpses that died in such a cold place would not rot, but now, only bones were left. They were probably eaten by the Antarctic ice worms that they had seen before. As they continued to go deeper, they saw more and more bones. They wondered if the cultivators who had explored the world under the ice had died here. Lin Feng guessed that this was very likely. Finally, Lin Feng and Yue arrived at the deepest part of the world under the ice. The two of them looked at a huge tower that had appeared in the depths of the world in shock. The tower was about 100 meters tall, and it should be made of a mysterious type of bronze. However, the tower was now surrounded by a layer of ice. The ice layer froze the entire tower. "Senior brother, look at that place," Yue pointed at the top of the tower, where 3 corpses were hanging. The 3 corpses were very well preserved. They had been dead for countless years, but they had not decayed. What shocked Lin Feng was that the 3 women who had been hung to death were all peerless beauties. What a waste. Such beautiful women are actually hung to death here. Looking at the 3 beautiful women's corpses, Lin Feng could not help but wail in his heart. "Senior brother, why are there 3 women hanging outside the pagoda?" Yue asked, puzzled. Lin Feng shook his head. This frozen tower was incomparably strange. He could not tell the origin of this tower. "This is a 9-story demonic tower," the demon lord's voice faintly sounded. 9-story devil tower? What's that? Lin Feng asked curiously. The demon lord said, "If I remember correctly, this should be a sacrificial tower built by the primitive devil clan." Lin Feng naturally knew about the primitive devil clan. There were still traces of the primitive devil clan in the 9 prefectures' underground world. The primitive devil clan was the oldest devil clan, and they were extremely powerful. There were even rumors that the Sky Devil clan and the Earth Devil clan were created by the primitive devil clan. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't sure if these rumors were true, but there was one thing he was sure of. The primitive devil clan had indeed enslaved the Sky Devil clan and the Earth Devil clan. The Earth Devil clan was relatively weak, so it was understandable that they were enslaved by the primitive devil clan. However, the Sky Devil clan was a very powerful clan. They had actually been enslaved by the primitive devil clan for countless years. From this, one could see how terrifying and powerful the primitive devil clan was. Therefore, anything that was related to the primitive devil clan was definitely not a small matter. Just like the 9-story devil tower that the demon lord was talking about. However, Lin Feng immediately cursed in his heart. The primitive devil clan was too wicked. They actually hanged such a beautiful female cultivator. They really deserved to be stabbed. Lin Feng transmitted his voice. Sacrificial tower? You're saying that this 9-story devil tower is a place where the primitive devil clan worships? The demon lord nodded and said, "It's like this. The 9-story devil tower is a sacrificial tower in the primitive devil clan's sacred ground. It's equivalent to the primitive devil clan's sacred object. Over the long years, the primitive devil clan has been divided into several different branches. However, I don't know which branch of the primitive devil clan this 9-story devil tower was passed down from. However, I'm guessing that this branch is already extinct." Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. He thought of the primitive devil kingdom in the underground world. The primitive rock devil clan was indeed far weaker than before. Firstly, it was because of the extinction of the primitive devil clan. Secondly, it was because of the collapse of their bloodline. Any bloodline would become weaker and weaker with the passage of time. For example, the inheritance of an emperor's bloodline. The great emperor's children's bloodline was the strongest. When it came to the grandchildren's generation, the great emperor's bloodline would become thinner and thinner. After each generation, the great emperor's bloodline would become thinner and thinner until it completely disappeared and became an ordinary bloodline. Of course, there was no lack of people who had suddenly awakened the powerful bloodline of their ancestors. But ancestral awakening cultivators, it was simply too rare. Yue asked, "Senior brother, what should we do now? Do you want to enter and take a look?" Lin Feng nodded. "Alright, let's go in and take a look." He and Yue carefully walked towards the 9-story devil pagoda. The two of them entered the 9-floored demonic pagoda. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone had come here. Dust had long accumulated in the 9 floors of the Devil Tower. The first floor of the Devil Tower was filled with bronze pillars. Lin Feng checked and found that there were a total of 999 bronze pillars. 3 nines, this is an extreme number. Lin Feng frowned. 9 was the ultimate number. Theoretically, it shouldn't appear. But in this place, there were actually 3 nines. This was too strange. Usually, where the ultimate number 9 appeared, something strange would definitely happen. Thus, Lin Feng's expression became much more serious. There are runes on the bronze pillars, Yuer said. Lin Feng nodded and went to a bronze pillar with Yuer. They carefully observed the runes on the bronze pillars. These runes formed pictures. A huge temple appeared in the middle of these pictures. Huge bronze pillars stood in front of the temple. Countless people were kneeling on the ground. They were worshipping the temple. And each bronze pillar had a person tied to it. Suddenly, the earth fire was ignited. The temperature of the bronze pillars continued to rise. The people who were tied to the copper pillars were scalded to death. Punishment by burning. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. These pictures looked very much like the punishment by burning. Lin Feng had heard of this punishment before. In some secular countries, there were cruel punishments like this. Senior brother, these bronze pillars, could it be that they were also used to? Yuer's voice trembled slightly, but she did not continue. Lin Feng knew what Yuer wanted to say. These 999 bronze pillars might really be a torture tool used to burn others. Perhaps. After all, this place is the sacrificial tower of the primordial demon race. Who knows how many innocent people have died here? Lin Feng said. Yuer said, this primordial demon race is really too despicable. Lin Feng said, back then, the primordial demon race was too powerful. They were high and mighty, and no one dared to resist them. Because if they resisted, the only thing that awaited them was death. Let's go to the second floor to take a look. The two of them walked towards the second floor. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew in the first floor of the demon pagoda. This gust of cold wind caused Lin Feng and Yuer to have goosebumps all over their bodies. When Lin Feng and Yuer looked around, their expressions changed drastically. This was because there was actually a cultivator tied to each of the bronze pillars. But now, these cultivators were already dead, and their bodies had long since turned into dried corpses. How could this be? There were clearly no corpses here just now, Yuer said with a trembling voice. The 9-floor demon pagoda was simply too demonic. Yuer's heart was filled with endless fear. Actually, Yuer wasn't the only one who was afraid. Lin Feng also felt goosebumps all over his body. He had been to many dangerous places, and had experienced countless near-death experiences. However, this was the first time he had seen such a strange situation today. Lin Feng took out the myriad golden Buddha and gave it to Yuer, telling him to hold this Buddhist treasure in his hands to protect himself. He then took out a kasaya and draped it over his body. Only then did he feel slightly more at ease. He said, it's normal for some evil things to happen in a place like this. If you're afraid, then go out and wait for me. Yuer shook her head and said, I don't want to go out. I want to explore the 9-floor demon pagoda with senior brother. Lin Feng said, be careful and observe your surroundings. We can't fall into a trap. If we die here, then we'll cry but have no tears. Yuer hurriedly nodded and walked towards the second floor of the 9-floor demon pagoda with Lin Feng. When they arrived at the second floor staircase, they heard a crunching sound. It sounded like the sound of food being chewed. When they heard this sound, Lin Feng and Yuer's expressions changed drastically. Could there be some kind of living creature on the second floor? However, when they listened carefully to the sound of chewing disappeared. Could it be that I heard wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel suspicious. Yuer also had a puzzled expression. The two of them took a deep breath and walked towards the second floor. When they arrived at the second floor, they discovered that it was pitch black. They couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Lin Feng held onto Yuer's hand and went to the second floor. Logically speaking, even in the dark, cultivators would be able to see in the dark. However, in the dark world of the second floor of the 9-floor demon pagoda, Lin Feng and Yuer could not see anything. Their line of sight was obscured by the darkness. It was as if he had become blind. Lin Feng tried to use his spiritual will to sense what was inside the second floor of the demon pagoda. What a pity. Even his spiritual will did not gain anything from the second floor of the demon pagoda. The second floor isolated the senses of his spiritual will. Senior brother, this place is so strange. I feel like something is hiding in the dark, watching the two of us. Yuer said with a trembling voice. Yuer's perception ability was even stronger than Lin Feng's. Even Lin Feng admired this point. Now that Yuer said that there was something watching them in the dark, Lin Feng did not doubt it at all. Lin Feng took out the night pearl, wanting to illuminate the second floor of the demon pagoda. However, the strange thing was that the night pearl had also turned pitch black on the second floor of the demon pagoda. Lin Feng then wanted to release the sky fire. However, after trying several times, he was unable to release the sky fire from his body. The second floor of the demon pagoda was extremely demonic, causing Lin Feng's expression to become slightly more serious. Let's go, let's hurry to the third floor. Lin Feng said as he held on to Yuer's hand and walked forward in the darkness. He recalled where the first floor of the stairs appeared. Then, in the darkness, he walked in the general direction. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that he had touched something. He reached out his hand to touch it. He felt that he had touched a face. This caused him to be greatly alarmed as he hurriedly pulled Yuer back. Senior brother, what's wrong? Yuer asked curiously. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, just now, I touched a human face. Yuer's beautiful face turned pale with fright. Creak creak, the sound of chewing food rang out once again, resounding throughout the second floor of the demon pagoda. It was as if it was right beside him. In the darkness, there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes looking over. Senior brother, there really is something unclean. Yuer said with a trembling voice. Her body was also trembling slightly. Obviously, she was frightened. A cold and gloomy aura swept over. It enveloped Lin Feng and Yuer. The unknown creature in the darkness seemed to be approaching the two of them. Buzz. At this time, the thousand-form golden Buddha in Yuer's hand suddenly blossomed with boundless Buddhist light. Dazzling Buddhist light surged out, enveloping Lin Feng and Yuer. When the light of Buddha descended, the darkness began to disperse. Lin Feng and Yuer let out a long sigh. When the darkness completely dissipated, Lin Feng discovered that the second floor of the Devil Pagoda was very spacious. Other than a few stone statues, there was nothing else. These stone statues were all statues of the ancient demon race. Could the thing I touched earlier be the face of the stone statue? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Go. Let's go up and take a look. Lin Feng continued. Yuer nodded and walked with Lin Feng to the third floor of the Devil Pagoda. The third floor of the Devil Pagoda was decorated like a small temple. An ancient demon was enshrined in the middle. This ancient demon had 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands. It was incomparably evil. It should be an expert of the ancient demon race. In front of the demon statue was a huge cauldron. The huge cauldron emitted waves of fishy smell. Lin Feng and Yuer walked over and tiptoed to look at the huge cauldron. Yuer immediately covered her mouth and retched. Lin Feng also felt a little nauseous. The cauldron was filled with fresh blood, and there were also 9 women's heads inside. The blood here hasn't dried up yet. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He guessed that this blood should be the blood of the ancient demon race or the ancient demon race. The ancient demon race. It was the most ancient race. Legend had it that this race possessed both the power of the ancient demon race and the power of the ancient demon race. Apart from the ancient demon race, there was another powerful race called the ancient demon race. Just like the ancient demon race was also abnormally powerful. The blood of the ancient demon race would never dry up. These two races had not appeared in the world for many years. No one knew if they still existed in the world. The blood in the huge cauldron had not dried up after so many years. Apart from the blood of these two races, Lin Feng could not think of any other race's blood that had not dried up after so many years. The ancient demon cauldron. It's actually this treasure. It's a supreme treasure of the ancient demon race. The demon lord said when he saw the ancient cauldron. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The ancient demon cauldron? What's so special about this cauldron? The demon lord said. It said that the ancient demon cauldron was forged by the ancient demon race's ancestors after searching for primordial demonic stones. It has immortal runes imprinted on it. Once the immortal runes are activated, this treasure can refine a great emperor to death. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this treasure too terrifying? It was so powerful that it was simply inconceivable. Isn't this cauldron a little too tyrannical? Said Lin Feng telepathically. The demon lord said. I don't know if the rumors are true, but even if they are, refining a great emperor to death isn't that easy. First of all, you have to suppress the great emperor within the ancient demon cauldron. Only then can you refine a great emperor to death, but suppressing a great emperor is an extremely difficult task. Lin Feng said. But for the ancient demon race's ancestor who forged this treasure, it should have been possible. The demon lord said. That's right. I heard that after the ancient demon race's ancestor forged the ancient demon cauldron, he captured divine dragons, phoenixes, azure wands, white tigers, and other sacred beasts. He used their sacred blood as raw materials to refine pills. He even suppressed a great emperor and refined him into a pill. He refined a great emperor into a pill? That's too savage. Lin Feng's expression was grave. The ancient demon race's ancestor is unimaginably terrifying. In the past, when this race was at its peak, they even caused the celestial realm to fall. The demon lord said. The ancient demon cauldron was extremely precious. Lin Feng took out a spatial bottle and stored the smelly blood and the 9 women's heads inside. He then casually tossed the bottle to the ground. He then put the ancient demon cauldron away. This was a priceless treasure. Being able to obtain such a treasure made this trip worthwhile. Lin Feng and Yuer continued to walk towards the 4th level of the tower. When they arrived, they felt their scalps go numb. There were hundreds of corpses nailed to the walls of the 4th level. They were the cultivators who had been nailed to death. Their bodies hadn't decayed. These people had been dead for who knew how many years. Their bodies had been preserved so well. They also didn't know what level of experts these people had been when they were alive. Why are there so many corpses nailed to the walls? Yuer asked, her face pale. Lin Feng said, something terrifying must have happened here in the past. Perhaps the extinction of the ancient demon race had something to do with it. Yes, this place is too strange. Yuer nodded. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the corpses' dangling arms. Many of them had storage rings on their hands. Hee, these storage rings are too cheap for us. Junior sister, wait here for a moment. I'll go collect them all. Lin Feng grinned and walked towards one of the corpses. Lin Feng walked towards the corpse of a strong human cultivator. It was a middle-aged man who looked dignified and awe-inspiring. Even though he had been dead for many years, he still had the aura of a ruler. He must have been a powerful expert when he was alive. Senior, it's such a waste for you to die here. Let me take your treasures. Of course, don't worry, I'll burn some paper money for you. If you like beautiful women, I'll burn some paper dolls so you can enjoy life in the afterlife, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng prayed in his heart as he approached the corpse. However, when he reached the corpse, numerous runes suddenly appeared on the spear. When he saw those runes, Lin Feng's expression changed. He had seen those runes before, they were the underworld runes. The spear that had killed the human expert was actually a weapon from the underworld. How unexpected! When the underworld runes appeared, the underworld weapon released a wave of killing intent that swept towards Lin Feng. Senior brother, be careful. Yuer's expression changed. She couldn't help but cry out. Lin Feng hurriedly used his great defensive technique to condense a defensive crystal wall to block the attack. However, the killing intent was too powerful. It tore through Lin Feng's defensive crystal wall like it was tofu and continued towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. He didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly took out the Death God armor. Clang! At that moment, the deadly qi bombarded Lin Feng's body, but the Death God armor blocked it. Lin Feng's body was blown away. Wah! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the attack didn't take his life. How terrifying. Lin Feng crawled up from the ground. Senior brother, are you alright? Yuer asked worriedly. I'm fine. You don't have to worry. Lin Feng rubbed Yuer's head. Lin Feng looked at the netherworld weapon in shock. It looked so ordinary, but wasn't it a little too powerful? Even Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Are the others also nether soldiers? Lin Feng looked at the other weapons and couldn't help but mutter. The dead experts were all nailed to death by the spears. Those spears looked similar, so Lin Feng guessed that those spears were also underworld weapons. Wouldn't it be a pity if I don't collect such a powerful treasure? Lin Feng muttered. He took out the heaven-devouring jar. He wanted to use the heaven-devouring jar to devour these netherworld soldiers. Lin Feng planned to devour them one by one. However, when the sky-swallowing jar's devouring power enveloped the first netherworld weapon, the netherworld weapon was still in a daze. That netherworld weapon vibrated with a terrifying energy wave, and the other netherworld weapons also began to vibrate with the same terrifying energy wave. Let's go, Lin Feng grabbed Yuer's hand and rushed down the stairs. He didn't even have time to collect the heaven-devouring jar. He and Yuer fled to the lower floor. The heaven-devouring jar was swept away by the killing intent emitted by the netherworld weapons. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring jar was powerful enough and wasn't destroyed. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The netherworld weapons on the fourth floor were too terrifying. There was no way he could collect them. Senior brother, let's not collect those weapons. It's too dangerous, Yuer said. Lin Feng nodded and returned to the fourth floor with Yuer. He put away the heaven-devouring jar. Looking at the numerous netherworld weapons, he could only sigh at his inadequacies. What frustrated Lin Feng the most was not the fact that he had to collect so many netherworld weapons. It was that he couldn't obtain the storage rings on the experts' corpses. There were definitely countless treasures in the storage rings on the experts' corpses, but he was destined to miss them. There was nothing he could do about it. Lin Feng and Yuer walked up to the fifth floor. When they arrived at the fifth floor, the two of them saw that the walls and ceiling of the fifth floor were covered with densely packed blue bugs. Those blue bugs were currently in a deep sleep and had yet to awaken. Blue scorpion bugs. Be careful. Don't alarm these blue scorpion bugs. The demon lord couldn't help but exclaim when he saw these bugs. His tone was very serious. Lin Feng was shocked. The demon lord was so cautious. These blue scorpion bugs must be very scary. What are these things? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. The demon lord replied, these are bugs that were brought out from the heaven realm. You can't underestimate anything in the heaven realm, even if it's a very ordinary bug. These blue scorpion bugs are invulnerable to fire and water, and magic treasures can't injure them. However, their attack power is incomparably strong. They can easily tear apart a cultivator's body, then drill into the cultivator's body and devour their flesh and blood. In at most 30 breaths of time, the cultivator's flesh and soul will be completely devoured. So scary. Lin Feng was shocked. The creatures of the heaven realm were indeed terrifying. He leaned over and whispered in Yuer's ear, you must be careful. These blue scorpion bugs are very scary. Don't wake them up. If you do, we'll be dead for sure. Yuer hurriedly nodded and carefully walked towards the sixth floor with Lin Feng. When the two of them arrived at the sixth floor, they saw that there was an altar placed in the middle of the sixth floor. On the altar, there was a coffin. This shocked Lin Feng and Yuer. They walked towards the coffin. The coffin was sealed, and there were even stone nails on the lid. I wonder what's inside. Do you want to open it and take a look? Yuer said eagerly. We're already here. If we don't open it and take a look, we'll definitely regret it. Lin Feng said. He took out some tools and looked at the coffin. Before opening it, he counted the nails on the coffin and found that there were actually 9 nails. 9 again. Lin Feng was very sensitive to the number 9. The inheritance of the celestial master path told him that the number 9 was very sensitive. Many evil things were related to the number 9. The ancient sacred emperor was known as the 9 Supremes. Until the appearance of the 100 saints, the 9 Supremes were reduced to the 9 Supremes. The reason for this was because the number 9 was too evil. When 2 9s were placed together, it was even more evil. Therefore, when he saw the 9 nails on the coffin, Lin Feng felt a little uneasy. However, Lin Feng was also a bold person. He took a deep breath and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Then, he began to pry open the nails. Soon, the first nail was pried open by Lin Feng. However, at that moment, wisps of black gas escaped from the gaps in the coffin. "Senior brother, look! Black chi is coming out of the coffin!" Yu Er exclaimed as she pointed at the black chi coming out of the coffin. Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and frowned as he looked at the black chi coming out of the coffin. He was worried that there might be some terrifying existence sealed inside the coffin. "Demon Lord, what do you think?" Lin Feng asked. "Ancient coffin gathers souls. This coffin is not simple. I can teach you a talisman technique. Use your divine blood to write the talisman on the yellow talisman, then use the talisman puppet to suppress the ancient coffin. If anything strange happens, you will have time to deal with it," Demon Lord said. Following that, a mass of information flowed into Lin Feng's mind. This mass of information contained the rune technique mentioned by the Demon Lord. Lin Feng took out a talisman, bit his finger, and started to write the rune. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Yu Er looked at Lin Feng and asked in confusion. Lin Feng said as he wrote the rune. "Runes written with divine blood can suppress evil spirits, demons and monsters." Yu Er nodded as if she understood and continued to write the rune. This kind of rune was very complicated. The twisting and turning runes looked like scribbles. After the rune was finished, the talisman emitted waves of shocking energy. Lin Feng stuck the talisman on the coffin. Originally, there was still black chi coming out of the coffin's cracks. However, after the talisman was stuck on the coffin, no more black chi came out. Lin Feng was delighted when he saw this. The rune technique mentioned by the Demon Lord was indeed mysterious. Who knew how much of the Demon Lord's memories had been recovered? However, Lin Feng felt that the Demon Lord was even more mysterious than before. Whether it was his memories or his strength, he should have recovered to an extremely high level. Kacha kacha, Lin Feng pried off the second stone nail. Soon, the third stone nail was pried off as well. Then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth. Not long after, only the last stone nail was left. Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. Only the last stone nail was left. Once it was pried open, the coffin could be opened. What was inside, it was about to be revealed. Yu Er clasped her hands together and muttered something as if she was praying. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Does this little girl still believe in such things? He started to pry the ninth stone nail. Kacha kacha, Lin Feng was pried at the ninth stone nail. Lin Feng opened the coffin. When the lid of the coffin was pushed open, he and Yu Er looked into the coffin. The two of them were shocked. Inside the coffin, there was a woman. This woman was wearing a long black dress, and her figure was very hot. She had a face so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. However, she was clearly not human. Lin Feng saw a rune on her forehead. It was the rune of the primordial demon race. Is she an expert of the primordial demon race? She was actually placed in a 9-story demon pagoda. I wonder where she came from. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Senior brother, her eyelashes are moving. Yu Er shouted in horror. Lin Feng came back to his senses and looked over. Sure enough, her eyelashes were moving. His expression changed abruptly. This woman had been sealed in the coffin for tens of thousands of years. How could her eyelashes move? Had she turned into a zombie? A zombie? Or something like a zombie? Swoosh swoosh. The next moment, the woman opened her eyes. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. She looked at Lin Feng and Yu Er. F***ck your sister. Exploding corpses. Lin Feng shouted in fright. He quickly closed the coffin again. Then, he wanted to nail the stone nail back. If that was the case, perhaps he could seal the woman again. Bang! However, a terrifying force blasted the coffin lid away. Even Lin Feng was sent flying. Clang! Lin Feng slammed heavily into the wall of the demon pagoda. His blood and chi roiled. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The woman tried to sit up in the coffin. However, all of a sudden, the talisman stuck on the coffin emitted an astonishing fluctuation. Then, a series of talisman characters flew out and directly suppressed the woman. The woman's body was suppressed by the runes. She couldn't get up. The woman began to struggle violently. Her cultivation was simply too terrifying. Clumps of demonic energy were emitted from her body. The demonic energy was corroding the runes. Crack! Crack! The runes began to crack. Let's go, Lin Feng climbed up from the ground. He grabbed Yuer's hand and quickly went downstairs. He had to leave before the woman broke the seal. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Perhaps he might really die in this place. When Lin Feng and Yuer arrived at the 5th level of the Demon Pagoda, they discovered a terrifying scene. The blue scorpion worms here had already awakened. Many of them were wriggling. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Yuer felt their scalps go numb. Lin Feng grabbed Yuer and rushed towards the staircase at full speed. Buzz! 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 The densely packed blue scorpion worms rushed towards the two of them. If they were caught by these blue scorpion worms, only death would await them. At the moment of danger, Lin Feng quickly used the 4 types of skyfire to condense a ball of flame. Then, he took out the ball of flame. Bang! The ball of flame exploded, blasting the large group of blue scorpion worms back. The vitality of these blue scorpion worms was too tenacious. The explosion of the 4 heavenly flames only managed to kill a few blue scorpion beetles. Buzz! Buzz! The densely packed blue scorpion worms quickly chased after Lin Feng and Yuer. At the same time, inside the 6th level of the Demon Pagoda. Whoosh! Whoosh! The talisman that Lin Feng had written had actually spontaneously combusted. And the woman from the ancient devil clan had also broken free. The woman walked out of the coffin, turned into a ball of black mist, and flew downwards. Lin Feng grabbed Yuer and quickly rushed downstairs. The blue scorpion worms behind them were about to catch up. The speed of the blue scorpion worms was simply too fast. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Feng saw a ball of black mist chasing after them. That woman had escaped. His face revealed a look of shock. Who knew how terrifying the cultivation of that woman from the ancient devil clan was? If she caught up, wouldn't that be a dead end? Currently, Lin Feng had already arrived at the 1st level of the Demon Pagoda. He grabbed Yuer and quickly rushed outside. However, the speed of the black mist that the woman had transformed into was simply too fast. In a few breaths of time, she had caught up to Lin Feng and Yuer, and then, she enveloped Lin Feng and Yuer. Senior brother, we're going to die. Yuer was so scared that her face turned pale. The situation was extremely dangerous. It seemed like there was no way to avoid it. It was simply despairing. However, at this extremely dangerous moment, swoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng and Yuer disappeared without a trace. At the crucial moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to avoid being devoured by the black fog. The black fog that the woman had transformed into wanted to chase after them. However, the Devil Tower's runes circled around and blocked the black fog. The black fog once again transformed into the woman's appearance. Looking at Lin Feng and Yuer who were fleeing into the distance, the mysterious woman could not help but frown. The densely packed blue scorpion bugs were also unable to rush out of the Devil Tower. This demonic pagoda was very strange. It was as if no living being in the demonic pagoda could leave. Lin Feng and Yuer left the underground world. When they came out, the ice cave directly collapsed and the passage to the underground world disappeared. At the same time, the 9-story Devil Tower in the underground world shook violently. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the 9-story Devil Tower disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and Yuer rode on the unicorn back to Immortal Snow Island. This experience left the two with lingering fear. However, now that they had come out alive, they could not help but feel incomparably excited when they recalled everything that had happened. Senior brother, I feel so uncomfortable. When they were about to return to Immortal Snow Island, Yuer's body was completely leaning into Lin Feng's embrace. Her voice became a little weak. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He realized that Yuer's body was starting to heat up. The weather was so cold, but Yuer's body was boiling hot. What's going on? Lin Feng's expression became serious. Yu leaned into Lin Feng's embrace and said weakly, "Senior brother, quickly bring me back." After saying this, Yu fainted in Lin Feng's embrace. "Unicorn, hurry up," Lin Feng said. The unicorn was psychic. When it saw Yu fainting, it increased its speed to the fastest. Lin Feng checked Yu's body. He checked Yu's body but did not find anything abnormal. This made him extremely puzzled. How could there be no reason for Yu's body to become so hot? Lin Feng was unwilling to give up and checked again, but he still couldn't find any reason. Lin Feng could not help but frown. He transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. "Demon Lord, can you help me take a look at Yu? She has been hit by the soul planting technique." The Demon Lord said. "Soul planting technique? What is this? Could it be related to the 9th-floor Devil Tower?" Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Just by hearing this name, he felt that it was no small matter. This made him extremely anxious. Yu was extremely pure and lovable. If something really happened to her, Lin Feng would definitely be extremely sad. The Demon Lord said, "It has nothing to do with the 9th-floor Devil Tower. She has been hit by the soul planting technique for a few years now. These soul planting techniques are extremely tyrannical, and they are somewhat similar to possession techniques, but many times stronger. Possession techniques allow the soul to directly destroy another person's soul and take over their body. As for soul planting technique, it allows the soul to transform one's soul into a soul seed and plant it in another person's soul. The longer the time, the higher the compatibility between the soul seed and the target's soul will become, and the harder it will be to destroy the soul seed. The soul seed can awaken at any time and then take over the target's body. It can even steal the target's memories, divine abilities, and so on. Possession techniques allow the target to forcefully take over the body, so it will not be compatible with the target's soul. That is to say, the target's body and soul will clash. However, soul planting techniques allow the soul seed to fuse with the target's soul, so the soul seed will constantly adapt to the target's body. Naturally, there won't be any problems with compatibility. Lin Feng's expression became extremely unsightly. Based on the Demon Lord's words, didn't that mean that Yu's current situation was extremely dangerous? Someone had planted a soul in her. Which bastard was so wicked, who had planted a soul-planting technique in Yu's soul? Lin Feng said, "Demon Lord, you must have a way to deal with this soul-planting technique, right?" "There is no solution," the Demon Lord said. "No way. Then won't Yu die for sure?" Lin Feng said gloomily. "Who knows what will happen in the future? If the soul seed in this little girl's soul never awakens, then there won't be any problems. But once it awakens, it basically means that her body will be taken away, and her soul will be devoured by others." The Demon Lord said. "Is there really no way to deal with soul-planting technique?" Lin Feng asked, unwilling to give up. "Actually, it's not completely impossible. I remember that there was a sect called the Soul Master Dao sect. This sect was proficient in soul-planting technique. If you want to deal with something, you must first understand it. For example, if you want to deal with Yu's soul-planting technique, you must first understand what soul-planting technique is. If you can find the Soul Master Dao's inheritance, you might be able to find a way to deal with soul-planting technique. However, the Soul Master Dao disappeared countless years ago, and no one knows if its legacy has been passed down. Thus, it is extremely difficult to find the Soul Master Dao's inheritance." The Demon Lord said. "The rules are our only hope," whispered Lin Feng. The unicorn carried Lin Feng and Yu back to Immortal Snow Island. They landed in front of a palace in the depths of the island. When Lu saw Lin Feng carrying Yu down from the unicorn, she quickly led a group of female disciples over. "Senior brother, what happened to junior sister Yu?" the female disciple asked. Lin Feng said. "Her body is boiling. Do you have a way to deal with it?" "Senior brother, please follow me," said the female disciple whose family name was Lu. She led the way and brought Lin Feng to a mountain in the depths of the celestial snow island. There was a cold pond in the middle of the mountain. "Senior brother, please put junior sister Yu in the cold pond," the female disciple said. Lin Feng nodded and put Yu in the cold pond. This was a method of using extreme cold to restrain extreme fire. It was a type of yin and yang. After being put in the cold pond, Yuer's expression relaxed a lot. However, she still didn't wake up. Lin Feng asked, "How often does this happen to Yuer?" Originally, the interval was relatively long. It would happen once every few years, but recently, it has become more frequent. It happens once every 3 or 4 months. Moreover, her body is getting hotter and hotter, so it is becoming more and more difficult to suppress it, the female disciple said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The interval between Yuer's body becoming hotter and hotter was getting shorter and shorter. This meant that the soul seed planted in her soul was gradually recovering. Yuer murmured. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she opened her eyes. She saw Lin Feng and the female disciple surnamed Lu standing next to the cold pond and showed an embarrassed expression. Lin Feng said, "It's good that you're fine. I'll go out and wait for you." Yuer was wet and needed to change her clothes, so Lin Feng gave her some privacy. "Senior brother Lin is a confident person," said the female disciple surnamed Lu. Yuer said, "Senior brother Lin is a good person. Little girl, are you in love?" The female disciple surnamed Lu said with a smile. "Of course not." Yuer blushed and didn't dare to look at Lu. Although Lu didn't have a man, she more or less knew about the relationship between men and women. Seeing Yuer acting like a little girl, she naturally knew that Yuer was in love. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Lin Feng was such an excellent man that any woman would find it hard to refuse. Even she had some admiration for Lin Feng. But the female disciple surnamed Lu knew. This admiration could only be kept in the bottom of her heart forever and couldn't be spoken out. There was a huge difference between her and Lin Feng's social status. Yuer changed into clean clothes and walked out with the female disciple surnamed Lu. Seeing that Yuer had recovered, Lin Feng was temporarily relieved. Lin Feng knew about the matter of saving Yuer. Now, he could only wait for the news of the Soul Master Dao Sec's inheritance. "Go back and have a good rest. Take care of your body." Lin Feng rubbed Yuer's head lovingly. Yuer blushed and nodded. After waiting for another 3 days, Lin Feng finally got the news that Xianxia had come out of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, Xianxia went to see Yuer. Obviously, he knew that there was a problem with Yuer's body. Besides, the female disciple whose family name was Lu came to inform Lin Feng that he could go and see the ancestor in the evening. Said Lin Feng. At night, the female disciple, whose family name was Lu, brought Lin Feng to Xiaomiao's living room. Xianxia was over 3 million years old and could be considered an old antique. But in fact, Xianxia didn't look old from his appearance. She looked like she was in her 30s. She had a voluptuous figure and was extremely beautiful. She could be considered a peerless beauty. "Junior Lin Feng greets Senior." Lin Feng bowed. Xianxia replied, "Sect leader Lin, you're too polite." "It's my duty as a junior," Lin said. Xianxia said, "Please take a seat, Master Lin." Xianxia nodded and sat. Xianxia said, "Thank you, Master Lin, for sending Yuer back to the immortal Snow Island in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable," said Lin Feng. "That's what I should do, Master. But there is one thing I don't know if you know." "What is it?" Xianxia asked. "There's something wrong with Yuer's body," Lin Feng said. Xianxia sighed. "A soul planting technique." Lin Feng asked, "Senior, do you have a solution?" "I can only think of a way to suppress it, but I can't think of a way to deal with it." Xianxia looked sad and said, "Yuer is a pitiful girl. She was abandoned when she was young and had a soul-planting technique. But she's always been strong and optimistic. She's really precious." Lin Feng asked, "Do you have any clues about Yuer's background?" Xianxia said, "I didn't find any valuable clues. The world is dangerous, so there are too many abandoned children. It's very difficult to find their relatives." Lin Feng said, "I know a way to save Yuer." "Sect Master Lin knows about this?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. Lin Feng said, "There's an ancient sect called the Soul Master Dao sect. They have all kinds of soul-planting techniques. If you can find the Soul Master Dao sect's inheritance, you might be able to find a way to deal with the soul-planting technique." I'll send people to find out more about the Soul Master Dao sect. Senior, you can also use your connections to find out more. Xianxia nodded and said, thank you for telling me about this. Senior, please don't be so polite. And I are good friends, so I'm obliged to help her, Lin Feng said. It's yours honor to be your friend. Xianxia said. Lin Feng felt that it was about time to get to the point of his visit to Immortal Snow Island. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng said, actually, I took the liberty to visit you because I have something I need your help with. What is it? Xianxia asked. She didn't immediately agree to Lin Feng's request. She wanted to hear it first before making a decision. Said Lin Feng. After I founded the Dragon Sect, it's been doing well. You probably know one of my subordinates, his name is Ding Yunzhong. He recommended Wen Ziran and Zhuge Qinyi to me. If those two masters joined the Dragon Sect, it would be incredible. I wanted to talk to them about it, but they didn't want to see me. I hope Master Xue can help me, said Lin Feng. Xianxia's expression changed when she heard about Wen Ziran and Zhuge Qinyi. After so many years of entanglement, so many things had happened between the two of them. When Ding Yunzhong's ancestor was still alive, he would gather everyone together from time to time. At that time, there was still some contact. However, ever since Ding Yunzhong's ancestor passed away, Xianxia stopped contacting Wen Ziran and Zhuge Qinyi. For some reason, Wen Ziran and Zhuge Qinyi didn't contact Xianxia either. The relationship between the two sides faded just like that. I'm afraid I can't help sect leader Lin with this matter. Xianxia said. Many times, Xianxia also asked herself. Why did her life become like this? However, it seemed that nothing could be changed. The ignorant feelings of youth had long since become a thing of the past. There were many things that Xianxia chose to keep in the bottom of her heart, no longer touching or thinking about. Lin Feng said, does Senior want to hear a story? Xianxia said, you can tell me. When I was young, my mother was not by my side, and my father's health was also very problematic, so it was always third uncle and third aunt who took care of me. Later, when I grew up, I wholeheartedly wanted to bring glory to my ancestors, so I spent all those years outside to gain experience, and spent most of my time away from my family. That year, when I returned to the family, my father left the family due to some matters. Since then, the two of us, father and son, have never seen each other again. Moreover, at that time, the family underwent a drastic change, and many family members died. Third uncle was killed in order to save me, and I could only watch as third uncle died in front of me, but I was powerless to do anything. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow. Everyone knows how to talk about principles, but only those who have personally experienced them know that some principles are correct. There's nothing in this world that can't be crossed. We should cherish our family and friends because we don't know when we'll find that they're no longer around when we want to cherish them. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel sad when he thought about his third uncle, who had died to save him, and Hui Han, who had died to save him in the ancient city. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Lin Feng wiped away his tears and said embarrassedly. Xianxia said, sect leader Lin, you're an emotional person. How could I make fun of you? Lin Feng said, as a junior, there are some things that I shouldn't say, but as a junior, there are some things that I really want to say. I've heard from Ding Yunzhong that you've been friends for so many years. No matter what you've gone through, the friendship between fellow sect members is still there. Regardless of whether you agree to let me introduce Senior Wen and Senior Zhuge, there's one thing that I hope to see, Senior Xue, Senior Wen, and Senior Zhuge reconcile. I won't disturb you any longer, so I'll take my leave now. Lin Feng bowed to Xianxia and turned to leave. Xianxia's expression kept changing. When she saw that Lin Feng was about to leave, she said, all right. I'll go with you, but whether or not you can persuade Senior Wen and Senior Zhuge will depend on your own ability. I won't interfere with their decision. Lin Feng was overjoyed and said, thank you, Senior. I won't make things difficult for you. 10 days later, Lin Feng came to Ice Serpent Island again. Senior Wen, Senior Zhuge, hurry up and open the seal. I brought someone to see you. Lin Feng shouted from outside the formation. Wen Ziran and Zhuge Qinyi saw the situation outside through the mountain and river mirror. When they saw that Lin Feng had returned, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. why are you here again? Do you want to be thrown out again? Zhuge snappily said. Seniors, this junior is opening the way for someone this time. An old friend has come to see you. Seniors, please open the restriction and quickly come out to greet him. Otherwise, when that old friend leaves, it will be too late for you to regret it. Lin Feng continued. Wen Xiren and Zhuge couldn't help but sneer at Lin Feng. Wen Xiren said, Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you're asking for it, don't blame us for teaching you a lesson. As Wen Xiren spoke, he was about to attack. A woman walked in from outside. This woman was none other than Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia coming in, Lin Feng hurriedly ran to Xianxia's side. It seems like you don't welcome me. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer, said Lin Feng. Xianxia said faintly. When he saw Xianxia, Wen Xiren and Zhuge were completely stunned on the spot. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The two didn't even have time to put on their shoes before they ran out of the cave. Junior sister, it's our fault. Junior sister, please don't be angry. Junior sister, it's our fault for being blind. Junior sister, please calm down. After Wen Xiren and Zhuge ran out, they kept apologizing. They didn't look like giant God realm experts at all. He was like a child who had done something wrong, full of regret. Lin Feng said in his heart. Evil people will eventually be dealt with by evil people. These two old scoundrels also had a day like this. Looking at them bowing and lowering their heads, Lin Feng thought. It felt so good, Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. Xianxia looked at Wen Xiren and Zhuge. She had too many complaints in her heart. Now, she saw that Wen Xiren and Zhuge temples were already white. She couldn't help but sigh. Everyone was old. Yes. Just a sect leader, Lin said. Why couldn't they get over it? Have you been well all these years? Xianxia asked with a trembling voice. Yes, we've been well. No, we haven't been well. Wen Xiren and Zhuge started talking incoherently. The two of them were so excited that they couldn't believe that all of this was real. Lin Feng said, Seniors, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's go inside. Yes. Junior sister, let's go inside and rest. Wen Xiren and Zhuge quickly said. Xianxia nodded, and the four of them entered Wen Xiren and Zhuge's cave. The two of them had tidied up the cave so well that not a speck of dust could be seen. Lin Feng said, Seniors, please feel free to talk about the past. Just pretend that I'm not here. Wen Xiren, Zhuge and Xianxia really pretended that Lin Feng wasn't there. They sat together and talked about many things, including the past. Sometimes, when they talked about something emotional, they couldn't help but shed silent tears. Xianxia brought up Lin Feng's matter at the right time. Wen Xiren and Zhuge muttered to themselves. They naturally knew why Lin Feng had come. They were all old foxes. Each and every one of Lin Feng's movements was clearly seen by them. When Lin Feng heard Xianxia talk about him, he said, Master, the Dragon Gate is changing every day. If you two join us, we'll definitely become the most powerful sect in the world, said Xianxia. Wen Xiren said, We were able to get back together with junior sister Xue thanks to sect leader Lin, but that's a separate matter. Sect leader Lin wants to invite us to join the Dragon Gate, but we don't have that intention. Zhuge nodded and said, We've always been carefree. We don't want to join any power. Before coming, Lin Feng knew that it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to persuade Wen Xiren and Zhuge to join the Dragon Gate. Therefore, when he saw Wen Xiren and Zhuge's attitude, he was surprised. He didn't find it strange. In fact, he felt that it was normal. Lin Feng said, Junior knows that you two seniors are immortals and don't like being restricted. Therefore, you're not interested in joining other powers. Today, Junior wants to say 3 things. If you two seniors think that Junior's words are reasonable, I hope that you can consider them carefully. If you don't think that Junior's words are reasonable, then I won't force you. I'll leave immediately. Alright, let's hear it. Wen Xiren and Zhuge nodded. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng curiously. He didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to say. Lin Feng said, although the 9 provinces seems peaceful, it's actually very turbulent. When the alien races keep coming to the 9 provinces, it will definitely intensify all kinds of conflicts. In addition, many factions in the 9 provinces already have deep conflicts, but they're just hiding. How long can this situation last? For example, the Red World Fairy and the Taisheng Immortal sect will have a decisive battle sooner or later. When that time comes, it won't just be a battle between 2 sects, it will definitely involve countless factions. That's the first reason I want to talk about. The 9 provinces will definitely descend into chaos, and before that happens, we should do our best to control as much power as possible. That's why I set up the Dragon's Gate in the Sea region and recruited people. If we wait until the 9 provinces truly descend into chaos, it'll be too late to recruit people. Only when we have enough power in our hands will we be able to survive better. Although the 2 of you are currently in seclusion, I'm sure you have many clansmen, right? When chaos arrives, even if the 2 of you are extremely powerful, it'll be very difficult for you to protect your clansmen. At that time, you need a powerful faction to back you up. In this chaotic world, who would dare to provoke you if you want to be a hegemon? When the time comes, no one will dare to provoke you, and you'll be able to protect your clansmen. The second reason I want to talk about is that it's related to your own fate. Seniors, both of you are giant gods, but I'm sure you know that breaking through from the giant god realm to the quasi-emperor realm, or even the emperor realm after that, is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is related to luck. Seniors, have you heard of this before? Lin Feng looked at Wen Ziren and Zhuge Chini. The 2 of them asked at the same time, what saying? Rise to the occasion. Lin Feng said. What does that mean? The 2 of them frowned. Even Xianxia frowned. Wen Ziren, Zhuge Chini, and Xianxia didn't understand, but Lin Feng didn't find it strange. The first time he heard it was from Shui Linglong, and the second time was from the Demon Lord. It was only after the Demon Lord became a great emperor that he understood the profundity of this sentence. Lin Feng said, since ancient times, there have been very few emperor realm experts. This is because, in order to become an emperor realm expert, one has to meet a very important condition. That is to become an emperor realm expert. In order to become an emperor realm expert, one has to constantly absorb the chi of heaven and earth. However, I'm sure seniors know that the chi of heaven and earth is the most difficult thing to absorb. If one doesn't have enough chi of heaven and earth, they won't be able to continue breaking through. Why is it that the older one gets, the harder it is to break through? That's because once a person ages, their fate will decline as well, and breaking through will become even more difficult. That's why we have to seize as much fate as possible. I started cultivating when I was 6 years old. Up until now, I have been cultivating for 30 years. The reason why I am able to achieve what I have now is because of my luck. Hearing this, Wen Ziren, Zhuge Chini, and Shui Liangqiu's expressions turned solemn. Lin Feng had been cultivating for 30 years. He had walked a path that countless people might not be able to complete in their entire lives. And the most important thing was that Lin Feng's attainments in the field of formations made Wen Ziren, a formation grandmaster, exclaim in admiration. Therefore, Lin Feng was indeed a person with great luck. This world was originally unfair. Some people were born with wealth and glory, while others were destined to live a poor life. Some people were born with great luck, while others were born with bad luck. But no matter what the reason was, Lin Feng was a person with great luck. But Lin Feng's luck. It could indeed be described as monstrous luck. Lin Feng continued, Seniors, you have been cultivating for more than 3 million years, but you are still stuck in the giant god realm, unable to break through. Although there are many reasons, there is one that must be mentioned, and that is that your fate is not enough. I'm sure you have heard of the ancient great emperors. Regardless of their cultivation talent, they did not become great emperors at a very young age. Most of them became great emperors at a very young age. Isn't there a reason for this? Is this what you mean by born with the times? Shui Liangqiu asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right. This is called born with the times. Why were those ancient great emperors able to become great emperors at a very young age, instead of cultivating for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years. It's because those ancient great emperors knew how to gather fate. They knew how to devour the fate of heaven and earth, so they became characters born with the times. When Xiren said, the method of devouring fate doesn't seem to be a secret that can't be passed on. Lin Feng said, that's right. The method of devouring fate isn't a secret that can't be passed on. However, I would like to ask, how long does it take for Senior Wen to devour a strand of fate? This? Wen Xiren frowned. Wen Xiren frowned slightly. He needed at least 7 days, and at most half a month to absorb a strand of fate. The speed of devouring fate could be described as slow. Even giant gods took such a long time to absorb fate, let alone cultivators of other realms. Lin Feng smiled. If you don't have enough luck, you need to be with someone who has a lot of luck. People who have a lot of luck can change your luck and make your luck become stronger and stronger, said Lin Feng. Obviously, if you two seniors are by my side, your fate will gradually improve under the influence of my fate. In the future, your fate will become endless. Although I dare not say that you two seniors will break through to the Great Emperor realm, at the very least, you will break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, right? When Xiren and Zhuge Qianyi sank into deep thought. Xianxia was also pondering Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng continued, the first and second reasons I mentioned aren't the most important ones. The third reason is the most important one. The three of them were shocked. They hadn't thought that the 2 reasons Lin Feng had mentioned were only secondary reasons. What was the most important reason? The 3 of them looked at Lin Feng at the same time. At that moment, they saw Lin Feng stand up. Rumble, Lin Feng's body. His 5 devouring martial spirits began to circulate. Then, they turned into a huge black hole. Lin Feng stood inside the black hole. He looked at the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. This is, when Xiren, Zhuge Qianyi, and Xianxia were shocked. They all stood up, unable to calm down. Lin Feng said, my ancestor is the oldest Sovereign Emperor clan. My ancestor. He awakened Pangu, and that's how he created the world. My ancestor awakened Nuwa, and that's how she created all living things. My ancestor was above Xiantian lifeforms. Before the universe was created, my ancestor was already born. Now, I've awakened my ancestor's bloodline. Sooner or later, I'll become a great emperor, or even an immortal. If I become an immortal, even if you don't have enough fate, I can still change your fates for you. I'll make you people who are destined to be great emperors one day. The Sovereign Imperial Clan. You're actually a descendant of the legendary Sovereign Imperial Clan? Everyone stared at Lin Feng in shock. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to have such a great background. The Sovereign Imperial Clan had enjoyed too much glory over the long years. There were also too many legends about them. However, many people believed that the Sovereign Imperial Clan had already disappeared in the river of time. Now that Lin Feng had appeared, when Xiren, Zhuge Qianyi, and Xianxia finally realized that there were still members of the Sovereign Imperial Clan in the world. They finally understood why Lin Feng had achieved so much at such a young age. His background was simply too great. In the past, even great emperors had to kowtow to the ancestors of the Sovereign Imperial Clan. Even immortals had to bow to the ancestors of the Sovereign Imperial Clan. This was the Sovereign Imperial Clan. It was a clan that had borne too much glory. Many people had once thought that the Sovereign Imperial Clan was only a race of legends. The legends of the Sovereign Imperial Clan. They were all just legends. But now, Lin Feng had revealed that he was a descendant of the Sovereign Imperial Clan. How could they not be shocked? I hope that the 2 seniors can seriously consider this junior's suggestion. Lin Feng said. When Xiren and Zhuge Qianyi exchanged glances. They were indeed tempted and wanted to join Lin Feng. However, the 2 of them were still hesitant. So what if Lin Feng was a descendant of the Sovereign Imperial Clan? If he wasn't strong enough, no matter how good his background was, he was destined to be a shooting star. After a brief moment of brilliance, he would fall. When Xiren and Zhuge Qianyi had seen too many shooting stars like this in their long lives. This was the main reason why they were hesitant. When Xiren said, if Sect Master Lin wants to become an overlord, he'll definitely affect the interests of many factions. There aren't many powerful factions in the ancient Desolate Sea region, and most of them are formed by independent cultivators. These factions naturally won't be able to threaten Sect Master Lin. However, once Sect Master Lin's faction grows stronger, it will definitely attract the attention of some of the top factions in the other regions. Even the ninth evil dragon, the overlord of the southernmost region of the Sinkhole Sea region, won't sit idly by. How could he allow others to sleep soundly on his bed? The ancient desolate sea region is in the southern sea region of the ninth evil dragon's territory. When the time comes, the ninth evil dragon will definitely invade. If sect leader Lin can defeat the ninth evil dragon, the two of us will join you. Clearly, when Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi wanted to test his ability, and Lin Feng was very clear about this. He asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course." When Xiren nodded and said, "Good. Then let's make a gentleman's agreement. If I can defeat the ninth evil dragon, the two seniors will submit to me." Lin Feng said. A gentleman never goes back on his word. When Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi nodded. Lin Feng was in a good mood after making a gentleman's agreement with the two of them. He then looked at Shui Liangqiu and asked, "Senior Shui, are you interested in joining our Dragon Gate? When the time comes, I'll be with Senior Wen and Senior Zhuge, and we can take care of each other." Shui Liangqiu smiled and said, "We'll talk about it when you're able to recruit Senior Wen and Senior Zhuge." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Alright, I'll visit Senior Shui when the time comes." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "I've already left the Dragon Gate for a while, so it's not convenient for me to stay here any longer. I'll take my leave now." The three of them sent Lin Feng out of the immortal residence. Lin Feng then left and returned to the ancient ship, Xianyuan. "Master, you're all smiles. Did you manage to convince the two seniors?" Wan Yang asked with a smile. Lin Feng said, "You can say that. Let's return." Rumble. Then, the ancient starship Xianyuan soared into the sky and flew toward the Dragon Gate Island. After returning to the Dragon Gate Island, Lin Feng sent someone to contact the all-knowing pavilion and ask them for information about the Tao sect of Soul Masters. At the same time, Lin Feng also sent people to the mainland. He spent a lot of money to get the Mercenary Association and various large companies to help him find information about the Tao sect of Soul Masters. In the following period of time, Lin Feng didn't cultivate, but he also studied the sky ring he'd obtained from the martial origin immortal residence. The restrictions on the ring were too complicated. Lin Feng had already studied it for a long time, but he still hadn't found a way to break it. One day, a red-crowned crane flew over and delivered a letter to Lin Feng. It was a letter from Feng Yaoguang. Lin Feng opened the letter and read it. "Dear husband, during this time, I've been alone on the ancient starry sky path, and I've often missed you. I wonder if you're doing well. Yesterday, on the ancient starry sky path, Yaoguang encountered a starry sky fleet. After asking around, I found out that the starry sky fleet was going to the same place as this mistress. I boarded the ship and followed them through the starry sky. I hope you don't have to worry about me." Feng Yaoguang's name was written on the letter. Lin Feng was silent for a long time after reading the letter. This was the second letter from Feng Yaoguang. However, in the first two letters, Feng Yaoguang didn't mention where she was going. This was what worried Lin Feng. Feng Yaoguang didn't say where she was going. Obviously, that place must be very dangerous. Lin Feng lay on the bed and couldn't help but think of Feng Yaoguang's figure. The night was dark. That night, Lin Feng couldn't sleep. Under the Antarctic ice field. Outside the 9-story Devil Tower, a pitch-black shadow walked over. "He he he he." A sinister voice rang out, like the cry of a malicious spirit, causing people to tremble with fear. The pitch-black shadow stopped outside the 9-story Devil Tower. Not long after, a black fog flew to the first floor of the 9-story Devil Tower and turned into the appearance of the ancient Devil Clan woman. "You're still alive." The black shadow spoke with a hoarse voice. "I want to die, but I can't," the woman said. "After so many years, you still haven't let go," the shadow said again. "Maybe I won't let go until the day I die," the woman said. "Since you're not dead, this is the will of the heavens," the shadow said. "Maybe," said Yi Futian. The woman said. "It's time to go out. We still have our mission," the shadow said. "Those things have nothing to do with me anymore." the woman said. No one can escape. Even if you don't want to face it, you still have to face it. Maybe this is the so-called fate. The shadow sighed. Fate. Fate, the woman muttered. Finally, she said faintly, since that's the case, let's go out for a walk, rumble. The 9-story Devil Tower suddenly trembled and then tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. As for that shadow, it gradually faded away. It quietly left the world under the ice. Finally, Lin Feng had found a way to break the restrictions of the ring. Lin Feng had worked hard for a long time, and finally, he had found a way to break the restrictions. Under Lin Feng's efforts, the restrictions on the Sky Ring were gradually being unlocked. This made Lin Feng very happy. He had been looking forward to opening the Sky Ring. Now, it seemed that breaking the restrictions on the Sky Ring was just around the corner. Lin Feng broke through the restrictions one by one. After spending about 8 days, Lin Feng finally broke through the restrictions on the ring. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. His divine consciousness entered the ring. Suddenly, a mysterious voice sounded in his mind. How long has it been since I last saw you? When he heard the voice, Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. It was a woman's voice. However, he did not know who this woman was. Was she the person who forged the ring, or was she the previous owner of the ring? After the voice sounded, Lin Feng felt the scene in front of him change. He had arrived in an ancient world. This world was ancient, mysterious, and immortal. Immortal qi could be seen everywhere. Purple clouds were everywhere. It was as if he had arrived in the legendary immortal world. In the distance, 9 Qinghuan divine birds pulled a divine chariot over. Look, it's very clear snow. An ancient city appeared in his line of sight. Countless people came out to welcome the woman. Very clear snow was famous. She was a heaven-defying existence. Her cultivation base. Countless powerhouses of the heaven realm were impressed by him. In the celestial realm, there was no one who did not know Fairy Clear Snow. It was unknown how many people had tried to woo Fairy Xianxia, but they were all rejected by her. The Dragon Emperor of the South Sea is coming, the Primordial Chaos Emperor is here too, the Barefoot Emperor is here too, the North Star Emperor is here too. One after another, experts of the celestial realm arrived. These people were rarely seen. Today, they were all gathered together. This was because an unparalleled figure was about to arrive. This unparalleled figure was my Wu Yuan. An immortal. Even the powerhouses of the heaven realm had to be respectful in front of the immortals. Not long after, my Takeo arrived. He wore a green robe and had a gentle smile on his face. He didn't look like a lofty immortal at all. Many people were impressed by Makino's character. Many great emperors sought guidance from my Wu Yuan, hoping to receive his guidance. Makino Takeo patiently answered everyone's questions. I heard that in order to become a true immortal, one has to find the heaven-shaking steel. I wonder if that's true? Many great emperors' expressions changed slightly. Although what Fairy Xianxia asked was what they wanted to know, her question was a little too direct. Furthermore, the heaven-shaking stone tablet was the greatest secret of the myriad worlds. Who would casually reveal such a secret to others? Therefore, Fairy Clear Snow's direct inquiry about the heaven-shaking stone steel had touched upon some privacy. These emperors were worried that Mugen would be displeased if they were to do so. Mugen's attitude exceeded everyone's expectations. He said, there is indeed such a saying. Fairy Xianxia continued asking, I heard that you became a true immortal because you obtained a heaven-shaking stone tablet. Mugen said. That's right. Thank you for answering my question, immortal. Fairy Xianxia bowed to my Wu Yuan and said. My Takeo had lived in the heaven realm for 1,000 years. During these 1,000 years, Fairy Xianxia often visited him. She admired Makino Takeo. However, she had never expressed her feelings. If I don't become a true immortal, I'll eventually grow old and pass away. What right do I have to be Mugen's lover? Fairy Xianxia muttered to herself. She cultivated very hard. Among the many great emperors, Fairy Xianxia had only cultivated for 13,000 years. She was currently the youngest great emperor. Her talent was outstanding, and with Mugen's guidance, her cultivation progressed very quickly. One day, Fairy Xianxia came to visit Mugen. She saw him standing on a cliff, staring at the sea of clouds. He was motionless, like a statue. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. "Immortal, what are you thinking about?" Fairy Xianxia walked over and asked. Mugen replied, "I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" Fairy Xianxia asked. "The wastelands." Mugen replied. "Why are you going there?" Fairy Xianxia couldn't help but ask. However, she immediately realized that she didn't have the right to ask such questions. Fairy Xianxia hurriedly said, "I was too rude. Please punish me, Immortal." Mugen said, "It's fine. We've known each other for 1,000 years. You're one of the few friends I have in the heaven realm. You can speak your mind. There's no need to be restrained." Mugen paused for a moment, then continued, "I'm going to the wastelands because something I've been looking for many years has appeared there. I don't know if the information is true, so I need to go there and investigate." Fairy Xianxia was very happy. Only now did she realize that she was a friend in Mugen's heart. However, she was also a little disappointed. She could feel it. Mugen only saw her as a friend. There were no emotions involved. Fairy Xianxia didn't ask what Mugen was looking for. That was Mugen's secret. "When it's time for you to leave, can I come and send you off?" Fairy Xianxia asked expectantly. She was very nervous. She was worried that Mugen would reject her. Mai gave Fairy Xianxia a deep look and nodded. About half a month later, Mugen left the heaven realm under Fairy Xianxia's escort. He arrived at the wastelands. The wastelands had a blood-red sky, a blood-red sun, a blood-red earth, a blood-red moon, and a blood-red star. Everything here seemed to be blood-red. This place was connected to the other world, the heaven realm, the netherworld, and the Xianhuang realm. There were countless terrifying races here. The strongest experts of the three realms and the other world would appear here. There were 7 lands of death here. It was said that they hid the greatest secrets of the heavens. It was said that within the 7 lands of death, ancient immortal kings were buried there. No one was willing to talk about the 7 lands of death. Even the powerful true immortals of the 3 realms. The rulers of the other world. No one was willing to talk about the 7 lands of death. After arriving at the wastelands, Mugen searched every inch of the wastelands in search of that thing, but to no avail. Later, he met an old man. He talked with the old man for a long time. Many things are difficult to find in the outside world. Most of them are buried in the lands of death, the old man said. The 7 lands of death were too terrifying. Very few people dared to enter them, as they were the most dangerous places in the wasteland. No one knew what kind of terrifying things would happen once they entered. But now, in order to find that thing, Mugen decided to take the risk and explore it. The lands of death were indeed terrifying. Even someone as strong as him had encountered danger and almost died inside. What made Lin Feng even more depressed was that he couldn't see what happened after Mugen entered the lands of death. He could only see a vast expanse of whiteness. There was a strange power that concealed everything that happened in the lands of death. When Mugen came out of the first lands of death, his entire body was covered in blood. He had suffered serious injuries. What is in the wastelands lands of death? It's so terrifying that it could injure a true immortal to such an extent. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. But it was all real. Mugen had suffered serious injuries and almost died. He looked for a place to recuperate. After he recovered, Mugen went to the second lands of death. Lin Feng was puzzled. Just what was Makino Takeo looking for that would make him risk his life to enter the wastelands to search for it? This puzzled Yi Zichen greatly. What could be more important than life? Was there anything in the world that could attract someone as powerful as Mugen? Just like the first time, Mugen walked out of the second lands of death with serious injuries. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently. I didn't expect the lands of death to hide such a secret. Mai Takei muttered to himself, his expression uncertain. He seemed to have seen something inconceivable in the second lands of death. Mugen left. After he recovered from his injuries, he went to the third lands of death. This third zone of death was just as dangerous as the previous 2. Muto Makino emerged from the third zone of death. When Mugen came out of the lands of death, he had suffered serious injuries. This time, his injuries were far more serious than the first and second lands of death. He fainted outside the lands of death. At that moment, a woman appeared and caressed Mugen's face. This woman was none other than Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia took my Wu Yuan away. When Takeo Makino woke up, he saw Fairy Xianxia resting by the side of the bed. He reached out to touch her face. But in the end, he put his hand down. Fairy Xianxia woke up and was very happy to see that my Wu Yuan had woken up. "Why are you in the wasteland?" Makino asked. Fairy Xianxia said, "Originally, I came to the wasteland with a few fellow Taoists to deal with some matters. After coming to the wasteland, we also wanted to pay our respects to the impasse, but we didn't expect to see an exalted immortal." Fairy Xianxia did not tell the truth. She came to the wasteland alone. She was here to look for Takeo Makino. But in the end, she did not have the courage to say these words. "Where are your friends?" Makino asked. "I told them to leave first." Fairy Xianxia said. "I'll have to trouble you for the next few days," Makino said. Fairy Clear Snow said, "Aren't we friends? There's no need to be so polite between friends." After my Wu Yuan recovered, he planned to explore the fourth impasse. This time, Fairy Xianxia followed beside my Wu Yuan. Fairy Xianxia was satisfied even if she could only look at my Wu Yuan from afar. "Wait outside." "I'll be out soon," my Wu Yuan said. Fairy Xianxia nodded. She really wanted to be of help. But there was nothing she could do. The impasse in the wasteland was too terrifying. If she went in, she would not be able to help my Wu Yuan. She would even become a burden to my Wu Yuan. Fairy Xianxia was very clear about this. Therefore, she waited outside for my Wu Yuan's safe return. This was her biggest hope. The impasse was too dangerous, but fortunately, no matter how serious his injuries were, my Wu Yuan always came out alive. He finished exploring the seventh impasse. After coming out of the seventh, he was covered in blood, but there was a happy expression on his face. He held a jade tube in his hand. It was something he had brought out of the impasse. "I finally found a clue," my Wu Yuan said. "That's great. That's really great." Fairy Xianxia was even happier than my Wu Yuan. She even hugged him excitedly. However, she soon realized how inappropriate this action was, so she quickly let go of my Wu Yuan. Her face was flushed red. "Let's go," my Wu Yuan said. Fairy Xianxia nodded. Only then did she feel less awkward. About a month later, my Wu Yuan left and went to the other world. According to the clues he obtained, the item was in the other world. Therefore, my Wu Yuan needed to go to the other world to find that item. Even for an expert like him, the other world was full of unknowns. Fairy Xianxia wanted to go to the other world with him. However, my Wu Yuan rejected her. "That place is too dangerous. I'll be fine if you stay here. Wait for me to come back. I have something to tell you," my Wu Yuan said. My Wu Yuan left and entered the other world. Fairy Xianxia had been waiting. She was also looking forward to it. What did my Wu Yuan want to say to her? She thought of a possibility. She was surprised and shy. Even someone as powerful as her. When faced with feelings, she was still the same as the most ordinary person. However, Fairy Xianxia waited for a long time, but my Wu Yuan did not return. She became more and more anxious. Until one day, an old man came to find her. This was the old man my Wu Yuan had met. He had told my Wu Yuan to enter the land of death to find the item he was looking for. Now, this old man had appeared again. Something happened to him. The old man said. "Where is he?" Fairy Xianxia asked anxiously. "In the immortal mansion." The old man took out the Wu Yuan immortal mansion. Now, it had shrunk to the size of a palm. The old man handed it to Fairy Xianxia and left. Fairy Xianxia entered the immortal mansion. She saw my Wu Yuan on his deathbed. Tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. She knelt in front of my Wu Yuan and cried in his arms. She did not want to hide her feelings anymore. "Don't cry. Don't be sad. People will die eventually." My Wu Yuan reached out and caressed Fairy Xianxia's face. Don't die. Don't die. Fairy Xianxia's voice was sorrowful. I was poisoned too deeply. My Wu Yuan sighed. I never thought that the other world's poisonous insects would be so terrifying. Even after being bitten by one, no medicine could cure me. I buried the poisonous insects in the courtyard. This immortal mansion will be passed down to a fated person. Okay. Fairy Xianxia's tears fell like rain. If there is a next life, I am willing to hold your hand and grow old with you. My Wu Yuan said softly. His hand slipped down. A true immortal. He had fallen. A true immortal had actually fallen just like that. It was truly regrettable. All the images disappeared, and Lin Feng's divine sense returned to his mind. That bug was actually the culprit behind my Wu Yuan's death. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. He had placed the bug in his mountain river ring, and it had become a supplement for the white jade toad. The white jade toad had finished its second evolution by devouring the bug's poison, and was now on its way to its third evolution. However, Lin Feng had never thought that the bug would have such a great origin. What kind of world was the other world? Wasn't it too terrifying? It was just a bug from the other world, but it had actually poisoned a true immortal to death. No one dared to believe that this was real. True immortals were powerful existences, high and mighty, immortal. Yet, they had died just like that. It was truly too sullen. Seems like Fairy Xianxia left this ring behind. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He just didn't know what happened to Fairy Xianxia in the end. The death of a loved one was definitely a heavy blow. An expert of her level should be able to walk out of the shadow of grief very quickly. I wonder what my Wu Yuan was looking for. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He was extremely puzzled. It was precisely because of that item that my Wu Yuan had died. A treasure that could make a true immortal go through so much trouble must be extraordinary. Is it in this ring? Lin Feng looked at the sky ring in his hand, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He was filled with anticipation. Perhaps he would be able to discover something shocking. He used his divine sense to sense the space inside the sky ring. He immediately discovered something. The inside of the sky ring was boundless. As expected of a spatial treasure made from the sky crystal, it was practically a small world of its own. Inside the sky ring, there was a huge mountain range. Lin Feng looked at the mountain range and was shocked. Those mountain ranges. They were actually origin crystal veins. Moreover, they were extremely high-grade origin crystals. Origin crystals were divided into many different grades. Ordinary, medium, high, extreme, peerless, divine, immortal, and sacred. One mid-grade origin crystal could be exchanged for 100 ordinary origin crystals. A high-grade origin crystal could be exchanged for 100 mid-grade origin crystals. And so on. Every time he leveled up, he could exchange for 100 origin crystals of the first tier. Although the exchange rate was like this, it was actually quite difficult to exchange for it. This was because the origin crystals circulating on the market were all ordinary origin crystals. Mid-grade origin crystals were nowhere to be seen, let alone higher-grade ones. The origin crystal mine in the sky ring was surrounded by divine light or immortal light. This meant that the origin crystal veins in the sky ring were either divine-grade origin crystal veins or immortal-grade origin crystal veins. This was simply too shocking. That was because such origin crystal veins were simply too precious. The outside world simply couldn't see these origin crystals. However, within the sky ring, 365 divine-grade origin crystal mines. There were 79 immortal-grade origin crystal veins. Lin Feng didn't know how many origin crystals there were in the mines. However, the value of these origin crystals was simply too great. Using such high-grade origin crystals to cultivate, his cultivation speed would increase by at least 100 times, or even a few hundred times. No wonder it's so difficult to find high-grade origin crystals nowadays. It turns out that these origin crystal veins were all taken by the ancient experts. Unfortunately, there are no divine-grade origin crystal veins here. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although there were no divine-grade origin crystal veins, which were the most precious, Lin Feng was still very satisfied. The value of these origin crystal veins was simply too great. With such origin crystal veins, who knew how many top-notch experts could be cultivated? Lin Feng continued to explore the sky ring to see if there were any other treasures. He searched through many places, but found that the sky ring was empty. The treasures inside. Apart from the origin crystals, everything else seemed to have been taken away. Of course. Even if it had been taken away, Lin Feng didn't have any regrets. He had obtained so many divine-grade and immortal-grade origin crystal veins. He was already satisfied. Buzz, suddenly, from the depths of the sky ring came the sound of violent vibrations. Lin Feng's divine telekinesis probed the depths of the sky ring. It was a world of white fog that blocked the probing of divine telekinesis. Clatter. Suddenly, the sound of chains colliding came from the world of white fog. This surprised Lin Feng. Could it be that something was trapped in the world of white fog? Lin Feng's divine telekinesis moved and he disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared in the sky ring. He stood outside the world of white fog and looked into the depths. Roar, a low roar came out, and a ferocious aura filled the sky. Bang, Lin Feng was sent flying by the ferocious aura emitted from the world of white fog. His face was very pale, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. What kind of terrifying existence was in the world of white fog? It was so terrifying. He didn't dare to approach the world of white fog again. He stood in the distance and opened the heavenly demon snake eye, wanting to see what was in the world of white fog. The heavenly demon snake eye could see through illusions. The world of white fog could no longer block Lin Feng's line of sight. Finally, Lin Feng saw clearly what kind of creature was in the world of white fog. It was a huge creature. Its entire body was bronze, and it had a pair of wings on its back. It had the body of a lion and the head of a dragon. Its eyes were ferocious and cold. That ferocious beast was chained up by chains. It kept struggling, trying to break free from the chains. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it failed. The chains couldn't be broken at all. Did he really imprison a beast? Lin Feng took a deep breath. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized that the huge beast had disappeared. A strange weapon appeared in the depths of the world of white fog. It looked like a cauldron or a furnace. It had 4 legs and 8 ears. A terrifying aura emanated from the strange treasure. That beast just now was the spiritual aura of that treasure? Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't know what that strange treasure was, but the aura it emitted made Lin Feng feel very oppressed. He couldn't get close, so he could only watch from afar. An ancient killing weapon. It's actually such a weapon. Unbelievable. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. It seemed that the demon lord had some understanding of that mysterious treasure. What is an ancient killing weapon? Lin Feng asked. It's the most terrifying killing weapon. It's stained with billions of blood and forged with supreme killing intent. Once an ancient killing weapon is successfully refined, it's said that a light strike can destroy a great world. The demon lord said. To think that ancient killing weapons are so terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. That was too terrifying. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. That's right. This is how terrifying ancient killing weapons are. Since the creation of the world, not many ancient killing weapons have appeared, yet there is one here. How strange. Could this be the treasure that my Takeo was searching for back then? The demon lord could not help but mutter. Lin Feng rubbed his chin in contemplation. He also felt that this was a possibility. My Takeo had racked his brains to search for this ancient killing weapon back then. After finding it, he had sealed it in the sky ring. However, my Takeo had never imagined that he would be bitten by a poisonous bug. He also did not expect the bug's poison to be so terrifying that it could kill him. My Takeo's death was too tragic. If he had a jade toad like Lin Feng, he would not have died. However, the jade toad was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. It was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. How do I control this ancient killing weapon? Lin Feng looked at the ancient killing weapon shrouded in white fog and nearly drooled. If he could activate this ancient killing weapon, he would be able to slay gods and slay Buddhas. Who would be able to stand against him, the demon lord said. I don't know how to control this ancient killing weapon either, but no matter how you control it, there is an unchanging rule. You are strong enough to control this ancient killing weapon. Do you think you are strong enough to control it now? Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Just as the demon lord had said, he could not even get close to the ancient killing weapon, let alone control it. If he recklessly approached the ancient killing weapon, he would probably be instantly killed by the killing intent it emitted. Lin Feng exited the sky ring. After that, everything calmed down again. Lin Feng spent most of his time practicing cultivation. He would also spend some time studying formations. On this day, Nazar hurried over to Lin Feng's place. What's wrong, lass? Why are you so flustered? Lin Feng looked at Naza and asked. Naza replied, Big brother Lin, it's big sister Shirley. She used this communication talisman to send me a message. She said that something has happened in the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, and she wants your help. Princess Shirley didn't look for Lin Feng directly. Instead, she asked Naza to bring up the matter. She was worried that Lin Feng would refuse. After all, she wasn't particularly familiar with Lin Feng. Naza had been by Lin Feng's side for a long time. Therefore, the probability of Lin Feng agreeing would be greatly increased if Naza brought this matter up. Princess Shirley's intentions were naturally not hidden from Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was a person who did not care about trifles. He would not take these things to heart. Do you know what happened? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. I can't send messages through the jade talisman. Naja said anxiously. Lin Feng guessed that someone might have used a formation to interfere with the spacetime around the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom. Thus, no communication methods could be used. If that was the case, the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom might really be in grave danger. Naza begged, Big brother Lin, please go and help big sister Shirley. I beg you. Only you can help big sister Shirley now. Naja was so worried that she was about to cry. After all these years, Princess Shirley had always treated Naza like her own little sister. Now, Naza was all alone. Thus, she was very close to Princess Shirley. Now that she knew that Princess Shirley was in danger, she couldn't help but worry. Lin Feng nodded and said, All right, I'll head to the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom now. You can stay here and wait for my news. Naza had originally wanted to go with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't let her go because he was worried about her. Furthermore, the situation in the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom was unclear. Naza knew that she might cause trouble if she went, so she listened to Lin Feng and stayed in the Dragon Gate to wait for news. Now that the Dragon Gate had annexed Fire Scorpion Island, Evil Flood Dragon Island, and Rosen Island, their forces had developed very quickly. The Dragon Gate army had reached 15,000 people. The Burning Blood Legion now had a total of 8,000 people. The Purgatory Assassin Organization had reached 6,000 people. Among these three forces, the most elite was the Purgatory Assassin Organization. Their equipment was the best. Most importantly, under Butterfly's training, they had begun to cultivate the Tao of killing. One move, one style. Only to kill. Lin Feng brought 10,000 cultivators from the Dragon Gate army. The Burning Blood Legion and the Purgatory Assassin Organization each brought 3,000 people. A total of 16,000 people boarded the Xianyuan ancient spaceship. Immediately after, the Xianyuan ancient spaceship tore through the void and quickly left. Outside the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, the densely packed ancient warships and Xiao Shijun completely sealed off the area. Some of these ancient warships and Xiao Shijun were from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Some of them were from the Merfolk race. Originally, the experts from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Merfolk race had come to look for Princess Shui Li's father. Moreover, they seemed to have a good relationship with each other. However, for some reason, they had met on the battlefield. The Xianyuan ancient spaceship flew out of the void and saw the densely packed ancient warships and Xiao Shijun from afar. Master, the path to the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom has been sealed. What do we do now? Wan Yangyang asked. Force our way through. Lin Feng said. The Xianyuan ancient spaceship speed was raised to the limit. An ancient ship is barging in. Fire! Destroy that ancient ship. A cold voice came from the enemy fleet. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the ancient warships fired a dense barrage of spirit stone shells towards the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Fire! After Lin Feng gave the order, the Xianxia ancient spaceship also began to fire spirit stone cannons. Boom! Boom! A dense barrage of spirit stone shells was fired. At the same time, the restrictions on the Xianxia ancient spaceship were activated. Boom! 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 Both sides engaged in close combat above the sea. In the end, the Xianxia ancient spaceship destroyed 3 ancient warships. Then, it tore through the layers of blockade and quickly rushed into the depths of the sea. Damn it! They must be reinforcements from the deep-sea demon kingdom. A purple-scaled merman on the main ship said with a gloomy expression. An expert from the evil dragon race laughed. It's just an ancient ship. Although the ancient ship is quite extraordinary, what can it do against our 3 million strong army? Said the merman coldly. 20 days have already passed, and there are only 10 days left. If the deep-sea goblin country doesn't surrender, we'll attack and make this country history. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship arrived outside the deep-sea demon kingdom. The deep-sea demon kingdom's protective barrier had been activated, so no one could enter or leave. Princess Shirley, open the barrier and let us in. Lin Feng shouted. He's here. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Princess Shirley's face lit up. She quickly rushed out of the palace and went to the city walls, then ordered the deep-sea demon kingdom's formation masters to open the barrier. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship entered the deep-sea demon kingdom. Lin Feng came down from the Xianxia ship and saw Princess Shirley, who was as beautiful as ever. However, she had lost some weight and looked tired. It seemed like she hadn't rested well. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go back to the palace, Princess Shirley said. Lin Feng nodded. The cultivator army on the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship disembarked and was led to the army camp by a marine general brought by Princess Shirley. Lin Feng put the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship away. Then, he followed Princess Shirley to the palace. After arriving at the palace, Princess Shirley arranged a place for Lin Feng to stay. Lin Feng asked, the cultivator army outside is densely packed. There are millions of them. What happened? Why are there so many cultivator armies surrounding the deep-sea demon kingdom? Princess Shirley sighed and said, do you remember when I told you that the experts of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Purple-Scaled clan came to look for my imperial father? They explored a secret realm with my imperial father. In that secret realm, they each had their own fortuitous encounters and harvests. However, those people were greedy and wanted to take what my imperial father had obtained for himself. So, they joined hands and injured my imperial father. Now, my imperial father has escaped with heavy injuries. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the human race immediately sent an army to surround the deep-sea demon kingdom. They gave my imperial father a month's time. If he didn't hand over that item, they would attack the deep-sea demon kingdom and make it bleed like a river. 20 days have already passed. There are only 10 days left before the 2 great forces launch an attack. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect the reason to be like this. He asked, how is your father now? Princess Shirley said, he's currently recuperating, but his injuries are quite serious, so he hasn't come out yet. Lin Feng asked, just what kind of treasure could cause the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the merfolk to fight over it so crazily? Princess Shirley said, I don't know either. Imperial father didn't take that thing out. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Now that the army was pressing in, there were simply too many people on the other side. The deep-sea demon kingdom was unable to contend against an army of millions. The best way was to hand over the treasures to the enemy. He wanted the other party to withdraw. Since the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Merfolk clan had given the deep-sea demon kingdom a month to consider. Clearly, these 2 forces didn't want to fight to the death. After all, the deep-sea demon kingdom was not weak, even if they could destroy the deep-sea demon kingdom. He would also suffer great losses. Lin Feng said, what do you plan to do? Never compromise? Fight to the death? Princess Shirley sighed and said, if I could make the decision, I would give that thing to them and let the experts of the two sides kill each other over it. However, I can't make the decision. The one who can make the decision for the deep-sea demon kingdom is my imperial father. My imperial father has given the order to temporarily defend the ancient city and prepare for battle. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, he knows that this battle could bring disaster to the deep-sea demon kingdom, but your imperial father still insists on fighting. This means that the thing your imperial father obtained is definitely worth the risk. Perhaps? Princess Shirley nodded. Princess Shirley nodded and said apologetically, I shouldn't have dragged you into this, but I really can't find anyone who can help the deep-sea goblin kingdom. Lin Feng said, don't blame yourself, princess. Since we're friends, your problems are my problems, so I naturally have to help you. I don't want to see the beautiful Princess Shirley die. Princess Shirley was pleasantly surprised. What did Lin Feng mean by this? Could it be that Lin Feng was interested in her? This made her heart race. She felt nervous, expectant, worried, nervous, and all sorts of complicated emotions, making her feel as if she was about to suffocate. Lin Feng said, take me to see the deep-sea demon kingdom's formations. During this time, I'll see if I can help the deep-sea demon kingdom strengthen their formations. Princess Shirley said, you just came to the deep-sea demon kingdom, so you must be very tired. Rest for a day and then go and inspect the formations tomorrow. Lin Feng said, the army outside is eyeing us covetously, and your imperial father isn't willing to compromise. We don't have much time, so we have to seize every second. Princess Shirley nodded and said, please come with me, sir. Lin Feng followed Princess Shirley and started to inspect the deep-sea demon kingdom's formations. He spent an entire day looking through the most important part of the formation. Over the next few days, Lin Feng started to repair some of the deep-sea demon kingdom's damaged formations. There were some ancient formations that even the deep-sea demon kingdom spirit formation masters couldn't repair, but this wasn't too difficult for Lin Feng. After repairing the damaged Great Formation, the Great Formation of the Great Formation had been repaired. Lin Feng started to add new formations to the deep-sea demon kingdom's formations, using the emperor's inscriptions that he knew. Currently, Lin Feng only knew one type of emperor's inscriptions. Even though he only knew one type of emperor's inscriptions, most of the time, Lin Feng's emperor's inscriptions could be used to great effect. After working for 8 days, Lin Feng finally finished setting up the formations, and he almost collapsed from exhaustion. Princess Shirley's father still hadn't come out of seclusion, and Lin Feng was quite dissatisfied with Princess Shirley's father. For his own selfishness, he had put the entire kingdom in danger. This emperor was simply too unqualified. However, he was still Princess Shirley's father, and Lin Feng and Princess Shirley were friends, so he couldn't directly criticize Princess Shirley's father. Woo woo woo, the sound of a bugle horn suddenly rang out. The entire deep-sea demon kingdom was alarmed. The residents of the deep-sea demon kingdom hid in their homes and trembled. Rumble! Rumble! The sound of war drums resounded throughout the world. Huge ancient warships entered the deep sea one after another. Immediately after, a large number of soldiers entered the deep sea. The densely packed ancient warships and soldiers completely sealed off the deep-sea demon kingdom. The purple-scaled mare people were the royal family of the mare people, and the commander of the mare people this time was the butchering god. Lin Feng had seen this person when he first came to the deep-sea demon kingdom. When Slayer God had first arrived at the deep-sea demon nation, he had made quite a scene. Many of the royal family members of the deep-sea demon nation had personally come out to welcome him. Now, Slayer God had become the merman race's marshal for the expedition against the deep-sea demon nation. Sometimes, relationships were thinner than paper. This was not a casual remark. It might be better in the secular world. The world of cultivators was filled with mutual deception and intrigue. Anything could happen for the sake of benefits. Therefore, it was not surprising that Slayer God had turned from a friend of Princess Shueli's father to an enemy. In Lin Feng's opinion, this was very normal. There was an old acquaintance of Lin Feng's among the experts from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. This old acquaintance was none other than Long Yuanzong. Now, Long Yuanzong only had one arm left. The other arm was destroyed by Lin Feng using the sacred bone. Later, outside the myriad star islands, Lin Feng was surrounded by Long Yuanzong's fleet. Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starship had displayed its might. Even though it was heavily surrounded, it had still destroyed one of Long Yuanzong's fleets and almost annihilated Long Yuanzong. However, at the critical moment, Long Yuanzong had summoned the evil dragon Golden Body. The Xianyuan ancient starship was not a match for the evil dragon Golden Body and could only retreat. Long Yuanzong was lucky enough to preserve his life. Of course, the current Lin Feng was no longer the Lin Feng of the past. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through to the second firmament of the true God realm. His combat strength had soared. He did not even need to use the sacred bone to kill Long Yuanzong. The commander of the ninth evil dragon palace's side was not Long Yuanzong but another cultivator. This was a middle-aged cultivator with a dignified aura. This person was called Long Yuanhun. Like Long Yuanzong, he was also an expert of the Yuan generation of the evil dragon race. The Yuan generation of the evil dragon race was also the generation of the 9 great evil dragons. These people were of the same generation as the 9 great evil dragons. The evil dragon race's experts were blood brothers. Each of the 9 great evil dragons was more heaven-defying than the other. They were the core figures of the evil dragon race. Apart from the 9 great evil dragons, the evil dragon race, the dragon source spirit was one of them. Since Brother Slayer is friends with the deep sea monster emperor, let Brother Slayer do the talking. Long Yuanhun said. The deep sea demon emperor referred to Princess Shirley's father, Su Yuansheng. Brother Su, since we are friends, if you hand over the treasure now, we will immediately withdraw our troops. If you don't hand it over, we'll have no choice but to break into the city, said Lin Feng. Brother Su, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your people. Once the city is breached, it will be the day your deep-sea demon kingdom is destroyed. I hope Brother Su can think clearly. Don't harm your own clansmen and your own people because of your selfishness. Butchering God's high-pitched voice resounded above the entire deep-sea demon kingdom. However, deep-sea demon monarch did not respond to Butchering God. Butchering God sneered and said, since they don't know what's good for them, we can only let the deep-sea monster kingdom become history. Attack. As Slayer God's voice fell. Rumble, 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 500 ancient warships rushed forward. Heaven and earth shook. Fire. Along with the order. Rumble, immediately after. A dense barrage of spirit stone shells was fired. Cultivator army, get ready. A loud shout resounded. 3 million cultivator army gathered. Attack. The order was immediately given. Dense magic treasures flew out and all of them bombarded the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions. 3 million cultivator army. 500 ancient warships attacked together. Such a fierce attack. Even if a giant god-level expert went out, he would only die. Even Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient spaceship could not withstand such a terrifying attack. Bang 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 bang, all kinds of attacks bombarded the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions. Although the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions were powerful, but under such a terrifying attack. Now, the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions were shaking violently. War was the cruelest. No matter how strong a person was. But in a large-scale battle, he would not be able to play a leading role. Just like the war in front of him. It was not something that could be solved by one or a few people. In the ancient city, panic was everywhere. Facing the siege of the army outside. The residents of the deep-sea demon kingdom were terrified. Looking at the spiritual stone shells and all kinds of magic treasures falling from the sky. Princess Shirley's face was very ugly. Although those attacks were temporarily blocked by the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions. However, how long could the deep-sea demon kingdom's restrictions resist? Lin Feng also activated the large array he had arranged. At the same time, hundreds of Emperor runes he had arranged were activated. These Emperor runes were integrated into the large array and became one with it, so it was very powerful. Buzz, after the large array arranged by Lin Feng was activated, it immediately shrouded the deep-sea demon kingdom. It formed a double protection with the original restrictions of the deep-sea demon kingdom. Bang bang bang, when the densely packed spirit stone cannonballs and magic treasures came crashing down. The double defense array's defensive effect was amazing. All of the attacks were blocked, and the defensive array was very well preserved. Lin Feng said, although we've temporarily blocked the army's attack, it's hard to say how long we can last. Right now, there are two solutions. One is to find a way to move the residents of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, and the other is to have your father give that thing to the people outside. Princess Shirley smiled bitterly and said, I can't make the decision on the second point, but I can make the decision on the first point. There's a mysterious teleportation array deep under the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, and it's a great array passed down from the immortal ancient era. This great array is a secret of our royal family, and because it's too old, it's about to be destroyed. As such, our royal family won't use it unless we're in danger of being exterminated. The experts of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Merfolk race have sealed the void, so ordinary teleportation arrays can't teleport people out. However, this ancient teleportation array from the immortal ancient era should be able to do it. Lin Feng said, we can't delay any longer, so we can use that great array. Hurry up and activate it to move people out. Alright, I'll order people to gather the residents of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom and activate the great array to teleport them out. Princess Shirley gritted her teeth and said. This great array could not be used unless absolutely necessary. Right now, she was activating it behind her father's back. However, in order to save the innocent residents of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, Princess Shirley had to make a decision. Only then did she make up her mind. She had to use the great array without permission. Princess Shirley did not stay and quickly left. Bang bang bang, countless spiritual stone shells and magic treasures bombarded the defensive array. However, they were still unable to destroy the teleportation array. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the outside. When Lin Feng sensed that oppressive strength, his facial expression changed slightly. This was the pressure of an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon was a powerful weapon. Once an imperial weapon was used, it would greatly increase the speed of breaking through the defensive barrier. Therefore, Lin Feng's expression turned serious when he sensed the imperial weapon's aura. It's an imperial weapon. Some of the higher-ups of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom also sensed the imperial weapon's aura and exclaimed. They knew how terrifying an imperial weapon was. Once an imperial weapon was used, the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom would not be able to resist. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Everyone saw a huge evil dragon flying out. The evil dragon was 3,000 meters long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shook the sky like a terrifying evil spirit. Its roar shook the world. It was not a real evil dragon. It was an imperial weapon transformed into an evil dragon. This imperial weapon should be the most precious treasure of the evil dragon tribe. Now that it was used, it was attacking the city's defensive barrier with the ancient warships and the army of cultivators. The evil dragon extended its claws. Bang! The huge evil dragon slammed its claws on the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom's defensive barrier. In an instant, the entire barrier shook violently. As expected of an evil dragon formed from an imperial weapon. Its attack power was simply too powerful. It was truly shocking and shocking. Quick, activate the barrier and leave. Princess Shueli's face turned pale when she saw the imperial weapon attacking the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom's defensive barrier. The Deep Sea Demon Kingdom would not be able to resist the attack. The city would be breached. It was only a matter of time. She needed to race against time. Soon, the barrier was activated. Batches of people were sent out. The first to be sent out were the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom's royal family, followed by the various clans. Ordinary people were the last to be sent out. Bang bang bang, the situation was very dangerous. The imperial weapon transformed into an evil dragon and attacked the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom's defensive barrier again and again. The Deep Sea Demon Kingdom's defensive barrier was shaking more and more violently. Many of the barriers were even beginning to collapse. 9 Demons Diagram, go! Lin Feng summoned the 9 Demons Diagram and flew toward the huge evil dragon. The 9 Demons Diagram continued to expand in the air. Soon, it covered an area of dozens of square meters. The enlarged 9 demons painting viciously slammed towards the evil dragon. The evil dragon's roar shook the sky as it waved its huge claws and clashed with the 9 demons painting. All of a sudden, heaven and earth shook, as if the mountains and seas were overturned. The Nine Devils portrait is Lin Feng. It must be him. After seeing the Nine Demons painting, Long Yuanzong's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. When he saw the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship, he felt that it looked a little familiar. However, there were too many ancient war ships that were similar to each other. Therefore, the Long Yuan sect was not sure if it was Lin Feng's ancient war ship. But now, he saw the Nine Demons painting. He was certain that the ancient ship that had invaded the deep-sea demon kingdom was Lin Feng's ancient ship. This made Long Yuanzong so excited that his whole body was trembling. The Long Yuan sect wished that he could cut Lin Feng into pieces even in his dreams. It was just that he hadn't heard from Lin Feng for a while. Right now, Lin Feng actually broke through the blockade of the Cultivator army and entered the deep-sea demon kingdom. Wasn't he walking right into a trap? There's a path to heaven for you, but there's no door to hell for you to barge in. Lin Feng, you're dead. The Long Yuan sect roared in excitement. His face became sinister and distorted. Long Yuanhuan's heart skipped a beat and he said, Lin Feng? You're saying that Lin Feng is in the deep-sea demon kingdom? Although Long Yuanhun had never seen Lin Feng, he had heard of Lin Feng. Even the Long Yuan sect had almost fallen in the hands of Lin Feng. Their ninth evil dragon palace had even gone to the longevity camp to issue a bounty to assassinate Lin Feng. Long Yuanhuan's ears were about to grow calluses from hearing the name Lin Feng. That's right. It's that brat. The Nine Demons painting is his treasure. The Long Yuan sect's eyes were filled with killing intent. Butchering God said, I know this Lin Feng as well. He killed an expert of my Merfolk clan in the Dark Sea. My Merfolk clan chased after him, but he was very cunning and escaped. Later, we found out that he joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect. We've always wanted to kill him, but we couldn't find a chance. Who would have thought that we'd meet him here today? Just as well, we'll grind his bones to dust today. As soon as Butchering God finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Buzz. A magic treasure flew out. This magic treasure was a blood-colored demonic banner. After it was taken out, millions of vengeful ghosts rushed out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. A demonic artifact. It was a powerful demonic artifact. Moreover, it was a demonic artifact that had reached the level of an emperor weapon. Holy Lord of all demons! Holy Lord of all demons! A series of low growls came from the demonic banner. Then, the demonic banner transformed into a man in a black robe. That man was like a demon emperor that had been awakened. The aura he exuded was suffocating. Emperor weapons could transform. Hence, the evil dragon tribe's emperor weapon transformed into a huge evil dragon. The Merfolk butchering god of the purple scale tribe's emperor weapon transformed into a black-robed man. Lin Feng's Nine Demons painting could not transform because it was only 1/9 of its original form. The Nine Demons painting was divided into 9 parts. It could not transform into an emperor weapon. Bang! The black-robed man transformed from the emperor weapon struck the deep-sea demon kingdom's defensive formation. The deep-sea demon kingdom's defensive formation shook violently. Many defensive formations were destroyed. Lin Feng's expression darkened. This was troublesome. His opponent had used 2 emperor weapons. Although he still had the emperor weapon, the sky-devouring jar. The sky-devouring jar was severely damaged and could not withstand the black-robed man's attack. He also had a forbidden weapon, the purple lightning hammer. However, the purple lightning hammer was a one-time consumable. He had one last chance to use it. The purple lightning hammer could only last for 15 minutes. Hence, even if he used the purple lightning hammer, he could not defeat the black-robed man. Unless he could use another emperor weapon, there was no way he could defeat the black-robed man. Bang! 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 The black-robed man continued to attack the deep-sea demon kingdom's defensive formation. The situation was extremely dangerous. You've gone too far. At that moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the palace. Following that, a middle-aged man flew out. The middle-aged man was tall and had an extraordinary aura. Your Majesty. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, countless people from the deep-sea demon kingdom bowed to him. Clearly, the middle-aged man was Princess Shueli's father. See God's trident. The middle-aged man shouted and took out a treasure. It was a golden trident. The golden divine trident emitted waves of destructive energy waves. A terrifying emperor aura filled the air. The golden trident was also an emperor weapon. So it's this treasure. An emperor weapon forged by the sea god. Could Princess Shueli be a descendant of the sea god? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The Lord of the Seas, the sea god. At that moment, an ancient voice came from the golden trident. Divine light shot into the sky as the golden trident transformed into an ancient sea tribe god. It's the sea god. Countless people in the deep sea demon kingdom knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sea god. They prayed that the sea god would protect the deep sea demon kingdom. That sea god looked exactly like Poseidon, the sea god. However, it was obvious that the sea god was not the sea god Poseidon. He was only transformed from an emperor weapon. The golden divine trident was the sea god Poseidon's treasure. Therefore, it was not surprising that the golden divine trident transformed into the sea god Poseidon's appearance. Boom, the sea god rushed out of the ancient city and fought the black-robed cultivator. The two cultivators transformed from two emperor weapons were very powerful. The two sides fought fiercely, and the sea seemed to be turning upside down. Boy, are you my daughter's man? The deep-sea demon emperor's thunderous voice resounded through the sky. There was probably no one in the entire deep-sea demon kingdom that couldn't hear it. Princess Shirley, who was commanding the evacuation of the deep-sea demon kingdom's residents, turned red when she heard the deep-sea demon emperor's words. She bit her red lips and blushed. "Sis, is Lin Feng really your boyfriend?" asked Lin Feng. 8th Prince Su Jichen, who was helping to evacuate the deep-sea demon kingdom's residents, looked at Princess Shirley ambiguously. The deep-sea demon emperor had more than a dozen children. Su Jichen and Princess Shirley were siblings. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll twist your ear off." Princess Shirley grabbed her brother's ear and twisted it. "Sister, I was right, right? Lin Feng is my brother-in-law. Otherwise, why would you make such a big fuss? If he's not my brother-in-law, why would he take such a big risk to help you?" Su Jichen shouted as he struggled. "Who told you to spout nonsense? Who told you to spout nonsense?" Princess Shirley blushed and began to scold her brother. Cough, cough. "Senior, you've misunderstood. Princess Shirley and I are." Lin Feng was about to explain. The relationship between him and Princess Shirley was even purer than spring and snow. If Lin Feng and Princess Shirley were lovers, he would admit it. Most importantly, the two of them weren't. But before Lin Feng could finish, the emperor of the deep-sea bestial beast said, "I know that young people like you are shy. You don't want to admit it in front of an elder like me, but don't worry, I'm not pedantic. You're a good young man. I'm happy to have you as my son-in-law. I used to be your age, and I know that young people like you are full of vigor. But as an elder, I have to give you a piece of advice. You and Shueli are at a critical moment in your cultivation." What the? When Lin Feng heard deep-sea demon emperor's words, he almost spat out 3 liters of blood. He didn't expect the deep-sea demon emperor to be such a weirdo. Princess Shirley wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said, "Junior will remember senior's teachings. My daughter has already become your woman, yet you still call me senior?" The deep-sea demon emperor's bell-like eyes suddenly widened. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Father-in-law, this son-in-law will remember your words." "Ha ha ha, good son-in-law." The deep-sea demon emperor laughed loudly. "My dear sister, you said you had nothing to do with Lin Feng, but now you're calling him father-in-law. Tell me honestly, how far have you two progressed?" "I remember now. You left the deep-sea demon kingdom for the ancient desolate sea domain to meet a friend. Did you meet brother-in-law in private? Heavens, you've been in the ancient desolate sea domain for so long. Everything that should and shouldn't have happened, right?" Su Jichen wailed. "Don't you think I won't beat you to death if you keep talking nonsense?" Princess Shirley looked at her younger brother angrily and pretended she was going to beat him up. Su Jichen hurriedly ran away. Princess Shirley bit her lip and looked at Lin Feng, who was floating in the distance. Her mind was in a mess. She didn't know why Lin Feng would admit to having a relationship with her. Could it be, did he like her too? Thinking of this, Princess Shirley's heartbeat quickened by quite a bit. Lin Feng didn't think too much. He was just dealing with the Deep Sea Demon Emperor. If his answer didn't satisfy the Deep Sea Demon Emperor, he didn't know what other shocking things the Deep Sea Demon Emperor would say. Boom! 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 At this moment, the Allied army's attack was extremely fierce. Even though the two imperial weapons they had summoned were blocked, they still managed to block the attack. However, the Allied army had more people. Furthermore, there were a total of 500 ancient warships. With such a huge force, it was only a matter of time before they broke through the city. Woo, 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 the loud sound of a horn was heard. Then, giant mermen walked out one by one. These giant mermen were 3,000 meters tall. Each of them was pushing a mountain-sized bronze siege chariot forward at the bottom of the sea. These siege chariots were made of an extremely rare type of bronze and had amazing destructive power. They could easily tear apart the defensive array and break open the city walls and city gates. Rumble, 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 the bottom of the sea was shaking violently. There were a total of 30 of these giant mermen. The 30 siege chariots were pushed to the front of the ancient city. Attack! Butcher God gave the order to attack. The 30 giant mermen pushed the siege chariots and began to crazily hit the city gates and walls of the Deep Sea Demon City. Kacha! Kacha! Suddenly, the restriction protecting the ancient city began to break. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He said in a deep voice, "We must kill these giant mermen. Otherwise, the city will be broken through soon. I'll go kill them." The Deep Sea Demon Emperor said and directly rushed out of the ancient city. Ha 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 ha, Deep Sea Demon Emperor, your opponent is us. Butcher God and the Dragon Soar Spirit flew out and fought with the Deep Sea Demon Emperor. Follow me to kill those giant mermen. An elder of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom's royal family shouted. This elder led 200 experts of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom to charge out. Kill. At this time, 3,000 elite experts rushed out from the Allied army and surrounded the experts of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom. A huge battle broke out. The 200 experts of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom were quickly killed. Damn it, seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face was incomparably gloomy. The Allied army of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the mermen was too large. The number of people on the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom's side could not be compared to the Allied army. Where's the Dragon Sex Cultivator army? Lin Feng shouted. Here. The Dragon Sex Cultivator army all rushed into the sky in an orderly formation. Follow me to kill those giant mermen. Lin Feng roared and led the charge out of the ancient city. The 16,000 Dragon Sex Cultivator army followed closely behind Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng rushing out of the Deep Sea Demon City, Long Yuanzong's eyes lit up immediately. He wanted Lin Feng's life even in his dreams. Now, he finally saw an opportunity. Follow me to kill that brat. Long Yuanzong drew his sword and shouted. Yes, my lord. Immediately, the 100,000 troops followed Long Yuanzong and charged towards Lin Feng. At this time, the Dragon Sect Cultivator army had also rushed out. They lined up in an orderly manner, forming the most perfect offensive and defensive formation. Block these people for me. Lin Feng shouted. Yes, my lord. After receiving Lin Feng's order, the Dragon Sect Cultivator army shouted in unison. Their fighting spirit soared. The 16,000 Dragon Sect Cultivator army fought with the 100,000 troops led by Long Yuanzong and were not at a disadvantage at all. Follow me to kill that group of bastards. The first Prince Suji Yuan shouted. This eldest prince and Princess Xueli were half-brothers. He was talented and was well-versed in both civil and military matters. He was highly regarded by the Deep Sea Demon Emperor. Now, he saw Lin Feng leading the Dragon Sect Cultivator army out. He also led the 50,000 Sea Clan troops out without hesitation to support the Dragon Sect Cultivator army. They received the support of the 50,000 troops of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom. The confidence of the Dragon Sect Cultivator army was greatly boosted. They instantly defeated the 100,000 troops of the other party. Many people were killed. This is infuriating. This is infuriating. Quickly come and support. Long Yuanzong roared in exasperation. Woo woo woo, the sound of the bugle horn resounded throughout the world. 500,000 troops from the Alliance army attacked the Dragon Sect Cultivator army and the Sea Clan troops. On the other side, Lin Feng took out the revered sword Tomb. The Black Dragon Sword, Chaos Maul Sword, Spring and Autumn Sword, and Void Sword all flew out. The 4 great swords slashed towards the 4 giant mermen. These giant mermen were very powerful. Each giant merman was roughly equivalent to a 10th firmament celestial god. Coupled with their powerful physical bodies, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ancestor-level powerhouses to kill them. However, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. Even ancestor-level powerhouses were no match for Lin Feng. With such tyrannical strength, he even used a supreme treasure like the Black Dragon Sword. It was not impossible to kill these powerful giant mermen. Despicable human, you're courting death. The 4 giant mermen who were attacked all let out angry roars. Their weapons were on the bronze siege chariots. The weapons of these giant mermen were all huge hammers. Those iron hammers were all forged from divine iron and were extremely powerful. The 4 giant mermen grabbed their hammers and smashed them towards the swords that were coming at them. Clang 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 clang, 4 consecutive clanging sounds of impact were heard. The 4 treasured swords were all smashed away. What powerful strength! Lin Feng was shocked. It was indeed not easy to kill these giant mermen. Right now, the Alliance army's 500,000 strong army was charging over. The Dragon Sect's Cultivator army and the Oceanic Clan's Cultivator army would not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, he had to kill these giant mermen as soon as possible. Slash! Lin Feng once again controlled the 4 swords to attack the 4 giant mermen. Foolish human! The 4 giant mermen sneered. In their opinion, Lin Feng's attack could not hurt them at all. Just as the attacks from both sides were about to collide, Lin Feng summoned his godly state clone. His godly state clone's cultivation had improved extremely quickly over the years. That was because Lin Feng had let his godly state clone absorb all the power of faith. Under the continuous supply of the power of faith, his godly state clone's cultivation had reached the 10th firmament of the heavenly god state. After Lin Feng summoned his godly state clone, he held the great desolate war spear and attacked one of the giant mermen. Lin Feng summoned 2 other treasures. The first treasure was the immortal binding rope. The second treasure was a blood moon saber. The blood moon saber was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to a giant god weapon. Clang 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 clang, the 4 swords once again clashed with the hammers in the hands of the 4 giant mermen. At the moment of the collision, the godly state clone had already sneaked to the side of one of the giant mermen. He leaped up and instantly arrived at the giant merman's head. The great desolate war spear in his hand pierced through the giant merman's head. The giant merman roared and slapped at the godly state clone. However, the godly state clone dodged quickly. Poof, in the next moment, the giant merman's head was pierced through. Clang! The giant merman's huge body fell to the ground and died. At that moment, Lin Feng's demon blade also killed a giant mermaid. The immortal binding rope seized the opportunity to bind the other 2 giant mermen. This was Lin Feng's ability to multitask. He could control the regal sword tomb, immortal binding rope, and devil saber at the same time. Slash! After the devil saber killed the first giant merman, it immediately attacked the other giant merman that was bound by the immortal binding rope. At the same time, the godly state clone had already stabbed the second giant merman with the great desolate war spear. Poof! Poof! 2 consecutive ripping sounds were heard. Lin Feng and the godly state clone cooperated very well. They killed the 2 giant mermen that were bound by the immortal binding rope in the shortest time possible. Roar! 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 The rest of the giant mermen roared angrily and charged toward Lin Feng and the godly state clone. Use the sky-devouring jar to help me stall these giant mermen. Lin Feng took out the sky-devouring jar and handed it to the godly state clone. The godly state clone received the order and flew above the giant mermen to activate the sky-devouring jar. With the godly state clone's activation, a huge black hole flew out of the sky-devouring jar and enveloped all the giant mermen. The sky-devouring jar was the treasure of the sky-devouring devil emperor. This treasure was extremely strange. This treasure was very similar to some of the abilities of Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. Lin Feng even suspected that the sky-devouring Devil Emperor was the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. The sky-devouring jar also had a powerful sealing ability. Under the full activation of the Godly State clone, the remaining 24 giant mermen slowed down a lot. This is a good chance. Lin Feng took out the immortal binding rope and wanted to bind the giant mermen. Whoosh! However, all the giant mermen suddenly blew away the immortal binding rope. Since I can't bind you, I'll kill you with all my strength. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. After putting away the immortal binding rope, he took out the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Then, he continued to use his ability to do 3 things at once. The Black Dragon Sword, the Small Chaos Sword, the Death Sword, and the Spring and Autumn Sword all attacked a giant merman. The 4 ferocious cauldrons were also activated and revealed the Tao Tai, Hun Dun, Tao Wu, and Xianxia. The 4 beasts roared and shook the sky. After the 4 beasts awakened, the 4 ferocious cauldrons became more powerful and attacked the giant merman. At the same time, the bloody broadsword also slashed towards the giant merman. The giant merman couldn't withstand the attacks of so many treasures and was killed in an instant. The 4 ferocious cauldrons hit the giant merman's body and the giant merman's body exploded. At this moment, the Black Dragon Sword emitted a powerful devouring power and devoured the giant merman's flesh and soul. The Black Dragon Sword is actually devouring the giant merman's flesh and soul. Could it be that the giant merman's flesh and soul can help the Black Dragon Sword unlock its seal? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The Black Dragon Sword was originally listed in the Divine Sword Manual, ranked 72nd. However, there was one thing to be clear. The Black Dragon Sword had 9 seals added to it. With each additional seal added, the Black Dragon Sword's power would be greatly reduced. Moreover, it had 9 seals added to it. One could imagine. The Black Dragon Sword's power could not be unleashed. However, even with 9 seals added to it, the Black Dragon Sword could still be ranked 72nd in the Divine Sword Manual. If the seals were unlocked, how terrifying would the Black Dragon Sword be? By chance, Lin Feng had already unlocked 2 seals on the Black Dragon Sword. The Black Dragon Sword's power had become abnormally terrifying, far surpassing an ordinary giant weapon god. When the second seal was unlocked, Lin Feng knew that the Black Dragon Sword must be hiding a huge secret. The Black Dragon Sword was not a divine weapon at all. Its level should be far beyond a divine weapon. However, the Black Dragon Sword's power could not be unleashed because of the seals. Only by unlocking all the seals on the Black Dragon Sword. Only by unlocking the seals could the Black Dragon Sword's power be unleashed. Only by unlocking the seals could one know what level the Black Dragon Sword was. Now that the Black Dragon Sword was devouring the giant merman's flesh and soul, it was a sign that the Black Dragon Sword was about to unlock the 3rd seal. Lin Feng flicked his finger. Bang 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 bang, the other 4 giant mermen's corpses also crumbled, turning into flesh and soul. Phew, the Black Dragon Sword emitted a powerful devouring power, devouring all the flesh and soul of the 4 giant mermen's corpses. Lin Feng smiled. It seemed that the Black Dragon Sword was about to unlock the 3rd seal. When the Black Dragon Sword unlocked the 3rd seal, the Black Dragon Sword's power would increase greatly. Lin Feng was looking forward to unlocking all 9 seals on the Black Dragon Sword. However, he knew that this could not be rushed. It had to be done step by step. Haste makes waste. Lin Feng continued to control the 4 treasured swords, the 4 cauldrons, and the demonic saber to unleash their strongest attacks on the second giant merman. He was now focusing his power and killing them one by one. Puff, a tearing sound could be heard. The second giant merman was killed. Bang, the 4 ferocious cauldrons crashed into the second giant merman. The body of the second giant merman exploded. The Black Dragon Sword also devoured the flesh and soul of the second giant merman. Lin Feng could sense the pleasant surprise emanating from the Black Dragon Sword. At the same time, he also felt a strong desire. The Black Dragon Sword thirsted for more flesh and blood essence. Although the Black Dragon Sword had already devoured the flesh and souls of the 6 giant mermen, these flesh and souls were far from enough to unlock the 3rd seal. Lin Feng attacked with all his might and continued to kill the other giant mermen. Bang, 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 sounds of bodies exploding could be heard as the giant mermen were killed one after another. It didn't take long. 20 of the 30 giant mermen were killed by Lin Feng. There were still 10 giant mermen left. At the other side, under the attacks of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Merfolk Army, the Dragon Gate Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army were gradually unable to hold on. People were constantly being killed. The ground was littered with corpses. This was war. War was so cruel. Little bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, an angry roar could be heard. A purple-scaled merman looked at Lin Feng furiously, his eyes filled with killing intent. When the purple-scaled merman saw Lin Feng kill so many giant mermen, he wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Whoosh! The purple-scaled merman quickly charged towards Lin Feng. His body emitted a terrifying aura. This was an ancestor-level expert. However, the merfolk race was very powerful. Ordinary merfolk race members could deal with 4 or 5 experts of the same level from other races. As the royal family of the merfolk race, the purple-scaled mermen were even more powerful. Therefore, this purple-scaled merman's cultivation was not something an ordinary ancestor-level cultivator could compare to. Lin Feng, you brat, your death is here. The Longyuan sect also flew towards Lin Feng, wanting to take Lin Feng's life. The Longyuan sect had lost an arm, so his combat strength was greatly reduced. Lin Feng did not care about the Longyuan sect at all. What he really cared about was the purple-scaled merman. He was too powerful. Lin Feng could challenge those of a higher level. The purple-scaled merman could also challenge those of a higher level. Although the purple-scaled merman could not defeat opponents of a higher level like Lin Feng. However, the purple-scaled merman's cultivation level was higher. He suppressed Lin Feng in terms of cultivation level, and he was also someone who could challenge those of a higher level. Therefore, this purple-scaled merman was a huge problem for Lin Feng. I have to end this quickly, otherwise, it will be disadvantageous for me. Lin Feng glanced at the battlefield not far away. The dragon sect and oceanic race cultivators were retreating. They could not hold on much longer. Therefore, Lin Feng had to finish off the purple-scaled merman as soon as possible. Brat, die. The merman of the purple scale race attacked. A purple ball of energy condensed in his hand. He directly took out the purple energy ball. It charged towards Lin Feng. The Longyuan sect was more sinister. He quietly went behind Lin Feng and slashed at Lin Feng with his sword. He wanted to split Lin Feng in half. Facing the siege of the two, Lin Feng quickly used the heaven patching technique to dodge their attacks. Then, Lin Feng began to activate the Emperor Bone. The Emperor Bone in his chest was activated. Originally, the magic power in Lin Feng's body would be completely devoured when he activated the Emperor Bone. However, Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly. This time, when he activated the Emperor Bone, only about 70% of the magic power in his body was taken away. Buzz, the Emperor Bone directly shot out a dazzling beam of light towards the purple-scaled merman. The purple-scaled merman was shocked. He never thought that Lin Feng would actually dodge the joint attack of him and the Longyuan sect. Now, facing Lin Feng's attack, he wanted to dodge again. It was already too late. Therefore, the purple-scaled merman hurriedly used a black tortoise divine technique and condensed a black tortoise barrier in front of him. This was an extremely powerful defensive divine ability. However, the power of the Emperor Bone was too powerful. It was not something that the black tortoise barrier could withstand. Bang! The beam of light released by the Emperor Bone instantly shattered the black tortoise barrier. Then, the power of the beam of light did not decrease by much. In the next moment, it directly bombarded the purple-scaled merman's body. The purple-scaled merman's body directly exploded. Whoosh! The black dragon sword devoured the purple-scaled merman's flesh and soul. The black dragon sword emitted waves of shocking fluctuations. It was already on the verge of unlocking the third seal. Run, run, run. Seeing the purple-scaled merman being killed, the Longyuan sect was so scared that his face turned pale. He turned around and fled into the distance. I can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Although he only had 30% of his magic power left, it was not difficult to deal with the Longyuan sect. He quickly chased after him and punched towards the Longyuan sect. Go to hell. Long Yuanzong's face was full of ferocity. He turned around and slashed at Lin Feng with his sword, wanting to split Lin Feng in half. Facing Long Yuanzong's attack, Lin Feng did not dodge. His left hand kept changing hand seals, using the 3000 Great Tao of the Great Defense technique to condense a defensive crystal wall in front of his body. Long Yuanzong's hasty attack was immediately blocked by the defensive crystal wall. Then, Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Long Yuanzong's body. Bang! Long Yuanzong's body exploded, and he died on the spot. However, the Black Dragon Sword did not devour Long Yuanzong's flesh and soul. It seemed that only the flesh and soul of the merfolk could be effective in unsealing the Black Dragon Sword. Damn it! Damn it! Lord Long Yuanzong and Lord Lu Ming were killed by that kid. Go and kill that kid. An expert from the evil dragon race roared angrily. He immediately led a large group of people to attack Lin Feng. Stop them! Wan Yin-yang shouted and led the dragon sect cultivator army to stop these people. Lin Feng came in front of these giant merfolk. He attacked with all his might. He attacked these giant merfolk crazily. Poof, 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 the giant merfolk were killed one by one, and their bodies were blasted apart by the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Then, all their flesh and soul were devoured by the Black Dragon Sword. Under the perfect cooperation of Lin Feng and his godly realm clone, the 10 giant merfolk were quickly killed. After the Black Dragon Sword devoured the last 10 giant merfolk, endless black fog was emitted from the Black Dragon Sword. Suddenly, an ancient voice came from the Black Dragon Sword. Even if billions of eras have passed, even if thousands of reincarnations have passed, even if the eras have changed, it will still be difficult to destroy. After that voice came out, it fell silent. The aura emitted from the Black Dragon Sword became more and more terrifying. The Black Dragon Sword had absorbed so much flesh and soul of the merfolk. Now, these flesh and soul had turned into the purest energy, crazily attacking the 3rd seal of the Black Dragon Sword. Tear that brat into pieces! Suddenly, a roar rang out from afar. The allied army had broken through the blockade set up by the cultivators from the Dragon Gate and Oceanic clan. They then charged towards Lin Feng. This kind of large-scale battle was different from a battle between cultivators. In a battle of magical powers, cultivators had time to use all kinds of magic treasures and divine abilities to fight their enemies. Therefore, a battle of magical powers between cultivators was a comprehensive test of various factors, such as magical powers, magic treasures, and so on. However, this kind of large-scale battle involved too many people. It was impossible for the other party to give you so much time to prepare your divine ability and control your artifact. Such a battle. It was equivalent to hand-to-hand combat. The outcome of the battle depended entirely on one's physical body, reaction time, strength, martial skills, and other factors. The cultivator army was engaged in a large-scale battle. Most of the time, it was very similar to a battle between 2 armies in the secular world. Seeing so many troops rushing over, Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword. The rest of the Dharma treasures, including the God Realm Avatar, were also stored in the Mountain River Ring. He shouted loudly, the Dragon Gate Cultivator Army, the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army, and the Giant Mermen have all been slaughtered. Quickly retreat into the ancient city. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already engaged in battle with the army. Clang! 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 Pft! 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 The sound of violent collisions could be heard. Ripping sounds could also be heard. Although the Alliance army had a large number of people, Lin Feng seemed to have entered a no-man's land. He killed in all directions. Lin Feng's physical body was too powerful. His physical body could kill a true dragon. Therefore, even if he was surrounded by an army, he was fearless. If they wanted to kill Lin Feng would have to exhaust his physical strength. At this time, his strength, speed, reaction time, and so on would decline rapidly. This was the best time to kill Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng was still very energetic. The Dragon Gate Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army began to retreat. The Alliance Army pressed forward step by step, forcing the Dragon Gate Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army to the side of the city wall. Activate the attack array and cover everyone to come in. The elder of the deep-sea demon kingdom royal family who was in charge of the operation of the array shouted loudly. Boom boom boom, one after another, powerful offensive formations were activated and blasted towards the Alliance army. At the same time, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The city gate opened. The Dragon Gate Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army quickly retreated into the ancient city. Charge! 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 The upper echelons of the Alliance army roared furiously. The army rushed over quickly. The Dragon Gate Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army retreated as they fought. Haha, brother-in-law is really a young hero. I admire you. Su Jiyuan and Lin Feng met up. He said with a laugh. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Even Su Jiyuan thought that he and Princess Shueli were lovers. He felt so wronged. It seemed that the people of the deep-sea demon kingdom royal family thought so. Should he find a time to make the act real, really make Princess Shueli his woman, the Oceanic Race Princess became his woman. That seemed pretty good. Brother-in-law, you flatter me. Lin Feng said humbly. The group of people retreated as they fought. Lin Feng and Su Jiyuan led part of the Dragon Gate Cultivator Army and the Oceanic Race Cultivator Army to bring up the rear. At this time, the fluctuations emitted from the Black Dragon sword were getting stronger and stronger. Su Jiyuan also noticed that the sword in Lin Feng's hand seemed to be not right. He looked at the Black Dragon sword in surprise. When Lin Feng, Su Jiyuan, and the others retreated to the city gate, Lin Feng's Black Dragon sword emitted a series of dragon roars. The Black Dragon sword buzzed as if it wanted to break free from Lin Feng and rush to the ninth heaven. An unimaginably terrifying power surged in the Black Dragon sword. It seemed to want to break out of his body. Lin Feng knew that the Black Dragon sword was crazily attacking the third seal. Kill, charge into the ancient city. The densely packed Alliance army roared and rushed over. They wanted to charge into the ancient city with Lin Feng and the others. Go to hell. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon sword with both hands and slashed at the densely packed Alliance army. After he slashed, Lin Feng felt that the terrifying power instantly tore apart the Black Dragon sword's third seal. The power of the Black Dragon sword soared crazily. Lin Feng's all-out attack condensed into a dazzling sword light. That dazzling sword light directly slashed towards the Alliance army. Puff, tearing sounds rose and fell one after another. When the sword light disappeared, everyone saw it. In front of the ancient city, there were densely packed corpses. Lin Feng's sword. It actually killed 40 to 50,000 Alliance army. The Alliance army was scared silly. The Dragon Sex Cultivator Army, the Sea Clan's Cultivator Army, and so on. Everyone was scared out of their wits. That sword just now was too terrifying, too heaven-defying. Killing 40 to 50,000 people with a single sword strike was simply unbelievable. Quick, retreat into the ancient city. Lin Feng shouted. At this time, the Dragon Sex Cultivator Army and the Sea Clan's Cultivator Army who were in charge of bringing up the rear came back to their senses and quickly retreated into the city. Rumble, the huge city gate closed again. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng laughed loudly. The Black Dragon sword's third seal had finally been unlocked. The heavens truly rewarded those who worked hard. The Black Dragon sword with its third seal unlocked was simply too powerful. This treasure has been silent for so many years. I'm afraid it's unwilling to be left alone and wants to see the light of day again. Inside the demon orb, the demon lord sat on top of a lone grave, squinting her eyes as she muttered to herself. The demon lord seemed to know the origin of the Black Dragon sword, but she did not tell Lin Feng. Brother-in-law, you're really awesome. What level of treasure sword is this? Su Jiyuan stared at Lin Feng's Black Dragon sword non-stop. Lin Feng said, this treasure sword is rather special. Even I don't know what level of treasure it is. Lin Feng immediately put away the Black Dragon sword. The Black Dragon sword's third seal was naturally a joyous occasion. However, activating the Black Dragon sword consumed a lot of magic power. With the slash just now, 30% of Lin Feng's magic power had been used up. In other words, with Lin Feng's current cultivation, he could only slash out 3 times at most. In order to activate the terrifying power of the Black Dragon sword, Lin Feng needed to continue increasing his cultivation. Of course, if he did not activate the dormant power of the Black Dragon Sword, Lin Feng could use the Black Dragon Sword for as long as he wanted. These treasures usually had two modes. The first mode was to use it as an ordinary treasure. The consumption of magic power was relatively small, but its true power could not be unleashed. The second mode was to activate the dormant power and release the true power of the treasure. However, the biggest drawback of this mode was that it consumed too much magic power. The second mode had to be used carefully, just like the Black Dragon Sword. It was powerful. However, Lin Feng could only activate it 3 times. Swish swish swish, 3 slashes were sent out. His magic power was almost exhausted. His fighting strength plummeted. If in a life-and-death battle, he could not kill his opponent in 3 slashes, he would be the one to die. The only way to solve this problem was to increase his strength. Now that the Black Dragon Sword's third seal had been undone, its power had greatly increased. Lin Feng's emotions were surging. Right now, all he wanted to do was to raise his cultivation. As long as he could raise his cultivation by a few more levels, the magic power stored in the Dantian would be greatly increased. He could use the Black Dragon Sword however he wanted. At that time, he was already very powerful. Holding the Black Dragon Sword. Meet gods, kill gods. Slay the devil. 8 desolations and 6 directions, who could compete with him? Even if the giant god came, he would still hack you to death with a single slash. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the great battle outside alarmed everyone. Everyone's gaze shifted to the outside. The one who had caused such a violent fluctuation was none other than someone else. It was the battle between the deep-sea demon emperor, the butchering god, and the dragon soul. In midair, the 4 imperial armaments confronted one another. Meanwhile, Slayer God and Long Yuan Hun were attacking Deep-Sea Demon Emperor in a frenzy. The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was very powerful, and the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was the descendant of the sea god Poseidon. His bloodline was extremely powerful. Therefore, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's battle prowess was heaven-defying. But, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's biggest weakness was that he was injured. And Slayer God and Long Yuan Hun were at their peak. Not to mention, even though he was injured, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was still fighting 1 against 2. At the beginning of this battle, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was still able to resist the combined attacks of Slayer God and Long Yuan Hun. But as the battle progressed, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's disadvantage became apparent, and the injuries that he had suppressed with great difficulty also flared up again. All of this affected the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's combat strength. Therefore, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was already showing signs of defeat under the combined attacks of Slayer God and Long Yuan Hun. The situation was very bad. Damn it! If my father wasn't injured. Slayer God and Long Yuan Hun are no match for my father at all. Su Jiyuan's expression was gloomy. As the descendant of the sea god Poseidon, the king of the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom, and one of the top 10 super experts of the Sea Clan, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor indeed had the ability to defeat the combined attacks of Slayer God and Long Yuan Hun. But the premise was that he was not injured. But the reality was that the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was injured. Immortal defying Divine Fist. Evil Dragon Sky Destruction. Slayer God and Long Yuan Hun once again used their powerful divine abilities to attack the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor. Sea God Storm. The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor also made his move. He condensed a new divine ability, which evolved into an endless storm that swept across the sky and attacked Slayer God and Long Yuan Hun. Bang, the two sides collided again. With the battlefield as the center, a storm swept out, and huge waves surged into the sky. The aftermath of the energy dissipated. The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor was forced back and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Father, King, countless people of the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom were shocked when they saw this scene. They were worried for the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor. Ha 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 ha, Brother Su, it seems that your body is not in good condition. Defeat is a foregone conclusion. You can't turn the tables. Slayer God laughed. If you and Long Yuanchang didn't sneak attack me, would I be injured? If you want to kill me, it won't be an easy task. The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor's voice was cold. He waved his hand and an illusion of an ocean appeared. This divine ability was called the Endless Sea, which could block all kinds of attacks. Slayer God and Long Yuanhuan's expression sank. They quickly charged over, wanting to kill the deep-sea demon emperor. However, they were stopped by the endless sea. The deep-sea demon emperor quickly returned to the ancient city. "Father! How are you?" Su Jiyuan hurried over and asked worriedly. "I'm fine. Defend the city with all your strength and evacuate everyone," the deep-sea demon emperor said. "Third sister is evacuating the deep-sea demon kingdom's residents," Su Jiyuan said. The deep-sea demon emperor nodded. Lin Feng looked at his cheap father-in-law and said, "Father-in-law, I have all kinds of healing pills here. They can help you heal your injuries quickly." The deep-sea demon emperor said, "You're too kind, honorable son-in-law. The reason why my injuries haven't healed yet is because there are some terrifying demonic energy in my body that hasn't been removed. If I don't remove these demonic energies, even immortal herbs of immortality won't be able to heal me," asked Lin Feng. "Is there anything I can do for you?" asked Lin Feng. "Defend the ancient city. Evacuate the deep-sea demon kingdom's residents." The deep-sea demon emperor seemed to treat Lin Feng as his son-in-law, so he didn't show any courtesy to Lin Feng. "I'll do my best," Lin Feng said. The deep-sea demon emperor quickly entered the imperial palace to suppress the demonic energies in his body. "Attack the city! Attack the city with all your strength! Wait until the day the city falls. We must kill every single one of them. That's right. Everybody from the deep-sea animal kingdom will die. And that Lin Feng, we have to catch him and crush him into a million pieces." The butchering god and the dragon origin soul roared in anger. Boom boom boom, the 500 ancient war ships fired a dense number of spirit stone cannons. The allied army also took out numerous treasures. Countless spirit stone cannons and treasures bombarded the deep-sea demon kingdom's defenses. This was because the deep-sea demon kingdom's defenses had been damaged by the two emperor weapons. Therefore, when the allied army attacked the city again, the deep-sea demon kingdom's defenses shook violently. Kacha kacha. The defenses in many places began to shatter. Lin Feng had already expected that the defense of the deep-sea demon kingdom would not be able to withstand the attack of the alliance army. Lin Feng did not think that he could really withstand the attack of the alliance army. What he needed to do now was to stall for as much time as possible. He would stall for as long as he could. The longer he could stall for, the better. Lin Feng discussed with the dozen or so spirit array masters of the deep-sea demon kingdom and divided their work. Then, they scattered to repair the great array. Lin Feng's main task was to repair the broken deployment spells. The others were there to support him. With Lin Feng, the successor of the Celestial Master sect, the work of repairing the great array seemed to have become much simpler. Many damaged great arrays were repaired. Lin Feng also added some new emperor inscriptions. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye. 10 days passed. During these 10 days, the Alliance army continued to attack the city. The defense of the deep-sea demon kingdom had begun to be destroyed in all aspects, so Lin Feng was already somewhat helpless. Fortunately, most of the people of the deep-sea demon kingdom had been evacuated, leaving a small number of people. They held on for another 3 days. Crack! 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 The restrictions protecting the entire deep-sea demon kingdom began to crack. Seeing this scene, Slayer God and Long Yuanhun immediately revealed a cold expression. In less than half a day, the restrictions of the deep-sea demon kingdom would definitely be broken. At this moment, Slayer God and Long Yuanhun were wholeheartedly thinking of launching a massacre after breaking through the deep-sea demon kingdom. Only in this way could they calm the anger in their hearts. As for Lin Feng, they would not let Lin Feng die so easily. They thought of countless torture methods to ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. The grudge between the two sides was now too deep. Killing Lin Feng directly was too easy for Lin Feng. Other than the remaining cultivator army guarding the city, the rest of the people have been evacuated. Princess Shirley, who was in charge of the evacuation, flew over and said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Go and inform father-in-law. We should also withdraw." Ah? Princess Shirley's pretty face instantly turned pink. Previously, Lin Feng and the deep-sea demon emperor had been calling each other father-in-law, and son-in-law. This was enough to make Princess Shirley extremely shy. Now, Lin Feng actually called him father-in-law in front of him. What did Lin Feng mean by this? Was he hinting at her? For a moment, Princess Shirley's mind was in turmoil. When Lin Feng saw Princess Shirley's blushing face, he came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he was a fake son-in-law. He said awkwardly, "Princess, it was just a slip of the tongue. Please don't be angry." Princess Shirley faintly looked at Lin Feng and said, "I won't be angry, so don't worry." When he said this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in his heart. Princess Shirley found that she could no longer deceive her heart. How she wished that Lin Feng and she were really a couple. How great would that be? "I'm going to see my father," Princess Shirley continued. Lin Feng nodded. Princess Shirley left. Not long after, the deep-sea demon emperor and Princess Shirley returned. "Ha ha ha ha, son-in-law, you're quite capable. You were able to use the formation to resist the allied army for so long. I'm very satisfied that Shirley was able to find a man like you." The deep-sea demon emperor wasn't a person who cared about trifles. He was very frank and outspoken. On the other hand, Princess Shirley's face was pink, and she looked extremely shy. When she looked at Lin Feng, her eyes became watery. "Princess Shirley is so beautiful." Lin Feng glanced at Princess Shirley. He was also astonished by her beauty. He then turned to look at the deep-sea demon emperor and said, "Father-in-law, please don't praise your son-in-law like that. Your son-in-law doesn't dare to show off his abilities in front of you. Being modest is a good thing. My son-in-law, you're really a good person." The deep-sea demon emperor praised Lin Feng again. Lin Feng felt embarrassed by the deep-sea demon emperor's praise. He said, "Father-in-law, tell the cultivator army to retreat as well. We'll be the last ones to retreat." The deep-sea demon emperor said, "It's time to retreat. Shirley, go and gather the cultivator army from the dragon sect and the Oceanids. Tell everyone to retreat." "Yes, father." Princess Shirley answered and hurriedly went to give the order. The crown prince, Su Jiyuan, accompanied Lin Feng and the deep-sea demon emperor as they chatted. Su Jiyuan smiled and asked, "Brother-in-law, when do you plan on marrying Shirley?" When Lin Feng heard Su Jiyuan's words, he almost coughed up blood. The deep-sea demon emperor smiled and said, "Are you too excited? Is that why you can't control yourself?" "I'm just too shocked, okay?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He naturally wouldn't say this out loud. He said, I'll have to discuss it with Shirley first before I can make a decision." "Haha, then let's discuss it properly. I'm a very open-minded person. You can decide when you want to get married. However, if Shirley is pregnant, you must get married immediately," the deep-sea demon emperor said. "Oh my god," Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng wailed inwardly. This cheap father-in-law of his was too fickle in his thinking. Yes. I'll listen to father-in-law," Lin Feng hurriedly replied. The cultivator army from the dragon sect and the Oceanids began to retreat. Lin Feng and the deep-sea demon emperor both summoned the 9 demons painting and the golden trident back. They didn't stay any longer and headed to the teleportation array. When they arrived at the teleportation array, Lin Feng discovered that it was already at its limit. Many of the runes had already begun to self-destruct. It would probably only be able to operate for another hour before it was completely destroyed. Fortunately, the people of the deep-sea demon kingdom had already moved away. If there were more people in the deep-sea demon kingdom, it would be very dangerous. If the deep-sea demon kingdom had more people, countless people would have died here because they couldn't be evacuated. Lin Feng and the others also entered the array. Before the array was activated, Lin Feng set up a destruction restriction. Buzz. The array activated and Lin Feng and the others were transported away. The destruction restriction was activated and the teleportation array was completely destroyed. Why did they summon the 2 imperial weapons back? Did they give up on resisting? Long Yuan Han frowned. Could it be that something happened? Attack the city. Quickly enter the city and see what happened. Butchering God's eyes were gloomy. Soon, Butchering God gave the order. 500 ancient warships and the 2 imperial weapons attacked the deep-sea demon kingdom's protection restriction with all their might. It only took 15 minutes. The restriction was completely destroyed. Kill. The cultivator army charged towards the deep-sea demon kingdom. However, when they entered the deep-sea demon kingdom, they were completely dumbfounded. The deep-sea demon kingdom was already empty. Everyone seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared on an island. He looked around and saw a world of white fog. Where is this place? Lin Feng was puzzled. This is the ancestral land of the deep-sea demon tribe in the spacetime reversal sea region. The deep-sea demon king said. Lin Feng nodded. Forces like the deep-sea demon tribe usually had an ancestral land. In fact, the reincarnation immortal sect also had an ancestral land. Lin Feng did not know where the ancestral land of the reincarnation immortal sect was, but he knew that the ancestral land was the most important place in the reincarnation immortal sect. It was a place that determined the rise and fall of a sect. The island was huge, and the spacetime reversal sea region was full of dangers. Ordinary people could not enter. Therefore, this place was very safe. The deep-sea demon tribe was guarded by a few elders. It was originally very quiet, but now it was lively. Su Jiyuan arranged accommodations for the dragon sect's cultivator army. Lin Feng was arranged to stay in one of the courtyards. It was very close to the dragon sect's camp. Wan Yinyang came to see Lin Feng and reported the casualties of the dragon sect's cultivator army. Dragon Gate's cultivator army suffered 7,500 casualties and 852 died. The injured dragon sect cultivators did not need to worry. They would recover soon. Lin Feng's heart was heavy when he heard about the deaths of the cultivators. Lin Feng said, "When we return, everyone will be heavily rewarded. The families of the deceased will receive 10 times the compensation. Their children will also be brought to the Dragon Gate Island. The Dragon Gate Island will help them cultivate their children." Master is wise. Wan Yinyang said sincerely. He respected Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. It was not only because Lin Feng was the leader of the dragon sect, but also because Lin Feng was his master. The most important reason was that Lin Feng treated his subordinates with sincerity. If it were other forces, the deaths of the cultivators who joined them would not be a big deal. It was very normal. Those forces would at most give some compensation to the families of the deceased cultivators and ignore them. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was different. Not only did he give out 10 times the compensation, he also wanted to raise the children of the dead cultivators. If the descendants of those dead cultivators were to be nurtured by the Dragon Gate Island, they would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. In the evening, Princess Shirley came to Lin Feng's place. The moon was bright and the sea breeze blew. Under the moonlight, Princess Shirley was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy who had fallen from the palace of the moon to the mortal world. "Lin Gongzi, I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, who knows how many people from the deep-sea demon kingdom would have died," Princess Shirley said. Lin Feng looked straight into Princess Shirley's eyes and said, "Didn't I tell you before that we're friends? That's why I helped you. I didn't help you because I wanted you to thank me. Now that the princess has come to thank me, it seems like you don't consider me a friend." "No, Lin Gongzi, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that." Princess Shirley suddenly became anxious, afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand her intentions. Seeing that Princess Shirley was about to cry, Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Princess Shirley's willowy waist. "Ah!" Princess Shirley cried out in surprise, her pretty face flushed red. "Young master, what are you doing?" Princess Shirley said with a red face. She didn't struggle and allowed Lin Feng to hug her. She was pleasantly surprised. As she interacted with Lin Feng again and again, Princess Shirley understood Lin Feng more and more. The more she understood Lin Feng, Princess Shirley found that she had fallen deeper and deeper. However, she was a woman, and there were many things that she couldn't say to Lin Feng. Women were always shy. "Nothing, I just want to hug a beauty and look at the moon," Lin Feng said. Under Princess Shirley's exclamation, Lin Feng carried Princess Shirley by her waist and flew to the eaves. The two of them sat on the eaves and looked at the bright moon. Princess Shirley leaned tightly against Lin Feng's side. If all of this was a dream, she hoped that she would never wake up from this dream. I saw Naza. How should I tell Naza? Will Naza be angry with me? Princess Shirley said worriedly. How could Naza be angry with you? Don't worry, Lin Feng said. Naza is very dependent on young master. I can feel that Naza also likes young master very much. Princess Shirley's face was full of worry. Naza really wants to live with you, Lin Feng said with a smile. The moonlight was beautiful. People were even more beautiful. Lin Feng slowly kissed Princess Shirley. Princess Shirley's pretty face flushed red and she closed her eyes. Cough, 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 cough. But at this moment, a cough was heard. The two of them were startled. Princess Shirley saw her father, the deep-sea demon emperor, and pushed Lin Feng away. She quickly flew down and bowed to the deep-sea demon emperor. The deep-sea demon emperor smiled and said, I hope I didn't disturb your lovey-dovey moment. Princess Shirley's pretty face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip out. She wailed in her heart. Father, you can't do this to your own daughter. Lin Feng also flew down from the eaves and said with a smile, Father-in-law, since you're here, this son-in-law welcomes you. This son-in-law just happens to have a type of top-notch spirit tea. I'd like to invite you to taste it later. Haha, spirit tea is great. When I have nothing to do, I like to drink spirit tea to pass the time. Shirley, lend your son-in-law to me for the night. I have some things to discuss with you, the deep-sea demon emperor said. I have some things to discuss with you. Princess Shirley's pretty face was pink, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. Did her father think that she was already living with Lin Feng? Princess Shirley didn't explain. She just nodded and left. Lin Feng and the deep-sea demon emperor entered the room. Then, Lin Feng took out a tea set and spirit spring water and began to brew tea. Although he wasn't particularly proficient in the art of tea, he still had some understanding of it. After brewing the tea, the two of them chatted while sipping tea. Sipping tea was secondary, chatting was more important. Are you curious why I'd rather put the citizens of the deep-sea demon kingdom in danger than hand over that item? The deep-sea demon emperor asked after taking a sip of the spirit tea. Lin Feng hadn't expected the deep-sea demon emperor to be so direct. Because of this matter, he had even slandered his cheap father-in-law in his heart. But now, it seemed that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Lin Feng said, this son-in-law is indeed curious. The deep-sea demon emperor said, the implications of this item are too great. The 9 evil dragons and the purple scale race are very ambitious. If this item is given to them, it will definitely cause great chaos. When that time comes, the entire 9 provinces will fall into chaos. Who knows how many people will die tragically and how many factions will be destroyed. When he heard the deep-sea demon emperor's words, Lin Feng was shocked. What kind of treasure was this? How could it cause such great chaos? What kind of treasure is it? How could it cause such a huge commotion? Lin Feng asked curiously. The deep-sea demon emperor replied, to be more precise, it's not a treasure. It's a command medallion. A command medallion? Lin Feng was astonished. The deep-sea demon emperor continued, however, this command medallion isn't simple at all. It's called the Dead Spirit Command Medallion, and it's rumored that it can awaken the dead spirits slumbering in a mysterious spacetime and make them serve you. That's... Lin Feng felt that this information was a bit strange. He continued, spirits live in the netherworld, while living beings live in the young world. The netherworld has its own laws, and the young world has its own laws. These dead spirits won't easily manifest in the young world, right? After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, from what I know, even if soldiers appear, they can only travel through places where humans rarely go. If ordinary dead spirits appear in the young world, they'll be destroyed by the laws of the young world. Could it be that the dead spirits that father-in-law is talking about are evil spirits like zombies, corpses, or ghosts? The deep-sea demon emperor replied, no. It's different. Dead spirits are similar to soldiers and netherworld soldiers that have independent thoughts. However, the evil spirits like zombies, corpses, and ghosts that you're talking about don't have complete thoughts. These evil spirits are driven by the remnant evil thoughts in their bodies. They're completely different from dead spirits that have complete thoughts. Lin Feng asked, "Father-in-law, are you saying that these dead spirits are similar to Yin soldiers and netherworld soldiers? But why can these dead spirits stay in the Yang world for so long? I've heard that Yin soldiers and netherworld soldiers can't stay in the Yang world for too long. If they stay for too long, it'll be difficult for them to return to the netherworld. At that time, they'll definitely die. Even if they don't die, they'll be guarding corpses and other things like that." The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor said, "This is the greatest secret of the Dead Spirit Command Medallion. It's a long story, but have you heard of the world-ending calamity at the end of the immortal ancient era?" Lin Feng nodded, "I've heard of it. It said that there was a huge battle that swept through the myriad worlds. Countless races were wiped out, and countless powers were destroyed. However, the historical records of the immortal ancient era have long disappeared. There are only a few words, and we can't pry into the truth of the immortal ancient era." The Deep Demon Emperor said, "Many things in the immortal ancient era are mysteries that no one knows of. Some time ago, I went with the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and some strong cultivators of the Purple-Scaled clan to explore a secret territory. After entering it, we discovered that it was left behind by a strong cultivator at the end of the immortal ancient era. In that secret territory, we saw some secrets of the immortal ancient era, including the catastrophe at the end of the immortal ancient era." The Deep-Sea Demon Emperor took a deep breath and calmed himself down before continuing. "It said that the great battle at the end of the immortal ancient era was related to the foreign worlds. The foreign worlds were very ambitious, and they wanted to conquer and enslave all the worlds in this part of the universe, including the 3 supreme worlds, the 6 Tao worlds, the 3,000 great worlds, countless medium worlds, and small worlds. Therefore, when the war broke out, at the critical moment when we were fighting against the otherworldly creatures, there was a huge power in the Universe Alliance that withdrew from the final battle. Therefore, the otherworldly creatures that they were in charge of were left alone. When the war was at its most intense, those otherworldly creatures went behind the Universe Alliance's army. As a result, the Cosmic Alliance's army was attacked from both sides, and they suffered disastrous losses. The Heavenly World, the Primal Chaos World, the Netherworld, the 3,000 Great Worlds, countless medium worlds, and small worlds. Who knows how many experts died in battle? The remaining people are powerless to reverse the situation. They have been trapped by the foreign world's creatures, and the foreign world's creatures are going to refine them to death. Before they died, these experts cursed them with their lives. Those who betrayed the Cosmic Alliance would become undead spirits, unable to reincarnate for all eternity. Until the person with the Necromancer's token found them, the undead spirits would obey the command of the person with the Necromancer's token. Once the person with the Necromancer's token forgave them, the undead spirits would no longer be tortured. They would be able to break the curse, enter the 6th Tao of reincarnation, and reincarnate." Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected there to be such a story. Lin Feng asked, "Do these undead spirits really exist?" "Perhaps. Since the Necromancer's token exists, these undead spirits might exist as well," said the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor. "Little son-in-law, can you take a look at the Necromancer's token?" asked Lin Feng. Deep-Sea Demon Emperor took out a pitch-black token and handed it to Lin Feng. The front of the token had the word Necromancer written on it. On the other side, there were densely packed skulls drawn on it. Looking at it, one would feel a chill run down one's spine. Deep-Sea Demon Emperor said, "The Necromancer's token is a pair of Yin and Yang tokens. This is only one of them. There's another one. It said that as long as you obtain one of the tokens, you'll be able to sense the whereabouts of the other through the Book of Sacrifice." Lin Feng asked, "Father-in-law, are you planning to look for the other Necromancer's token? These cursed undead spirits are too much of a threat. I want to find the other token, find the undead army, and release them so that they can break the curse and enter the netherworld," said Deep-Sea Demon Emperor. "Father-in-law, you truly have the world in your heart. I'm impressed," said Lin Feng. "Don't flatter me. As the saying goes, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If the 9 provinces were to fall into chaos, the sea region would fall into chaos as well. Countless people would die. Helping the 9 provinces would be helping my own people and loved ones," said Deep-Sea Demon Emperor. asked Lin Feng. When do you plan to leave? Asked Lin Feng. In a few days. I want to offer sacrifices to my ancestors and accompany Jiyuan, Shirley, and the others. Once I leave, I don't know what the future will be like, and I don't know when I'll be able to return. Deep-Sea Demon Emperor sighed. Father-in-law, I'm sure everything will go smoothly, said Lin Feng. I hope so. Deep-Sea Demon Emperor smiled. He put away the necromancer's token, then patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, treat Shirley well in the future. I will. Lin Feng hurriedly said. Deep-Sea Demon Emperor nodded and left. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the Sea Folk's ancestral worship ceremony, and it was very different from the humans. After the ceremony, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor passed the imperial seal to the first prince, Su Jiyuan. Evidently, he was worried that something would happen to him during this trip. If he didn't take care of the matters of the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom, the kingdom would fall into chaos. As such, he passed the imperial seal to Su Jiyuan ahead of time. If the Yuan spirit lamp was extinguished, that meant that the person had already died. At that time, Su Jiyuan would be able to inherit the throne. Of course, Su Jiyuan was a man of great talent and righteousness. If the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor passed the throne to him, he would be at ease. It seems that this trip will be very dangerous. Lin Feng muttered to himself. 5 days later, the Deep-Sea Demon Emperor left. At night, Lin Feng and Princess Shirley sat on a roof and looked up at the moon. Princess Shirley was nestled in Lin Feng's embrace. The two of them were enjoying this rare moment of peace. Suddenly, Princess Shirley raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She asked, since you've been talking with my father for so long, you must know what he's doing, right? Lin Feng nodded. Father-in-law did tell me. Princess Shirley's face instantly reddened, and she spat at Lin Feng. Shameless. Did I say that I'm going to marry you? You have to marry me even if you don't want to. Father-in-law has already betrothed you to me. Lin Feng smiled. Humph. Princess Shirley lightly harumphed. She then said, you're so annoying. It's all your fault for distracting me. You still haven't told me what my father is doing. Lin Feng said, since father-in-law didn't tell you, it means that he doesn't want you to know. So, don't ask any more. Princess Shirley reached out and pinched Lin Feng's waist, causing Lin Feng to grimace in pain. If you don't tell me, I'll punish you according to the family rules. Princess Shirley threatened. Lin Feng held, oh heavens. Oh earth. My cherub Shirley used to be so obedient and lovely. How did she turn into a tigress now? How dare you call me a tigress? Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death. Princess Shirley pounced. The two of them started to fight. Lin Feng stayed in the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom's ancestral land for another 5 days before he decided to leave. Lin Feng had been out for a while and he did not know how things were going in the ancient Desolate Sea region. So, he decided to go back and take a look. Princess Shirley was naturally very reluctant. Lin Feng originally wanted Princess Shirley to follow him back. But because Princess Shirley had just moved to the ancestral land of the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom, there were too many people that needed to be settled. There were still many things that needed to be done. Therefore, she could not leave at this time. When you're done, come to the ancient Desolate Sea region to look for me. I'll take good care of you. Lin Feng said with a smile. Princess Shirley's pretty face immediately turned red. Naturally, she knew what Lin Feng meant by take good care of you. She rolled her eyes at Lin Feng flirtatiously. But when she thought that Lin Feng was about to leave, she was very reluctant. In the end, Lin Feng and the Dragon Sect's cultivator army left on the ancient starship Xianxia. A month later, Lin Feng returned to the Dragon Sect. Ever since they had swallowed the Fire Scorpion Island, Evil Flood Dragon Island, and Rosen Island, the Dragon Sect had become the most powerful force in the ancient Desolate Sea region. Therefore, the Dragon Sect's development was changing with each passing day. Lin Feng was naturally very happy that the Dragon Sect's strength had grown. On the second day after Lin Feng returned, he made a trip to the Myriad Star Island. The Myriad Star Island was bustling with activity as usual. Lin Feng went to the All-Knowing Pavilion to ask about Senior Duguya and the Soul Master Dao sect. The person in charge of receiving Lin Feng at the all-knowing pavilion surprised Lin Feng. It was actually Yu Lianwei, whom he had met during his first visit to the Myriad Star Island. Lin Gongzi, it's been almost 2 years since we last met. How have you been? Yu Lianwei asked with a smile. She was as charming as ever. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, Fairy. Everything is fine. However, I didn't expect you to appear at the all-knowing pavilion. Aren't you the vice president of the auction house?" Yu Lianwei said, "Young master, you might not know this, but the auction house is actually a subordinate force of the all-knowing pavilion. I hold a position in both the all-knowing pavilion and the auction house." Lin Feng nodded, "I see. You're a capable person, you're busy." Yu Lianwei smiled and said, "I already know why you're here. Previously, you spent a lot of money to ask the all-knowing pavilion to investigate Duguya, and we've already obtained some information." "What? Is that true?" Lin Feng suddenly stood up and looked at Yu Lianwei in shock. Duguya, the Duguya he had been searching for many years, his father's close friend, and now, there was actually news about him. Lin Feng was extremely excited. "Where is he?" Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. Yu Lianwei was extremely shocked. She hadn't expected news about Duguya to cause such a huge stir in Lin Feng's emotions. She said, "Around 20 years ago, there was a rumor that a heaven-shaking stone tablet had appeared in the southern Immortal Sea domain. Many experts went to look for it, and Duguya was among them. His origins are mysterious, and he doesn't have many friends in Jiuzhou. Later, I heard that the people who had been looking for the heaven-shaking stone tablet had all disappeared." Disappeared? Disappeared in the southern Immortal Sea domain? Lin Feng frowned slightly. This made him worried. If Duguya had died, wouldn't it be impossible for him to find out where his mother was sealed? That's how it is. However, some time ago, our all-knowing pavilion made many inquiries and obtained some information from an ancient faction. Back then, that faction had sent a few experts to look for the heaven-shaking stone tablet, but in the end, they disappeared without a trace. However, their Yuan spirit lamps weren't extinguished, which means that they're still alive. That's why Lin Gongzi doesn't need to worry. The senior Duguya you're looking for should also be alive." Yu Lianwei said. Lin Feng said, "He disappeared without a trace for 20 years. Could he be trapped somewhere in the southern Immortal Sea domain?" Yu Lianwei nodded and said, "That's indeed a possibility. However, many factions have gone to the southern Immortal Sea domain to look for the people who disappeared back then, but they didn't find anything. It's extremely strange. I'll have to trouble the all-knowing pavilion to continue looking for him," said Lin Feng. Yu Lianwei smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lin Gongzi. The all-knowing pavilion will definitely do our best for you." Lin Feng continued, "Previously, I sent a subordinate to the all-knowing pavilion to sign up for a mission. I wonder how you've been doing." "Which mission is it?" "I'll know as soon as you tell me," said Yu Lianwei with a smile. "The Tao sect of Soul Masters is a power that disappeared a long time ago, so we can only find a few of their inheritances. Even so, it's still very difficult to find their inheritances because of how long ago they were. I'm afraid that we won't be able to find anything in a short period of time. Lin Gongzi will have to wait for a while." Yu Lianwei said. Lin Feng said, "I hope we can find out more about the Tao sect of Soul Masters as soon as possible. No matter how much money we have to spend, we won't hesitate. Don't worry, young master. We'll definitely find out as soon as possible." Yu Lianwei smiled. "Thank you, Fairy. I still have some things to take care of, so I'll take my leave first." Lin Feng stood up. Yu Lianwei also stood up and smiled. "Will you be free tomorrow night?" Lin Feng said, "I should be free." Yu Lianwei smiled. "How about we meet tomorrow night?" Lin Feng smiled. "How could I dare to refuse a fairy's invitation? May I know where we'll meet tomorrow?" "Where will I meet you tomorrow?" Lin Feng asked. "A carriage will come to pick you up tomorrow." Yu Lianwei smiled. The all-knowing pavilion was well informed, so no matter where Lin Feng lived on Myriad Star Island, they would be able to find out where Lin Feng lived. Therefore, Yu Lianwei didn't ask where Lin Feng lived. Lin Feng obviously knew this as well. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll take my leave." Lin Feng cupped his fists towards Yu Lianwei and left. After leaving the all-knowing pavilion, he headed towards the black market. Lin Feng had come to Myriad Star Island by himself. Firstly, he wanted to take a break and relax. Second, he wanted to go to the black market to buy some immortal iron and godstones. The Dragon Gate had several powerful blacksmiths. The Dragon Gate could already forge their own divine weapons. More and more cultivators were joining the Dragon Gate, so the Dragon Gate needed to buy immortal iron and godstones. Originally, these things were handed over to the subordinates to do. Since he had come to Myriad Stars Island and had nothing to do, he might as well purchase these immortal iron and divine stones. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could find any treasures in the black market. Lin Feng purchased all the immortal iron and divine stones in the black market. Then, he bought a lot of array formation materials. He had consumed a lot of array formation materials in the deep-sea demon kingdom, and now it was time to replenish them. After buying what he wanted to buy, Lin Feng wandered around the black market aimlessly. "Come take a look, take a look. These are all treasures that have just been unearthed." Shouts came from afar. Many people gathered around. A cultivator in his 30s with a very ordinary appearance had set up a stall here. There were all kinds of things piled up on the stall. There were some antiques, some jade talismans, and some tattered weapons. They were probably antiques that had just been dug up from a tomb. This guy is Lu Junzi, the successor of the Grave Commander's lineage. He specializes in digging up other people's ancestral tombs. He doesn't do good things, but he does all bad things. So he's a grave robber. Mountain-moving Taoist, Grave Commander, none of them have anything good. Shoo, keep your voice down. If that guy hears you, be careful that your ancestral tombs will be dug up. Lin Feng heard some cultivators whispering. This made him slightly surprised. He did not expect that the ordinary-looking cultivator in front of him was actually a grave commander. This was an existence that was at the level of an ancestor of grave robbers. One after another, people went forward to inquire about the price of some items. Lu Junzi naturally asked for a lot. He asked for as much as he could. After the buyer and LV Junzi haggled over the price, the deal would be completed once they reached a satisfactory price. In total, more than 10 items were sold. Cursed doll. Suddenly, the demon lord's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard the word curse, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Curses were the most terrifying, mysterious, and evil power in this world. Since ancient times, many experts had been cursed. Fire crows, celestial masters, ice planes coffin carriers, and so on. There were too many people who had been cursed. However, the power of curses was full of mystery in the eyes of many people. This was the case in Lin Feng's eyes as well. In the world of cultivators, everyone's expression changed at the mention of curses. Lin Feng looked at the stall and saw a rag doll in a corner. He could not help but think of something. He sent a voice transmission to the demon lord and asked, "Could that rag doll be the cursed doll?" "That's right. Buy it." The demon lord's words were concise and comprehensive. Lin Feng came to the front of the stall, picked up the rag doll, and said, "How much is it?" "I'll take it." Lu Junzi laughed strangely and said, "I advise you to put this thing down. This thing is suitable for evil cultivators, not for you." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, but since I've taken a fancy to this thing, I'll definitely buy it." "Tell me the price." Lu Junzi said, 100,000 origin crystals. "No problem." Lin Feng waved his right hand, and 100,000 origin crystals immediately flew out. These origin crystals were an astronomical figure to other cultivators. However, to Lin Feng, it was nothing. Lu Junzi laughed loudly. "Brother, you're a straightforward person. I like dealing with straightforward people like you. I'll give you this exorcism talisman for free. If you encounter anything evil, you can use the exorcism talisman to protect yourself." Lin Feng took the exorcism talisman, then squeezed through the crowd and left. He found an inn to stay in. After entering the room, he impatiently took out the cursed doll. Lin Feng asked, "Demon Lord, what exactly is this cursed doll? What does it do?" The demon lord said, "The cursed doll is an extremely evil puppet doll refined from the most vicious of curses. Take a look at the cursed doll in your hand and see if there's a name written on it." "There is. But the writing is very blurry," Lin Feng said after inspecting the cursed doll. The demon lord said, "It seems that this cursed doll has already been used by someone. After the cursed doll is refined, one only needs to write the person's name on it and feed it with their blood for a period of time. Once the cursed doll gains sentience, one can chant the incantation, and the person whose name is written on it will be cursed." "It's that evil?" Lin Feng said in shock. The demon lord nodded and said, "Cursed dolls are incomparably evil." Keek keek. Suddenly, the cursed doll in Lin Feng's hand let out strange laughter. "Brat, how dare you throw me to the ground? Do you want to be cursed by me? Do you think I won't curse you right now? I'll make you die a horrible death." Suddenly, the cursed doll started talking. Its voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Lin Feng shivered in fear when he heard that voice. The cursed doll was too strange. It could actually speak human language. As expected of a strange doll refined from the Tao of curses, the cursed doll floated in midair. Its eyes looked around and stared at Lin Feng. Swoosh, the demon lord appeared and looked at the cursed doll. He said, "As expected, a cursed spirit has formed." "How incredible. The cursed doll actually formed a cursed spirit. I'm very curious. What level of expert did you refine this cursed doll?" When the cursed doll saw the demon lord, it screamed in fear. "Emperor! You are an emperor. How can there be an emperor in this damned 9 prefectures?" The cursed doll was too evil. It seemed to have the ability to think. Its eerie eyes stared at the demon lord. However, it soon screamed again. "Haha! You scared me. So you're just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although you still have the aura of an emperor, your physical body has long been destroyed. You don't have the strength of an emperor anymore. Is this a remnant soul?" "A remnant soul has fused with a portion of the origin energy," Lin Feng muttered. "This cursed doll is too evil. It makes me feel very uneasy. Demon Lord, let's work together to get rid of this fellow. I don't want it to cause any more trouble." Hearing that Lin Feng wanted to kill it, the cursed doll cursed, "Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you say that you want to kill me? Do you think I won't activate a curse right now and make you unable to reincarnate?" Lin Feng sneered. "Grandson, how much strength do you have left? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of your grandfather? Do you think I won't burn you to ashes right now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng summoned 4 types of heavenly fire. Purple earth core fire, black god incinerating fire, golden dragon divine fire, netherworld hellfire. The 4 heavenly fires burned fiercely. Even the void distorted from the heat. The 4 heavenly fires surrounded the cursed doll. Heavenly fire. 4 heavenly fires. "Brat, do you think you can deal with me with heavenly fire? You're dreaming." The cursed doll let out an eerie cry, and then the power of the curse began to surge out. "If you're going to fight me, I'd like to have a taste of your strength," the demon lord said. The cursed doll, who was clamoring to attack, froze when it heard Yao Jun's words. It smiled embarrassedly and said, "I was just joking just now. Don't be so nervous." The cursed doll bullied the weak and feared the strong. It thought it could defeat Lin Feng, so it was extremely arrogant. But when he saw the Yao Lord, he immediately became dispirited. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If he could really grasp the cursed doll's refining method, he would be able to refine one himself. Then, he could use the cursed doll to deal with whoever he wanted. Once such an evil cursed doll was successfully refined, it would frighten everyone who saw it and frighten even gods. Haha, that's right. Hurry up and hand over the cursed doll's refining method, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Lin Feng laughed. The cursed doll said, "I don't know the refining method." The demon lord said indifferently, "Do you think we'll believe you?" The cursed doll smirked and said, "I won't believe you. Since you know you won't believe me, what's the point of saying all this?" The demon lord pursed his lips. The cursed doll said, "I do know the refining method, but I can't tell you because I'm also a cursed doll that was refined." By chance, I gave birth to my own consciousness, but my body is still the body of a cursed doll. In other words, I'm also cursed. If I tell you the refining method of the cursed doll, the power of the curse will erupt, and my soul will be destroyed in an instant. The demon lord frowned slightly as he pondered over the cursed doll's words. He seemed to be weighing the credibility of the cursed doll's words. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The cursed doll should be very familiar with the power of the curse. Lin Feng thought of the sage's curse and asked, "Cursed doll, do you know about the sage's bloodline?" The cursed doll nodded. Of course. Who doesn't know about this ancient inheritance? Do you know about the sage's bloodline being cursed? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll nodded. I've heard about it. Do you know what's cursing the sage's bloodline? Lin Feng continued asking. The cursed doll looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, there are millions of types of curse power, and the number of curse techniques is as endless as the sand grains in the Ganges River. No curse is born out of nowhere. Someone must have used some terrifying curse technique to activate the curse. As far as I know, the curse of the sage's bloodline is related to the netherworld or the ghost realm. The netherworld? The ghost realm? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. In this universe, the netherworld was one of the 3 supreme realms. The ghost realm was a world created by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was mysterious and unfathomable. These 2 places were too terrifying and mysterious. They were places where the dead would go. Is there a way to resolve it? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll replied, perhaps, but I'm not sure. Can you see if I'm cursed as well? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng. Its eyes flickered with an evil light. You. Suddenly, the cursed doll cried out in horror. Lin Feng's heart sank when he saw the cursed doll's reaction. He asked, am I really cursed? You have 3 types of curse power in your body. The cursed doll cried out. Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard the cursed doll's words. 3 types of curse power? That's asking for my life, he asked with a grave expression. Are you telling the truth? Do I really have 3 types of curse power in my body? Even the demon lord couldn't help but frown. The demon lord might have been an emperor in the past and had seen many things, but when it came to the Tao of curses, he still kept it a secret. Because the Tao of curses was truly too mysterious, evil, and terrifying. The cursed doll laughed strangely. Of course I'm telling the truth. You have 3 types of curse energy in your body, and each is scarier than the last. You must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to be afflicted with so many curse energies. You must have experienced a lot of evil things, right? When Lin Feng saw the cursed doll's gloating expression, he had the urge to walk over and beat the hell out of the cursed doll. However, he had to endure it for now, as he still needed to find out what these 3 curse energies were from the cursed doll. Lin Feng asked patiently. I have indeed experienced a lot of evil things. For example? The cursed doll asked. Human skin. Something seemed to be approaching from the dark, and when that thing came, all the cultivators in its path would die and turn into human skin. I've encountered this situation several times. At that time, I even thought that I would die a horrible death. Fortunately, I survived in the end. Lin Feng said. Hiss. The cursed doll sucked in a cold breath. It looked at Lin Feng as if he was a monster and asked, how did you survive? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I was just lucky. The cursed doll said, if I'm not wrong, this curse should be the human skin curse. It's an extremely ancient curse that is strange and terrifying. It's said that the human skin curse is one of the oldest curses in history. Lin Feng asked, does this human skin curse have anything to do with the legacy of the sage's lineage? Of course not. Why? Are you a successor of the sage's lineage? The cursed doll asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. The cursed doll said, the human skin curse is too ancient. Such an ancient curse shouldn't have appeared on you. Why? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The cursed doll said, the stronger the curse, the more severe the damage to the caster. The human skin curse is one of the oldest curses, and it's said that only an emperor or above can cast it. Do you think you're qualified to make an emperor or above pay such a heavy price to cast the human skin curse? Although the cursed doll's words were a little harsh, they did make sense. If an emperor wanted to deal with him, they could kill him with a single palm strike. Why would they need to cast a curse? The cursed doll continued, that's why I'm guessing that the human skin curse was cast on your ancestor, and that ancestor's lineage was cursed as well. Lin Feng. Was it the emperor's bloodline? He remembered that the creatures of the other worlds called his sovereign blood sinner's blood. Was the blood of the sovereign ruler cursed? What are the other two curses? Lin Feng asked. The cursed doll said, Xianxia's two curses aren't simple either. One is the curse of the heavenly master lineage, while the other is the curse of the heavenly master lineage. The descendants of the heavenly master lineage can't meet each other. Once they do, they'll be cursed and turned into a creature of the netherworld. Lin Feng recalled the contents of the heavenly master lineage's curse. The cursed doll said, that's right. The heavenly master lineage's curse does have such a saying, but it's not complete. Once a descendant of the heavenly master lineage is cursed, they'll be turned into a creature of the netherworld or a creature of the ghost world. That's why the heavenly master lineage's curse is also known as the nether ghost curse. Lin Feng was puzzled. But I've never seen the heavenly master lineage's ancestor. Why would I be cursed? You've seen him. You must have. It's just that you don't know. You can try to recall if you've seen him before. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng started recalling. He suddenly recalled the heavenly master battle of the 3,000 prefectures. He had entered the place where the heartless immortal had died. The heartless immortal used to be called Xianxia. Her lover was the 36th heavenly master, Xianxia. Later, Xianxia left and never returned. Xianxia thought that Xianxia had abandoned her, so she changed her name to the heartless immortal. In the end, she died of depression. Even in death, she never saw Xianxia again. It was a tragic love story. However, Lin Feng later had a dream. In the dream, he saw Xianxia. Xianxia didn't abandon her. He never appeared again because he was taken away by the nether soldiers. He had been cursed by the heavenly master lineage and was powerless to resist. Lin Feng said, I've seen the 36th heavenly master in the dream. It's a connection between souls that transcends countless years. Everything you see is real. It's just that it happened countless years ago, but in the end, it appeared in your dreams, said Lin Feng. The cursed doll narrowed its eyes at Lin Feng and said, so, you've seen other heavenly masters. Although you only saw them in your dream, you still saw other heavenly masters. Damn, seeing them in my dream counts? Lin Feng said gloomily. Of course. Of course it counts. That's why the power of curses is so strange. The cursed doll said. Do you have a way to help me remove the curse from the heavenly master lineage? Lin Feng asked. I don't. The heavenly master lineage's curse is extremely terrifying. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng's expression kept changing. He continued, you said that even you can't tell what the third curse is. Does that mean that the third curse is even more terrifying? The cursed doll laughed strangely and said, that's right, the third type of curse is even more terrifying. Any one of these three curses is extremely rare in the world, but you have all three of them at the same time. How shocking! Lin Feng sneered. So what if I have three curses on me? Young master's luck is monstrous. I don't believe that I can't break these three curses. The cursed doll pursed its lips. It's good to have confidence, but reality is often cruel. Don't jinx it. Do you think I won't beat you up? Lin Feng waved his fist. The cursed doll shouted, do you think I'm afraid of you? Fight me one-on-one if you dare. Sure, but you'll have to fight me and the demon lord alone. Lin Feng said calmly. Shameless. How shameless? The cursed doll shouted angrily. The demon lord said, Cursed doll, if I'm not mistaken, you should know the great curse art of the 3,000 great Daos, right? Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the words great curse art. He knew very well what the great curse art of the 3,000 great Daos meant. The cursed doll hurriedly shook its head and said, No, I don't know it. If you dare have any ideas about me, I'll curse you. The cursed doll's threat was not much of a deterrent. Lin Feng and the demon lord both charged at the cursed doll. Lin Feng needed the cultivation method of the great curse technique, but the demon lord also needed it. If he could successfully cultivate the Great Curse technique, it would greatly improve his cultivation. Most importantly, after cultivating the Great Curse technique, he would be able to comprehend the Tao of curses. When facing all kinds of curses, he would not be helpless. Moreover, the Great Curse technique had a powerful attack power. Through cultivating the Great Curse technique, he might even be able to find a way to remove the curse on himself. Swoosh, seeing Lin Feng and the demon lord closing in, the cursed doll turned and ran. Swoosh, the demon lord waved his right hand. Dance runes intertwined and sealed the room. The cursed doll was trapped in the room, unable to escape. You forced me to do this. I'm going to use the Great Curse technique on you. The cursed doll cried out, "Oh, the great power of the Great Curse!" Bang! Before the cursed doll could finish chanting, Lin Feng had already rushed over and sent the cursed doll flying with a punch. The cursed doll crashed into the demon lord's formation and fell to the ground. Ouch, it hurts. The cursed doll wailed. Damn. What's going on? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The demon lord was also dumbfounded. Soon, the two of them understood what was going on. The cursed doll did not have any strength at all. It was just strong on the outside. So it's a fake expert. Tell us, how should we deal with you? Lin Feng grinned, his voice filled with evil intentions. The cursed doll crawled up from the ground and smiled embarrassedly. Great immortals, this is all a misunderstanding. We are all modest gentlemen. As the saying goes, gentlemen use their hands, not their mouths. No, that's not right. As the saying goes, gentlemen use their mouths, not their fists. Lin Feng smiled and said, let's talk nicely, shall we? Then, just write down the Great Curse art from memory. Lin Feng took out a pen and paper. All right. All right. The cursed doll said with a sad face. When one was under someone else's roof, one had no choice but to lower one's head. The cursed doll began to write down the Great Curse technique's cultivation chant. An hour later, it finished writing. There were about 2,000 words. It filled up a large piece of paper. Yao Lord, can you take a look at this chant? Asked Lin Feng. Yao Jun was once a great emperor. If there was a problem with the incantation, he would be able to tell at a glance. Yao Jun glanced at him, nodded, and said, no problem. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. This was the Great Curse technique. It was the most evil of the 3,000 great Daos. None of the 3,000 great Daos could compare to the Great Curse technique. The Tao of curses recorded hundreds of millions of curse techniques. However, the Great Curse technique was definitely the most precious of all the curse techniques. This was because the Great Curse technique was directly related to the Tao of curses. This was something that the other curse techniques could not compare to. How should we deal with this guy? Should we kill him or let him go? Lin Feng looked at the demon lord. Let him go. The demon lord waved his right hand and removed the formation. Whoosh! The cursed doll hurriedly flew away. It floated in the air, its expression extremely ugly. It could not help but curse in a low voice. I originally wanted to devour that brat's fate, but I didn't expect such a powerful fellow to follow him. How unlucky. Wait until I recover, let's see how I'll deal with the two of you. The cursed doll then soared into the sky and flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng gave the demon lord a copy of the Great Curse technique's cultivation method. The Yao Lord then entered the demonic bead and went completely silent. Lin Feng memorized the Great Curse technique's cultivation method, then burned the paper with the Great Curse technique's cultivation method to ashes. He sat cross-legged on his bed and silently recited the method, beginning to cultivate the Great Curse technique. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he had entered a mysterious state of mind. Sinner's blood shall be cursed, 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 sinner's blood shall be cursed. A sinister voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, repeating the same words over and over again. Who are you? Lin Feng's subconscious shouted. He wanted to know who had shouted those words. He also wanted to know. Why was a powerful bloodline like the Sovereign Emperor's bloodline a sinner's bloodline? The fate of the Heaven Master's bloodline cannot escape the shackles of the curse. You will become one of us sooner or later. Another voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. It was hazy. Lin Feng saw 36 cultivators standing in the distance. They looked at him. Heaven Master. After seeing the 36 cultivators, Lin Feng was shocked. Those people. They were all the ancestors of the Heaven Master's bloodline. They were the 36 Heaven Masters. What cursed the Heaven Master's bloodline? Lin Feng shouted. The fate of the Heaven Master's bloodline cannot be reversed. We will wait for your arrival. The 36 Heaven Masters did not answer Lin Feng's question. They talked among themselves and then walked deeper into the forest. In his subconscious, Lin Feng chased after the 36 Heaven Masters. But no matter how Lin Feng chased after them, he could not catch up. Suddenly, a pitch-black door appeared. Rumble. The door opened. Behind the door, it was connected to a world of death. It seemed to be the underworld, but it also seemed to be the ghost world. The 36 Heaven Masters entered the world of death. He 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 he. At this time a gloomy voice sounded. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the scene of the third curse. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a distorted black fog appear. There seemed to be some terrifying creature in the black fog. What's hiding in the black fog? Lin Feng shouted loudly. He 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 he. The creature in the black fog did not answer Lin Feng. Instead, it continued to laugh sinisterly. Lin Feng had never heard such a sinister laugh. It was even more terrifying than the voice of a malicious spirit. Suddenly, the black fog swept through the world and enveloped Lin Feng, as if it wanted to devour Lin Feng. Ah! Lin Feng cried out in alarm. He opened his eyes and panted heavily. He woke up from his subconscious in time. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The Great Curse technique allowed me to sense the power of 3 curses. The curse of the bloodline, the curse of the Heaven Master's bloodline, and the curse of the distorted black fog. What exactly is that distorted black fog? What kind of terrifying creature is hidden in the black fog? Lin Feng's expression was uncertain as he pondered. The carriage traveled through the streets while Lin Feng sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. This was the carriage sent by Yu Lianwei to bring Lin Feng to the banquet. Lin Feng guessed the purpose of Yu Lianwei inviting him to the banquet. He lacked understanding of Yu Lianwei. This demon-like woman was not simple, and her thoughts were especially deep. Lin Feng always felt that this woman had a purpose for getting close to him. But now, everything was still unknown. The carriage entered a huge mansion. The environment of this mansion was very elegant. There were pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, and flowers. It was beautiful beyond compare. Young master, we've arrived. The coachman's respectful voice sounded. Lin Feng got off the carriage. He found that there was already a pretty servant girl wearing light yellow clothes waiting for him. This servant, Yunju, greets young master. The servant girl bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, no need to be so courteous. Bring me to see Fairy Lian Wei. Young master, please follow the servant. The servant girl said as she led the way. After passing through a small bridge, a huge pond appeared in front of them. There was a pavilion in the middle of the pond. There was a small wooden bridge that led to the pavilion. The servant girl said, young master, my family's young miss is waiting for you in the pavilion. This servant girl had obviously received an order in advance and could only send him here. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the pavilion. In the pavilion, a beautiful woman in a long white dress was dancing. She was like a fairy that had fallen from the 9 heavens immortal world to the mortal world. Her dance was graceful and moving, causing people to exclaim in admiration. The woman who was dancing like a butterfly was none other than Yu Lianwei. Lin Feng quietly admired Yu Lianwei's beautiful dance. After the dance ended, Lin Feng walked towards the pavilion. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, Fairy's dance is really beautiful and moving. Even if the fairies of the 9 heavens immortal world saw it, they would feel ashamed of their inferiority. Yu Lianwei smiled and said, Sir, you're overpraising me. Lianwei just made a fool of herself, and I'm afraid I've disgraced your eyes. Such a beautiful person, such a beautiful dance. To be able to see it is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. How could it be an insult to my eyes? Lin Feng said with a smile. If young master likes to watch, I can often dance for young master in the future. Yu Lianwei said as she blinked her eyes. These words were too bold and direct, a bit like a disguised confession. However, Lin Feng knew that Yu Lianwei was a woman with deep thoughts, so he didn't really think that Yu Lianwei was confessing to him. Everything she did, she often had her own motives. Lin Feng smiled and said, unfortunately, there are too many things to do. I don't have enough free time like this. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Yu Lianwei smiled and said, Lianwei naturally understands that men aspire to travel far and wide. It's rare to see someone like young master, who has already accomplished so much at such a young age. In the future, young master will definitely be able to dominate the world. Yu Lianwei's words were quite straightforward. Lin Feng had established the Dragon's Gate. With the all-knowing pavilion's abilities, they must have already known about this. Therefore, Yu Lianwei knew that Lin Feng was the leader of the Dragon's Gate, so he wouldn't be surprised. The reason why Yu Lianwei had said those words just now was because she was implying something. Thank you for your kind words. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, news is very important no matter what I do. In the future, I will have to rely on you for many things. Lin Feng said as he took out a white jade box and pushed it towards Yu Lianwei. He smiled and said, this is a small gift for you. Yu Lianwei didn't look at it, nor did she accept it. She smiled and said, Lianwei will naturally help young master with all my heart. As for this gift, young master can take it back for now. Is it not to your liking? Lin Feng asked. Although I haven't seen what it is, young master has always been generous, so I don't need to see it to know that it is extraordinary. Yu Lianwei stood up and walked to Lin Feng's side. She reached out and caressed Lin Feng's face. Young master must be suspicious of Lianwei's motive for approaching you. You must think that Lianwei has some other intentions. You don't need to worry about that. Lianwei approached young master out of curiosity, and when she gradually got to know young master better, she fell deeply in love with him and couldn't extricate herself. Therefore, Lianwei wants to help young master establish a career. Lin Feng smiled and said, thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't know what I have done to deserve your admiration. Yu Lianwei stared at Lin Feng's handsome face and said, many things are like poison. Once poisoned, you can't extricate yourself. Lianwei truly wants to help young master. Time will prove everything. Late at night, Lin Feng left Yu Lianwei's residence. The next day, he left Myriad Stars Island. Lin Feng didn't know how much of Yu Lianwei's words could be trusted. But it was just as Yu Lianwei had said. Time would prove everything. After returning to Dragon Gate Island, Lin Feng had been bitterly cultivating the great curse art. It wasn't easy to cultivate this divine ability. Monkey Show, who had been in seclusion for almost a year, came out. The first thing he did after coming out was ask the kitchen to prepare wine and meat for him. He then sat down with Lin Feng to eat and drink. The two didn't sleep the entire night and drank until dawn. They also chatted a lot. When the sun rose from the horizon, Monkey Show stood up and said, I have to go. Master said that reading 10,000 books is like walking 10,000 miles. The more you walk, the more you see, the more you comprehend, and the more you think, you can become a Buddha. Isho wanted to leave. Lin Feng didn't want him to leave, but he didn't stop him. Monkey Show had his own Tao, and he had his own path to walk. On the long road of life, parents, lovers, relatives, children, and friends wouldn't always be by your side. There would be a day when they would have to part. Lin Feng was naturally aware of this. He had experienced too many separations. Next time we meet, I'll make you drunk. Lin Feng said with a smile. Let's see who will be the one getting drunk then. Monkey Show said with a smile. On this late autumn morning, Lin Feng sent his close friend Monkey Show off and watched him leave. Time passed very quickly. Winter arrived, and snow fell. The entire Dragon Gate Island was covered in snow. It was a vast expanse of white, and it was very beautiful. Bibi and the dragon rabbit were playing in the snow. The two little fellows seemed to have no worries. Time really flies. Lin Feng sighed as he looked at the vast expanse of white in the distance. Lin Feng seemed to see the shadow of himself when he was 16. Over the years, he had experienced too many people and too many things. There were also too many passers-by in his life. That night, a voice came from outside. I'm visiting late at night. Do you welcome me? Empress? Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the voice. It was the Empress's voice. He opened the door. The heavy snow outside illuminated the surrounding world very brightly. The Empress was wearing a snow-white mink fur coat, which wrapped around her graceful and delicate body. Every time he saw the Empress, he felt a sense of amazement. I didn't expect you to come at this time. It's freezing outside, so come in. Lin Feng smiled. He had known the Empress for many years, and they had gone through life and death together. Therefore, they were quite casual when interacting with each other, and there weren't many rules. The Empress entered Lin Feng's room and teased, "What's wrong? Didn't you find a few beautiful women to serve you?" said Lin Feng, smiling. I saved a seat for you, didn't I? The Empress smiled and asked, Am I beautiful? Lin Feng quickly averted his gaze. The Empress was naturally charming, and he couldn't fall for her tricks. Looks like you have your fears too. The Empress said with a smile. She took off her mink coat and hung it on the clothes rack at the door. Then, she sat in front of the table where the spirit tea was boiling. Lin Feng smiled and said, There's a saying that men are afraid of women. The deeper the fear, the deeper the love. Leave these sweet words for other women. I won't fall for them. The Empress snorted. Lin Feng poured a cup of spirit tea for the Empress. She picked it up and took a sip elegantly. Looks like you know how to enjoy life. This is Tao spirit tea, right? I heard that it can help cultivators comprehend the Tao. A single leaf is worth 1,000,000 origin crystals. You've spent hundreds of millions of origin crystals on this pot of tea. The Empress said. Life is short, so you should enjoy yourself when you need to. I still have some left. I can wrap them up for you later. Lin Feng smiled. You can keep it for yourself. There's no need to give it to me. The Empress put down the teacup gracefully. Lin Feng said, It seems like you found the thing you're looking for? The Empress nodded and replied, Indeed, I found it. However, that place is covered with restrictions, so I need your help. That won't be a problem. How about we leave tomorrow? Lin Feng said. All right. The Empress nodded slightly. Then, she got up and walked into the inner room. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. The Empress stretched lazily. Lin Feng followed him into the inner bedroom. What are you doing here? The Empress asked. How about my room? Lin Feng said. Go out and sleep on the floor. The Empress snorted. Lin Feng smiled and said, Why don't we just put up with it? Let's squeeze in for the whole night. Bang, the next moment, Lin Feng was thrown out by the Empress. The Empress closed the door, snorted, and said threateningly, You're not allowed to come in at night. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth all over the floor. Big sister, this is my place. Lin Feng wailed. It's mine now, the Empress said. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'll let you have it. Lin Feng pursed his lips. The next day, Lin Feng explained some things about the Dragon Gate and left with the Empress. They headed to the Southern Immortal Sea Domain. Senior Duguya went missing in the Southern Immortal Sea Domain. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had been thinking about this matter all this time. He could only find clues about his mother's whereabouts from Duguya. Therefore, nothing must happen to Duguya. Lin Feng prayed in his heart. The pirate ship of the gods quickly sailed through the Southern Immortal Sea Domain. This ancient ship had a great history. Only Lin Feng and the Empress were on it. I heard that this ancient ship was built in the primordial era. I wonder if the rumors are true. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. When he was in the Tianwu continent, he had heard many things about the Godhead pirate ship. Therefore, he had always been curious about the Godhead pirate ship. It's not from the primordial era, but from an even older era. As for which era it was built in, I'm not particularly sure. The Empress said. Why is it rumored to be one of the 10 great ancient ships of the primordial era? Lin Feng asked curiously. That's because this ancient ship was sealed a long, long time ago. It wasn't until someone in the primordial era discovered this ancient ship that it was reborn. This is also why the rumors say that this ancient ship was built in the primordial era. As time passed, this ancient ship had many different owners. In the end, it fell into my hands. The Empress said. Lin Feng nodded. 1.5 months later, the Godhead pirate ship arrived at the southern Immortal Sea domain. The factions in the southern Immortal Sea domain were even more complicated. There were many ancient islands in the sea. Some of these islands were incomparably powerful. Even the 10 great immortal sects wouldn't rashly provoke them. Roar. As they passed by a huge island, Lin Feng heard an earth-shaking roar. He couldn't help but look at the island. He saw a giant golden ape that was about 3,000 meters tall. Its hands were clenched into fists, pounding its chest as it roared at the sky. The golden ape race is a race that disappeared from the Tianwu continent a long time ago. Lin Feng was shocked. The southern Immortal Sea domain has many races that have disappeared from the outside world. There are always many miracles in the sea, said Lin Feng. 10 days later. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Huge waves could be seen on the surface of the sea. In the distance, huge pirate ships could be seen sailing over. There were a total of 100 pirate ships, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It seems like you've run into some trouble. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. It really is troublesome. The Empress frowned slightly. The surrounding pirate ships parted, and a huge pirate ship sailed over. Who is that? Lin Feng asked. The pirate king of the southern Immortal Sea domain, True Lord Heavenly Eye, said the Empress. True Lord Heavenly Eye? An expert from the Heavenly Eye race? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He thought of that ancient and mysterious race. According to the legends, there was an ancient war god on the investiture of the gods. That war god was an expert from the Heavenly Eye race, and his strength was abnormally terrifying. That's right, he's from the Heavenly Eye race, said the Empress. At that moment, the huge pirate ship came to a stop. There were many islands on the ship, and many of them were coldly looking at Lin Feng and the Empress. A cold voice came from the huge pirate ship. Empress. I haven't killed you time and time again. Do you really think I have a good temper? My patience is limited. Will you agree to become my 99th concubine? Give me a definite answer today. If you agree, I will gather experts from all over the world to attend our wedding. It will be a grand affair, and you won't be wronged. If you don't agree, then I'll have to use force. The Empress was a peerless beauty and was the #1 beauty in Sky Martial Continent. Now that she was in 9 regions, she had become the #1 beauty in 9 regions. There were too many cultivators coveting the Empress. True Lord Tianyan was one of them. Because the Empress had been searching for the mysterious treasure, she would often appear in southern Immortal Sea domain. And True Lord Tianyan was the pirate king of southern Immortal Sea domain. Ever since he met the Empress, he started to have crooked ideas about her. This fellow originally wanted to play elegant and use normal methods to woo the Empress. But the Empress ignored him. Thus, True Lord Tianyan's nature was exposed. He was not willing to continue waiting and wanted to force the Empress to agree. As the pirate king of southern Immortal Sea domain, what kind of heartless things had he not done? He now had 3 main wives and 98 concubines. Most of the women were snatched by him through bloody and violent means. Back then, True Lord Tianyan fancied a woman, but she did not agree. True Lord Tianyan led a group of people and wiped out the island that the woman was on in one night. His methods were ruthless. It was simply outrageous. But this world was so cruel. The strong preyed on the weak. The weak. They were destined to be oppressed and unable to resist. True Lord Tianyan was too strong, so he was fearless. So what if he killed millions of people? He was still free and easy now. This grandson actually has designs on the Empress. The Empress is mine. Lin Feng started to curse True Lord Tianyan in his heart. He even cursed his 18 generations of ancestors. This grandson was too despicable. Lin Feng did not care if he had designs on others, but he would not allow him to have designs on the Empress. Before the Empress could say anything, Lin Feng had already hugged her waist. The Empress did not struggle. She only turned to look at Lin Feng with a slightly pink face. "Leave it to me." Lin Feng moved his lips slightly. The Empress smiled and nodded. With Lin Feng around, she was happy to be free and easy. "Kid, who are you? You even dare to touch my woman?" A flustered and exasperated voice came out. Dang 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 dang. Then, a man walked out of the giant pirate ship. He was standing on the deck of the ship and looking at Lin Feng with an endless amount of killing intent. The man was tall and slender and looked to be in his 30s. He had 3 eyes, and the eye between his eyebrows was closed. This person should be true Lord Heavenly Eye. The Sky Eye clan was very similar to the Three-Eyed clan, but the difference between the two clans was immeasurable. The Three-Eyed clan could be considered a very powerful clan, but compared to the Sky Eye clan, it was not even worth mentioning. The truly powerful and terrifying part of the Heavenly Eye clan was the Heavenly Eye. It was said that the Heavenly Eye possessed unimaginable power, although they all had 3 eyes. However, it was relatively easy to distinguish between the Three-Eyed race and the Sky Eye race. Usually, all 3 eyes of the Three-Eyed race would open. The 3rd eye on the forehead of the Heavenly Eye race was closed. It would only be activated during a great battle. To think that you have 3 eyes. You're practically blind. The Empress is my woman. Since when did she become your woman? Lin Feng curled his lips and looked at true Lord Heavenly Eye provocatively. As the pirate king of the southern Immortal Sea region, true Lord Heavenly Eye was naturally very powerful. But so what? I'm just being arrogant in front of you. What can you do to me? Hearing Lin Feng mocking him for being blind, true Lord Heavenly Eye's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said in a sinister voice, "Anyone who offends me will die a horrible death. You will be the next one to die a horrible death. Empress, let me ask you one last time. Will you submit to me? Or do you want me to suppress you?" The Empress did not say anything because Lin Feng had said that he would take care of everything. The Empress had never felt so relaxed before. Lin Feng laughed out loud and pulled the Empress into his embrace. The Empress also became a little woman who had fallen in love and snuggled into Lin Feng's embrace. Seeing Lin Feng and the Empress flaunting their affection in front of him, true Lord Heavenly Eye was furious. True Lord Heavenly Eye was about to explode from anger. Courting death. Courting death. Courting death. He roared angrily, and his 3rd eye suddenly opened. Swoosh. A terrifying beam of light shot out towards Lin Feng. The furious true Lord Heavenly Eye could no longer tolerate it and attacked Lin Feng. Buzz. The defensive restriction of the deity's pirate ship rose. When true Lord Heavenly Eye's attack came, it landed on the restriction of the deity's pirate ship. Following which, a clang sound was heard. True Monarch Heavenly Eye's attack was immediately blocked. Why? Were they envious, jealous, and hateful? No matter what, you are the pirate king of the southern Immortal Sea domain. Is that all you have? You have to be magnanimous. How can you accomplish great things with such magnanimity? Lin Feng curled his lips. Pfft, the Empress suddenly laughed. Lin Feng actually started to criticize true Lord Heavenly Eye, which made the Empress unable to hold back her laughter. True Lord Heavenly Eye's face became increasingly gloomy. Lin Feng continued, "True Lord Heavenly Eye, you have also seen that the Empress and I are now inseparable. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. When the Empress and I get married, we might even send you an invitation." Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain on his waist. The Empress's jade hands were grabbing onto Lin Feng's waist and twisting it. Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Would any woman, no matter how powerful, know this move? My Empress, I am helping you, okay? How can you treat me like this? Lin Feng could not help but wail in his heart. This kid is too arrogant. He is simply courting death. He actually dares to be so arrogant in front of the king. In this world, no one can save this kid's life. This Empress is also ignorant of the current situation. Our king is wise and powerful. He is the ideal husband in many women's hearts. This Empress did not choose our king but chose this gigolo instead. Her taste is too bad. Just wait and see. The king's fury is about to descend. That kid will definitely die without a burial ground. Many pirates began to whisper among themselves. Anyone who dared to anger true Lord Heavenly I would not have a good ending. In their eyes, Lin Feng was naturally the same. True monarch Tianyan's eyes flickered with dense killing intent. He grinned and said, "Boy, killing you now won't be able to quell the anger in my heart. After I capture you, I'll torture you ruthlessly. At that time I'll make you kneel before me like a dog and beg me to spare your dog life." Rumble, one by one, the pirate ships emitted powerful energy waves, and the furious true monarch Heavenly I immediately gave the order to attack. Now, he only wanted to capture Lin Feng. Then, he wanted to torture Lin Feng. "Haha, wife, activate the god's pirate ship and get rid of them," Lin Feng said with a smile. Said the Empress, pinching Lin Feng's waist. Then, she glanced at Lin Feng flirtatiously. There was a hint of threat in her eyes. It was as if she was saying, "Don't shout. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." The Empress was a considerate woman and had given Lin Feng enough face. She did not refute Lin Feng. After leaving Lin Feng's embrace, she began to activate the god's pirate ship. Many powerful restrictions on the god's pirate ship were activated by the Empress. This god's pirate ship had a great origin and was extraordinarily powerful. Lin Feng also wanted to see how powerful the god's pirate ship could be. Compared to his Xianyuan ancient starship, who was stronger and who was weaker? "Fire the cannons," True Lord Tianyan's cold voice sounded. Boom, 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 one by one, the pirate ships fired a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons. Those spiritual stone cannonballs fell down like raindrops. The power was too strong. It was simply earth-shattering, causing the mountains and rivers to lose their color and the sun and moon to lose their light. The glory of the gods illuminates the world. The protection of the gods is eternal. The Empress walked lightly on the god's pirate ship. Ancient incantations resounded one after another. The faint voice sounded as if it came from ancient times. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge energy shield appeared and protected the god's pirate ship within it. That huge energy shield was blessed with the glory of the gods. Bang, 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 when the dense rain of spirit stone shells came crashing down, all of the attacks were blocked by the guardian of the god's light shield. The Empress didn't stop. She continued to move forward on the god's pirate ship. Even after millions and millions of years, the will of the gods still hasn't been extinguished. The will of the gods is still burning like fire. The spirits of the gods will descend to punish these lowly creatures who have blasphemed the gods. As the second incantation fell. In an instant. Above the god's pirate ship, a mysterious world appeared. Within that world, there were phantoms of gods. This was summoning the phantoms of the gods to fight against the enemy. Lin Feng saw the mighty spirit god, the great strength devil god, the thousand-eyed ancient god, the two-winged ancient god, the nine-headed devil god, the sun-moon spirit god, and many others. Various deities appeared and began to charge toward the pirate ships. Bang, 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 one after another, the pirate ships were destroyed by the attacks of the gods' phantoms. That terrifying power caused everyone to be shocked and moved. The attacking methods of the deity's pirate ship were different from ordinary ancient ships of war. The deity's pirate ship summoned the phantom of the deities. Ordinary ancient war ships had spirit stone cannons. Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient ship had two attacking methods. The first was the spirit stone cannon attack. The second was the Emperor Rune attack. The first was easier to control. The second was the Emperor Rune attack. It was very difficult to control because the Emperor runes were created by the great emperors. Without entering the great emperor realm, it was too difficult to control the various emperor runes. Previously, Lin Feng had been able to control great imperial marks because he had been lucky. Of course, Lin Feng had obtained the Xianyuan ancient ship for many years. He knew it very well. Although he hadn't mastered the Emperor runes on the Xianyuan ancient ship for the time being, mastering and activating them were two different concepts. Mastering meant that Lin Feng could also arrange the Emperor runes. However, he didn't need to master the runes to activate them. However, the consumption of the Emperor runes was too great. Lin Feng rarely activated the Emperor runes on the Xianyuan ancient ship. Because, ordinary ancient warships could be destroyed by the spirit stone cannons. As the saying went, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? This was the logic. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. The pirate ships were destroyed one after another. The pirates on the pirate ships cried and screamed as they tried to escape. However, many of them couldn't escape and were killed by the gods' phantoms. The battle became more and more intense. Seeing how powerful the gods' pirate ship was, True Monarch Sky Eye's face sank. Crash over for me. True Monarch Sky Eye shouted. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the giant pirate ship he was on immediately moved and charged towards the gods' pirate ship. Boom, the gods' phantoms attacked the giant pirate ship. True Monarch Sky Eye's giant pirate ship was also an extremely powerful ancient ship. When the attacks of the gods' phantoms arrived, the ghost chi inside the giant pirate ship soared to the sky. An endless amount of ghost chi permeated out, and within the ghost chi, a magnificent army was formed. The magnificent army formed by the giant pirate ship was made up of ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Their roars shook the sky as they charged towards the gods' phantoms. The two sides collided and were locked in a fierce battle. However, the giant pirate ship had already rammed over. A loud clanging sound was heard. The gods' pirate ship was sent flying. Ha 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 ha, my ghost realm ship is a treasure forged by the ghost realm. Even if it can't destroy your deity pirate ship, it's not a problem to suppress your deity pirate ship. Empress, you're destined to be unable to resist me. As for that human brat, you are destined to kneel before me like a dog. True Monarch Sky Eye laughed proudly. Asterisk rumble, asterisk rumble, asterisk rumble. Asterisk the demon ghost ship once again rammed towards the gods' pirate ship. The Empress looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, husband, you should make a move as well. The way she called him husband made his bones go soft. Lin Feng smiled and said, then let's combine our ships and destroy his demon ghost ship. Lin Feng flew out and took out the Xianxia ancient ship. Emperor's runes. Activate. After entering the ancient ship, Lin Feng began to activate the Emperor's runes. The Xianxia ancient ship had an Emperor's rune grand array that contained 37,520,000 Emperor's runes. But Lin Feng could only use 10 Great Imperial marks, and even then, he could only use 10 Great Imperial marks. However, even with 10 Emperor's runes, the Xianxia ancient ship's combat power was still terrifying. After the Emperor's runes were activated, the Emperor's runes turned into chains of order and swept towards the demon ghost ship. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the Xianxia ancient ship's spirit stone cannons fired a dense number of spirit stone cannons. All of them bombarded the demon ghost ship. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk the combination of the Emperor's runes and the spirit stone cannons caused a huge lethality. The demon ghost ship's restrictions were destroyed. The cannons landed on the demon ghost ship. The cannons exploded. Miserable cries could be heard as many pirates were blasted to death. Swoosh, the chains of order formed by the Emperor runes twisted in the void. One after another, they swept toward the ghost domain pirate ship. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Crack. Crack, the ghost domain pirate ship's hull was damaged. Lin Feng used the arch runes to attack the ghost domain pirate ship's hull and used the spirit stone cannon to attack the pirates on the ship. Their cooperation was flawless. It seemed like they were determined to destroy the ghost domain pirate ship. Husband, you're so powerful, the Empress said with a smile. True Monarch Heavenly, I was about to explode from anger. Firstly, he was extremely jealous of Lin Feng and the Empress's frequent public displays of affection. The second reason was that his ghost's domain pirate ship had been damaged, which made him even angrier. Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually this ancient ship that was built by great Emperor Xianxia. Kid, I'm going to kill you and snatch your Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. True Monarch Heavenly, I roared. This guy was very knowledgeable. He recognized Lin Feng's ancient starry sky ship at a glance. It was the legendary Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. What a coincidence. I'm also very interested in snatching your ghost domain pirate ship. Lin Feng grinned. This ghost domain pirate ship should be on the same level as the Empress's god's pirate ship. It was slightly inferior to his Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. However, there was only a slight difference at most. If it was a one-on-one battle, Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship would have a hard time suppressing the Ghost Domain pirate ship. The reason why he could successfully suppress the Ghost Domain pirate ship was that the Empress's God's pirate ship was holding the Ghost Domain pirate ship back. As such, Lin Feng seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the Ghost Domain pirate ship's defensive restriction in one fell swoop. This was how he managed to suppress Guiyu City. Swoosh, the monarch runes twisted as they bombarded the Ghost's Domain pirate ship again and again. Crack! Crack, the Ghost Domain pirate ship was constantly being destroyed. However, this pirate ship was very strange. Lin Feng discovered that the Ghost Domain pirate ship actually had the ability to self-repair. The damaged parts were quickly recovering. Sure enough, it was a treasure created by the creatures of the Ghost Realm. It was simply too extraordinary. Boom boom boom, spirit stone cannonballs continued to land on the Ghost's Domain pirate ship. Mournful screams rang out incessantly as more and more pirates were blasted to death. Fire the spirit stone cannons. True Lord Heavenly, I roared. The Ghost's Domain pirate ship also began firing spirit stone cannons. A dense barrage of spirit stone shells shot towards Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. At the same time, the black fog above the Ghost's Domain pirate ship rolled. Evil spirits were formed in the black fog. They rushed towards the ancient ship's emperor's runes and engaged in a fierce battle with them. The defensive restrictions of the Ghost Domain pirate ship also repaired themselves, quickly forming a defensive light barrier. Woo woo woo, the sound of a bugle horn resounded. The rest of the pirate ship started to surround them and bombarded them with spirit stone cannonballs. The spirit stone cannonballs smashed onto the defensive restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship and the deity pirate ship, causing violent collisions. With so many spirit stone cannonballs bombarding them, the defensive restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship and the deity pirate ship would be destroyed sooner or later. Humph. At this moment, the Empress snorted coldly. The front of the third floor of the deity pirate ship opened, revealing a cannon with a diameter of over 100 meters. Then, a huge spirit stone cannon protruded from the muzzle of the cannon. It was a spirit stone cannon. It had a diameter of about 100 meters. Damn, is that a cannon? Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the huge spirit stone cannon on the deity pirate ship. It was a spirit stone cannon. It was too big. True Lord Heavenly, I've already modified this deity pirate ship. I obtained this huge spirit stone cannon from a secret place 10 years ago. I spent a lot of effort to install it on my deity pirate ship. Today, I'll show you the power of this huge spirit stone cannon. Fire! Boom, 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 as the Empress's voice faded, the huge spirit stone cannonballs began to fire. When the huge spirit stone cannon fired, the densely packed runes on the huge spirit stone cannon seemed to have awakened and began to distort. Those runes contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The power of the spirit stone cannon was related to the materials used and the forging process. However, these were not the main factors. The most important factor to determine the power of the spirit stone cannon was the runes on the surface of the spirit stone cannon. The spirit stone cannon obtained by the Empress was not only huge, but the runes on it were also top-notch and incomparably complicated. Therefore, the might of this huge spirit stone cannon was unimaginably terrifying. Bang, 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 one after another, the cannonballs smashed on the Ghost Domain pirate ship's defensive restrictions. Soon, the Ghost Domain pirate ship's defensive restrictions were completely destroyed. Soon after, the spirit stone cannonballs landed on the Ghost Domain pirate ship. Countless islands were blown up. The Ghost Domain pirate ship also suffered serious damage. Charge! Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's spirit was shaken. He urged the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship to crash into the Ghost Domain pirate ship. Bang, a loud sound shook the sky. Crack, crack, without the protection of the restrictions, the Ghost Domain pirate ship was almost smashed in half by Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Damn it! You adulterous pair! You destroyed my Ghost Domain pirate ship! True monarch Heavenly Eye's roar shook the sky. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng and the Empress into pieces. Go! Suddenly, the Ghost Domain pirate ship leaped into the void and instantly traversed more than 10 miles. Damn, it's about to be smashed in half, but it can still jump into the void. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Chase. The Empress shouted and drove the god's pirate ship to chase after the escaping ghost domain pirate ship. Lin Feng drove the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship to chase after the ghost domain pirate ship. Stop them. True monarch Heavenly I roared in the distance. Hundreds of pirate ships began to besiege the god's pirate ship and the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Bang, 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 the giant spirit stone cannon on the god's pirate ship fired spirit stone cannonballs one after another. Only one spirit stone cannonball was needed. The ordinary pirate ships were completely destroyed. Lin Feng directly urged the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship to ram into the pirate ships blocking their way. Bang, 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 the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship crashed into the pirate ships one after another. When the pirates on the other pirate ships saw how terrifying the two ancient ships controlled by Lin Feng and the Empress were, they were scared out of their wits. They even ignored True Monarch Heavenly Eye's orders and fled in all directions. Lin Feng and the Empress also ignored the ordinary pirate ships. The two of them drove the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship and the god's pirate ship respectively to chase after the escaping ghost domain pirate ship. True Monarch Heavenly Eye, don't run. If you have the guts, stop and fight me one-on-one. Lin Feng shouted loudly. True Monarch Heavenly Eye's face turned gloomy as he cursed, "Brat, do you think I'm stupid? If I stop, I'll definitely be attacked by you guys. Just you wait, once I recover my strength, I'll definitely tear you two into pieces." He, True Monarch Heavenly Eye, we don't intend to give you the chance to recover. The Empress laughed. Lin Feng shouted, "Did you hear that? My wife said that she doesn't intend to give you the chance to recover. The two of us will work together to tear you into pieces and snatch your ghost domain pirate ship." True Monarch Heavenly Eye was depressed. Although he wanted to fight Lin Feng to the death, he knew that he couldn't be impulsive. The ghost domain pirate ship speed was extremely fast. In the process of escaping, the ghost domain pirate ship had finished repairing itself. The hull that was almost broken by Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship had also recovered. The ancient ship's self-repairing ability was very strong. It was much stronger than Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. This made Lin Feng very envious. This might be related to the fact that the ghost domain pirate ship was created by the ghost domain. It wasn't easy to catch up to the ghost domain pirate ship. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship and the god's pirate ship chased for 10 days and 10 nights, but they still couldn't catch up to the ghost domain pirate ship. However, the pursuit of True Monarch Heavenly Eye had caused quite a stir in the southern immortal sea domain. True Monarch Heavenly Eye was the pirate king of the southern immortal sea domain. Many of the top forces in the southern immortal sea domain had to give him face. True Monarch Heavenly Eye's strength was also very strong. However, he was actually being chased by someone and had to flee. This was too inconceivable. When this matter first spread out, no one believed it. Thus, many people went to the southern immortal sea domain to verify the authenticity of this rumor. When these cultivators arrived at the sea, they really saw the escaping ghost domain pirate ship. Only when two ancient ships chased after the ghost domain pirate ship did everyone believe the rumor. Who was chasing after True Monarch Heavenly Eye? Many people were puzzled. True Monarch Heavenly Eye was an overlord-class existence. He controlled over 100 pirate ships and had countless experts under him. How could he be pursued all over the world? Wasn't this too unbelievable? However, everything that was happening before their eyes was real. They had no choice but to believe it. That's the Empress's pirates of the gods. Someone said, recognizing the deity's pirate ship. Empress? The Empress of the Sea? That woman who suddenly appeared? It is said that just one look at her is enough to make her an unforgettable beauty. There has never been a woman as beautiful as the Empress. That's right. The Empress is so charming and peerless. I was fortunate enough to see the Empress once, and it was unforgettable. Even the fairies of the heavenly palace paled in comparison to the Empress. Who does the other ancient ship belong to? I don't know. Many people were talking about it. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a shout coming from the Xianyuan starry sky ancient ship. True Monarch Heavenly Eye, you are blind. If you are a man, then stop and fight me openly. Damn, you are really not a man. Coward, you only know how to run, you deformed fellow. I can crush you with one hand. If you don't believe me, let's try it. Bah, with a trash like you, I don't even need to use my hands. I can drown you with my saliva. Hearing the shouting from the Xianxia Starry Sky ancient ship, many people smiled bitterly. Who is this guy? He actually humiliated true monarch Heavenly Eye. If it was in the past, no one would believe it. But now, they saw it with their own eyes. True monarch Heavenly Eye flew into a rage, but no matter how angry he was, he could not stop at this moment. He could only pretend that he did not hear Lin Feng's shouting. True monarch Heavenly Eye was very familiar with the southern immortal ocean domain. He lured Lin Feng and the Empress to a dangerous place and made use of the terrain to escape. This made Lin Feng rather depressed. After Lin Feng and the Empress drove the ancient ship out of the dangerous place, they could no longer find true monarch Heavenly Eye. Lin Feng kept the Xianxia Starry Sky ancient ship and returned to the Empress deity pirate ship. Lin Feng muttered as he looked at the huge spirit stone cannon on the deity pirate ship. He escaped. Count himself lucky. His saliva nearly flowed out of his mouth. This spirit stone cannon was simply too powerful. Lin Feng had a very deep impression of the spirit stone cannon. Wife, where did you get this spirit stone cannon? Take me there. I want to see if there's another spirit stone cannon like this in that place. Lin Feng said. The Empress snorted and said, Don't call me wife again. Otherwise, I will beat you up. She waved her fist and looked at Lin Feng threateningly. Lin Feng said. Wife, are you going to turn against me? I was helping you just now. Humph. You can't continue calling me wife. The Empress snorted twice. As if she was afraid that Lin Feng would be unhappy, the Empress said, Didn't you want the spirit stone cannon? Back then, I obtained 2 of these spirit stone cannons. I only installed one on the deity pirate ship, so I will give the other one to you. Wow. Really? That's great. Thank you, wife. Indeed, you treat me the best. Lin Feng shouted excitedly when he heard the Empress' words. He had wanted to hug her and celebrate. However, when he saw the Empress' threatening gaze, he smiled awkwardly and cancelled his plan. Let's not delay any longer. Let's find an island to stop at and help me modify the ancient ship. Lin Feng said impatiently. The Empress nodded and said, Modifying the ancient ship is more troublesome. Not only do we have to modify some of the ship's structure, but we also have to change some of the ship's formations. Fortunately, I have some experience. If the 2 of us work together, it should be faster. Lin Feng and the Empress worked together and found an island to stop at. Then, they started modifying the Xianxia ancient ship. Although the Empress already had experience in modifying ancient ships, the process was still not fast. Lin Feng and the Empress tried many methods in order to modify the ship to accommodate the spirit stone cannon. The main reason it was difficult to modify was because the formations on the ancient ship were too complicated. Modifying the ancient ship required the relocation of the formations, which was more troublesome. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the Empress were not ordinary people. The 2 of them worked together, and after half a month, they finally finished modifying Lin Feng's Xianxia ancient ship. Boom! 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 The giant spirit stone cannon fired 3 shells in a row. The 3 cannonballs landed on 3 different islands. Bang! 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 The 3 islands were instantly blasted into smithereens. The giant spirit stone cannon was simply too powerful. Haha! This power is truly terrifying. It's much more powerful than I imagined. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The Xianxia ancient starship had been completely remodeled. Its attack power had increased by at least a few levels. These spirit stone shells are specially made. You'll need to find an alchemist to refine them. I have 2,000 of these shells, so I'll give you 1,000 for now. As for the ones you need in the future, you'll have to think of a way to get them. The Empress waved her right hand as she spoke. A long river of spirit stone shells flew out. These spirit stone shells were also very large. Each of them had a diameter of about 60 to 70 meters. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony with the Empress and kept all the spirit stone shells. Then, he looked at the Empress affectionately and said, My wife is still the best to me. The Empress waved her fist and said, "If you call me your wife again, I'll really beat you up." The Empress had only threatened Lin Feng verbally. She didn't really attack Lin Feng. The Empress, who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, was still quite cute. Lin Feng put away the Xianyuan ancient starship and boarded the Empress's Pirates of the Gods to head to the place she wanted to go. Lin Feng asked, "What exactly have you been looking for so many years?" The Empress said faintly, "It's something passed down from my ancestors." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of the Empress's bloodline. The Empress also had the 9-colored supreme aura. According to Lin Feng's knowledge, the 9-colored supreme aura was passed down through her family. In other words, it was almost impossible for a cultivator to cultivate the 9-colored supreme aura. To be able to inherit the 9-colored supreme aura bloodline, it had to be an incomparably terrifying bloodline, just like his sovereign bloodline. Then, what was the bloodline of the Empress? Originally, Lin Feng wanted to ask about the Empress's bloodline. However, since the Empress didn't take the initiative to talk about it, he decided to go with her. Lin Feng didn't ask. If the Empress wanted to tell him, she would definitely tell him even if he didn't ask. If the Empress didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't say anything even if he asked. This would make everyone feel awkward instead. 10 days later, the god's pirate ship arrived at a foggy world. Black fog drifted in the air. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air. A cold wind blew. Amidst the howling wind, one could vaguely hear the sound of crying. It sounded like the weeping of a malicious spirit, causing people to shudder. Lin Feng stood on the deck and looked around. He couldn't help but frown. This sea made him very uncomfortable and uneasy. Keek keek, suddenly, a burst of sinister laughter came from the left. Lin Feng looked over and saw a malicious spirit in a blood-red robe floating outside the ancient ship. This malicious spirit was a female ghost. Her hair was loose, and her tongue was more than a meter long. Her gloomy eyes were staring at him. What a terrifying aura. It's at least at the level of a ghost king, right? Lin Feng looked solemn. The king of all ghosts was a ghost king. To be able to be called a ghost king, one had to have monstrous powers. Such a ghost was incomparably terrifying. That was why this malicious spirit dared to stay outside the ancient ship and stare at Lin Feng with her gloomy eyes. She wasn't afraid of Lin Feng at all. This place is a place in the sea that leads to the underworld. That's why there are so many evil spirits and ghosts. The Empress walked out of the cabin and said aloud. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. Such places were usually incomparably evil. He had encountered such places in the starry sky world and the netherworld sea. Because this sea had a passage to the underworld, countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits would gather here and head to the underworld. Therefore, it was easy to form a magnetic field in such a place. A magnetic field was an indescribable and special existence. A magnetic field could change many things. Some small magnetic fields could change the direction of a compass. Some more powerful magnetic fields could cause people to fall into an endless illusion. Some more powerful magnetic fields could change the laws of heaven and earth. If one encountered an extremely terrifying magnetic field, that would be terrifying. Such a magnetic field could reverse yin and yang. Once one fell into such a magnetic field, it was very likely that one would enter the passage to the underworld from the world of the living, and it would be very difficult to find the way out. It seems that the place we're going to is different from the rest. Lin Feng said. The Empress said, "Do you blame me for bringing you to such a dangerous place?" Lin Feng gently stroked the Empress's beautiful face, and she didn't dodge. Lin Feng said, "Why would I blame you? For you, even if I had to go to the underworld, I would be willing to go to the underworld." The Empress felt as if her rock-solid heart had been touched. She gently bit her lip, and her eyes became watery. On her pretty face, there was an additional blush of embarrassment. "I'm tired, I'm going to rest," the Empress said softly, then turned around and entered the cabin. "I will eat you." After the Empress entered the cabin, the Ghost King's sinister voice sounded. "I have no grievances with you in the past, so why would you want to eat me?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. He didn't find it strange that a Ghost King could awaken a complete consciousness. The Ghost King suddenly pointed to her left chest and roared, "Do you see that? My heart is gone." Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, your heart is gone. It seems like it was dug out by someone. Screech. The Ghost King screamed as if she had gone mad. Her screams were too shrill, and Lin Feng felt as if his soul was about to split open. This Ghost King's strength was incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng hurriedly covered his ears. The Ghost King continued to scream in midair, and the ghost chi coming from her body became more and more turbulent. After a long time, she finally calmed down. Could it be that you still remember what happened in the past? That's why you're so angry? Lin Feng asked. The Ghost King was filled with hatred as she said, it was a man who dug out my heart with his own hands. And that man was the man I once loved. For him, I even betrayed my own family, but he kept using me. After he was done using me, he used the cruelest way to torture me. He only stopped when my heart was dug out. I really hate him. No wonder you're so angry. Anyone would be filled with hatred if this happened to them. Lin Feng said. None of you men are good. I'll kill every one of you I see. You'll be next. The Ghost King said sinisterly. Lin Feng said, as the saying goes, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I didn't kill you, so even if you're angry, you should go and find the man who killed you. Why harm the innocent? The female Ghost King said, I can't find him. My memories are very blurry, and I can't remember who he is or what he looks like. However, I do remember how cruel he was. He pierced my heart with a knife and then dug it out. Woo-woo, at that moment, the female Ghost King suddenly started crying. She cried very sadly, as if her heart had been cut to pieces. It seemed that the female Ghost King was no longer a simple ghost. After forming her own intelligence, she was no longer a simple ghost. After she gained sentience, she gained the ability to think. She also had a complete mind of her own. Lin Feng asked, why did that man kill you? Why should I tell you? The female Ghost King stopped crying. She looked coldly at Lin Feng, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Whoosh, she flew into the distance and soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng stood on the deck, and from time to time, he could see Yin spirits and vengeful spirits floating in the sea. This place was filled with dead spirits, and only powerful cultivators could enter such a cold and terrifying place. If an ordinary person entered such a place, they would immediately die a horrible death. Lin Feng felt a little hungry, so he started to roast meat on the Empress's godly pirate ship. This was Lin Feng's specialty. When the Empress smelled the delicious aroma of roasted meat, she couldn't help but walk out of her cabin. When she saw Lin Feng cooking over a bonfire on her godly pirate ship, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Feng. Wife, you're out. You must be hungry. Come and eat something. Roasted meat, snake soup, and these are all frozen ingredients. Although the taste isn't as fresh as when I killed these beasts, your husband's cooking skills are top-notch, so it's still very delicious. Lin Feng said with a smile. The Empress couldn't be bothered to talk to Lin Feng anymore. If he wanted to call her wife, then so be it. In any case, this fellow wouldn't listen even if he tried. She came to Lin Feng's side and snorted, if it doesn't taste good, I'll throw you out to accompany the female Ghost King. Keek keek, the female Ghost King floating outside the ancient ship let out a sinister laugh. Lin Feng said with a smile, your husband is very competent in his craftsmanship. Try it quickly. Lin Feng cut off a piece of roasted meat and personally fed it to the Empress. The Empress's pretty face turned slightly red. She opened her mouth and ate it. Then, she elegantly savored the taste of the barbecued meat. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. How does it taste? Lin Feng asked. SOSO, the Empress said insincerely. The changes on the Empress's face naturally couldn't be hidden from Lin Feng's eyes. She had such an expression of enjoyment. How was this sloppy? I'm the one who's satisfied. Lin Feng didn't expose the Empress. He scooped a bowl of snake soup for her and said, try the soup. How does it taste? The Empress stretched out her jade-like hand and scooped a spoonful of snake soup. Then, she elegantly took a sip. Her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. The snake soup is not bad. Overall, it barely passes. I won't throw you out. After saying that, the Empress elegantly ate the soup. I want to eat too. The female ghost king shouted. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, You're a ghost, alright? How can ghosts eat barbecued meat? The female ghost king couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm a ghost king, not an ordinary ghost. Of course, I can eat barbecued meat. Lin Feng tossed a piece of barbecued meat to the female ghost king. She ate it with gusto. Where's the soup? The female ghost king asked. Lin Feng was speechless. Big sister ghost king, are you trying to kill me? No, you're actually eating at my place, aren't you a little too thick-skinned? However, Lin Feng was too kind. He scooped a bowl of soup for the female ghost king. However, he didn't dare to approach the female ghost king. Instead, he wrapped the soup with his magic and sent it out. The female ghost king drank the snake soup with gusto. After a delicious meal, the female ghost king disappeared again. The empress went back to rest. Lin Feng cleaned up the outside and returned to his room to rest. He fell asleep in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, a sinister voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. If the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, he won't let you live until midnight. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng came back to his senses. He quickly went to the deck and waited for him to come out. When he came out, he discovered that the empress was already standing outside. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, We've entered the sea route to the netherworld. This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. Thus, he knew about the trouble they were in. The items left behind by my ancestor are on this sea route to the netherworld, the empress said. Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Your ancestor is really a god. To think that he would leave these items in this place. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find them. That's why I've kept them until now. If I leave them outside, these items might no longer belong to me, the empress said. Lin Feng nodded and pointed into the distance. One by one, the ghost ships floated over. They were glowing brightly. These were the souls of those who died at sea. Their souls would enter the netherworld. There are so many ghost ships. I wonder how many people die at sea every day. Looking at the densely packed ghost ships, the empress couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the sea has devoured too many lives. Lin Feng mumbled. The empress said, It's not just the sea. People are dying everywhere. This is how cruel the world is. One by one, the ghost ships floated into the depths of the sea. There were old people, middle-aged people, young people, children, and even babies on the ghost ships. Now, they had all turned into ghosts. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he looked at one of the ghost ships. When he saw the undead ship, his face was filled with disbelief. The empress also noticed Lin Feng's strange expression. She couldn't help but look at the ghost ship that Lin Feng was looking at. There was a Taoist priest sitting on the ghost ship. How can this be? Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. Taoist Wu Liang, the one sitting on the ghost ship, was actually the immeasurable Taoist. He couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. Taoist Wu Liang had so many tricks up his sleeves. How could he die? Wu Liang! Wu Liang! Wu Liang! Lin Feng shouted loudly. Taoist Wu Liang, who was sitting on the ghost ship, heard this familiar voice. He looked into the distance. The black fog gradually dispersed, and an ancient ship appeared in his line of sight. On the ship stood two people, a man and a woman. Lin Feng, the boundless Taoist priest, was surprised. He hadn't thought he'd see Lin Feng here. Lin Feng had known Wu Liang Taoist since he was a young boy. Although Wu Liang Taoist was a cheater most of the time. However, over the years, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist had gotten along very well. Although they often mocked and ridiculed each other when they met, the two of them had experienced many things together. They could be called close friends. Now that he saw Wu Liang Taoist sitting on the ghost ship, Lin Feng's heart was very heavy. Kid, why are you here? Wu Liang Taoist asked curiously. Lin Feng said, The empress and I are here to do something. How did you die? Am I dead? Wu Liang Taoist asked. Those who sat on the ghost ship were actually souls. The souls' memories were often incomplete, so most of the time they did not know that they were dead. Wu Liang Taoist was in the same situation. So I'm already dead. Wu Liang Daoist sat down on the ship. Seeing Wu Liang Daoist in such a daze, Lin Feng felt very pained. Seeing his close friend's soul on a ghost ship heading to the netherworld on the ship. Was there anything more heartbreaking than this? Lin Feng took out a rope and threw it over. Grab the rope, I'll pull you up. Are you crazy? This is the passage to the netherworld, and he's already dead. There's no way to pull him up. Moreover, you might also suffer because of this and become one of the ghosts. The Empress hurriedly said. Lin Feng had heard of such rumors before. It was said that when living beings in the mortal realm mistakenly entered the passage to the netherworld, they should never try to pull the dead ghosts onto the ancient ship. This was because anyone who did so would not only be unable to pull the ghosts onto the ship. They would also be cursed by the netherworld. They would also become one of the ghosts. However, seeing Wu Liang Daoist in such a daze, as his close friend, Lin Feng really wanted to pull him up. Wu Liang Daoist said, I'm already dead. This is my fate, and it can't be changed. The ghost ship he was on gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Feng clenched his fists. His heart was filled with sorrow. Goodbye. Let's meet again in the next life. Daoist Wu Liang waved at Lin Feng. Rest in peace, we'll meet again in the next life. Lin Feng waved his hand and muttered to himself. The ghost ship drifted further and further away. Until Lin Feng could no longer see the ghost ship. There are many things in this world that cannot be controlled or predicted. Most of the time, life is so fragile. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The Empress said. The dead have already passed away. As for the living, they need to be even stronger. Lin Feng replied, I'm fine, I'm fine. He turned around and entered the cabin. Then, he returned to his room. I used to call you Death Daoist. Who would have thought that you would actually become a Death Daoist? It's said that good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. You're simply a scourge. How did you die? Could it be that he had dug up some terrifying ancient tomb and had lost his life as well? I've already advised you not to dig up tombs as much as possible, but you didn't listen. Forget it, you're already dead. I can't be bothered to continue lecturing you. Here's a toast to you. Feel free to drink. Lin Feng picked up a bottle of wine and clinked it with a jar of wine beside him. Then, he began to gulp down the wine. The next day, Lin Feng seemed to have returned to normal. The Ghoul King appeared like a ghost. She laughed strangely and said, I heard that a good friend of yours died? Where did you hear that? Lin Feng asked indifferently. There are ghosts and spirits everywhere here. Isn't it easy to find out some things? The Ghoul King said. Lin Feng nodded. He was in a bad mood and was not in the mood to continue chatting with the Ghoul King. I'm leaving. I'll let you off for now. Before I return, you'd better not let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. The Ghoul King said. Where are you going? Lin Feng asked. I'm going to find a heart. A heart that I can use. I don't have a heart right now. It's so painful. I need to get my own heart as soon as possible. The Ghoul King said. Dig out the hearts of bad people. Don't dig out the hearts of good people. Lin Feng said. The Ghoul King laughed eerily and said, I'm the most vicious Ghoul King. I kill without batting an eye. In my eyes, there's no difference between good and bad. I'll kill whoever I want to kill. Lin Feng said, You're actually a very kind Ghoul King. You're just blinded by hatred. I believe that you'll definitely be able to find your true self. No, no, no. I'm an evil ghost. I'm the most terrifying evil ghost. I'm not some kind Ghoul King. The Ghoul King shouted crazily. Then, she swept up endless ghost fog and rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. You're a very kind Ghoul King. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Another late night fell. Every night, the sea route to the underworld would become extremely dangerous. It was the same tonight. Clang. Clang. Clang, something was attacking the restrictions of the god's pirate ship. Lin Feng and the Empress were alarmed. Anything that could appear on the route to the underworld was definitely not simple. Lin Feng was very clear about this. The Empress was also very clear about this. The two of them did not walk out to avoid seeing something that they should not see. "Let's speed up and get rid of the other party," Lin Feng said. The Empress nodded. She activated the restrictions of the god's pirate ship. The god's pirate ship speed suddenly increased. Clang! 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 However, the mysterious existence in the darkness was still attacking the restrictions of the god's pirate ship. Although the god's pirate ship increased its speed, it did not shake off the unknown terrifying existence. Lin Feng and the Empress's expressions became serious. What kind of terrifying thing was attached to the god's pirate ship? He. A series of gloomy voices could be heard. It was the voice of that terrifying existence. Where the dead come, living beings are destined to become dead spirits. The gloomy voice could be heard again. Soldiers can enter the world of the living and pass through. Living beings in the world of the living can naturally enter the world of the dead and pass through. The living beings in the world of the living have opened the door for the soldiers. Can the dead also make a path for the living beings in the world of the living? If there is a day when we meet in the future, there might be a time when we can help each other. Lin Feng said. He. You have a glib tongue. The mysterious existence let out a series of gloomy laughter. Immediately, his aura quickly disappeared into the distance. Lin Feng and the Empress heaved a sigh of relief. 3 days later. The Empress took out a jade tablet, which was emitting waves of intense energy waves. "We're about to reach our destination," the Empress said. The jade pendant in the Empress's hand was obviously the key to entering that secret place. Whoosh, with a flash of light, the jade pendant seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with a certain place. The Empress used the jade pendant to change the course of the god's pirate ship. The god's pirate ship was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning as it rushed forward. Not long after, the jade pendant's light became brighter and brighter. The Empress and Lin Feng walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. Whoosh, suddenly, a dazzling ray of light shot out from the jade token into the endless darkness in front of him. A bright ball of light appeared in front of Lin Feng and the Empress. "That's the place." The Empress smiled. The god's pirate ship quickly flew over and entered the bright ball of light. Whoosh, the next moment, the god's pirate ship disappeared. With a flash of light, Lin Feng felt as if he had arrived in another world. Previously, on the route to the netherworld, the aura was cold, sinister, and terrifying. The aura of death was everywhere. Every moment, he could hear the cries of malicious spirits. It was as if he had arrived in the netherworld. However, this place was bright, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. It was a grassland full of fragrant grass, surrounded by forests. This change was as if he had arrived in heaven from hell. "This is the place you were talking about?" Lin Feng looked at the Empress. "Yes, this is the place," the Empress said. Then, the two of them flew down from the god's pirate ship. Suddenly, a man walked over from the grassland in front of them. That man was wearing a Taoist robe with the 8 trigrams printed on it. "This is..." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, revealing an extremely shocked expression. What he saw was not what was happening now, but what had happened in the past. It was just that this world had imprinted some of the things that had happened in the past. Not long after, a beam of immortal light flew over from the distance. Within the immortal light, a woman appeared. This woman had a snake's tail and a human body, but she did not give off a seductive feeling. Instead, she gave off an incomparably sacred feeling. Goddess Nuwa. Lin Feng was shocked. This woman looked exactly like Goddess Nuwa's statue. In the Martial Heaven continent and the 9 prefectures, Nuwa's temples could still be seen in countless places. Even though countless years had passed, the people of the world hadn't forgotten Maiden Nuwa's contributions. They were still worshipping Mother Nuwa. Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock when he saw Goddess Nuwa in this place. If Lady Nuwa is here, doesn't that mean that man is Fuxi? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Fuxi, one of the ancestors of the human race, was one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He was the oldest ancestor of the human race. The human race was weak, and it was Fuxi who had led the human race to power. Fushi's life was filled with countless mysteries and legends. Based on the changes in the world, the change of the four seasons, birth, aging, sickness, death, and other natural phenomena, he created the innate 8 trigrams after many deductions. Later on, he used the innate 8 trigrams as his foundation. He had created the array. From this, one could see just how great Fushi's contributions were. Goddess Nuwa and Fushi. How many tens of millions of years had these people been here? Lin Feng's heart trembled. The Empress said that her ancestor left behind something important here, but Fushi and Goddess Nuwa actually appeared here. Could the Empress be a descendant of Fushi or Goddess Nuwa? Fushi is a human. Although I don't know what race the Empress is, she clearly isn't human. Could she be a descendant of Goddess Nuwa? When he thought of this, Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. Ever since he had learned that the Empress had a 9-colored supreme aura, Lin Feng knew that her origins were extraordinary. Her ancestor had to be incomparably powerful. He had once guessed who her ancestor might be. However, he had never thought of Goddess Nuwa. After Fushi and Goddess Nuwa met, they seemed to be discussing something. Furthermore, both of them had incomparably anxious expressions. Unfortunately, the laws of the world could imprint images of past events. However, they couldn't imprint their voices. Thus, Lin Feng and the Empress could only see the images, but not hear anything. As such, they had no idea what they were discussing. Goddess Nuwa and Fushi quickly left this place. The images came to an abrupt end. The Empress seemed to have seen these images before, so she didn't show any particular surprise. She headed deeper into the mountains. Lin Feng followed her. The two of them arrived at a mountain range deep within the mountains. There was an enormous cave residence in the depths of this mountain range, and outside it stood a towering statue. This statue was none other than the statue of Goddess Nuwa. The statue was wreathed in a halo of holy light, looking incomparably divine. The Empress knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Goddess Nuwa. Lin Feng knelt on the ground and bowed to Goddess Nuwa as well. Goddess Nuwa was the mother of the land and had done far too many things for the sake of all living beings in the universe. She was worthy of everyone's respect. They revered and worshipped her. After paying their respects to Goddess Nuwa, Lin Feng looked at the Empress and asked, "Wife, are you a descendant of Goddess Nuwa?" The Empress snorted and nodded. Lin Feng smiled. "I didn't expect my wife to have such an impressive background." The Empress waved her fist and said, "Now that you know who my ancestor is, behave yourself. If I tell you to go east, you will go east. If I tell you to go west, you will go west. If I tell you to go east, you will go east. If I tell you to go west, you will go west. If you dare to disobey me, I will beat you until you are looking for your teeth on the ground. Isn't that too violent? It's ruining your perfect image." Lin Feng said with a long face. "It's too late to realize that I'm violent." The Empress revealed a sly smile. Then, she said, "Take a look and see if you can break the formation here." Lin Feng nodded and observed the formation. It was indeed incomparably complex, and breaking it wouldn't be easy. His gaze finally landed on the statue of Goddess Nuwa. Lin Feng noticed that the statue seemed to have fused with the formation. Lin Feng said, "Wife, why is Goddess Nuwa's statue still surrounded by a holy light? Goddess Nuwa should have passed away, right? Since she passed away, she shouldn't be able to absorb the power of faith. But when I look at this statue, it gives me the feeling that Goddess Nuwa is still alive in this world." The Empress was shocked when she heard Lin Feng's words. Mother Nuwa was her ancestor. If Mother Nuwa was still alive, it would naturally be a delightful surprise. The Empress asked impatiently, "Why do you say that Goddess Nuwa is still alive? It's just a statue." "What can you tell from it?" said Lin Feng. "Many times, a statue is not just a statue for people to worship. It's also related to the strength of belief. Faith power is a very strange power. When a cultivator is still alive, they can continuously absorb faith power. Moreover, as a medium for cultivators to absorb faith power, the faith power will constantly transform them. As time goes by, the statues can even give birth to their own consciousness. That's why miracles have appeared in many places. It's not just for show. But if a person dies, they will naturally no longer be able to absorb the power of faith. As a result, the statue will gradually lose its spiritual consciousness and the support of the power of faith, becoming ordinary. But look at this statue of Goddess Nuwa. It is surrounded by a holy power. This power is so powerful. This is the purest power of faith. If Goddess Nuwa has really died, why is her statue still absorbing the power of faith endlessly? You should know that the statues themselves aren't able to absorb faith energy. They're just mediums. Only if Lady Nuwa is absorbing faith energy would the statues be able to do so. The Empress was both surprised and delighted by Lin Feng's explanation, but she quickly said, "But Lady Nuwa really did die a long time ago. Ever since the Great Xiantian War, all the Xiantian life forms in the world died, including Lady Nuwa. This happened in the primordial era. Who knows how many years have passed? Even if she didn't die during the Great Xiantian War, she should have reached the end of her lifespan by now." Lin Feng was also suspicious of the Empress's 2 points. According to what Lin Feng knew, the Great Xiantian War had indeed buried all the Xiantian life forms. As a Xiantian life form, Lady Nuwa had also died in that war. Most importantly, the absolute beginning era of the Great War between Xiantian life forms was the 5th Great Era after the creation of the universe. Since then, 2,995 great eras had already passed. How long had it been? Who could live for so long? Immortals who claimed to live forever had long since died of old age. Unless one could achieve eternal life. But eternal life was just a legend. The Empress continued, "The fact that Lady Nuwa is still alive is naturally a joyous occasion, but we can only speculate. We can't influence this matter." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I hope that these ancestors are still alive in this world." The Empress said, "Break the formation now." Lin Feng replied, "This formation is too complicated. I'm afraid that it'll take us a long time to break through it. I'm already mentally prepared for this." The Empress said. The Empress herself was quite proficient in array formations. As such, Lin Feng could often exchange views on array formations with her. In the next 6 months, Lin Feng and the Empress tried many different ways to break the formation and improve their own methods time and time again. After working hard for such a long time, the two of them finally succeeded in breaking the array. "Great, I've finally broken the formation. I'm so happy." The Empress cheered excitedly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Let's go in and see what's inside." The Empress nodded excitedly, then entered the cave with Lin Feng. This cave had once been where Lady Nuwa had lived. There were many scrolls here. Perhaps rice paper hadn't been invented in this era, so the words were all engraved on bamboo slips. Lin Feng looked at the mountain of bamboo slips. He took a bamboo slip and opened it. Immediately after, he frowned. "These words are too ancient. I don't recognize them at all," Lin Feng said gloomily. The Empress also looked at the contents of the bamboo slips, and her face scrunched up as well. She said, "These should be words from before the beginning of the world. Or perhaps they're innate lifeforms, words that have been lost for a long time." "Ah!" Lin Feng shouted gloomily. There were so many bamboo slips here, so they must have recorded many shocking things. Perhaps some of the bamboo slips even recorded Lady Nuwa's powerful legacy. But there was nothing he could do. Lin Feng didn't recognize the words on the slips. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He put down the slips and continued to search the cave. "Eh? A portrait." The Empress found a portrait and opened it. Lin Feng walked over and saw 6 people in the portrait. One of them was Lady Nuwa. They recognized the second person as well. It was the Fushi they had met before. The third person was a middle-aged cultivator holding a wooden drill. "This is Xianxia, right?" said Lin Feng, pointing at the man with the wooden drill. Xianxia was drilling wood to start a fire. This was Sovereign Xianxia of the 3 human sovereigns. The Empress nodded and said, "It should be Xianxia." The two of them then looked at the other 3. The fourth person was also a woman. She wore a pure white dress and looked holy. She held a jade ruby in her hand. It was a very strange jade ruby. It actually had 9 colors. 9-colored jade ruby? Rumor has it that it's the treasure of the Empyrean Maiden. Could this woman be the Empyrean Maiden? The Empress said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the legends of the Empyrean Maiden. It was said that she was an extremely terrifying existence. She was one of the strongest Xianxia life forms, born from the heavens and nurtured by the earth. She had 9 lives. She could also be revived after death. It was said that if the Empyrean Maiden could reincarnate 9 times and regain her memories of her previous life, she would be immortal. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know if the rumors were true. It should be her, Lin Feng said. They looked at the 5th person. This person was an extremely dignified man, and he held a giant axe in his hand. Lin Feng and the Empress exchanged a glance, then said in unison, "It can't be Pangu, right?" Pangu wasn't the only Xiantian life form who used axes as treasures. However, Pangu was definitely the only one who could use axes and stand with Nuwa, Fuxi, Xianxia, and the Empyrean Maiden. The background of this group of people was simply too extraordinary. Any one of them had a frightening background. Lin Feng and the Empress looked at the 6th person in the portrait. The 6th person grinned and raised both of his hands, making a peace sign with each hand. His temperament was completely different from that of the other 5. The 6th person had a frivolous look on his face. "Who is this great god?" the Empress asked with a wry smile. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently when he saw this mysterious, frivolous expert. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if there was some sort of special connection between them. Lin Feng was shocked. Could this mysterious expert who was smiling and gesturing with his hands be related to him in some way? Goddess Nuwa, Xueran, Fuxi, the Empyrean Maiden, and Pangu are all saints. Since this mysterious expert is standing with them, he should be a saint as well. Who was it that drew the painting of the 6 sages in the past? The Empress asked doubtfully. This was destined to be a mystery that no one would ever know. Lin Feng rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Wife, give me this portrait." "Of course, I can give it to you, but you have to listen to me obediently in the future," the Empress said with a faint smile. Lin Feng said, "I promise I'll listen to you." The Empress smiled and handed the portrait to Lin Feng. Then, she continued looking for other things. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the portrait. Who is this? He narrowed his eyes and looked at the 6th person. He had already confirmed the identities of the first 5 people. They were all extremely famous existences. They were the greatest group of existences since the creation of the universe. Since they were standing with them, it meant that they were at least on the same level as them. The only difference was that Goddess Nuwa, Fuxi, Xueran, the Empyrean Maiden, and Pangu all gave off a holy aura. The cynical attitude of this mysterious expert who was gesturing with a peace sign and grinning from ear to ear was really out of place. He can't be one of the sovereign's ancestors, can he? Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility, and his heart skipped a beat. The first ancestor of the sovereigns had awakened Pangu, Nuwa, and the others. This meant that the sovereign's ancestors were extremely ancient, perhaps even older than Pangu, Nuwa, and the others. The man in the portrait wasn't necessarily the first ancestor of the sovereign's ancestors. According to seniority, this was the first ancestor of the sovereigns. He was the son of the first ancestor of the sovereign clan. He should be on the same level as Pangu, Nuwa, and the others. Of course, all of this was just Lin Feng's guess. He didn't know whether or not he was an ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan. Lin Feng tried to probe the portrait with his divine sense to see if there was anything special about it. However, when he used his spiritual force to sense it, he realized that his spiritual force could not penetrate the portrait. This portrait was very strange. There was a special energy that blocked the probing of divine sense. Not simple at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. Because this was the place where Mother Nuwa had once lived, the aura of life here was quite strong. Lin Feng even saw some spices used for cooking. It seemed that Lady Nuwa wasn't an otherworldly person after all. The most valuable items in the cave abode outside were probably those bamboo slips. However, Lin Feng and the Empress couldn't read the words on them. As for the rest of the items, they weren't worth much. However, there were 3 stone rooms in the depths of the cave. The first stone room was Lady Nuwa's bedroom. The second stone room was where Lady Nuwa cultivated. The third stone room was sealed by a formation. Lin Feng and the Empress broke through the formation. Immediately, powerful spiritual energy emanated from the third stone room. The two of them opened the door to the third stone room. Upon entering, they discovered that there was a huge pool in the room. In the pool, there was a pool of spiritual liquid. Found it. The Empress was pleasantly surprised. Clearly, this was the pool of spiritual liquid that the Empress had spent so much effort searching for. Lin Feng asked, "What's the origin of this spiritual liquid?" "This is the spirit cleansing liquid passed down by the Nuwa clan. Cultivating in it can awaken the bloodline memories of the Nuwa clan's descendants." Lin Feng's eyes widened. Awakening the bloodline memories was equivalent to awakening the bloodline inheritance. The Empress would receive the various abilities and divine abilities of the Nuwa clan. Her bloodline would become even more powerful. Her cultivation would soar to an unimaginable level. Lin Feng's sovereign emperor blood or undying god blood could also undergo bloodline awakening and obtain all sorts of powerful abilities. However, the key point was, if Lin Feng wanted to undergo bloodline awakening, he would need to find the ancestral grounds of the sovereign emperor clan and undying god clan. Only in the ancestral grounds could one undergo bloodline awakening. Awakening a bloodline was an extremely important matter for a cultivator. It was equivalent to a huge transformation in one's life. Now, the Empress was about to awaken the bloodline memories of the Nuwa clan. Once she did, she would complete an extremely important transformation in her life. "Wife, after you awaken your bloodline memories, you can't bully me," Lin Feng said with a smile. He was naturally happy for the Empress. "Humph. That depends on whether you're obedient or not." The Empress snorted. "Of course I'm obedient. I'll listen to everything you say, wife," Lin Feng said with a smile. The Empress pinched Lin Feng's face and said, "It's good that you know how to be obedient. Now, you can go out, and you can't come in and peek. Do you hear me?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "Your entire body is mine. You can look at it openly." The Empress waved her fists. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly left. The stone room's door closed. The Empress found a place to sit cross-legged and began to adjust her state. Next, she would undergo the most important awakening in her life so far. Lin Feng walked over to the pile of bamboo slips and casually took one of them. He opened it, and it was still filled with those strange ancient words. "Demon Lord, do you recognize these words?" Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, "These are innate lifeforms' words. They have long been lost. I don't recognize them either. Are we just guarding a mountain of treasures without being able to obtain anything?" Lin Feng said helplessly. He really wanted to cry but had no tears. The Demon Lord said, "Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. You can't force it. What's yours will always be yours. If it's not yours, it won't be yours no matter how much you force it." Lin Feng didn't give up. He opened the bamboo slips one by one. After opening more than 1,000 bamboo slips, Lin Feng discovered that the newest slips didn't just have words. There were also some simple drawings. Although he couldn't recognize the words, he could understand the drawings on them. The drawings were of an ancient tribe. The people of the tribe were gathered together to worship a stone turtle. This stone tortoise was very special. It was extremely huge, and on its back, there was actually a huge stone tablet. The Black Tortoise Tablet. Lin Feng looked at the drawings in shock. "This is..." The Demon Lord was also very shocked. His eyes flickered violently. Now that he had recovered most of his memories, he knew many secrets that Lin Feng didn't know. When he saw the drawing of the Black Tortoise Tablet, he instantly thought of some ancient rumors. Some rumors caused great waves in his heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet often appeared in legends. Among the many legends, there were a few that were the most mysterious. The Divine Court, the Heaven-Shaking Stone Tablet, the Door of Everlasting Life, and so on. These legends were enough to shock the world. The Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet was a mysterious treasure that was on the same level as the Divine Court, the Heaven-Shaking Stone Tablet, and the Door of Everlasting Life. The heavens and earth were born, and the heavens and earth were dead. Before the creation of the world, the Divine Court, the Heaven-Shaking Stone Tablet, the Door of Everlasting Life, and the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet had already existed. The black tortoise had always been one of the most mysterious sacred beasts. It was so mysterious that the world only knew that the black tortoise was one of the 5 sacred beasts. It was rumored that every time a great era ended and a new one began, the black tortoise hunchback tablet would appear. Since the creation of the world, the black tortoise hunchback tablet had experienced the rise and fall of 3,000 great eras. And every time, the black tortoise hunchback tablet would appear. If it only appeared once or twice, or even 8 or 10 times, or even a few hundred times, no one would find it strange. But the key point was, the black tortoise hunchback tablet would appear every time. Some people said that the appearance of the black tortoise hunchback tablet marked the end of a great era and the beginning of a new one. Even now, there were still many rumors about the black tortoise hunchback tablet. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the black tortoise hunchback tablet on the bamboo scroll. The Demon Lord was equally shocked. Lin Feng said, "Demon Lord, there are rumors that the black tortoise hunchback tablet is related to a terrifying curse. Are these rumors true?" The Demon Lord replied, "I'm not sure, but I'm sure that your master knows." "Master Tortoise?" Lin Feng said in surprise. The Demon Lord nodded and said, "He's from the Black Tortoise tribe, so he might know something that outsiders don't." Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. This cheap master of his had always been mysterious. He was hiding too many secrets. Moreover, he was an old con man. He had tricked Lin Feng into cultivating the 8-9 arcane art. However, Lin Feng knew that his cheap master was no ordinary person. Perhaps he could ask him about the black tortoise hunchback tablet in the future. At this time, the Demon Lord continued, "Although I don't know if the black tortoise hunchback tablet is related to the curse, I do know that the black tortoise hunchback tablet is indeed very strange. In the past, I heard my ancestor talk about the black tortoise hunchback tablet." "Your ancestor? Holy shit, you have an ancestral master?" Lin Feng said in surprise. Yao Jun couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "What's the big deal about having an ancestor?" Lin Feng grinned and said, "It's nothing to be surprised about. I always thought you were a rogue cultivator. We've known each other for so many years, but you've never talked about your sect." The Demon Lord said indifferently, "You've never asked either." He then continued, "Back then, my ancestor saw the black tortoise hunchback tablet. At that time, he was still very young. On the banks of the Heavenly Realm's Heavenly River, he saw a huge turtle swimming over from afar. It carried a huge stone tablet on its back. Many words were recorded on the tablet, and my ancestor remembered one of them. However, by the time he wanted to remember a few more words, the black tortoise hunchback tablet had already disappeared." "Those words? Are they very special?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "Special? Very special. After my ancestor memorized those words, it was as if he had been enlightened. From then on, he had a meteoric rise and eventually became a big shot in the heavenly realm." The Demon Lord explained. "Then does that mean that the black tortoise hunchback tablet doesn't represent bad luck? Is it a fortuitous encounter?" Lin Feng asked. "Oftentimes, fortune is where misfortune lies, and misfortune is where fortune lies," the Demon Lord said meaningfully. "Later on, I heard from my ancestor that he wasn't the only one who saw the black tortoise hunchback tablet. Many others saw it as well. At that time, the chaotic antiquity era had ended, and the immemorial era had begun. Because of the calamity, the myriad worlds were plunged into misery and suffering. Many strong cultivators fell, and new powers sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The new generation of strong cultivators also began to rise. During the early years of the immemorial era, it was said that many people saw the black tortoise hunchback tablet." The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng was shocked and said, "It seems like they were like your ancestor. They obtained some fortuitous encounter from the black tortoise hunchback tablet." Yao Jun nodded and said, "It's exactly like that. Every single one of them had their own fortuitous encounters, and all of them had seized the enormous fortuitous encounters of the times to become supreme experts of the heavens and the earth. Each of them ruled over an area of the world." "What happened?" Lin Feng was puzzled. "Many strong cultivators disappeared one after another." The Demon Lord frowned. "Are you talking about the experts who saw the black tortoise hunchback tablet? Disappeared one after another?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was indeed a little too strange. That's right. Moreover, most of them disappeared in their later years. At that time, my ancestor had a bad premonition, so he brought us disciples and fled from the heaven realm to the undying realm. He also concealed the heavens and thought that he could avoid this calamity. The demon lord's voice became more and more serious. But in the end, he still couldn't avoid this calamity? Has your grandmaster gone missing as well? Lin Feng asked. Yes. The demon lord nodded. He said, I still remember what happened that day. Grandmaster came out of seclusion and gathered all the disciples. That day, he told us a lot of things. In the beginning, we didn't think it was strange. It wasn't until Grandmaster disappeared that we realized that Grandmaster was actually making arrangements for his death. Lin Feng frowned. Why did it sound more and more strange? That night, a gust of evil wind blew, accompanied by strange laughter. Ancestor disappeared without a trace. The demon lord said. Many of us went to chase after him, but we didn't find anything. Only our ancestor saw something. What did he see? Lin Feng asked curiously. Ancestor said that he seemed to have seen a black tortoise hunchback tablet flash before his eyes. But when he looked carefully, he didn't see anything at all. The demon lord said. Could it have been an illusion? Lin Feng frowned. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but 3 days later, our ancestor died, the demon lord said. Lin Feng was shocked and asked, how did he die? Tea was still boiling in the room, but our ancestor leaned against a chair and died peacefully. We investigated his cause of death, but we couldn't find anything. The demon lord said. Lin Feng asked, could it really be related to the black tortoise hunchback tablet? That is indeed a possibility, the demon lord nodded. At that moment, the bamboo scroll in Lin Feng's hand began to emit ripples. Lin Feng looked at the bamboo slip in his hand in shock. He had not expected the bamboo slip to have such a strong fluctuation at a time like this. What's this? He looked at the changes on the bamboo slip in shock. The pictures on the bamboo slip seemed to have come to life. They were very lifelike. Whoosh, with a flash of divine light, Lin Feng was enveloped by the light. Then, he felt as if he was being pulled into the pictures. When all the pictures were put together, they formed an ancient world. As for this ancient world, it was precisely the world that had appeared in the bamboo slip. An ancient tribe was performing a sacrifice. Summon the shaman. At this moment, an old man shouted in a deep voice. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched all of this quietly. He was just a passerby in this world. There was nothing he could do. He could only watch. An old woman wearing strange clothes walked out. The old woman's body was as withered as firewood. She was like a malicious spirit that had crawled out of hell. Her body emitted a bone-chilling aura. The old woman was the shaman. In ancient times, sacrifices were very common. In fact, even now, there were still some factions or ancient tribes that maintained the tradition of sacrifice. The shaman came in front of the black tortoise hunchback statue and said something with a pious expression. However, because her voice was too soft, Lin Feng could not hear what she was saying. The black tortoise hunchback statue was carved. It was not the black tortoise hunchback of legends. This is a totem. The demon lord's voice sounded. Lin Feng looked to his left and found that the demon lord had also entered the bamboo slip's world. What is a totem? Lin Feng asked in confusion. A totem is a symbol and also a guardian. A long, long time ago, many tribes had their own totem that they believed in. This totem could be a powerful cultivator, a willow tree, a ferocious beast, a mountain, or a long river. They believed that the totem could protect them, so they believed in the totem. Every once in a while, they would offer sacrifices to the totem. The demon lord explained. However, as time passed, huge cities appeared one after another, and people of various races and tribes began to flock into these cities to live. When people who believed in different totems began to live together, the totem culture would inevitably be greatly impacted. After hundreds of millions of years of development, because of the great integration of races and tribes, many races and tribes had lost their independence. They would no longer live together like their ancestors, and they would no longer believe in their own totems. Therefore, the totem culture gradually declined. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "Nothing lasts forever." "That's right." The demon lord's voice was faint. At this time, the shaman began to perform the sacrificial ceremony. This kind of sacrificial ceremony was quite complicated. The shaman priest was jumping and jumping. His mouth was still chanting incantations. Said Lin Feng. "That race uses the black tortoise camel tablet as their totem. Could it be that they have something to do with it? Otherwise, they wouldn't have offered the black tortoise hunchback tablet." When the ceremony came to an end, 7 young boys and girls were brought forward. "What's this for?" Lin Feng was puzzled. The sacrificial ceremony naturally requires sacrifices. The sacrificial totem requires young boys and girls to be sacrificed. The demon lord explained. Lin Feng frowned and said, "Isn't this a little too cruel? Back then, it was difficult to even survive. How could there be such a thing as cruelty?" "Bloodletting," the shaman's sinister voice rang out. Then, several muscular men brought over a metal basin. An executioner directly slit the neck of a young boy. Blood immediately gushed out and flowed into the metal basin. The other young boys and girls were so frightened that they started crying. Their eyes searched for their parents, hoping that their parents would come and save them. The first young boy's blood was completely drained, and his corpse was thrown to the side. Then, the second young boy was sacrificed. "This is too cruel." Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The demon lord said, "Actually, the gradual disappearance of the totem culture back then wasn't only caused by the merging of tribes and races. There was another important reason: it was too bloody and cruel. Such a totem culture is simply a synonym for evil." Lin Feng said solemnly. The 7 young boys and girls were all sacrificed, and their blood was drained dry. All the blood was poured into the metal basin. The shaman was jumping and jumping around the big iron basin. Swish, when the ceremony ended, the blood in the basin turned into a blood-red ray of light and flew into the black tortoise hunchback tablet. "This ceremony is so strange." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "God's protection. God's protection." Under the shaman's lead, everyone in the tribe knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the black tortoise hunchback tablet. They continuously prayed for the black tortoise hunchback tablet's protection. Gradually, the sky darkened. The night was incomparably quiet. Even the sounds of insects, birds, and beasts could not be heard. A cloud of black fog covered the sky as it flew across the sky. There seemed to be some terrifying creature hidden within the black fog. "Keek keek." The being in the black mist let out a sinister laugh. "It's time to hunt," a chilling voice came from the black fog. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he couldn't help but feel ice cold. It was this mysterious black fog again. This was not the first time Lin Feng had seen this mysterious black fog. He did not know what kind of creature was hidden within it. The demon in the black fog is about to appear. Hurry up and hide. Quite a few tribes were hiding in the mountains or in underground secret rooms dug out from the ground. However, it was useless. Wherever the black fog passed, all the people in the tribes, men and women, old and young, were devoured by the terrifying creatures in the black fog. "What is this thing?" Lin Feng's expression was solemn. "The creature in the black fog has appeared in countless great eras. No one knows what it is." The demon lord's voice became extremely solemn. He knew some secrets and knew how terrifying the creature in the black fog was. The destruction of many great eras. It was related to them. In the past, even great emperors were unwilling to talk about these terrifying creatures. The living being in the black fog devoured one tribe after another. No one was able to fight against this terrifying being. No one knew what this terrifying existence was, but its strength was so strong that it made people tremble in fear. Roar. A roar came from the forest. The living being in the black fog had discovered a powerful beast hiding in the forest. Hence, it wanted to devour the beast. Naturally, the beast was unwilling to be devoured just like that, so it launched a counterattack. However, the powerful beast was no match for the living being in the black fog. It was devoured by the living being in the black fog. The living being in the black fog continued to search for its target. Finally, it arrived at the tribe that worshipped the black tortoise hunchback tablet. This tribe was the largest one within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It had a large population and was considered an overlord-level tribe. However, in front of the living being in the black fog, this tribe was not even worth mentioning. The living being in the black fog was too powerful, so it looked down on everything. "It's here." Trembling voices came from the darkness. Many people were curled up in the corners of the caves, trembling. "Keek keek, such a big tribe, I can finally have a good meal." The living being in the black fog let out a sinister laugh. The endless black fog covered the sky and rushed towards the tribe. Swoosh! Just as the living being in the black fog reached the tribe, the black tortoise hunchback tablet suddenly emitted a ball of light. The ball of light enveloped the entire tribe. The black fog stopped. A pair of blood-red eyes could be vaguely seen in the black fog. It was unknown what kind of living being's eyes it belonged to. The pair of blood-red eyes stared at the black tortoise hunchback tablet statue, and its eyes flashed. "That's interesting." The living being in the black fog let out a sinister laugh. Then, it flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng frowned slightly and looked at the black tortoise hunchback tablet statue again. This black tortoise hunchback tablet statue was indeed extraordinary. It had scared off the living being in the black fog. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng felt himself exiting the bamboo slips world and returning to the real world. Like Lin Feng, the demon lord also returned to the real world. The black tortoise hunchback tablet's ability to scare off the creatures in the black fog. Is this really related to the blood sacrifice? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The demon lord said, "Not necessarily." The blood sacrifice totem represented a kind of sustenance. It didn't mean that the totem could really protect them. Which of the devoured races didn't have a blood sacrifice totem? The blood totem had already been sacrificed, but the totem did not appear to protect those races. Therefore, the fact that the black tortoise hunchback tablet was able to scare away the living beings in the black fog was because the black tortoise hunchback tablet itself was extraordinary. It's not because of the effect they achieved by sacrificing children. Lin Feng nodded and began to try to establish a connection with the bamboo slip again. Not long after, Lin Feng once again entered the world of the bamboo slips. He saw many ancient cities rising from the ground. Many races and tribes had moved into these cities. These races and tribes gradually began to integrate. This was the initial stage of the integration of the races and tribes. When the living beings in the black fog descended once again, the races and tribes living in these cities joined forces and fought back with all their might, engaging in a desperate battle with the living beings in the black fog. In the end, the living beings in the black fog were forced to retreat. This was the first time the races and tribes had defeated the living beings in the black fog. The impact of this event was huge. Many ancient cities sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. More and more races and tribes moved into these ancient cities. As for the totem culture, it gradually declined. Only a few races and tribes in remote and backward places still maintained the customs of the totem culture. As time passed, the living beings in the black fog also disappeared. As for the various ancient cities, due to the competition for benefits, all sorts of conflicts erupted. And so, many ancient cities became enemies with each other. The battles between the ancient cities seemed to be even more bloody. Massacring the cities, it was not uncommon. The living beings in the black fog devoured many lives, but the battles between the ancient cities for benefits caused even more deaths, and it was even more tragic. This is the human heart. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Time slowly passed. Many powerful forces began to appear. Those powerful forces subdued one ancient city after another and obtained a large amount of territory. Then, those forces began to develop all sorts of resources in their own territory. A new battle for benefits began again. No one knew how much time had passed. When his ambition was gradually growing, it was many battles between the top forces also broke out because of this. Countless forces were involved, causing a situation where blood flowed like a river. A great era ended in this calamity. A new hope. It was also brewing. On this day, heavy rain poured down, and the blood-stained ground became muddy. In the surging river, a black tortoise appeared with a stone tablet on its back. The black tortoise stone tablet appeared. Lin Feng's mind trembled. He tried his best to see what was recorded on the stone tablet. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not see the ancient words recorded on the stone tablet. Lin Feng was unwilling to give up. He continued to work hard. As for the curse brought by the black tortoise stone tablet, he did not care at all. Now that Lin Feng had 3 curses on him, if the black tortoise stone tablet really brought curses to cultivators, 1 more curse was not much. 1 less curse was not much. Moreover, he learned from the demon lord that the cultivators who obtained the opportunity from the black tortoise stone tablet all met with misfortune in their later years. Lin Feng's life had just begun. He still had a long lifespan. People had to live in the present. He would not think about things that happened in his later years. The black tortoise stone tablet swam along the river into the distance. Lin Feng followed closely behind the black tortoise stone tablet. He could not comprehend the words on the black tortoise stone tablet. However, before the black tortoise stone tablet disappeared, he imprinted it in his mind. Lin Feng returned to the real world from the world of the bamboo slip. At this moment, the bamboo slip burst into flames. This shocked him. Lin Feng wanted to extinguish the flames. However, he failed. The flames burned fiercely. The bamboo slips were burned to ashes. Looks like you've obtained something, the demon lord said in surprise. Lin Feng nodded. He revealed a joyful expression and said, I imprinted the black tortoise stone tablet. I wonder how powerful it will be after I use it. The demon lord was shocked and said, any divine ability related to the black tortoise stone tablet will be extremely heaven-defying. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Lin Feng had been comprehending the black tortoise camel tablet. We're going to die, we're going to die. Master, quickly come and save us, Master, save us, 2 voices suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind while he was cultivating. Although they were very weak, Lin Feng still caught them. When he heard the voices, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. They were the voices of Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast. What happened? Lin Feng frowned. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the Shadow Void Beast were master and servant. They could sense each other's situation through the connection between their souls. However, this connection was extremely weak. Previously, Lin Feng had tried to sense Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast's aura several times, but he didn't find anything. But now, he could sense Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast's cries for help. Lin Feng tried his best to sense Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast's location through the weak connection between their souls. Suddenly, he felt that he was immersed in a pitch-black world. This pitch-black world was filled with terrifying killing intent. However, the connection was very weak and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Damn it. Lin Feng's expression was very gloomy. He tried to sense the pitch-black world again, but he couldn't sense it anymore. Lin Feng's expression became very ugly. What is that place? Lin Feng muttered to himself, frowning. There was one thing that Lin Feng was sure of. That place was definitely Jiuzhou. Back then, he had been separated from Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast in the Netherworld Sea. Clearly, Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast were in a very bad situation. They seemed to be imprisoned in that pitch-black world. Lin Feng wanted to save them, but he needed to find out where that place was before he could save them. The key was that Lin Feng didn't know where that place was. Now, Lin Feng hoped to be able to contact Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast again. However, he knew that he had to wait for an opportunity. He was fine. The key was Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast's side. Only Lin Feng could sense the divine consciousness waves of their cries for help. However, Lin Feng guessed that it would be very difficult for divine consciousness waves to be transmitted from the place where Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast were trapped. The only thing Lin Feng could do was wait. Of the Empress of the Bloodline. This bloodline awakening took a total of 3.5 months. After coming out of seclusion, the Empress's body had an additional sacred aura. Is everything going well? The Empress nodded slightly and said, pack your things. Let's leave this place. Lin Feng nodded. After packing up the various things in the cave, the two boarded the Pirates of the Gods and returned the way they came. Lin Feng noticed that the Empress was often in a daze. She was a little absent-minded. This made him very puzzled. He didn't know what had happened. "Wife, what are you thinking about?" Lin Feng asked. The Empress shook her head. Lin Feng saw that the Empress didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask further. The Empress was a very opinionated woman. If she wanted to say something, she wouldn't hide it. If she didn't want to say it, she wouldn't say it even if he asked. Ghoul ships would appear in the passage to the netherworld every day. There were different people sitting on the ghoul ships. They were about to enter the netherworld. Lin Feng didn't know what the fate of these ghouls would be in the netherworld. Was there really a 6 paths of reincarnation? Would they be reincarnated? After all, this was just a legend. Many people couldn't tell whether it was true or not. "Do you think that one day, we will also board a ghoul ship and enter the netherworld?" The Empress looked at the ships of the dead spirit and muttered. Lin Feng didn't know why the Empress asked this. He felt that the Empress had become a little abnormal ever since she came out of seclusion. She seemed to have a lot on her mind. Lin Feng grabbed the Empress's hand and said, "Even the ruler of the netherworld can't do anything to us. If he dares to do anything to us, I will smash his palace." Pfft. The Empress couldn't help but laugh. She snorted and said, "Violent maniac." "This is called heroic spirit," said Lin Feng, smiling. He stretched out his hand and hugged the Empress. The Empress waved her fist and threatened, "Are you itching for a beating?" Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly and didn't dare to be presumptuous. 5 days later. Yin and Yang reversed. The entire pirates of the gods flipped over. Whoosh, in the next moment, they returned to the real world from the passage to the netherworld. At this moment, night fell. The moon was as bright as a plate. Stars dotted the starry sky. It was a beautiful scene. The Empress said, "I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" Lin Feng looked at the Empress and asked. He guessed that the Empress must have awakened some special memories when she awakened her bloodline. One had to know that these ancient bloodlines didn't just contain divine abilities and techniques, they also contained many memories. Nuwa's bloodline naturally had many secrets. Perhaps the Empress had awakened some of these secrets. "I'm going to a place to verify some things. This place is too sensitive. I can't tell you because I'm afraid of harming you." The Empress's voice was a little gloomy. "Is this place very dangerous?" Lin Feng asked. "It's very dangerous for outsiders, but it's not dangerous for me. You don't have to worry about me." The Empress forced a smile. Lin Feng hugged the Empress. This time, the Empress didn't refuse. She leaned into Lin Feng's embrace. "No matter what, don't forget that there's someone far away who's worried about you," Lin Feng said softly. "Okay." The Empress nodded slightly. Lin Feng sent the Empress off. Then, he returned to the Dragon Gate Island alone on the ancient starship Xianxia. He lay on the deck, and the warm sunlight shone on his body. It was very comfortable. That night, dark clouds rolled and a storm raged. In the darkness, the boat of curses rushed out from the deep sea. "Captain, that kid is alone. Should we capture him and bring him to the boat?" One of the crew members asked. "No, no, no, that woman is too scary," many of the crew members shouted. They thought of the Red World Fairy, the woman who had mastered the Tao of Fate. The captain of the boat of curse said grimly, "Now is not the time to fall out with immortal Hongchen." "Then, should we continue to let that kid get away with it?" another crew member asked. The boat of curse's captain laughed sinisterly. "I've already figured out the direction of that kid's fate. Just wait and see. Soon, he'll board the boat of curses." After returning to the Dragon Gate Island, Lin Feng sent Ding Yunzhong to visit Wen Ziren, Zhuge and Shui Liangqiu on his behalf with some gifts. People needed to keep in touch with each other. If they didn't keep in touch, no matter how good their relationship was, it would become estranged. Lin Feng was very clear about that. Apart from visiting the 3 people, Lin Feng also asked Zhuge to help him refine a batch of giant spirit stone cannons. Although Wen Ziren and Zhuge hadn't joined the Dragon Gate yet, they would still give Lin Feng face. Now, Lin Feng's ancient ship, the Xianxia, was equipped with giant spirit stone cannons with terrifying power. Therefore, Lin Feng had to make good use of the time to store up some spirit stone cannons in case he needed them. After returning to the Dragon Gate, everything was relatively calm. Not long after, Princess Shirley came to Lin Feng's place. Then, she settled down at Lin Feng's place. Princess Shirley planned to tell Naza about her relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't have any objections. That night, Princess Shirley and Naza snuggled up to each other and chatted. Naza talked about Lin Feng. Princess Shirley was worried that Naza would be too agitated. She might do something irrational. However, Naza remained calm. She giggled and said, "I'm happy to see Big Sister Shirley and Big Brother Lin together. Why would I blame Big Sister Shirley? I can live with Big Sister Shirley in the future." "You little girl." Princess Shirley gently stroked Naza's hair. "Master, many unknown spies have appeared around the Dragon Gate. They seem to be related to the 9th Evil Dragon Palace." The next day, Wang Yangyang came to report to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "This is within my expectations." Wang Yangyang said, "Is the 9th Evil Dragon Palace planning to attack the Dragon Gate?" Lin Feng said, "This is the ancient desolate sea, not the 9th Evil Dragon's territory. Even if the 9th Evil Dragon wants to attack, he'll have to think twice. There's no need to worry for now." Lin Feng continued, "Strengthen the training of the Cultivator army. Even though the 9th Evil Dragon won't attack us for a while, it's inevitable that the battle will happen sooner or later. It can't be avoided." "Understood." Wang Yangyang replied and left. The Dragon Gate became relaxed on the outside. Lin Feng had destroyed the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and the Mermaid clan's plan to destroy Shanghai and steal the Dead Spirit Talisman. This was the conflict between the two sides. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care. He and the Evil Dragon Palace had been enemies for a long time. Even without the matter of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, the relationship between the two sides would be irreconcilable. As for the Mermaid clan, Lin Feng didn't care about them for the time being. The Merman race's territory was in the Netherworld Sea. The last time they sent troops to deal with the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, it caused many forces to be dissatisfied. The merfolk had overstepped their boundaries. They had led such a large army to a place that did not belong to them. This was a taboo. If not for the fear of the Evil Dragon Palace, many factions would have already attacked the merfolk cultivator army that had overstepped their boundaries. The merfolk naturally knew this. In order to quell the anger of the various factions, the merfolk cultivator army had quickly returned to the Dark Sea after failing to attack the sea. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have to worry about the merfolk for the time being. His main enemy was the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. This was a war that could not be avoided. It was also a war that Lin Feng had to win. If he could destroy the 9th Evil Dragon Palace, the Dragon Gate's territory would expand wildly. At that time, it would attract even more experts to join them. Moreover, Lin Feng had a gentleman's agreement with Wen Ziren and Zhuge Qinyi. Once the 9th Evil Dragon Palace was destroyed, these two would join the Dragon Gate. The two of them were not only giant god-level experts. Wen Ziren was also a spirit array master and Zhuge Qinyi was an alchemist. Their value was not something that ordinary giant god-level experts could compare to. "Master, come and save us. If you don't save us, we're going to die. Master, save us. Save us, we don't want to die." On this day, when Lin Feng was cultivating, he once again heard that faint cry for help. This was the cry for help from Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast. Through that weak feeling, Lin Feng realized that he had once again arrived at that dark world. However, his divine sense was soon cut off from that dark world. He wanted to sense that dark world, but he could no longer sense it. The world of darkness is like a cage. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Now that both Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast were still alive, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. Lin Feng could only continue to wait for Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast to contact him. That afternoon, Sun Jian came to Lin Feng's place. He first bowed to Lin Feng, then said, "My lord, there's a change in the Deep Sea Devil Cave." The Deep Sea Devil Cave was very strange. There seemed to be a terrifying creature sealed in the depths of the Deep Sea Devil Cave. Therefore, Lin Feng ordered people to seal the place where the Deep Sea Devil Cave was located. And no one was allowed to go near it. "What happened?" Lin Feng asked. "The demonic qi dissipated. The Dragon Gate cultivators guarding the deep-sea devil cave were invaded by the demonic chi. It was as if they had been hit by some evil spell. All of them rushed into the deep-sea devil cave and died tragically inside. Sun Jian said. Lin Feng frowned. What he was worried about had happened. The deep-sea devil cave was too strange and terrifying. Now that the deep-sea devil cave had changed, it was not a good thing. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng stood up and said. He then went to the deep-sea devil cave with Sun Jian. The deep-sea devil cave was only 100 li away from the Dragon Gate Island. This distance was too close. Therefore, if there was a big change in the deep-sea devil cave, it was very likely that it would cause some unimaginable serious consequences for the Dragon Gate. After arriving at the deep-sea devil cave, Lin Feng found traces of demonic qi dissipating from the deep-sea devil cave. He sealed a strand of demonic qi and carefully sensed it. Jia 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 jia. Suddenly, a sinister voice came out from the demonic qi. Lin Feng was startled. The demonic qi has a spirit. Is it because of the terrifying creature sealed in the deep-sea devil cave? That's too scary. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't know what kind of creature was sealed in the deep-sea devil cave, but this creature was definitely unimaginably terrifying. Demon Lord, what do you think? Lin Feng asked through voice transmission. It seems like it's really troublesome. This creature has been sealed for who knows how many years, but it's still so terrifying. The origin of this sealed creature is unimaginable. Demon Lord said with a frown. It seems that I need to seal this deep-sea devil cave. Otherwise, if the demonic aura continues to spread, it will seriously threaten the Dragon Gate Island. Lin Feng transmitted his voice. The Demon Lord said, you can try to use the Emperor runes to seal this place, but I feel that it won't be easy. I'll try, said Lin Feng using telepathy. Whoosh, immediately after, he soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the entrance of the deep-sea devil cave. The Emperor runes intertwined and then sealed the entrance of the cave. Lin Feng planned to seal the entrance with the Emperor runes first. Then, he would take out some precious array materials and set up a large array to completely seal the entrance. However, when the Emperor runes were sealed at the entrance of the deep-sea devil cave, kacha, the Emperor runes began to crack and couldn't seal the entrance at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The deep-sea devil cave was indeed very strange. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Kid, don't waste your time. You can't seal the deep-sea devil cave. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. This voice. Obviously, it was the voice of the mysterious creature trapped in the deep-sea devil cave. What kind of race did this creature belong to? What kind of existence was it? What are you trying to do? Lin Feng communicated with the creature through divine thoughts. You can come in and we can talk face to face, the mysterious creature said. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. What? Are you afraid? If you are, you can leave, the mysterious creature couldn't help but mock. Lin Feng replied indifferently, this kind of provocation is useless against me. Since you want to talk, let's talk. Lin Feng's gaze then turned to Sun Jian and the others who were waiting outside. He said, you guys wait here for a while. I will go in for a while. Sun Jian and the others didn't know what was inside the deep-sea devil cave, but they knew that it was very strange and terrifying. Seeing that Lin Feng wanted to enter the deep-sea devil cave, Sun Jian hurriedly said, Sir, you can't do that. The deep-sea devil cave is too dangerous. Lin Feng said, Don't worry. You don't have to worry about me. Sun Jian knew that he couldn't dissuade Lin Feng, so he said, Sir, you must be careful. Lin Feng nodded and then entered the deep-sea devil cave. The deep-sea devil cave emitted a sinister aura. Lin Feng continued walking and arrived at the deepest part of the deep-sea demon cave. The deep-sea devil caves where the creature was to Lin Ming said he to be. Lin Feng saw a pair of ice-cold eyes staring at him. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Naturally, we're talking about things that are beneficial to both you and me. The terrifying creature let out a sinister laugh. Let's hear it. Lin Feng said. You help me escape, and I will help you get rid of some experts that you can't deal with. The Sea Devil Cave said. Lin Feng said. If I let you out, I'm afraid that you will cause a lot of trouble, right? What you see with your eyes isn't necessarily true. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. I should have died long ago, but I managed to survive until now, the Sea Devil Cave continued. It seems that you are also someone with a story. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Who in this world doesn't have a story? The Sea Devil Cave said. That's true. Lin Feng nodded and said, even if I want to let you out, I am powerless. The Deep Sea Devil Cave's formation is too powerful. I can't break it. You are the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Once you become a true Celestial Master, you will be able to break it. The Sea Devil Cave said meaningfully. Lin Feng frowned. He had never displayed the Celestial Master sect's abilities, but the Sea Devil Cave could tell that he was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. This Sea Devil Cave was too terrifying. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, the Sea Devil Cave continued, if you cooperate with me, I can tell you something about the Celestial Master sect. What is it? Lin Feng asked. About the Celestial Master sect's stone scripture. The Sea Devil Cave spirit said. The stone scripture? You know where the sacred item of the Celestial Master sect is? Lin Feng was shocked. The Celestial Master sect's sacred item, the stone scripture, had disappeared for countless years. Even the successor of the Celestial Master sect had no idea where it was. If Lin Feng could find the sacred item of the Celestial Master sect, it would be very important to him. The stone scripture recorded many immortal spells and secret techniques of the Celestial Master sect. Moreover, the stone scripture was a natural spiritual treasure born of heaven and earth. It was even more powerful than an immortal item. If he could wield the stone scripture, he would be able to slay gods and devils. Of course, I know, but I can't tell you now. If you want to know where the stone scripture is, you have to wait until I'm free. The Sea Devil Cave continued. Promise me one thing, and we can continue to cooperate. Lin Feng said. What is it? The Sea Devil Cave asked. Don't harm the common people. Lin Feng said. What does the common people have to do with you? You're meddling too much, the Sea Devil Cave sneered. Lin Feng flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, these people are destined to worship me in the future. They are my believers. I never thought that after so many years, there would still be someone who knows how to collect the power of faith. I agree to your condition. The Sea Devil Cave said. Lin Feng said. There's one more thing. The Sea Devil Cave said impatiently, what is it? Don't harm the cultivators of the Dragon Gate during this period. Lin Feng said. Don't worry. Since you and I have agreed to cooperate, I naturally won't harm your people, the Sea Devil Cave said. Lin Feng nodded. Just as he was about to leave, the Sea Devil Cave suddenly stopped and asked, what race are you? Can you tell me? Keek keek. All of a sudden, this creature let out a sinister laugh. This laughter was simply too terrifying. A strong gust of wind surged out. It directly wrapped around Lin Feng. The Sea Devil Cave threw Lin Feng away. Lin Feng took out the hurricane pearl and landed steadily on the ground. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he had the hurricane pearl. If he didn't have it, he would have fallen to the ground. His subordinates were watching. He had to maintain his glorious image as the leader of the Dragon Gate. This guy threw me away without saying anything. Could he be from some shameful race? Lin Feng thought maliciously. Could he be from some ugly race like the gnomes? After returning from the Deep Sea Demon Cave, Lin Feng thought deeply about the deal with this terrifying creature. This was a gamble. However, there were many times when one had to face choices in life, and all kinds of different choices were gambles. 5 days later, Ding Yunzhong returned. He brought about 10,000 spirit stone cannons, including the 1,000 spirit stone cannons that the Empress had given him previously. With so many spirit stone cannons, he could use them for a period of time. Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion for a period of time. He wanted to sort out the various mystical abilities that he had cultivated. He wanted to comprehend these mystical abilities on a deeper level and integrate them as much as possible. The mystical abilities that Lin Feng cultivated now were more diverse. There were 3,000 great Daos, the arch techniques, half-immortal techniques, and various primordial mystical abilities. He cultivated 21 types of the 3,000 great Daos. These 20 types of 3,000 great Daos were Great Karma Art, Great Reincarnation Art, Great Yin-Yang Art, Great Calamity Art, Great Death Art, Great Purification Art, Great Desire Art, Great Ice Art, Great Entanglement Art, Great Poison Art, Great Banishment Art, Great Defense Art, Great Suppression Art, Great Enslavement Art, Great Thunderbolt Art, Great Sacrifice Art, Great Transformation Art, Great Earth Elemental Art, Great Fire Elemental Art, Great Metal Elemental Art, and Great Curse Art. Among these 20 types of 3,000 great Daos, the Great Karma Art was ranked 3rd, the Great Reincarnation Art was ranked 4th, the Great Yin-Yang Art was ranked 6th, and the Great Calamity Art was ranked 9th. These were the top 10 types of 3,000 great Daos. The Great Karma Art and the Great Reincarnation Art were 2 of the 5 heaven-defying types of the 3,000 great Daos. The Great Curse Art was the strangest of the 3,000 great Daos. In addition, the Great Thunderbolt Art was ranked 11th among the 3,000 great Daos. It was the most violent of the 3,000 great Daos. The 3,000 great Daos were too important to cultivators. To become an emperor, one had to cultivate at least 99 types of 3,000 great Daos. And to become an immortal, one needed even more 3,000 great Daos. Therefore, Lin Feng still had to continue working hard to find new 3,000 great Daos. If one didn't cultivate enough of the 3,000 great Daos, they wouldn't be able to become an emperor even if they had enough providence. In addition to the 3,000 great Daos, Lin Feng also cultivated many unique skills, including the following powerful divine abilities. Supreme Reincarnation Fist, Lin Feng's self-created fist technique. It would become stronger as Lin Feng's cultivation level increased. If Lin Feng became an emperor, the Supreme Reincarnation Fist would become an emperor technique. If Lin Feng became an immortal, the Supreme Reincarnation Fist would become an immortal technique. Luya Stargazing Chart. It was a mystical ability that Lin Feng had comprehended. It was the supreme technique that Taoist Luya had passed down. Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art, Lin Feng's main cultivation method. Currently, he had cultivated it to the 3rd layer. It was a supreme cultivation method created by the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Sovereign. Cultivating the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art could temper one's physical body to surpass that of the Fiend God race. It could also open up a cultivator's dantian, allowing the cultivator's dantian to store hundreds or even thousands of times more magical energy than cultivators of the same level. It was an unprecedented cultivation method. Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet Diagram. It was a divine diagram that Lin Feng had comprehended from the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet. 8-9 Mysteries Art, Lord Tortoise had seen the incantation on the Black Tortoise Hunchback Tablet. It was originally incomplete, but Lord Tortoise had perfected it. It could reverse one's meridians and reverse the flow of magical energy. Every time it was used, one would only have 10 years of lifespan left. Moreover, if one's lifespan was less than 10 million years, they would immediately die tragically. Stone Sovereign Scripture, the cultivation method recorded in the Stone Sovereign Scripture, the sacred artifact of the Celestial Masters sect. It was also the foundation of the Celestial Masters sect. All the array formations were derived from the Stone Sovereign Scripture. True Word of Lin, one of the 9 syllables words. It could help a cultivator comprehend all kinds of Daos and help a cultivator break through quickly. It could help a cultivator walk on the right path and not go down the wrong path. Sovereign Apocalypse, a mystical ability contained within the Sovereign Physique. Sovereign Judgment, a mystical ability contained within the Sovereign Physique. 9 Steps of Death, a mystical ability contained within the Immortal Physique. Gates of Hell, a mystical ability contained within the Immortal Physique. Sea Gazing Scripture, an immortal scripture. It was divided into 2 parts. The 2 parts were divided into different subimmortal techniques. Lin Feng comprehended the Stone Golem Sea Gazing Cloud Gazing Quasi-Immortal technique from the first part. Seal of Life and Death, an Emperor technique. It was formed from the combination of the word life and the word death. Forearmed Sacred Demon Fist, an Emperor technique. 9 Slashes of the Demon Monarch, an Emperor technique. 10,000 Demon Reincarnation Fist, an Emperor technique. These three emperor techniques were the inheritances of the heavenly demon clan. Heaven mending technique, borrowing another chance from the heavens. In a moment of life and death, one could instantly escape from certain death and escape with their lives. This was an extremely heaven-defying mystical ability. The past, present, and future. Only a sliver of it had been comprehended. If one could fully comprehend it, they would be able to control the power of the past, present, and future. They could even go back and enter the future world. Celestial Master's Legacy, 8 worlds, 8 trigrams, 8 seals of the soul, 9 veins of the heavens and 9 veins of the earth. Immemorial mystical abilities, Immemorial star plucking hand, great heaven covering palm. Thunder God Legacy, Sky Tyrant Thunder Art, Sky Slaying Thunder Art, Sky Destroying Thunder Art. When the three forms are combined, it would become a heaven-defying mystical ability at the level of a half-immortal technique. Primordial mystical abilities, Divine Finger, Sky Burning Fire Art, Buddha's Fury Thousand Wave Slash, Stellar Transposition, Galaxy Destruction Fist, Raging Wave Sword Art. Soul Secret Technique, Soul Miniature Person Holding Sword Out Intent, Sky Splitting, Sword Intent Aura, Battle Aura, Heaven Punishing Battle Intent, White Tiger Killing Intent. Over the years, Lin Feng had collected countless mystical abilities. However, he did not cultivate many of them. He only cultivated some of the most powerful ones. Among the mystical abilities that he cultivated, many of them were enough to cause a bloodbath. After sorting out these mystical abilities, Lin Feng began to cultivate them. In the next half a year, Lin Feng had a deeper understanding of the mystical abilities that he cultivated. Moreover, what surprised Lin Feng the most was that the archaic dragonesque elephant art was about to undergo a transformation. When he cultivated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to the perfection stage of the third stage, a new message appeared in his mind. It was actually the archaic dragonesque elephant art's fourth stage cultivation chant. Originally, Lin Feng had only obtained the first 3 stages of the archaic dragonesque elephant art. However, the archaic dragonesque elephant art was rather strange. The latter stages of the chant were hidden in the first 3 stages. When Lin Feng cultivated to the third stage, the fourth stage of the chant would automatically appear. If he cultivated to the fourth stage, the fifth stage of the chant would automatically appear. The first 3 stages of the archaic dragonesque elephant art gave Lin Feng 3 abilities. The first ability was to manifest the dragonesque elephant's shadow. The second ability was to enhance the dragonesque elephant's holy power. The third ability was to summon the dragonesque elephant's original spirit. The fourth ability was called the dragonesque elephant's arms. Once he cultivated the fourth stage successfully, Lin Feng's arms would become the dragonesque elephant's arms when he cultivated the fourth stage of the archaic dragonesque elephant art. By then, his arms would possess the same powerful strength as the archaic dragonesque elephant's arms. Back then, the archaic dragonesque elephant could destroy a planet with one punch. From this, one could see how terrifying the power of the archaic dragonesque elephant's arms were. Therefore, if Lin Feng could cultivate to the fourth stage of the archaic dragonesque elephant art and possess the dragonesque elephant's arms, devour the essence of heaven and earth, absorb the primal chi of the 9 heavens, transform it into the power of dragons and elephants, and become an immortal technique, Lin Feng followed the fourth stage of the archean dragonesque elephant skills cultivation mantra and practiced it over and over again. The mighty power of dragons and elephants enveloped his body. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to let out a long roar. Time flew by as he cultivated. He didn't know how much time had passed. Waves of tyrannical dragon elephant force surged within his body. Finally, Lin Feng's body broke through all obstacles. The archean dragonesque elephant skill had broken through to the fourth stage. All the dragon and elephant power surged into his 2 arms. Lin Feng felt that his 2 arms were full of power. That kind of power didn't seem like a power that a human should have. Dragonesque elephant arms. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones grinding could be heard. Lin Feng's arms began to thicken. Bang! The sleeves of his clothes exploded. His arms were 10 times thicker than before. His muscles bulged and his arms contained explosive power. Huff! Huff! Lin Feng took a deep breath. He stopped practicing the archean dragonesque elephant skill. Suddenly, his 2 arms that had become thicker gradually returned to their normal state. I've finally cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill to the 4th stage. Lin Feng smiled. After he came out of seclusion, Sun Jian immediately came to see him. Why are you so anxious? What happened? Lin Feng asked. My lord, we've made a big discovery. Our people accidentally found an underwater mineral vein. Sun Jian said excitedly. An underwater mineral vein? Is it a source crystal mine? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. No, it's a source of divine stones. Sun Jian said. What? A source of divine stones? Lin Feng couldn't sit still anymore and abruptly stood up. If it was a source crystal vein, he wouldn't be so shocked. This was because he could continuously produce demon extermination immortal pills, and one demon extermination immortal pill was worth 500 origin crystals. Therefore, Lin Feng could create an endless stream of wealth. But the Godstone mine was different. Divine stone veins could be mined to create divine artifacts. One had to know that the materials needed to forge divine artifacts were the hardest to find. All the major powers needed it. Therefore, even if you had money, you might not be able to buy these materials. Even Dragon Gate Island would only purchase these precious materials once every few months. However, each purchase was limited in quantity. More and more cultivators were joining the Dragon Sect. Therefore, the Dragon Sect had a huge demand for divine weapons. However, the Dragon Sect did not have that many materials to forge divine weapons. Therefore, the cultivators who joined the Dragon Gate in recent months were not rewarded with 3 divine artifacts at once. There wasn't even a single divine artifact. Therefore, the Dragon Sect was in urgent need of these precious god stones to forge god weapons. Great! Anyone who discovers this divine stone mine will be heavily rewarded. Each person will be rewarded with 1 million origin crystals. Lin Feng said. Yes, my lord. We will distribute the rewards later. Sun Jian said. After an hour, accompany me to the divine stone mine to take a look at the situation. Lin Feng said. Yes. Sun Jian responded and left. After an hour, the ancient spaceship Xianyuan set off for the divine stone mine. The divine stone mine was located in the northernmost region of the Dragon Sect's territory. It used to be the territory of Rosen Island. However, even Rosen Island now belonged to the Dragon Sect. Now, this sea area naturally belonged to the Dragon Sect. 300 miles north of this sea area was the sea area controlled by the 9th Evil Dragon Sect. The 9th Evil Dragon Sect and the Dragon Sect had not fallen out yet. There was no conflict between the two sides for the time being. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the Divine Stone Mine. Greetings, Sect Master. Upon seeing Lin Feng's arrival, the Dragon Sect cultivator army guarding the Divine Stone Mine quickly bowed to Lin Feng. Rise. Lin Feng waved his hand. Thank you, Sect Master. The Dragon Sect cultivator army responded and stood up. Sir, look at this underwater mine. It's made up of 7 mountain ranges. It's very huge. If we mine it, I wonder how many divine stones we can mine. Sun Jian said. Lin Feng looked at the mine not far away. This divine stone mine was indeed made up of 7 huge mountain ranges. Each mountain range was 30 miles long. And this was only the exposed mountain range. There were even bigger mountain ranges underground. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, This divine stone mine is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Because he found something amiss. He found that the 7 mountain ranges contained a very cold aura. This cold aura made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eyes to take a look. He didn't know until he saw it. He was shocked. The 7 mountain ranges actually gave birth to 7 ferocious beasts. The 7 ferocious beasts were the Skysplitter Ho, the Crimson Flame Golden Swanee, the Ice-Horned Demonic Dragon, the 8-Clawed Fire Centipede, the 9-Winged Heavenly Crocodile, the Thunder Blood Bat, and the Blue-Winged Sea Dragon. These ferocious beasts were recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Any kind of ferocious beast was famous. They were extremely ferocious. Although these ferocious beasts were ferocious spirits born from the mountain ranges, they seemed to have developed their own intelligence. They sensed Lin Feng's gaze and bared their teeth at Lin Feng. They seemed to want to pounce on Lin Feng and kill him. This is a land of great danger. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Only a land of great danger could give birth to 7 ferocious beasts at once. This place in front of him, it was obviously a land of great danger. The gathering of the 7 ferocious beasts. Logically speaking, this place should be filled with murderous aura. It's impossible to get close, but why can't I see any murderous aura in the mountain ranges? Where are the powerful murderous auras? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Could it be? Could it be? Lin Feng looked at the huge divine stone vein. Could it be that all the murderous auras are gathered underground? Lin Feng's expression turned slightly serious. With such powerful murderous auras gathered, it would naturally form a land of great danger. It was a pity that Monkey Show wasn't here. If Monkey Show was here, he could ask him to use a Buddhist secret technique to break the murderous auras here. My lord, is there something wrong with this place? Sun Jian asked when he saw Lin Feng's uncertain expression. Lin Feng said. There is indeed a problem. Have everyone stationed in the mountain retreat? Yes. Sun Jian replied and quickly ordered a commander beside him to gather everyone. After the commander received the order, he gathered all the Dragon Gate cultivators stationed in the Divine Stone Mine and withdrew from the mine. Wait outside. I'll go and break the murderous auras in the Divine Stone Vein, Lin Feng ordered. Sun Jian and the others received the order and waited outside. Lin Feng walked into the Divine Stone Vein. Author's note, I've sorted out the Divine Abilities chapter. There were too many divine abilities, so I missed out a few, such as the Great Curse Art and the Heaven Patching Art. However, I've filled them in now. Lin Feng entered the Divine Stone Mine and walked towards the Skysplitter Centipede first. The ferocious spirit was extraordinarily powerful. When it saw Lin Feng walking over, it immediately stood up and let out a low roar. Little ferocious spirit, do you dare to be so fierce? Lin Feng said coldly to the Skysplitter Centipede. Human brat, you've come to the wrong place. Do you know whose dojo this is? The Skysplitter Centipede suddenly spoke. Lin Feng was surprised. This ferocious spirit was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. He asked indifferently. Whose dojo is this? This is Lord Sacred Corpse's dojo. The Skysplitter Centipede looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lord Sacred Corpse? How could a corpse cultivate a Tao? You dare call yourself Lord Sacred Corpse? Don't you find it ridiculous? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Brat, how dare you speak disrespectfully to Lord Sacred Corpse? You're courting death. Everyone, kill this brat and use his blood as an offering to Lord Sacred Corpse. The Skysplitter Centipede roared. That's right. Kill him. How dare he come to Lord Sacred Corpse's dojo? He's courting death. Lord Sacred Corpse is still sleeping. Let's kill this brat and seal his body. When Lord Sacred Corpse wakes up from his slumber, he will be very happy to see such a powerful flesh and soul. Haha, that's a great idea. If Lord Sacred Corpse is happy, he might even bestow us with sacred power to increase our cultivation. The other ferocious spirits also roared excitedly. Next, the other 6 ferocious spirits charged towards Lin Feng. Swoosh, before the 7 ferocious spirits could surround him, Lin Feng took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and arrived beside the Skysplitter Centipede. Countless runes intertwined. Lin Feng immediately used the 8 forbidden seals to seal the Skysplitter Centipede. Brat, you're courting death. The Skysplitter Centipede roared and swiped its sharp claws at Lin Feng. However, its attack failed to harm Lin Feng. Lin Feng's 8 forbidden seals instantly broke the Skysplitter Centipede's attack and sealed it. Lin Feng took out a spatial bottle and stored the Skysplitter Centipede inside. Release the Skysplitter Centipede, or I'll tear you to shreds. The other 6 ferocious spirits roared. They were all looking at Lin Feng ferociously. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Qi Yan Golden Swanee spat out red godly flames which filled the air and moved towards Lin Feng. Centipede Centipede, Centipede Centipede S, and Ice Spears. Centipede Centipede. 8 claws Clitter Centipede and Centipede Centipede Centipedes as 8 claws Centipedes sentied the 9-winged sky crocodile's 9 huge wings flapped violently. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept out. The wind blades contained enough power to frighten ghosts and gods. The thunder blood bat summoned blood-red lightning and blasted it at Lin Feng. The blue-winged sea dragon's breath covered the sky. It was also aimed at Lin Feng. The 6 ferocious spirits' attacks were very violent and ferocious. They were so powerful that it was shocking. However, Lin Feng looked calm. He smiled faintly and said, 6 ferocious spirits dare to jump around in front of me? You're courting death. Lin Feng raised his right hand. Divine runes intertwined. Facing the 6 ferocious spirits' attacks, Lin Feng was still using the 8 godly sealing seals. Under the attack of the 8 forbidden seals, the 6 ferocious spirits' attacks were broken in an instant. The 6 ferocious spirits' expressions changed drastically. They quickly retreated, trying to avoid Lin Feng's attacks. However, it was too late to retreat now. The 8 forbidden seals runes instantly sealed the 6 ferocious spirits. Then, the 6 ferocious spirits were also kept into Lin Feng's spatial porcelain bottle. Brat, you actually dare to seal us. When Lord Sacred Corpse awakens, you'll die without a burial place. Let us out now. Otherwise, no one in this world can save your life. The ferocious spirits roared one after another. I'm going to meet this Lord Sacred Corpse that you're talking about now. I want to see if this Lord Sacred Corpse is really as powerful as you said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He sealed the bottle and immediately put it away. These 7 ferocious spirits could be refined into the primal chaos ancient lamp and become its artifact spirits. Swish, with a flash of light, Lin Feng quickly drilled into the ground. He cultivated the Great Earth Traversal technique. Therefore, after entering the ground, it was no different from moving on the ground. The surrounding soil would quickly separate. The deeper he went, the heavier the evil aura. Seems like this corpse cultivator is quite capable. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. To be able to gather so much evil aura was not a simple matter. After diving for another 3,000 meters, Lin Feng suddenly saw a huge pitch-black light barrier appear underground. Waves of evil energy were transmitted out from the pitch-black light barrier. We're here, Lin Feng could not help but narrow his eyes. He entered the black light barrier. After entering, he realized that this place was actually a space of its own. However, this space was incomparably dark. This was because this space was filled with evil aura everywhere. The evil aura here was extremely terrifying. It emitted waves of cold aura. Even if an ordinary heavenly god powerhouse came to this place, they would probably not be able to withstand such terrifying evil aura. Lin Feng flew in the dark space. His divine consciousness swept through this dark space. This dark space was simply like a world of death. There was no sound or any life. Finally, Lin Feng found a coffin. He quickly flew towards the coffin. Is this the coffin that the corpse cultivator is sleeping in? Lin Feng looked at the coffin from afar. He could not help but ponder in his heart. He carefully came to the side of the coffin. Then, he looked into the coffin. It's empty. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. At the same time, in the darkness, a silhouette appeared behind Lin Feng without making any sound. It was a mysterious existence wearing a black robe. Its claws were more than 10 centimeters long. It directly pierced towards Lin Feng. Die. Lowly human ant. The terrifying being let out a sinister laugh. It was like the cry of a malicious spirit. It made one shudder even though it was not cold. The sharp claws were about to pierce Lin Feng's body. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The terrifying creature's sharp claws pierced nothing but air. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. Heaven patching technique. The terrifying being let out a sinister voice. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes looked at Lin Feng. They flickered with a sinister light. A corpse that has gained sentience and turned into a corpse cultivator? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the terrifying being. Everything in the world has sentience. Even a corpse that has been dead for countless years will awaken one day. I am no longer a corpse cultivator, said the mysterious being. What are you if not a corpse cultivator? Lin Feng asked. I am a saint. You can call me the heretic sovereign saint, said the mysterious being. Bah. Do you want it or not? A corpse cultivator like you dares to call yourself a saint? Aren't you afraid of losing your lifespan? Goddess Nuwa, Pangu, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are saints. Who do you think you are? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own face? Lin Feng's mouth twitched and he looked disdainful. The heretic sovereign saint said angrily. Brat, how dare you insult me? Do you know how miserable the consequences of insulting me are? Lin Feng curled his lips. I'm just speaking the truth. When did I insult you? You can't take it after being exposed? Your mental fortitude is a little too weak. You're courting death. The heretic sovereign saint roared and pounced at Lin Feng. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its sharp claws swiped at Lin Feng. I'll cut off your claws. Lin Feng sneered. Light flashed in his hand. The black dragon sword flew out. With the black dragon sword in hand, Lin Feng slashed at the heretic sovereign saint's sharp claws. Clang! 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 A series of clanging sounds rang out. Each clanging sound was like the ringing of a great bell, shaking the space-time continuum. What shocked Lin Feng the most was that when his black dragon sword clashed with the heretic sovereign saint's claws, it actually failed to cut off the heretic sovereign saint's claws. This was too inconceivable. The black dragon sword's power had increased greatly. It actually couldn't cut off the heretic sovereign saint's claws. Just how sharp were the heretic sovereign saint's claws? Kikik. Brat, do you know what cultivation level this corpse of mine had when it was alive? The heretic sovereign saint said in a sinister voice. What cultivation level? Is he at the great emperor realm? Lin Feng pursed his lips. The evil dominator saint laughed strangely. You guessed right. This corpse of mine was a great emperor when I was alive. Now that I've joined the Tao of Corpses and become a corpse cultivator, how are you going to fight me? As soon as he finished speaking, the evil supremacy saint moved as fast as lightning, instantly disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, he was already beside Lin Feng, his sharp claws grabbing toward Lin Feng's heart. It was as if he wanted to dig out Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He quickly moved to the left, wanting to avoid the evil sovereign saint's terrifying attack. However, Lin Feng wasn't able to completely dodge the evil sovereign saint's terrifying attack. Poof, the evil dominator saint's attack directly left a wound on Lin Feng's body. The terrifying corpse poison instantly invaded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body began to turn black. Lin Feng frowned. He hurriedly used the Great Poison Art. Under the Great Poison Art's activation, the corpse poison was temporarily suppressed. Brat, you know quite a few abilities, but your struggle is futile. The Great Poison Art may be able to temporarily suppress the corpse poison, but you can't detoxify it. Your battle prowess will plummet. This saint can kill you as easily as squashing an ant. The evil dominator saint said in a sinister voice. Who says I can't detoxify it? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He had suppressed the poison in his body. After suppressing the corpse poison, he summoned the white jade toad. Croak, 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 the white jade toad stood on Lin Feng's shoulder and croaked 3 times. Then, it suddenly inhaled. Suddenly, all the corpse poison in Lin Feng's body was devoured by the white jade toad. White jade toad. The evil dominator saint's gaze turned incomparably gloomy. As the evil dominator saint, corpse poison was one of his most important trump cards. With the white jade toad in Lin Feng's body, his corpse poison had lost its effect. Then, to the evil dominator saint, this was no different from a tiger pulling out its teeth. I'll give you a chance since it's not easy for you to cultivate. Kneel on the ground and swear to be my slave. Then, I'll spare your life. Lin Feng said indifferently. You dare to make me your slave? Brat, do you think you can be arrogant in front of the saint just because you have a white jade toad? This saint will capture you and torture you. Then, I'll watch you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. The evil dominator saint sneered and charged at Lin Feng again. Swish, swish, his sharp claws were like the most terrifying treasures as he clawed at Lin Feng again. The evil dominator saint was best at 2 abilities. The first was corpse poison. Once a cultivator was injured by the evil dominator saint in a battle, they would definitely be poisoned and their battle prowess would plummet. Not everyone was like Lin Feng, who had a white jade toad to help him detoxify the poison. The second terrifying ability was the physical body. The evil Dominator Saint's body was invulnerable and his claws were extremely sharp. He could easily tear apart a divine weapon of the giant divine soldier level. It was too easy to pierce a cultivator's body. With the poison and terrifying physical body, the evil Dominator Saint was invincible. But today, the person the evil Dominator Saint had to face was Lin Feng. The white jade toad on Lin Feng's body helped him deal with the threat of the corpse poison. And Lin Feng cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. His physical body was also incomparably strong. Of course, the evil Dominator Saint's body was cultivated from the corpse of the arch after all. His physical body was much stronger than Lin Feng's. In terms of physical body, Lin Feng was no match for the evil Dominator Saint. But this comparison did not take the dragonesque elephant arm into account. Lin Feng had cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art to the 4th level. He had cultivated the dragonesque elephant arm. This was a killer move. Facing the evil Dominator Saint's attack, Lin Feng kept the black dragon sword and began to cultivate the 4th level of the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Bang bang, Lin Feng's arms began to thicken and his sleeves exploded. In a breath's time, Lin Feng's arms were 10 times thicker than before. Lin Feng felt that his arms seemed to have a terrifying power that could shatter heaven and earth. Kid, die. The evil Dominator Saint laughed sinisterly, his sharp claws scratched over. Take this, young master's fist, shouted Lin Feng furiously while throwing a punch at him. Bang. A muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng and the evil Dominator Saint clashed. The evil Dominator Saint was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. No. This is impossible. The evil Dominator Saint roared in anger. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had a body refined by the evil Emperor Saint. Now, competing in physical body, he was actually sent flying by a true divinity cultivator. This was simply a heavy blow to the evil Dominator Saint. Take another punch from this young master, shouted Lin Feng icily. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Saint Xiazun and threw another punch. The evil Dominator Saint's expression was gloomy as he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Bang, both sides clashed for the second time. The evil Dominator Saint was the same as before. He couldn't block the attack of the dragonesque elephant arm at all. He was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch once again. I'm going to kill you. The heretic sovereign saint roared furiously. When had he ever suffered such humiliation, but now, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's punches again and again. The heretic sovereign saint felt like he was going crazy. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into pieces right now. A powerful corpse aura emanated from the heretic sovereign saint's body. Clatter, clatter, the sound of chains colliding could be heard. The corpse aura emanating from the heretic sovereign saint's body turned into thick chains. Every single one of them was like a chain of order. He sealed the sky and the earth and then moved towards Lin Feng to surround him. King of corpses! King of corpses! King of corpses! Voices could be heard coming from the chains. Those chains were very strange. They actually manifested the phantoms of evil corpses. The illusory corpses were chanting the name of the King of Corpses. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he had the impression that it contained a special and evil strength. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he suddenly felt dizzy. A soul attack? Lin Feng calmed himself down and hurriedly activated Luya's stargazing chart to block the soul attack. When he returned to normal, he realized that the chains were already coiling around him. Clatter, clatter, the chains directly coiled around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was completely locked in midair by the chains. He could no longer move. Keek keek. Kid, you've been bound by my chain of corpses. Now, you're like a fish on the chopping board. You're at my mercy. The heretic sovereign saint walked toward Lin Feng step by step. His eyes flashed with a cold light. As far as he was concerned, Lin Feng was doomed this time. Oh, the great path of sacrifice. I want to use the evil sovereign saint's chain of corpses as a sacrifice, an ancient chant suddenly came from Lin Feng's mouth. It was the incantation of the great sacrificial art. Die, kid. The heretic sovereign saint let out a sharp cry when he heard Lin Feng's chant. He quickly charged toward Lin Feng and stabbed his sharp claws at Lin Feng's chest. Originally, the heretic sovereign saint wanted to slowly torture Lin Feng. He wanted to see Lin Feng kneel in front of him and beg for mercy. However, he realized that Lin Feng was too difficult to deal with. He had already given up on his previous plan. Now, the evil dominator saint only had one thought. And kill Lin Feng immediately. Then, he absorbed Lin Feng's flesh and blood. Therefore, the evil Zun saint didn't hesitate to attack Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng's heart. The heretic sovereign saint to kill Lin. Although this scene was extremely bloody, it made the evil dominator saint feel very excited. However, it was too late for the heretic sovereign saint to kill Lin Feng because Lin Feng had already used the great sacrificial art. Lin Feng sacrificed the evil corpse shackles. After the great sacrificial art sacrificed the evil corpse shackles, the power obtained from the sacrifice was all poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's battle strength increased crazily. At this time, the heretic sovereign saint rushed over. Lin Feng punched at him again. Sensing the terror of Lin Feng's punch, the heretic sovereign saint's pupils contracted. "I'll break your arm." The heretic sovereign saint laughed sinisterly. He put his sharp claws together and slashed at Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't dodge. When the heretic sovereign saint's indestructible claws slashed at Lin Feng's arm, runes surrounded Lin Feng's arm. The runes were like a crystal wall condensed from crystals. This was the defensive crystal wall condensed by Lin Feng's great defensive art. Clang, clang. 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 Lin Feng successfully blocked the heretic sovereign saint's attack with his great defensive art. Then, his two powerful fists also landed on the evil dominator saint's body. One of his punches landed on the heretic sovereign saint's abdomen. His left fist landed on the heretic sovereign saint's face. The heretic sovereign saint suffered a heavy blow. His face was smashed by Lin Feng. His abdomen was pierced through. Blood flowed out. His body flew backward for thousands of meters before he managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. Damn it, damn it. When have I, the heretic sovereign saint, suffered such a loss? The heretic sovereign saint roared in anger, unable to accept what was happening in front of him. What kind of powerful cultivation did he have? Yet, he was suppressed by Lin Feng to the point where he couldn't even fight back. To him, this wasn't just a serious injury to his body. More importantly, it was a heavy blow to his soul. The heretic sovereign saint felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Brat. I'll let you have a taste of my absolute art. The heretic sovereign saint roared. Inside the heretic sovereign saint's body, corpse chi filled the sky. His injured body was rapidly recovering. Crack. Crack. Crack, crack. Crack. Following that, the sound of bones grinding could be heard from the heretic sovereign saint's body. His body began to grow bigger. As his body continued to grow bigger, the heretic sovereign saint's aura became more and more terrifying. Feeling the heretic sovereign saint's aura becoming more and more powerful, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The heretic sovereign saint was clearly going to use some kind of desperate method. However, something that shocked Lin Feng happened. The powerful aura released from the heretic sovereign saint's body shocked Lin Feng. It made Lin Feng feel a deep sense of fear. The heretic sovereign saint turned around and fled into the distance. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a dumbfounded expression. The heretic sovereign saint cursed as he fled. Brat. This saint has just awakened from a deep slumber. I've only recovered 10% of my strength. You have 100% of your strength, but this saint only has 10% of my strength at my peak. The battle between you and me is really unfair. Once the saint recovers, I'll definitely take your life. The heretic sovereign saint didn't forget to boast about himself before he fled. Do you think you can escape just because you want to? Lin Feng sneered. He stepped out of the void. Mysterious and ancient voices could be heard. O great Tao of curses, please descend the power of curses. Let me punish the lowly living being who dares to blaspheme the Tao of curses. As Lin Feng's voice fell, a mysterious strength descended from the sky and penetrated into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng tapped lightly on the heretic sovereign saint who had already fled far away. Ah! The heretic sovereign saint let out a miserable cry as his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Curse! You actually know the art of curses. The heretic sovereign saint shrieked. The most evil and terrifying art in the world was the art of curses. Now that he had been hit by Lin Feng's curse, he couldn't resist it at all. His heart was filled with endless fear. He was currently lying on the ground, unable to move even if he wanted to. Lin Feng had used the art of curses to instantly destroy his magic power. Moreover, the power of the curse had entered his body and sealed his 8 extraordinary meridians, making him unable to move at all. Ha 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 ha. That's right. The art I used is called the Great Curse Art. It's pretty powerful, right? Lin Feng laughed as he walked towards the heretic sovereign saint. This was the first time Lin Feng had used the Great Curse Art in a real battle. The effect was even more powerful than he had imagined. As expected of the most evil Tao art in the world. This power was an eye-opener for Lin Feng. I really didn't expect a mere true God realm cultivator to be so powerful. He's able to use all sorts of divine arts and peerless arts so casually. Moreover, many of these arts have been lost for a long time. The heretic sovereign saint's expression was extremely gloomy. Lin Feng said indifferently. Since you know how powerful I am, why don't you hurry up and acknowledge me as your master? I, the heretic sovereign saint, cultivated with the corpse of an emperor and entered the corpse Tao. In this world, only I can enslave others. I will never be enslaved by others. I'd rather die than submit to others. As soon as the heretic sovereign saint finished speaking, his body began to burn fiercely. Lin Feng didn't expect the heretic sovereign saint to rather die than submit. Lin Feng admired his character. However, Lin Feng didn't sympathize with the heretic sovereign saint. The world of cultivators was incomparably cruel. It was either you die or I die. Now that the heretic sovereign saint had been defeated and wasn't willing to submit to Lin Feng, he chose to end his life in a natural body. What if Lin Feng failed? He would be devoured by the heretic sovereign saint. This was the cruel law of the world of cultivators. One could have sympathy, but it was not for people like the evil dominator saint. Do you think you can be annihilated just because you want to? Did I promise you that? Lin Feng looked at the heretic sovereign saint indifferently. His eyes flashed with endless coldness. He stepped forward, and his right hand was surrounded by rays of Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, the power of purification began to surge wildly. Lin Feng used the great purification technique. He tapped lightly on the evil dominator saint's forehead, and the power of the poisonous flower flowed into the evil dominator saint's mind. Ah! The evil dominator saint let out a miserable shriek. No! I would rather die than be converted. The evil dominator saint roared. His soul began to burn. Crossing the sea of bitterness and reaching the other shore, becoming a Buddha on the spot, benefiting the world. This is immeasurable merit. Ba, Buddha is merciful. Lin Feng had a pious look on his face, like an enlightened monk. He tapped the evil dominator saint's forehead 3 times in a row. The evil dominator saint's body shook violently, and a peaceful look appeared in his eyes. The flames burning his body and soul disappeared. The evil dominator saint regained his mobility. He stood up and put his palms together, looking solemn. Ba. Thank you, Master, for helping me cross the sea of bitterness and letting me put down my butcher's knife. It's great that you can correct your mistakes. In the future, you must do more good deeds. Don't harm others, said Lin Feng. Thank you for your guidance, Master. This servant will remember it. I won't let you down, said the evil dominator saint solemnly. All right, follow me. Lin Feng nodded and flew up. The evil dominator saint followed closely behind. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng and the evil dominator saint arrived at the divine stone mine. Sun Jian hurriedly flew over when he saw Lin Feng. Sir, are you all right? Asked Sun Jian. Lin Feng said. I'm fine. This is the evil dominator saint. He used to be cultivating in the depths of the mine, but he has already submitted to me. I'll let him stay here and preside over the excavation of the divine stone mine. Yes, sir, said Sun Jian. Lin Feng said. Now, we can prepare for the excavation of the divine stone mine. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for your order to begin the excavation, said Sun Jian. Let's begin the excavation today, Lin Feng said. Sun Jian hurriedly went to give the order. Lin Feng stayed in the divine stone mine for 3 days before returning to the Dragon Gate Island. Over the next half a year, the divine stone mine was continuously excavated. With these ores, the blacksmiths of the Dragon Gate could continuously forge divine weapons. Currently, the number of blacksmiths in the Dragon Gate had increased to over 30. There were also 3 alchemists. It was just that these 3 alchemists were all true god-level alchemists. Therefore, they were far from the giant god-level alchemist, Zhuge Chini. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. The Dragon Gate had made great progress. The Dragon Gate army had reached 80,000 members. The Burning Blood Legion had reached 50,000 members. The Purgatory Assassin Organization had reached 20,000 members. Altogether, there were a total of 150,000 members. Moreover, the weakest among these 150,000 members was at the true god level. There were also quite a number of heavenly god level experts. The only thing missing was the giant god level experts. Cultivating to the giant god level was equivalent to standing at the peak of the 9 prefectures. It was already extremely difficult to recruit experts of this level. At the Divine Stone Mine, the Dragon Gate cultivators were continuously excavating the Divine Stone Mine. On this day, one figure after another came lurking. These were the most elite assassins. These assassins quietly killed the Dragon Gate cultivators patrolling the surrounding waters. Soon after, spiritual array masters appeared one after another and set up runes to seal off the surrounding waters. After the surrounding sea area was sealed off, ancient warships of war appeared one after another. They silently snuck toward the Divine Stone Mine. Because the Dragon Gate cultivators patrolling outside were all killed silently, they could not send out any signal. Therefore, the Dragon Gate cultivators who were mining the Divine Stone Mine did not know that danger was approaching. There was an evil dragon flag on each of the ancient war ships. Obviously, these people were from the Evil Dragon Palace. The Evil Dragon Palace had discovered the secret of the Divine Stone Mine, so they were greedy. The assassins trained by the Evil Dragon Palace quietly killed the Dragon Gate cultivators patrolling the surrounding waters. Then, the Evil Dragon Palace's spiritual array masters sealed off the waters so that the news could not be sent out. At the same time, they could also trap those who wanted to escape. Soon after, the army arrived at the Divine Stone Mine. Not good, the Evil Dragon Palace is here. When the Evil Dragon Palace fleet arrived at the Divine Stone Mine, they were finally discovered by the Dragon Gate cultivators who were on guard. Attack! A sinister voice came from the main ship. Boom! 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 One ancient war ship after another fired a dense barrage of spirit stone cannonballs at the Dragon Gate cultivator army stationed around the Divine Stone Mine. Ah! An incomparably shrill scream was heard. The Dragon Gate cultivators had yet to organize the power to resist. A large number of Dragon Gate cultivators were blown away by the spirit stone cannonballs fired by the ancient war ships. Many people died on the spot. The Divine Stone Mine turned into a sea of blood. Broken limbs of the Dragon Gate cultivators were everywhere. My lord, this is bad. Something happened. Before dawn, Sun Jian's voice could be heard from outside. I think it's Sun Jian, Princess Shirley said. Lin Feng nodded. Princess Shirley quickly helped Lin Feng change his clothes. After that, Lin Feng went outside. Only then did he realize that the heretic sovereign saint was also there. What happened? Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked. The heretic sovereign saint said. Master. The Evil Dragon Palace launched an attack on the Divine Stone Mine. They sent out 500 ancient warships and 1,000,000 cultivators. We were outnumbered and the Divine Stone Mine was breached in an instant. Of the 10,000 Dragon Gate cultivators stationed at the Divine Stone Mine, only 300 managed to escape. What? After hearing the news, Lin Feng's face instantly darkened. The cultivators of the dragon sect had suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the divine stone mine had been snatched away by the evil dragon palace. The divine stone mine was extremely important to the dragon sect. Once it was snatched away by the evil dragon palace, it would be a huge loss to the dragon sect. I'm useless. I couldn't protect the divine stone mine for my lord. I'm willing to accept my punishment. The heretic sovereign saint quickly knelt on the ground and said. Although the heretic sovereign saint was powerful, the other party had 500 ancient warships and 1,000,000 cultivators. No matter how powerful he was, there was nothing he could do. In such a large-scale battle, an individual's combat strength, it was impossible to turn the tide of the battle. Therefore, Lin Feng had no intention of blaming the heretic sovereign saint. He said, "Get up. This isn't your fault." "Thank you, master." The heretic sovereign saint responded and got up. "My lord, it seems like this battle is inevitable," Sun Jian said eagerly. Sun Jian was a battle maniac. He was excited at the sight of blood. Therefore, he became extremely excited when he knew that this battle was about to start. "Gather the army and head to the divine stone mine," Lin Feng said. "Yes." Sun Jian received the order and quickly went to prepare. With the Xianxia ancient warship in the lead, 50 ancient warships followed closely behind and headed to the divine stone mine. At the same time, Fire Scorpion Island, Evil Flood Dragon Island, and Rosen Island also mobilized 200,000 soldiers and 100 ancient warships. Together with the 50 ancient warships led by Lin Feng, the army of 100,000 soldiers gathered together. This was the most powerful force Lin Feng could muster at the moment. 700,000 soldiers rode on 350 ancient warships. They marched toward the divine stone mine in a grandiose manner. Naturally, such a huge commotion could not be hidden from the major forces in the ancient Desolate Sea region. It was not just the ancient Desolate Sea domain. The factions of the surrounding sea domains were also paying attention to the conflict between the Dragon's Gate and the Evil Dragon Palace. The Dragon sect was a rising power. Within a short period of time, they had become the overlord of the ancient Desolate Sea region. As for the Evil Dragon Palace, it was needless to say. The 9 great evil dragons had dominated the sea region for millions of years and were incomparably powerful. This time it was the 9th evil dragon palace that acted. The 9th evil dragon palace was the weakest among the 9 great evil dragon palaces. However, the 9th evil dragon was also a 10th heavenly layer giant god. Moreover, the 9th evil dragon palace had gathered countless experts with an army of 8 million cultivators. How terrifying was his strength! Therefore, many people did not think that the dragon sect could contend against the 9th evil dragon palace. 5 days later, the dragon sect's cultivator army arrived at the sea region where the divine stone mine was located. The cultivators of the 9th evil dragon palace seemed to have expected Lin Feng's arrival. Therefore, they had already set up a formation. 500 powerful ancient warships were lined up neatly. An army of 1 million was stationed on these ancient warships, their momentum shaking the heavens. The expert overseeing the main ship was an old acquaintance of Lin Feng's, Long Yuanhun. He was an evil dragon expert of the same generation as the 9th evil dragon palace. Long Yuanhun had joined forces with the butchering god to attack the deep-sea demon kingdom. However, Lin Feng had ruined their plan. Seeing Lin Feng walk out of the Xianxia ancient ship, Long Yuanhuan's eyes immediately revealed dense killing intent. He sneered and said, "Lin Feng, you're finally here. We've prepared some greeting gifts for you. Please accept them." As soon as Long Yuanhun finished speaking, the cultivators of the 9th evil dragon palace threw countless heads towards the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Bang bang bang, heads fell on the deck of the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. These were the cultivators of the dragon sect who had died tragically. After they died, the 9th evil dragon palace's people cut off their heads. Damn it! Sun Jian gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent. The cultivators of the dragon sect were all furious, including Lin Feng. Their hearts were burning with anger. There was an unwritten rule in the world of cultivators. In a battle between cultivators, regardless of whether the side won or lost, they could destroy the other side's corpse. However, they could never humiliate the other side's corpse. This was to preserve the last trace of dignity for the dead cultivators. This was to respect the dead cultivators. However, the ninth evil dragon palace's people cut off the heads of the dead cultivators of the dragon sect. Moreover, they threw these heads to Lin Feng. Obviously, they wanted to use this method to humiliate Lin Feng. "Collect the heads of our brothers," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The dragon sect's cultivators stationed on the Xianxia ancient ship walked out and collected the heads. "Ha ha ha ha, this gift is not bad, right?" Long Yuanhun laughed. "Don't humiliate the corpse. Long Yuanhun. You've gone a little too far. Today, I, Lin Feng, will personally cut off your head and offer it to my dead brothers of the dragon sect to comfort their souls in heaven." Lin Feng's eyes flashed with monstrous killing intent as he said word by word. Long Yuanhun looked at Lin Feng with disdain and sneered. "Kid, do you think you can compete with me? It's too funny. Don't you know that you're already a turtle in a jar? Ha 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 ha, what a stupid guy." Just as Long Yuanhun finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Above the ninth heaven, a huge vortex appeared. That vortex. It was violently twisting. Waves of destructive fluctuations surged out from the vortex. Then, ancient warships flew out one after another. 1,000 ancient warships flew out from that huge vortex. There were 2,000 dragon sect cultivators stationed on each ancient warship. Ha 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 ha, Long Xingyu led 1,000 ancient warships and 2 million cultivators to support the Grand Elder. A loud laugh came from one of the warships. It was an extremely young master. He wore a dragon robe and his gaze was cold and intimidating. "Greetings, Third Prince." Long Yuanhun led the million cultivators of the evil dragon palace to salute the young man. The young man was the ninth evil dragon's third son and was highly regarded by the ninth evil dragon. The ninth evil dragon had 3 sons. The eldest was called Long Xianxia, the second was called Long Xingchen, and the third was called Long Xingyu. This was the man in front of him. All 3 of them were powerful and capable. They were the ninth evil dragon's right-hand men. "You may rise." Long Xingyu waved his hand. "Thank you, Third Prince." Long Yuanhun replied and stood up. The million cultivators of the ninth evil dragon's army stood up as well. "Lin Feng, I've heard of you. I also know that you're quite capable since you've established the dragon sect in such a short time. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to me. Then, I'll spare your life." Long Xingyu placed his hands behind his back and looked down at Lin Feng with a condescending expression. They had 1,500 ancient warships on their side. An army of 3 million cultivators. Lin Feng only had 350 ships and 700,000 cultivators. The difference between them was huge. Therefore, Long Xingyu was full of confidence. He believed that there was no suspense in this battle at all. In Long Xingyu's opinion, he wanted Lin Feng to kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to him. That was because Long Xingyu cherished talents. He wanted to give Lin Feng a chance to live. "Who do you think you are? How dare you say such words to me? You're courting death. If you weren't the ninth evil dragon's son, you wouldn't even be qualified to speak to me. Do you know that?" Lin Feng glanced at Long Xingyu indifferently and said disdainfully. Long Xingyu's face darkened when he heard Lin Feng's words. He sneered and said, "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Since that's the case, only death awaits you. What are you waiting for? Annihilate these people from the dragon sect. Fire the cannons, loud shouts could be heard. Soon after, the ancient warships fired a dense barrage of spiritual stone cannons toward the 350 ancient warships on the dragon sect's side. After all, there was a huge disparity in the number of ancient warships on both sides. Therefore, many people on the dragon sect's side were panicking. No matter how they looked at it, they would definitely lose this battle and die. This was the time to stabilize the morale of the army. Lin Feng directly brought out the giant spirit stone cannon on the ancient starship Xianyuan. Boom boom boom, artillery shells flew out one after another. Bang bang bang, immediately after, the ninth evil dragon palace's ancient warships were blown to smithereens. The giant spirit stone cannon on the ancient starship Xianxia was simply too powerful. Against other ancient starships, it was simply an unstoppable force. Just one spirit stone cannonball was enough to destroy the other party's ancient starry sky ship. Too strong. The Dragon Sect's cultivator army was dumbfounded. Sun Jian laughed and said, "Brothers, with our sect leader here, we will definitely win. Victory! Victory!" The shouts of the Dragon Sect's cultivator army shook the heavens. Boom boom boom, the Dragon Gate's fleet also began firing a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons at the ninth evil dragon palace's ancient warships. Both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle, and the ancient warships were destroyed one after another. There were ancient warships of the Dragon Gate. However, there were even more ancient warships from the ninth evil dragon palace. Equipped with the giant spirit stone cannon, the ancient starship Xianxia was simply an invincible existence. One cannonball could easily destroy an ancient warship of the ninth evil dragon palace. Therefore, it did not take long. The ninth evil dragon palace's ancient starship Xianxia had already destroyed more than 100 ancient warships. Seeing this scene, Long Yuanhun and Long Xingyu's face turned incomparably gloomy. Charge and engage in close combat. This way, the giant spirit stone cannon on the ancient warship will not be able to display its effect. Long Yuanhun said in a deep voice. This person clearly had a lot of experience fighting on the sea. Because the Xianxia ancient warship only had one giant spirit stone cannon. In a long-distance battle, this spirit stone cannon could play a huge role. It could easily change direction and attack the ancient warships in the distance. However, in close combat, this giant spirit stone cannon would lose its effect. Because of the close combat, even if this spirit stone cannon changed direction, its attack range would be very limited. The spirit stone cannon could fly very far away, but the key was that there were no longer any ancient warships in the distance. From the side, the ancient warships behind would not be able to attack. In close combat, the other party only needed to find a way to break the restrictions in front of the Xianxia ancient starship. Then, they would find a way to break the restrictions of the Xianxia ancient starship and enter the ancient starship. Kill all the cultivators on the Xianxia ancient starship. Then, they would be able to control the Xianxia ancient starship. Woo woo woo. The bugle horn was blown to signal the charge. The ninth evil dragon palace's ancient warships rushed over. They directly scattered the Dragon Gate's fleet. Bang bang bang. Immediately, 5 or 6 ancient warships rammed into the Xianxia ancient starship. Clang. Clang, the Xianxia ancient starship was heavily rammed. Because it was surrounded by 5 or 6 ancient warships, it was very difficult to change direction. At the same time, the other ancient warships of the Dragon Gate also encountered the same situation. Every ancient warship of the Dragon Gate had been rammed by at least 2 ancient warships of the ninth evil dragon palace. Activate the formation-breaking dragon light. Long Xingyu shouted in a deep voice. After hearing Long Xingyu's order, the formation-breaking dragon light on the ancient warships of the ninth evil dragon palace began to activate. The formation-breaking dragon light was personally added by the ninth evil dragon palace and was extremely powerful. After the formation-breaking dragon light was activated, a powerful fluctuation was emitted from the ancient warships of the ninth evil dragon palace. Following that, gigantic evil dragons began to form. The evil dragons instantly turned into a terrifying beam of light. The beam of light was surrounded by a powerful evil dragon aura. The beam of light was the formation-breaking dragon light. Its power was unbelievably strong. Puff. Puff. Puff, ripping sounds could be heard one after another. The restrictions on the ancient warships of the Dragon Gate were constantly being torn apart. Activate the destruction beam and break the restrictions on their ancient ships. Sun Jian shouted. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the various ancient warships of the Dragon Gate also activated the destruction beam. The destruction beam emitted a destructive fluctuation and destroyed the defensive restrictions on the ancient warships of the ninth evil dragon palace. Kill. The cultivators on the ancient warships immediately rushed out and boarded the other ancient ships to fight. The battle was incomparably tragic. Corpses and severed limbs were everywhere. There were corpses of both the Dragon Gate cultivators and a cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace. At this moment, several ancient war ships that surrounded the Xianyuan ancient starship began to activate the formation-breaking Dragon Light. They wanted to destroy the defensive restrictions on the Xianyuan ancient war ship. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the world. Evil dragon phantoms emerged one after another and turned into array-breaking dragon lights that shot towards the ancient starship Xianyuan. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk one attack after another bombarded the ancient starship Xianyuan. The Xianyuan ancient starry skyship shook violently. However, the ancient starship Xianyuan's restrictions were strong enough to resist the attack of the formation-breaking dragon lights. It would take some time for the formation-breaking dragon lights to destroy the ancient starship Xianyuan. Fire! Lin Feng ordered. Asterisk crack crack asterisk the sides of the ancient starship Xianyuan opened. Then, 3 cannons stretched out from the muzzles. Asterisk boom boom boom, asterisk following that, the cannons began to fire a dense barrage of spiritual stone cannonballs at the surrounding ancient war ships. We've been guarding against you. The captains of the ancient starships of the Evil Dragon Palace sneered. Just as the shells fired by the ancient starship Xianyuan were about to hit the ancient starships, waves of divine light were released from these ancient ships of war. These divine lights shrouded the spirit stone shells fired by the ancient starship Xianyuan's 3 cannons. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk the spirit stone shells exploded in midair. Oh? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The captain of one of the ancient starships sneered and said, Lin Feng. Because many of our Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's battleships were destroyed by your ancient starship, Lord Ninth Evil Dragon ordered people to research this shattering divine light. Although this shattering divine light can't block your giant spirit stone shells, it can block ordinary spirit stone shells. Now, the giant spirit stone cannons on your ancient starship can't be used, and the spirit stone shells fired by the 3 cannons can't destroy the shattering divine light. You've turned into a toothless tiger and will die today. Boom boom boom. As the captain's voice fell, the formation-breaking dragon lights began to attack even more violently. One attack after another bombarded the defensive restrictions of the ancient starship Xianyuan. Lin Feng sneered and said, Stupid guys, do you think my ancient starship Xianyuan only has these 2 methods of attack? Let me tell you, the most terrifying attack of the ancient starship Xianyuan isn't the spirit stone cannons, but the Emperor runes. Asterisk buzz asterisk Lin Feng activated the distorted Emperor runes. The ancient starship Xianyuan's Emperor runes were too terrifying. These Emperor runes were arranged by Great Emperor Xianyuan. Great Emperor, the leader of the 5 emperors. The ancient Saint Emperor of the human clan. This powerful existence had cultivated to the realm of immortals in the past. But Emperor runes was the ancient starship Xianyuan, the ancient starship great. Was the ancient starry ancient great the monarch runes turned into twisted chains of order and swept toward the surrounding ancient warships. Asterisk bang 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 bang, asterisk a series of violent collisions resounded. The restrictions on the several ancient warships surrounding the Xianyuan starship were instantly destroyed. Not good, retreat. The expressions of the captains of these ancient starships changed drastically. They quickly controlled the ancient starships to retreat. But it was already too late for them to retreat. Monarch runes slammed into the ancient warships one after another. Asterisk crack crack crack. Asterisk the ancient starship started to crack. The hull started to disintegrate. Many cultivators wanted to flee for their lives. Asterisk boom 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 boom, asterisk but at this time, the densely packed spirit stone cannons flew towards the ancient starships before the cultivators could escape. The densely packed spirit stone cannons directly exploded. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk along with the sound of a violent explosion, a huge explosion rang out. The ancient starships were completely destroyed by the exploding spirit stone cannons. The cultivators inside were all killed by the explosion. After destroying these ancient warships, Yi Zichen was stunned. The ancient starship Xianyuan rushed towards the other ancient starships. But at this moment, the 2 sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. Lin Feng didn't dare to fire the spirit stone cannons casually. Because if he killed the cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace, he might also kill many cultivators of the dragon sect. Because the enemy had as many as 3 million people while the dragon sect only had 700,000 people, the difference in numbers was huge. Therefore, the dragon sect was clearly at a disadvantage in this battle. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. If this battle continued, it would be very disadvantageous for the dragon sect. Moreover, Lin Feng heard that the ninth evil dragon palace had 8 million cultivator army. Only 3 million cultivator army appeared here. The dragon sect could mobilize 1 million cultivator army at most. Lin Feng mobilized 700,000 cultivator army from the 4 islands this time, leaving 300,000 cultivator army to protect the dragon sect's 4 islands. To put it bluntly, if the two sides continued to fight like this, even if the 3 million cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace died here, the ninth evil dragon palace still had 5 million cultivator army. If the dragon sect's 700,000 cultivator army died here, then the dragon sect would only have 300,000 cultivator army left. Moreover, among the 300,000 cultivator army, there were less than 100,000 true elites. What could they use to fight against the ninth evil dragon palace? The situation at the Divine Stone Mine was extremely bad for the dragon sect's cultivator army. The dragon sect's cultivator army also suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, a huge fleet of 500 warships was advancing toward the dragon sect's islands. These warships had the evil dragon flag hanging on them. This was also the evil dragon palace's army. A young man stood on the main ship. That young man was wearing the same dragon robe as Long Xingyu. This meant that this man was also the ninth evil dragon's son. He was the ninth evil dragon's second son, Long Xingchen. When Long Xingyu led the army to fight Lin Feng to the death in the Divine Stone Mine, Long Yuanhun had led the army. This Long Xingchen personally led the army to destroy Lin Feng's nest, the Dragon Sect Island. How much longer until we reach the Dragon Sect Island? Long Xingchen narrowed his eyes and asked. Reporting to Your Highness, there are still 7 days before we reach the Dragon Sect Island. An evil dragon expert hurriedly replied. Slow. It's too slow. Increase the speed. This crown prince wants to reach the Dragon Sect Island within 3 days. Long Xingchen's sinister voice sounded. Yes, Your Highness. That evil dragon expert received the order and hurriedly went to issue the second crown prince Long Xingchen's order. Rumble. The huge ancient warships increased their speed and quickly sailed toward the Dragon Sect Island. P.S. I recommend a book called The Super Two-Faced System. Those who are interested can read it and ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Manta thinks. Kill. Killing 1 won't cost you anything. Killing 2 will earn you 1. At most, you'll be a hero again after 18 years. Sun Jian roared and charged onto an ancient warship of the ninth evil dragon palace. He immediately engaged in a battle with a group of ninth evil dragon palace cultivators. Sun Jian's blood-colored saber could kill several cultivators with a single slash. Many people followed Sun Jian and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace. For this battle, Lin Feng brought 50,000 cultivators from the Dragon Gate army, 30,000 from the Bloodstained army, and 20,000 from the Purgatory Assassin organization. Among the 4 islands of the Dragon Gate, the cultivators of these 3 armies were directly under Lin Feng's command. All of them were above the true God realm and each of them was equipped with at least 3 divine artifacts. They were well-trained and had powerful combat strength. During that intense battle, Lin Feng's elite troops had played a huge role. If it hadn't been for them, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to defeat them. With such a large disparity in numbers, the Dragon Gate army would have been defeated long ago. Jia 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 jia. Suddenly, a sinister laugh resounded between heaven and earth. Endless corpse chi permeated the air. The evil dominator saint flew out from an ancient ship. The churning corpse chi contained a terrifying poison. All the cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace who were enveloped by the corpse chi were poisoned and their combat strength decreased. Kill them quickly. The evil dominator saint said sinisterly. Yes. The Dragon Gate army immediately answered. Under the cover of the evil dominator saint, they began to massacre the experts of the ninth evil dragon palace. After the evil Dominator Saint made his move, the Dragon Gate army's disadvantage slowly recovered. Because the evil Dominator Saint's corpse chi was too powerful, he could control the corpse chi to attack the enemy. The corpse chi would only affect the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace and not the Dragon Gate army. Therefore, the battle gradually began to turn around. Damn it! The enemy has a poison expert. Grand Elder, use the 10,000 Ghost Devouring Banner to deal with him. Long Xingyu said in a deep voice. Yes. Third Prince, after Long Yuanhun received the order, he waved his hand and demonic chi began to churn. A demonic banner flew out from the demonic chi. Screech, a series of ear-piercing screeches came from the demonic banner. Countless wraiths manifested. The 10,000 Ghosts God-swallowing banner was an extremely vicious and evil magic treasure. It was said that in order to refine the 10,000 Ghosts devouring banner, one would need 10,000 evil ghosts. And to nurture a single wraith, one would need 100,000 souls. These 100,000 souls would constantly fight and devour each other. In the end, the surviving souls would evolve into evil spirits. Therefore, in order to refine the 10,000 Ghosts Devour banner, one had to kill 1 billion innocent people. The 10,000 Ghost Devouring God banner was a treasure forged by the 9th Evil Dragon. This time, Long Yuanhun was leading the army, so the 9th Evil Dragon had temporarily given this treasure to Long Yuanhun to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from occurring. If he had this treasure in his hands, even if something unexpected happened in this battle, it was enough to deal with it. Long Yuanhun controlled the 10,000 Ghost Devouring banner to attack the evil Dominator Saint. The 10,000 Ghost Devourer banner shot out a beam of devilish light and sent the evil revered saint flying. The might of this evil magic treasure was too terrifying. The evil Dominator Saint was held back by this treasure, so he no longer had the energy to release corpse poison to deal with the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Without the help of the evil Dominator Saint, the pressure on the Dragon Sex cultivators increased exponentially. Kill. Kill all the cultivators of the Dragon Sect, the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace shouted coldly. Their roars shook the sky. Damn it! Fight them to the death. Since the start of the battle, the cultivators of the Dragon Sex cultivators had been completely stimulated. Although they had fewer people than the 9th Evil Dragon Palace, the cultivators of the Dragon Sect were not afraid. Cultivators of the Dragon Sex cultivators were fighting on the various ancient warships and in the sky. The battle between the cultivators of the Dragon Sex cultivators was much more tragic than the battles between the armies of the mortal world. In midair, countless corpses fell into the sea. Rumble, the ancient starship Xianyuan soared into the sky and charged toward Long Xingyu's main ship. If they could kill Long Xingyu, it would be a huge blow to the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Fire the cannons. At Lin Feng's command, the giant spirit stone cannons fired at Long Xingyu's main ship from dozens of miles away. Ordinary spirit stone cannons would not have such a long range. However, the giant spirit stone cannons were powerful and had a long range. The longest range they could reach was 100 miles. Currently, the ancient starship Xianyuan was only 50 miles away from Long Xingyu's main ship. Naturally, it was within range. Lin Feng, you idiot. I've been waiting for you to take the bait. Now, you're the one who's throwing your life away. When he saw Lin Feng's ancient starship Xianyuan charging over and attacking his main ship, Long Xingyu sneered. Long Xingyu's face suddenly revealed a mocking expression. Light flashed in his hand, and a golden evil dragon statue appeared. Evil Dragon Golden Body. Lin Feng had chased Long Yuanzong outside of the 10,000 Stars Island, and Long Yuanzong had used his golden evil dragon body. The evil dragon golden body could communicate with the 9th Evil Dragon's power. It was exceptionally terrifying. The evil dragon golden body summoned by Long Xingyu was covered in terrifying evil dragon patterns. It was many times more powerful than the evil dragon golden body summoned by Long Yuanzong. O great father, evil dragon emperor, please send down your unparalleled evil dragon divine power. Long Xingyu prayed sincerely. Roar, suddenly, the evil dragon golden body in his hand let out a loud dragon roar. The evil dragon golden body soared into the sky and rapidly grew to 3,000 meters long in the blink of an eye. The evil dragon Great Emperor has appeared. The Great Emperor has appeared and protected us. Let's annihilate the Dragon Sex Cultivator Army. Annihilate the Dragon Sex Cultivator Army. Annihilate the Dragon Sex Cultivator Army. Seeing the huge evil dragon, the 9th Evil Dragon's Cultivator Army's morale soared. Their roars shook the sky. On the other hand, the morale of the Dragon Sex Cultivator Army was extremely low. The huge evil dragon in the sky brought too much pressure to the Dragon Sex Cultivator Army. Bang! The huge evil dragon waved its huge claws and shattered the giant spirit stone cannons fired by the ancient starship Xianxia. Rumble! Immediately after, the huge evil dragon rushed towards the ancient starship Xianxia. The ancient starship Xianxia was about 1,500 meters long. This evil dragon was more than 3,000 meters long, much longer than the ancient starship Xianxia. Evil Dragon Tail Whip. After the huge evil dragon rushed over, its mountain-like tail smashed towards the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. The ancient starship Xianxia couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by the huge evil dragon's tail. Kacha kacha. The ancient starship Xuanyuan's defensive restrictions began to crack. What a powerful evil dragon. How powerful is it? Its tail actually shattered the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship's defensive restrictions. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The battle prowess displayed by this evil dragon had moved him greatly. Lowly human. You're destined to die in my hands. The evil dragon's cold voice sounded. Swish, cold light flashed. The evil dragon's huge claw swiped over. This technique was called the evil dragon's claw. With a light swipe, the void shattered. Its power was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He began to activate the Emperor's runes on the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. He could activate 9 Emperor's runes now. This was his limit. He activated all 9 Emperor runes. Instantly, waves of destructive energy rippled out from his body. The 9 Emperor's runes turned into 9 chains of order and swept toward the evil dragon. This ancient ship is really not simple. It's actually inscribed with Emperor's runes. It seems like it's a treasure refined by a great emperor. After I kill you, this ancient ship will belong to my 9th Evil Dragon Palace. As the cold voice sounded, the 9th Evil Dragon's huge claw collided with the 9 Emperor's runes that flew out from the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Bang 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 bang, every collision. Heaven and earth shook. A destructive storm formed in the surroundings. Many cultivators were swept into the storm. Their bodies exploded and their souls were destroyed. Not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even the ancient starry sky ships couldn't withstand the storm. Kacha kacha kacha, the ancient starry sky ships that were swept into the storm began to dismember. Soon, they were completely destroyed. Fire! Lin Feng shouted. Boom boom boom, countless giant spirit stone cannons bombarded the evil dragon. The evil dragon stretched out its huge claw and blocked a portion of the spirit stone cannons. Another portion of the spirit stone cannons bombarded the evil dragon's body. Bang bang bang, the spirit stone cannons exploded. However, what made Lin Feng frown was that the spirit stone cannons didn't hurt the evil dragon at all. Wasn't its physical body a little too strong? Lin Feng felt somewhat incredulous. Even someone as strong as the evil dominator saint would be injured after being hit by so many spirit stone cannons, right? What material is this evil dragon golden body made of? His physical body is actually so strong. Lin Feng frowned. Brat. The spirit stone cannonball's attack is too weak. It can't hurt me at all. The evil dragon let out a series of roars and breathed out an endless amount of dragon breath. After the 9 Emperor runes were hit by the dragon breath, their luster became extremely dim. The Emperor runes quickly shrank back into their original form. Rumble. The evil dragon's huge claw reached out again and slapped towards the ancient starship Xianxia. Bang! Along with the ferocious attack, the evil dragon's attack landed on the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship and sent it flying dozens of miles away. Crack! Crack! The restrictions protecting the ancient starship kept cracking. It wouldn't take long before it was completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha, brat, let's see how you'll die. If you kneel in front of this prince like a dog, this prince will spare your dog life. Long Xingyu laughed and looked at Lin Feng with a sarcastic expression. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a puppet. He could toy with Lin Feng any way he wanted to Lin Feng. Rumble. The evil dragon's huge body flew towards the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Its body was more than 3,000 meters long and looked like a winding mountain ridge. Its dragon might shift the sky. The dragon sex cultivator army saw that Lin Feng couldn't contend with the evil dragon even with the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Their morale dropped even further. As for the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army, their morale was greatly boosted. One side was weakened while the other side was strengthened. The situation of the dragon sex cultivator army seemed to be getting worse. The evil dragon quickly rushed towards the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. It seemed to want to completely destroy the ancient starship's defenses and kill Lin Feng in one fell swoop. Woo! 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 At that moment, the sound of a bugle horn came from the distant sea. One after another, huge sharks covered in sharp spikes rushed out. Each shark was nearly 1,000 meters long. These sharks were called bone sword demon sharks. The huge sword-like bone spikes could fly out of their bodies and kill people from a distance. They were very similar to the flying swords of cultivators. Behind the group of sharks, there was a dense pack of deep-sea blood turtles. These deep-sea blood turtles were invulnerable and could spit out blood-red beams of light. Once one was hit by the blood-red beams of light, one's body would turn into a pool of blood. Behind the deep-sea blood tortoise were lightning demonic fish that could release lightning attacks. Behind the lightning demonic fish were deep-sea ogres. As far as the eye could see, there were countless ferocious beasts in the sea. In the center of the sea of beasts was a huge deep-sea demonic octopus. 30,000 oceanic race cultivators stood on top of the octopus. The leader was none other than Princess Shui Li's elder brother, Su Jiyuan. The relationship between Lin Feng and Princess Shui Li had been confirmed. So, Su Jiyuan had become Lin Feng's brother-in-law. The deep-sea demons were the descendants of Poseidon. They could command many beasts in the deep-sea world. Ha 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 ha, brother-in-law, I'm not late, right? Su Jiyuan said with a laugh. Seeing Su Jiyuan leading the army of deep-sea beasts, Lin Feng was almost moved to tears. He said with a smile, "You came at the right time. Today, let's work together and annihilate these people from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace." No problem. Everyone from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace deserves to die. Su Jiyuan said coldly. Previously, Long Yuan Hun and Slayer God had ambushed his father, the Deep-Sea Demon King, and had almost killed him. Later, he had joined forces with the merfolk and led an army to besiege the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom. If not for Lin Feng, the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom would have been destroyed. Su Jiyuan naturally hated the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Woo 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 woo, the sound of the bugle horn resounded through the world. Following the sound of the bugle horn, the army of deep-sea beasts immediately charged towards the battlefield. Ha 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 ha, brothers of the dragon sect, the deep-sea demon kingdom's crown prince is leading the army of deep-sea beasts to support us. We will definitely win this battle. Follow me and kill the enemy. Let's kill all the bastards from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Sun Jian roared. Kill. 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 The dragon sex cultivator army's declining morale instantly rose. They roared and charged towards the cultivators from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. When the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army saw the army of deep-sea beasts coming to support the dragon sex cultivator army, their morale fell into chaos. Long Xingyu said with a gloomy expression, "What are you afraid of? These deep-sea beasts and the dragon sex cultivator army added together are not as many as the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army. Today, we can annihilate the dragon sex cultivator army and the remnants of the deep-sea demon kingdom. Once we win the battle, all of you will be heavily rewarded." Kill. Long Xingyu's words stabilized the army's morale. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army roared and engaged in a chaotic battle with the dragon sex cultivator army, the deep-sea demon kingdom's cultivator army, and the deep-sea beasts army. Bang bang bang. Along with violent collisions, the ancient starship Xianyuan collided with the evil dragon again and again. They collided 3 times in a row. The ancient starship Xianyuan was sent flying once again. Kacha kacha, moreover. The ancient starship Xuanyuan's restriction was destroyed. Brat, your time of death has come. The evil dragon issued a sky-shaking roar and quickly flew towards the ancient starship Xianyuan. A huge dragon claw descended from the sky and slapped towards the ancient starship Xianyuan. After the Xianyuan ancient starry skyship's defensive restriction was broken, it would have to face the evil dragon's attack directly. At that time, the Xianyuan ancient starry skyship's hull would definitely be damaged. How could Lin Feng allow the Xianyuan ancient starry skyship to be damaged? Facing the evil dragon's attack, he directly rushed out. He threw a punch at the evil dragon's huge claw. Seeing Lin Feng rush out of the Xianyuan ancient starry skyship and attack the evil dragon, everyone was shocked. Everyone was stunned. The evil dragon was so powerful. Lin Feng rushed out now. Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? This kid is courting death. Long Xingyu's face was full of a sinister smile. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. Wait until this guy is dead. The Dragon Sect's cultivator army will be defeated. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army sneered. The Dragon Sect's cultivator army started to worry for Lin Feng. Because the evil dragon was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that it made people despair. When they saw Lin Feng rush towards the evil dragon, they felt very uncertain. Bang! Bang! At this moment, everyone saw Lin Feng's sleeves explode. His arms had become 10 times thicker. Lin Feng circulated the 4th layer of the archaic dragonesque elephant art and activated the dragonesque elephant arms. Previously, Lin Feng had used the dragonesque elephant arms to defeat the evil dominator Holy Sage. From this, one could see how terrifying the dragonesque elephant arms were. Now, Lin Feng used the dragonesque elephant arms again. All the power of the dragonesque elephant poured into the dragonesque elephant arms. Lin Feng had the feeling that his arms were filled with an endless amount of strength. It was a terrifying power. It was as if he could destroy a planet with a single punch. Bang! Lin Feng's dragonesque elephant arms collided with the evil dragon's huge claw. Everyone saw that with Lin Feng and the evil dragon as the center. The surrounding void began to crack. After the collision, Lin Feng quickly disappeared and appeared under the evil dragon's head as if he had teleported. Then, he threw a punch at the dragon's head. This evil dragon was indeed very powerful, but with its huge body, its speed was naturally slower. At such a close distance, it was impossible to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on the evil dragon's jaw. After receiving such a terrifying punch, the evil dragon's jaw was blasted open by Lin Feng. However, no blood flowed out from the explosion because this evil dragon was not made of flesh and blood. This. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Originally, many people thought that Lin Feng would be killed by the evil dragon. They might even be instantly killed by the evil dragon. But now, it was Lin Feng who had injured the evil dragon. The strength of the golden evil dragon body was directly related to the materials used and the evil dragon tattoos that covered the golden evil dragon body. The stronger the materials used to forge the evil dragon golden body, the denser the number of evil dragon tattoos, and the higher the grade of the evil dragon tattoos. Therefore, when the 9th evil dragon's power was added, it would be able to add more evil dragon power. The golden evil dragon body's combat power would naturally be stronger. Now, Lin Feng used the Dracophant arm and blasted open the evil dragon's jaw with a punch. The evil dragon was instantly heavily injured. Its combat power was greatly reduced. Despicable human brat, I'm going to kill you. The evil dragon roared and swung its sharp claws at Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the Dracophant arm. He threw a punch at the evil dragon. Bang! The two sides collided again. Lin Feng was still in peak condition. After being injured, the evil dragon's strength was greatly reduced. In this collision, the evil dragon's huge body was sent flying by Lin Feng. Oh my god! Am I hallucinating? Sun Jian cried out in shock. He could not believe what he was seeing. The evil dragon was so terrifying, but it was still no match for Lin Feng. This was unbelievable. It's true. The sect master is too strong. The Dragon Gate cultivator beside Sun Jian said immediately. The sect master is invincible. The sect master is invincible. The Dragon Gate cultivator army roared, and the sound waves rolled out. Even from 1,000 miles away, their roars could be heard. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Kill. Kill all the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Sun Jian roared. Kill. 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 The Dragon Gate Cultivator Army charged toward the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's Cultivator Army. My brother-in-law is so powerful. Su Jiyuan's heart was filled with deep shock, but he quickly came back to his senses and roared, "What are you waiting for? Today, I'll kill all the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace." Su Jiyuan led the Marine Species Army and the Deep Sea Beast Army to charge toward the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's Cultivator Army. In the sky, the battle continued. After Lin Feng sent the evil dragon flying with a punch, he quickly rushed toward it. Lin Feng was very clear about one thing. The reason he could suppress the evil dragon was because the Dracophant arm was too powerful. The previous battle between Lin Feng and the evil dragon was purely a physical clash. A physical clash. The evil dragon was not Lin Feng's match. However, if the evil dragon used its magic power to suppress Lin Feng would definitely not be its match. Therefore, he would not give the evil dragon a chance to use its magic power. Whoosh, Lin Feng instantly arrived in front of the evil dragon. "I'll beat you until your peach blossoms bloom." Lin Feng's voice was cold as he threw punch after punch at the evil dragon. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's Dracophant arm was too terrifying. Every punch was able to cause great damage to the evil dragon. The evil dragon's body kept exploding. Not long later, the evil dragon was covered in wounds. "Lowly ant, I want you dead. I want you dead." The evil dragon kept roaring. A powerful dragon aura was emitted from its body. Whoosh, suddenly, the dragon aura emitted from the evil dragon's body turned into a river of dragon aura. The river of dragon aura. It swept through heaven and earth. It directly enveloped Lin Feng. Then, the river of dragon aura pushed Lin Feng into the distance. "Brat, it's time for you to die. I'm going to use my Dracophant divine ability to kill you." The evil dragon kept roaring. Then, the magic power in its body began to circulate. Magic power was the source of power. Divine abilities were the means of attack. Only by using magic power to activate divine abilities could one unleash the most powerful combat power. The evil dragon's divine ability was definitely not as good as Lin Feng's, but the magic power in its body was too powerful. It could already ignore the difference in divine abilities. Terrifying ripples spread through the air as the evil dragon let out a deep chant. It was the dragon race's language, and Lin Feng did not understand what it meant. The Dracophant divine ability was the dragon race's trump card. It was a terrifying ultimate move. When it was activated, it needed to be chanted in the dragon race's language. "Almighty Tao of Curses, please descend upon us with the power of curses and destroy the divine ability that lowly worm is about to condense." Lin Feng walked through the void. He began to use the Great Curse technique, an extremely evil Tao of the 3,000 Great Tao, to attack the evil dragon that was condensing the Dracophant divine ability. As Lin Feng chanted, the power of the curse began to brew. Lin Feng did not choose to use an offensive divine ability to fight the evil dragon. This was because he knew very well that even if he used an offensive divine ability, he would not be a match for the evil dragon. The difference in magic power between the two was too great. A battle between cultivators was not necessarily a battle between offensive divine abilities. This was because there were many types of divine abilities, such as offensive divine abilities, defensive divine abilities, control divine abilities, transformation divine abilities, healing divine abilities, and so on. When cultivators fought, they would need to use different divine abilities to neutralize the opponent's divine abilities. At this moment, this was a test of whether a cultivator had cultivated enough divine abilities. Whether the divine abilities they cultivated were powerful enough. Only by cultivating enough divine abilities would one be able to find a way to break the opponent's divine ability. The more powerful the divine ability, the greater the chance of neutralizing the opponent's divine ability. Of course, the more powerful the divine ability, the harder it was to obtain. Therefore, when a powerful divine ability appeared, it would often cause a storm of blood. Lin Feng's Great Curse art was extremely strange. Even Lin Feng himself did not know how powerful this divine ability was. Waves of powerful curse power surged into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng lightly tapped the evil dragon across the void. Instantly, the magic power within the evil dragon's body dissipated. The evil dragon's dragon divine ability that was about to succeed was interrupted. What's going on? Why is the magic power in my body dispersing? Why can't I gather magic power? The evil dragon roared in disbelief. The situation in front of it was simply too strange. The evil dragon did not know what was going on. After hearing the evil dragon's confused words, the expressions of the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace changed drastically. Lin Feng's display of power had suppressed the evil dragon, causing their morale to be greatly damaged. When they saw the evil dragon about to use its powerful divine ability to deal with Lin Feng, they were filled with anticipation. They were hopeful that Lin Feng would be defeated or even killed by the evil dragon. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. They didn't even get to see the evil dragon unleash its divine ability before its magic power was strangely scattered. This was a heavy blow to the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Ha 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 ha, the sect master must have neutralized the evil dragon's magic power. The sect master is too powerful. Sun Jian laughed. The cultivators of the dragon sect were greatly motivated. Sect Master Lin is truly powerful. He's so terrifying at such a young age. He might become a great emperor in the future. The cultivators of the oceanic race discussed fervently. Lin Feng was overjoyed that he had managed to break the dragon's attack with his great curse technique. The great's great Dao, as expected. The evil dragon's magic power was silently broken. The evil dragon didn't even know how its magic power was broken. Lin Feng continued using the great cursing technique. He tapped the dragon again. He wanted to use the great curse to imprison the evil dragon. However, he failed. Why did I fail? I succeeded against the heretic sovereign holy sage. Is it because I'm not skilled enough? Is that why the great curse is sometimes ineffective? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He had already cultivated the great curse to the beginner level. The beginner level meant that he could just unleash this divine ability. As such, Lin Feng was unable to unleash the power of the great curse at this stage. If he wanted to truly unleash the power of the great curse, he would have to cultivate it to the pinnacle stage or even the pinnacle stage. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't find it strange that the great cursing technique didn't work at all. He quickly charged toward the evil dragon. Even if he did not use the great curse, his Dracofend arm was enough to kill the evil dragon that could not use magic power. Lin Feng instantly arrived in front of the evil dragon. Bam bam bam, he threw punch after punch at the evil dragon. Lin Feng's Dracofend arm could shatter a vacuum. It was so powerful that even ghosts and gods would tremble in fear. The evil dragon was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch after punch. I'll kill you. The evil dragon let out a furious roar. The sharp claws were actually covered in evil dragon runes. One evil dragon pattern after another fused into the evil dragon's sharp claws. The power of the evil dragon's claws. They were also increasing rapidly. Die. The evil dragon roared and swiped its claws at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked when he sensed the evil dragon's attack. The evil dragon's desperate attacks were indeed different. Even he smelled the scent of danger. But so what, with the Dracofend arm, Lin Feng was fearless. He threw a punch at the evil dragon's giant claws. Bam, along with a violent collision sound, the two sides collided again. Both sides were evenly matched in this exchange. Go and meet the King of Hell! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He used his 8 directional worlds to move as fast as he could. The archaic Dracofend art was activated. The power of the archaic Dracofend in his body flowed into his right arm. Gotcha! Gotcha! Surprisingly, Lin Feng's right arm had become much thicker than before. Lin Feng felt that his Dracofend arm contained enough power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Right now, he only wanted to release this power from his body. Rumble, the evil dragon's giant claws once again swiped at Lin Feng. Bam, Lin Feng's Dracofend arm collided with the evil dragon's giant claws. There was a puff. The attack of the Dracofend arm. It directly pierced through the evil dragon's giant claws. Lin Feng did not slow down and arrived in front of the evil dragon's head in the time it took to take a breath. It was an invincible attack. It viciously slammed into the evil dragon's head. There was a loud explosion. The evil dragon's head exploded. Whoosh, there was a flash of light, and the huge evil dragon's body turned into a palm-sized golden body. However, the golden body no longer had a head. The evil dragon is dead. The cultivators of the dragon sect shouted excitedly. When the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace saw this, their morale dropped. Many of them wanted to escape. Go, 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 go. Long Xingyu was so scared that his face turned pale. He knew how powerful the golden body of the evil dragon was. Now, even the golden body of the evil dragon had been destroyed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too terrifying. Now, the deep-sea monsters had led their army of deep-sea beasts to reinforce the dragon sect's cultivators. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivators could no longer suppress the dragon sect's cultivators. Moreover, the morale of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivators was very low. Their defeat in this battle was already a foregone conclusion. Long Xingyu was worried that he would be killed by Lin Feng, so he could not wait to escape. He did not want to stay a moment longer. Seeing that the 3rd Evil Dragon Prince had fled, how could the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivators continue to fight? Many of them did not even care about the ancient war ships. They directly soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Buzz, however, at that moment, dense formation runes appeared between heaven and earth. The formation runes began to twist and turn. Everyone from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace was trapped in the grand formation within a radius of 100 miles. Old Man To knows that many readers who read the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique are reading pirated versions. This book costs about $20 a month, which is the cost of a meal. This meal is the money Old Man To earns to support his family. I hope that those who are capable can download QQ Reading, search for the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique, and support the original version so that Old Man To can earn some money to support his family. If you are not used to reading on QQ, you can open QQ and click on the word status at the bottom right corner. A status bar will appear. The top of the status bar will list your friend's status, nearby, and interests. If you scroll down, you will see the word reading. Click on it, then search for the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique and add it to your bookshelf. Old Man To really hopes that those who are capable can spend $20 a month to read the original version of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique. Your meal is all that Old Man To earns to support his family. A huge array that covered a radius of 100 miles sealed the world. Most importantly, this array contained Emperor runes. Once any large array was integrated with Emperor runes, the power of such a large array would increase substantially by several levels. Just like the array Lin Feng was setting up now. With the Emperor runes as the core, it supported the heaven-sealing earth-locking array passed down by the Celestial Master sect. Everyone in the 9th Evil Dragon Palace was trapped like a turtle in a jar. This was the strength of a spirit array master. They could use a large array to trap others in it. As the successor of the Celestial Master sect, Lin Feng had mastered the most ancient, most powerful, and most mysterious spirit array techniques. He could silently set up a large array to seal the world at any time. Now that Lin Feng had used his strongest spirit array technique, he could seal the area within a radius of 100 miles. This was Lin Feng's current limit. Perhaps he was the only one who could do this. Even a spirit array master like Wen Ziren couldn't do it. To seal the area within a radius of 100 miles, not only did one need to have great attainments in spirit array techniques, but they also needed to know the best sealing array techniques. It was already good enough for an ordinary sealing array to seal the area within a radius of a dozen miles. The Celestial Master sect's heaven-sealing earth-locking array could seal the area within a radius of 3,000 miles at most. However, Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't enough to reach such a high level. However, sealing the area within a radius of 100 miles was enough to deal with these people from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Not good, we're trapped by the array. Attack the array with all your might. We must break the array. The cultivators from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace were pale as they roared. Bang bang bang, all kinds of attacks bombarded the array. With so many cultivators attacking together, it wasn't difficult to break Lin Feng's heaven-sealing earth-locking array. However, now that Lin Feng's heaven-sealing earth-locking array had been integrated with Emperor runes, its power had increased greatly. It wouldn't be a problem to trap these people for 2 hours. The array can't be broken. Many cultivators from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace cried out in horror. Their morale was already low. Now, they were on the verge of collapse. Kill. 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 Kill all the cultivators from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Sun Jian shouted. Kill them. Battle cries shook the heavens. The Dragon Sex Cultivator Army, the Oceanic Races Cultivator Army, and the Deep Sea Beasts Army all charged towards the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's Cultivator Army. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace's Cultivator Army, whose morale had dropped, was simply unable to withstand the attacks of the Dragon Gates Cultivator Army, the Oceanic Races Cultivator Army, and the Deep Sea Ferocious Beast Army. Puff. Puff. Puff, the Cultivator Army of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace began to be massacred. Countless corpses fell into the ocean. Rumble, the ancient starship Xianyuan crashed through the void and chased after Long Xingyu's flagship. Halfway through, Lin Feng saw Long Yuanhun holding the 10,000 ghost devouring banner. A murderous look appeared on his face. Long Yuanhun, your time of death has come. Lin Feng sneered again and again, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Long Yuanhun turned his head and saw Lin Feng flying over on the ancient starship Xianyuan, and his expression changed again and again. He had clearly seen how Lin Feng killed the evil dragon and was almost scared out of his wits. Now that he saw Lin Feng coming for him, he had no intention of fighting Lin Feng. He turned around and fled. But how could Lin Feng give Long Yuanhun the chance to escape? Fire! He gave the order and the giant spirit stone cannon's muzzle locked onto Long Yuanhun. Boom! 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 Countless cannonballs flew towards Long Yuanhun. Long Yuanhun's expression changed. He had no choice but to stop and defend himself against the cannonballs. Long Yuanhun stood in the air and waved the 10,000 ghost devouring banner in his hand. Bang! 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 The giant spirit stone cannonballs were swept away by Long Yuanhun's 10,000 ghost devouring banner. The might of the 10,000 ghost devouring banner was so strong that even Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng immediately activated his Emperor runes. 9 Emperor runes and the giant spirit stone cannonballs flew towards Long Yuanhun. Long Yuanhun was attacked from both sides. Although he could block the giant spirit stone cannonballs with the 10,000 ghost devouring banner, he could no longer block the Emperor runes. Bang! Long Yuanhun was sent flying. The 10,000 ghost devouring banner also flew out of his hand. Not good. Long Yuanhun's expression changed drastically. He wanted to charge towards the 10,000 ghost devouring banner and control it again. But at this moment, the 9 Emperor runes turned into 9 chains of order and wrapped around Long Yuanhun's body. Lin Feng gently tapped the air. Pfft, with a tearing sound, Long Yuanhun's dantian was pierced. Ah, the dragon source spirit let out an incomparably pitiful cry. His face was as white as a sheet. You actually destroyed my dantian. Lin Feng, you little bastard. I, Long Yuanhun, curse you to die a horrible death. Long Yuanhun's face contorted. With his dantian destroyed, he had become a cripple. At this moment, Long Yuanhun wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Lin Feng sneered and said, I have mastered the great curse art. You should be thankful that I didn't curse you. How dare you curse me? You're overestimating yourself and acting recklessly. The 9 Emperor runes swept Long Yuanhun over. With a thud, Long Yuanhun fell onto the deck of the ancient starship Xianyuan. Take him away. Lin Feng ordered. Yes. Immediately, 2 cultivators from the Dragon Gate responded and pounced on Long Yuanhun, taking him away and keeping him under guard. At this moment, the 10,000 ghost devouring banner wanted to escape. Endless ghost chi rolled out. The 10,000 ghost devouring banner rushed into the distance. Humph, where do you think you're going? Lin Feng sneered and took out the heaven devouring jar. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The heaven-devouring jar floated in the air and emitted a powerful devouring force that enveloped the 10,000 ghost-devouring banner. The 10,000 ghost-devouring banner struggled, trying to break free from the heaven-devouring jar's devouring force. However, after many attempts, it failed. In the end, the 10,000 ghost-devouring banner turned into a ray of demonic light. It was instantly devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. Ha ha ha, the treasure that the ninth evil dragon refined for countless years is mine. Lin Feng laughed and put away the heaven-devouring jar. Rumble, the ancient starship Xianyuan continued to fly toward Long Xingyu's flagship. At this moment, Long Xingyu's flagship was surrounded by hundreds of ancient ships of war. They were protecting Long Xingyu's flagship. All the ancient ships of war, including Long Xingyu's flagship, released the formation-breaking dragon light. They wanted to destroy Lin Feng's array and escape. However, Lin Feng's heaven-sealing earth-locking array was too powerful. It did not show any signs of damage after withstanding so many attacks from the ancient ships of war. Fire the cannons. When the ancient starship Xianyuan was about 20 li away from Long Xingyu's flagship, Lin Feng ordered the cannons to fire. Boom boom boom, one after another, huge spirit stone cannonballs flew out. It was as if they could blast a hole in the void. The power was truly unimaginably terrifying. Huge spirit stone cannonballs bombarded the ancient warships of the ninth evil dragon palace. Those ancient warships could not withstand the attack of the giant spirit stone cannonballs. Bang, 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 along with the sound of explosions, a series of explosions rang out. The ancient warships were blown apart one after another. The cultivators inside the ancient ship of war couldn't escape and were all killed by the explosion. Not long after, more than half of the 100 ancient warships were destroyed by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng. This prince wants to make peace with you. Let's sit down and discuss the terms of peace. Long Xingyu said gloomily. Hearing Long Xingyu's attitude, Lin Feng sneered. This Long Xingyu wanted to make peace, yet he still spoke in a high and mighty tone. It was as if she was the one begging for peace, and not the other way around. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Make peace? Now you want to make peace? Today, I'm going to sacrifice you as a sacrifice to my dead brothers in the Dragon Gate. Do you think I'll make peace with you? What a joke." Long Xingyu said coldly, "Lin Feng, you have to think clearly about who your opponent is. My ninth evil dragon palace has 8 million troops. This time, we are not sending out elite troops. There are still 5 million elite troops. Do you think the dragon sect can withstand them? Moreover, my father is a 10th heavenly layer giant god. As long as my father attacks, he can instantly wipe out your dragon gate. Don't forget, this is only the power of the 9th evil dragon palace. There are a total of 9 evil dragon palaces. You should know very well how strong the 9 evil dragon palaces are when combined. Those who offend my evil dragon palace won't have a good ending. Now, I can make the decision to negotiate with you. As long as you submit to my 9th evil dragon palace, all our grudges will be written off. You can also continue to be an overlord. What do you think?" Lin Feng was speechless after hearing Long Xingyu's words. He had seen many self-righteous people, but he had never seen anyone who could compare to Long Xingyu. Lin Feng sneered and said, "So what if it's the 9 evil dragon palaces? Even if they come, I'll still destroy them." "Lin Feng, you're impudent." Long Xingyu immediately shouted. "I don't want to waste my breath on a dying man like you." Lin Feng smiled coldly. Once again, he activated the giant spirit stone cannon. The giant spirit stone cannon continued to fire a dense barrage of shells. The ancient warships around Long Xingyu were destroyed one after another. Go all out against him. All of you, attack for this prince. Long rumble. Then, the giant spirit stone cannons were fired. Before the 9th evil dragon palace's ancient warships could reach the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship, they were destroyed by the spirit stone cannons. Even Long Xingyu's main ship was not spared. 3 giant spirit stone cannons flew out and destroyed Long Xingyu's main ship. Long Xingyu fled in a sorry state. But one of his arms was still blown off by the explosion. "Capture him." Lin Feng waved his hand. Dozens of dragon sect cultivators flew out from the Xianyuan ancient ship and surrounded Long Xingyu. After a fierce battle, they captured Long Xingyu. Lin Feng, you little bastard. You'll die a horrible death. Long Xingyu cursed. Lin Feng glanced at Long Xingyu coldly and ignored his curses. He then ordered his subordinates to bring Long Yuanhun. Soon, Long Yuanhun was brought up. After seeing Lin Feng, Long Yuanhun began to curse, Lin Feng, you little bastard. I curse you to have a fate 10 times worse than mine. Lin Feng's face was filled with a sinister smile. He took out the black dragon sword, held it with both hands, and slashed out. Long Yuanhun's head was directly cut off by Lin Feng's sword. Long Yuanhun died with his eyes wide open. His head rolled to Long Xingyu's side. Ah, spare me, I don't want to die. Long Xingyu collapsed when he saw Long Yuanhun's head cut off by Lin Feng's sword. There was a saying that a horrible death was better than a horrible death. Living was better. Who wanted to die, Long Xingyu originally thought that he was not afraid of death. But when he faced death, he realized how much he feared death. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Didn't you just curse me to die a horrible death? Lin Feng coldly looked at Long Xingyu. I was wrong, I deserve to die. Lin Gongzi, Sect Master Lin, please spare me. As long as you spare me, I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of Lord Father. At that time, Lord Father will definitely not make things difficult for the Dragon Sect. Long Xingyu begged. No need. I only want to use your blood to comfort the souls of the Buddhist sect's dead brothers in heaven. Lin Feng's face revealed a cold killing intent. He raised the black dragon sword. He slashed out. Pooh, Long Xingyu's head was also directly cut off by Lin Feng. After Long Yuanhun and Long Xingyu were killed by Lin Feng, the Dragon Sect's cultivator army's shouts shook the sky. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army's faces were as white as paper. We surrender. We are willing to submit. We beg Sect Master Lin to spare our lives. The densely packed 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army all knelt in the void above the sea and continuously kowtowed to Lin Feng. They begged Lin Feng to spare their lives. Originally, the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army had around 3 million people. After a series of battles, the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army only had 1.3 million people left. Sun Jian said, My lord. Right now, we are in need of people. Let's give these people a chance to redeem themselves. Even though Sun Jian looked rough and violent, he was actually a sharp person. He was Lin Feng's trusted aide, so he was willing to help those people. Lin Feng spared these 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army that surrendered, giving them a way out. Lin Feng looked at the densely packed 9th Evil Dragon Army's cultivator army and said in a deep voice, Since Army Commander Sun has pleaded for you, I will spare your lives today. Now, swear an oath of loyalty to me. We are willing to swear on our lives to be loyal to Sect Master Lin Feng. If we violate the oath, our souls will be shattered and we will die a horrible death. The 1.3 million cultivators all swore an oath. In a flash, Lin Feng had the impression that a talisman was condensing in his brain. These oath runes were the connection between Lin Feng and these 1.3 million cultivators. Lin Feng could feel anyone who had ill intentions towards him. As long as you are loyal and devoted, this sect master will not treat you unfairly in the future. Lin Feng said. Thank you, sect master. The 1.3 million cultivators replied in unison, their voices shaking the sky. At this moment, a communication jade talisman on Lin Feng's body vibrated violently. Lin Feng took out the communication jade talisman and sent his divine sense inside. He heard Wan Yanyang's voice, Master, the Dragon Gate Island has been completely sealed off by the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's army. Master, please come to our aid quickly. Otherwise, the Dragon Gate Island will be breached by the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Boom. Boom. Boom, huge ancient warships lined up around the Dragon Gate Island and fired a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons at the island. The entire Dragon Gate Island was surrounded by a huge formation. All the spirit stone cannons were blocked by the formation. Many forces from the ancient desolate sea region had gathered around the island. Many people were waiting for the outcome of the battle. I'm afraid the Dragon Gate Island is doomed. I heard that the ninth evil dragon palace is serious about the divine stone mine. They must destroy the dragon gate. Although the dragon gate is developing quickly, it's still a new force. It can't be compared to the ninth evil dragon palace. I heard that Lin Feng personally led an army to the divine stone mine to take it back. I don't think he's going to survive. Why do you say that? Isn't it obvious enough? They're obviously trying to lure Lin Feng to the Dragon Gate so that they can annihilate the Dragon Gate's main army. Then, they'll have another force behind them to attack the Dragon Gate's base and wipe them out. If that's the case, Lin Feng is probably going to die. I'm worried that the ninth evil dragon palace will take the opportunity to invade the ancient desolate sea region after the Dragon Gate is destroyed. Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. I'm sure you all understand this, right? Yeah, I'm also worried that the ninth evil dragon palace will invade the ancient desolate sea region. When that happens, the entire ancient desolate sea region will become their territory. By then, there won't be any place for us to stay. The reason why the ninth evil dragon palace attacked the dragon sect was because of the old grudge between them and the leader of the dragon sect, Lin Feng. The second reason was because the dragon sect controlled a massive divine stone mine. The ninth evil dragon palace was also jealous. However, the ninth evil dragon palace didn't have any grudges with the other forces in the ancient desolate sea region. As far as I know, after the war broke out between the ninth evil dragon palace and the dragon sect, the ninth evil dragon palace was worried that the other forces in the ancient desolate sea region would misunderstand the ninth evil dragon palace's intention. Therefore, they sent their army to support the dragon sect. Therefore, the upper echelons of the ninth evil dragon palace personally explained the situation to the upper echelons of the major forces in the ancient desolate sea region. They also promised that they would not attack the major forces in the ancient desolate sea region. I see. If that's the case, we can be at ease. I wonder, how long can this island last? I have to admit that this Lin Feng is really a genius. He has such a powerful cultivation base at such a young age. Moreover, his attainments and formations are really shocking. I heard that the defensive formation of the Dragon Sect Island was set up by him alone. Its defensive power is really strong. This person is indeed a genius. However, since he has offended the ninth evil dragon palace, he won't have a good ending. The formation he set up is indeed strong. However, facing the attack of 500 ancient warships, I don't think it will last long. Just as the surrounding cultivators were discussing, the ancient warships of the ninth evil dragon palace launched an even fiercer attack. Spiritual stone cannonballs swept out in all directions. Asterisk roar, asterisk a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. The formation-breaking dragon light was activated. The spiritual stone cannonballs attacked together with the formation-breaking dragon light. The power was even stronger and more terrifying. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk the tyrannical attacks bombarded the defensive restriction of the Dragon Gate Island one after another. As time passed, the defensive formation of the Dragon Sect Island began to tremble. Dragon Sect Island. In the main hall. Butterfly was sitting on a chair, gently wiping the cold sword in her hand. Her beautiful face was filled with a cold expression. This time, she hadn't followed Lin Feng to battle. Instead, she had been left behind by Lin Feng to guard the Dragon Gate Island with Wang Yangyang. If anything happened, the two of them could discuss it with each other. The expression on Butterfly's face seemed to always be that cold expression. Her eyes were filled with endless coldness. She was an assassin, and her heart was as cold as steel. No matter what kind of danger she faced, Butterfly was able to face it calmly. Wang Yangyang stood to the side with his hands behind his back. He looked at the densely packed spiritual stone cannonballs and formation-breaking dragon light falling from the sky and bombarding the defensive formation. He said, "After we break the formation, I will lead the army to fight. You take Master's family and break out. You must bring them out safely." The family Wang Yangyang mentioned was naturally Princess Xueli, Naza, and the others. All right. Butterfly didn't say anything. She only nodded. She had always been a person of few words. Even when Lin Feng asked her a few questions, she didn't say a single word, as if it were gold. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, bang bang bang, 500 ancient warships were constantly attacking the defensive formation of the Dragon Gate Island. Crack! 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 The formation of the Dragon Gate Island began to break. Wang Yangyang gathered the army. There were still 50,000 cultivators inside the Dragon Gate Island. Butterfly was escorting Princess Xueli and the others. She couldn't bring too many people with her, so she only brought along 2,000 people from the Purgatory Assassin organization. The remaining people were gathered by Wang Yangyang. Brothers! The sect leader has treated us well. Today, the Dragon Gate is in danger. We must hold back the cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace even if we have to die. Let Lady Butterfly send the sect leader's family out. Even if we die, we will die honorably as men. Wang Yangyang said in a low voice. We are willing to fight for the sect leader. We have no regrets even if we die. The cultivators of the Dragon Gate shouted. Crack crack, finally, the formation protecting the Dragon Gate Island couldn't hold on anymore. It began to crack. The fleet of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace attacked for another hour. Pung, the formation protecting the Dragon Gate Island broke. Long Xingchen laughed sinisterly, capture all the higher-ups of the Dragon Gate. In the future, I will need these people to control the huge territory of the Dragon Gate in the ancient Desolate Sea region. Also, capture Lin Feng's women. This crown prince is very interested in them. Your Highness, don't worry. None of Lin Feng's women can escape. I promise to capture them for your Highness. One of the evil dragon experts immediately said. The evil dragon race was lascivious by nature. Long Xingchen was the same. Whether it was the Little Mermaid, Princess Xueli of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom, Mo Wuyo of the Demon Race, Suer of the Demon Race, Yu Zichu and Yu Liuji of the Human Race, or Enya of the Angel Race, they were all peerless beauties. Long Xingchen had already asked around about the people by Lin Feng's side. Therefore, Long Xingchen was very interested in the women by Lin Feng's side. He couldn't wait to capture Lin Feng's women. Kill. Numerous cultivators of the 9th Evil Dragon Palace soared into the sky from the ancient warship and flew towards the depths of the Dragon Gate Island. The seal has been broken. Dragon Sect is finished. That's right. After today, the Dragon Sect will become history. Many people gathered around and started discussing. Now that the seal protecting Dragon Sect's island had been broken, in the eyes of these cultivators, Dragon Sect's destruction was already destined. Kill, Wang Yangyang led the army to attack the cultivators of 9th Evil Dragon Palace. Both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Although Dragon Sect's cultivator army had fewer people. Because of their superior equipment and high cultivation base. Therefore, even though they were outnumbered, they did not fall into a disadvantageous position at the beginning. Instead, they displayed their might and killed countless cultivators of 9th Evil Dragon Palace. This caused Long Xingchen to be furious. Long Xingchen sent out even more experts to besiege Dragon Sect's cultivator army. The battle was incomparably fierce. Although Dragon Sect's cultivator army was made up of elites, the key point was that their numbers were too small compared to 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivators. As time passed, Dragon Sect's cultivator army began to show signs of fatigue. Pooh. 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 Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. Dragon Sect's cultivator army was also constantly being killed. Your Highness. We discovered a small team of around 2,000 people breaking out from the other side of Dragon Sect's island. At this time, an evil dragon expert came to report to Long Xingchen. Humph. It must be these people who want to escort Lin Feng's women out. This prince will personally go and capture all of Lin Feng's women. Long Xingchen suddenly laughed sinisterly. He then soared into the sky and flew towards the other side of the island. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, cultivators of 9th Evil Dragon Palace soared into the sky one after another. There were a total of 10,000 people, and their momentum was mighty. They followed behind Long Xingchen and quickly flew towards the other side of the island. Not good, Butterfly and the others must have been discovered. Seeing Long Xingchen flying towards the other side of the island, Wang Yangyang's expression changed greatly. He shouted, Brothers of Dragon Sect, follow me to intercept Long Xingchen. Wang Yangyang soared into the sky. He flew towards Long Xingchen. Dragon Sex Cultivator Army also soared into the sky and rushed towards Long Xingchen. However, there were too many cultivators of Ninth Evil Dragon Palace surrounding them. They were densely packed and countless. Boom! 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 All kinds of divine abilities and magic treasures attacked. Wan Yang and the others were blasted back. Moreover, many of them were directly killed. Damn it! I'll fight it out with you bastards. Wan Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he charged towards the cultivators of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace. On the other side of the island. Although this side was blocked by the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's ancient warships. However, the defensive power was far inferior to that of the main battlefield. Most of the soldiers were also gathered at the main battlefield inside Dragon Gate Island. Therefore, Butterfly intended to break out from here. She led the experts of the Purgatory Assassin organization to escort Princess Shirley and the others away. Originally, Butterfly wanted to win with speed. Before the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace cultivators could react, she had already rushed out of the encirclement. However, the cultivators of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace had been paying close attention to their surroundings. So Butterfly's plan fell through. The cultivators of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace were overjoyed when they saw Butterfly and the others. Because they saw many beautiful women. Weren't they the women the Crown Prince wanted? The cultivators of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace wanted to capture Princess Shirley and the others. This was a great merit. However, how could it be so easy to capture Princess Shirley and the others? The people led by Butterfly were all experts among experts. Although they were fewer in number, they won in terms of strength. In addition, the cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace that blocked this sea area was relatively weaker. Therefore, after a fierce battle, Butterfly led everyone to tear through the blockade and successfully break out. Then, they quickly rushed into the distance, wanting to quickly escape from this place. We can't escape, however, at this moment. The void split open. Long Xingchen appeared above Butterfly and the others. As the son of the evil dragon, Long Xingchen's bloodline was very powerful. This year, he had cultivated for more than 125,000 years. His cultivation had reached the quasi-giant god realm. His cultivation was very terrifying. Among the people of Dragon Gate Island, Butterfly's cultivation was the strongest. Currently, Butterfly's cultivation was at the 8th layer of the heavenly god realm. At this realm, no matter where she went, she could be called a top expert. However, now, the expert Butterfly had to face was Long Xingchen. Butterfly was very strong. But Long Xingchen's strength was even stronger. In front of Long Xingchen, the difference in strength between Butterfly and Long Xingchen was huge. We can't escape. Long Xingchen's voice was cold. He stood in the void and slapped down on more than 2,000 people below. This palm actually enveloped more than 2,000 people. This person was really arrogant. He actually wanted to use his own strength. He suppressed everyone, including Butterfly. You guys go first, I'll hold him back. Butterfly said in a deep voice. Sister Butterfly, you must be careful. Naza called out worriedly. She was kind-hearted and had always been very fond of Butterfly. Although Butterfly's temperament was cold and she wasn't close to the others of Dragon Gate. She was only close to Naza. Live well. Butterfly said. Then, she held her sword and soared into the sky. Sword cutting heaven and earth. Butterfly attacked. She became one with her sword. She turned into a dazzling sword light and slashed at Long Xingchen. Overestimating yourself. Long Xingchen sneered and slapped down. Bang! The two sides collided. The sword light formed by Butterfly was directly beaten back to its original form by Long Xingchen's attack. Butterfly was sent flying. Wah! She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Sister Butterfly. Naza saw this scene in the distance and immediately shed tears. Run! Leave alive! Hudy shouted and once again rushed towards Long Xingchen. She held her sword in her hand and attacked Long Xingchen without fear of death. In the distance, the cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace had already chased after them. Naza and the others also had to leave. The little girl was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Princess Shueli wiped away Naza's tears and followed Naza to escape into the distance. Swish, facing Butterfly's attack. Long Xingqian's body slightly swayed. The butterfly assassin's sword pierced nothing but air. Bang, Long Xingqian's attack landed on Butterfly's left chest. Crack, crack. Bones broke. Butterfly's body flew out. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. This attack. It caused her to suffer extremely serious injuries. Butterfly. That's Lin Feng's confidant, she helped Lin Feng train assassins. Now she's going to die. Many cultivators who were watching the show also rushed over from afar. Seeing this scene, many people immediately began to discuss. I'll take your life. Long Xingqian's voice was cold. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Butterfly. His right hand. Using his palm as a blade. A blade slashed towards Butterfly's neck. He wanted to behead Butterfly directly. Butterfly's situation was extremely dangerous. She could lose her life at any moment. But now, Butterfly was powerless to resist. Butterfly's eyes were wide open. She seemed to want to imprint Long Xingqian's appearance in her mind before she died. Butterfly was about to be killed by Long Xingqian. Swish, suddenly, a cold light appeared, piercing through the void and heading straight for Long Xingqian. This cold light contained a terrifying killing intent. Long Xingqian couldn't help but frown. If he insisted on killing Butterfly, he would definitely be killed by this cold light. Retreat, Long Xingqian's expression was gloomy as he quickly retreated. He retreated 100 meters and dodged the attack. Everyone had an incomparably astonished expression. They didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. Look, it's Lin Feng. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. On the surface of the sea, a young and handsome man was walking over step by step. That young and handsome man was the dragon sex leader, Lin Feng. He made it back in time. He saved Butterfly. Big brother Lin is back. When Na Zha saw Lin Feng, she jumped up and down excitedly. How did Lin Feng come back alive? The spectating cultivators all looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe their eyes. They had guessed that Lin Feng would be besieged by the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's army and might have died at the Godstone mine. But the reality was that Lin Feng had returned safe and sound. The sect master is back. The dragon sect cultivators of the Purgatory Assassin organization were extremely excited. Lin Feng looked at Princess Shirley, Naza, and the others and asked, "Are you all okay?" "We're fine. Big brother Lin, go and check on Sister Butterfly. She's seriously injured," Naza said worriedly. Lin Feng nodded. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Butterfly. He took out a precious giant god-grade healing pill. He had Butterfly swallow it. "Thank you, Master," Butterfly said. "Go and rest. Leave the rest to me," Lin Feng said. Butterfly nodded and flew toward Princess Shirley, Naza, and the others. You're Lin Feng? You actually came back alive from the Godstone mine? You're the only one who escaped alive? Since you've escaped, you should find a place to live with your tail between your legs instead of coming here to die." Long Xingqian looked at Lin Feng with contempt. In his eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. "Who said I came alone?" Long Xingqian. Rumble, rumble, rumble rumble, rumble rumble Xingqian at Xingqians. Behind the ancient war ship, there were countless beasts. Sun Jian roared. His voice shook the heavens. The densely packed cultivators soared into the sky and charged toward the 9th Evil Dragon Palace cultivators on the Dragon Gate Island. Heavens, what's going on? Since when did the Dragon Gate have so many soldiers? Look, that's a deep-sea beast army. That's Su Jiyuan, the prince of the deep-sea monsters, right? Look, that woman is the princess of the deep-sea monsters, Princess Shirley. She seems to be Lin Feng's woman. No wonder Su Jiyuan came to help Lin Feng. Countless cultivators in the surroundings discussed animatedly. These people were incomparably shocked. They were all shocked because the development of the situation was completely out of their expectations. This is impossible. Long Xingqian couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't help but roar. Lin Feng sneered. In the Godstone Mine, Long Yuanhun and Long Xingyu led the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's army. They were defeated by the Dragon Gate's army, the Deep Sea Monsters' army, and the Deep Sea Beasts' army. Long Yuanhun and Long Xingyu were killed by me. Then, I took over the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's army of 1,300,000 and 1,000 ships. Nothing is impossible. Everything you see is real. At that moment, the heretical diviner saint led a group of experts over. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Kill everyone from the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace. As for Long Xingchen, leave him to me." "Yes, master." The heretical diviner saint replied and led the Dragon Gate's experts to attack the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's cultivators. Lin Feng walked towards Long Xingchen. "Have you decided how you want to die?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he hadn't restrained it at all. Lin Feng and Long Xingchen are going to fight. I wonder who will win. Long Xingchen has been cultivating for 125,000 years. He's already a quasi-giant god. His strength is terrifying. Lin Feng is young, but he established the Dragon Gate. It's obvious how powerful he is. Lin Feng's cultivation is also very strong. It's hard to say who will win against Long Xingchen. There's something you don't know, right? What is it? Long Xingchen has already awakened his bloodline and can undergo atavism. Once he does, his cultivation will increase greatly. Lin Feng is strong, but his cultivation is still too low. I think he can compete with Long Xingchen before atavism, but once Long Xingchen atavism, Lin Feng will definitely lose. Long Xingchen can undergo atavism? If that's the case, Lin Feng will be in danger. Some cultivators whispered to each other. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. They were more optimistic about Long Xingchen's victory. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him, Long Xingchen sneered. "Lin Feng, I admit that you're good at gathering people's support. That's why you were able to establish the Dragon Gate in such a short time, but you want to fight me with your weak cultivation? What a joke. Whether it's a joke or not, we'll know after the battle." Lin Feng looked indifferent. He walked towards Long Xingchen step by step. "Die, brat." Long Xingchen's eyes were cold. He took the initiative to attack, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Buzz, within the void, a treasure seal was formed. 9 evil dragons coiled around the seal. The 9 evil dragons had awakened. They began to swim around the seal. A terrifying dragon's aura was emitted from the seal. That's the evil dragon god suppressing seal. It's a top divine ability of the evil dragons. It's said that it can easily kill gods and demons. After seeing Long Xingchen's powerful divine ability, some cultivators suddenly cried out in alarm. Rumble. Long Xingchen's evil dragon god suppressing seal descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Feng, making it impossible for him to escape. Then, it pressed down on Lin Feng, trying to kill Lin Feng in midair. Long Xingchen was indeed worthy of being the son of the evil dragon. He had great talent and a high cultivation. Although he couldn't compare to Lin Feng in terms of talent, he was still an expert who could challenge those of a higher realm. Therefore, his attack was very powerful. Lin Feng was quite surprised when he felt the power of the evil dragon god suppressing seal. However, he was only surprised. Lin Feng's cultivation was no longer the same as before. Even the evil dragon golden body had been killed by Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng remained calm when facing the attack of the evil dragon god suppressing seal. He punched at the evil dragon god suppressing seal descending from the sky. Bang, the two sides collided. The evil dragon god suppressing seal was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. It wasn't destroyed by my punch. Its power is beyond my expectations. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He stepped forward and swung his right fist at the evil dragon god suppressing seal. Bang, Lin Feng punched the evil dragon godly oppressing imprint again. This time, the evil dragon godly oppressing imprint broke. Lin Feng stepped toward Long Xingchen, his eyes cold and murderous. Long Xingchen, do you think you're very strong? In fact, your thinking is very stupid. In front of me, you're as weak as an ant. Today, I'll let you know my strength. The eternal river of death, flowing out from the underworld. The Grim Reaper will be born in it to reap the lives of the mortal world. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation of the Great Death Art, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. Lin Feng chanted the incantation of the Great Death Art. A loud rumbling sound resounded through the sky. Above the 9 heavens, a river of death condensed. The river of death engulfed the heavens and earth, emitting a loud rumbling sound. It directly enveloped Long Xingyu. Lin Feng had mastered the Great Death Art a long time ago. Previously, because his cultivation was relatively low, he couldn't display the power of this ability. But things were different now. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased, the might of the Great Death technique had also begun to show. At this moment, terrifying death gods were formed in the river of death one after another. I've come from hell. Give me the lives of billions of people. The gods of death let out eerie voices that were even hoarser and more unpleasant than the voices of ghosts. It made one's heart tremble. The river of death directly enveloped Long Xingchen. Evil Dragon Divine Fist. Break, break, break. Long Xingchen had a gloomy look on his face as he punched the Grim Reaper one after another. Every time Long Xingchen threw out a punch, the shadow of an evil dragon materialized in the air. The illusory evil dragons charged towards the death gods. The two sides fought fiercely. The evil dragon phantom and the Grim Reaper were reduced to ashes. I have an undying body. No divine ability can kill me. All of a sudden, the Grim Reapers once again manifested. The Grim Reapers once again charged towards Long Xingchen. What? Long Xingchen's face suddenly changed. He originally thought that after destroying the Grim Reapers, it would be easy to break Lin Feng's divine ability. Unexpectedly, the result was completely different from what he had expected. In the river of death, the Grim Reaper was the word undying. Unless he directly broke Lin Feng's river of death. Or else, he would not be able to destroy the Grim Reapers. Dozens of Grim Reapers besieged Long Xingchen. Long Xingchen's face became incomparably unsightly. However, Long Xingchen's methods were extraordinary. When the Grim Reapers attacked, Long Xingchen suddenly used stellar transposition. A world of stars appeared around him. When the dozens of Grim Reapers attacked, the world of stars swallowed all the attacks. Then, all the attacks were reflected by the world of stars back at the Grim Reapers. Bang, 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 the reflected attacks would shatter the bodies of the death gods one by one, and then they would be reborn. Lin Feng appeared in the river of death. Like the Lord of the Underworld, he stepped forward and appeared behind Long Xingchen, sending a punch towards Long Xingchen. Long Xingchen felt the terrifying aura behind him, and his face suddenly changed. However, Long Xingchen's reaction was extremely fast. He turned around and sent a punch towards Lin Feng. Bang, the two sides collided. Long Xingchen was unable to block Lin Feng's punch due to his haste. He was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Barf, in midair, Long Xingchen spat out a mouthful of blood. This Lin Feng is actually so powerful? The surrounding cultivators all exclaimed in shock. Originally, they were all optimistic that Long Xingchen would win this battle. But when the real fight began, the situation was completely different from what they had expected. Lin Feng had obtained an overwhelming advantage. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Heavens, look, Long Xingchen's body is actually aging. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Everyone looked at Long Xingchen. Sure enough, they saw Long Xingchen's body aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng's punch just now was not an ordinary punch. That punch had integrated the ancient rush of billions of years into it. After being hit by the punch, Long Xingchen's body began to age. As his body aged, Long Xingchen's strength was also constantly weakening. His battle strength rapidly declined. Great reincarnation technique. Long Xingchen's face was extremely gloomy. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he instantly thought of this divine ability. Dozens of Grim Reapers quickly rushed towards Long Xingchen. Puff. Puff. Puff, under the siege of dozens of Grim Reapers, numerous wounds appeared on Long Xingchen's body. Blood involuntarily dyed his body red. Is Long Xingchen going to lose? Many people exclaimed. This battle seemed to be coming to an end. Long Xingchen was surrounded by grim reapers, and Lin Feng was still eyeing him covetously. It was simply a situation of certain death. The ancestors' blood is about to awaken in my body. I will master the ancestors' power. Destroy the world, kill the gods. In this world, who can compete with me? Long Xingchen roared again and again. From his body, bloody light soared into the sky. Crackle. Kacha kacha. All the bones in his body were violently rubbing against each other. Dense dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky. Long Xingchen's body turned into a huge evil dragon that was 3,000 meters long. Bam, Long Xingchen slapped down with his claw. All the grim reapers were smashed into ashes. Immediately after, the river of death formed by Lin Feng collapsed. Atavism. Long Xingchen has atavism. He has awakened his ancestors' blood. The cultivators watching the battle were extremely shocked. They could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the huge evil dragon's body. Many people's bodies trembled violently. Evil dragon tail whip. The evil dragon that Long Xingchen had transformed into suddenly swept its tail. The void was directly shattered. After that, the thick evil dragon tail whipped towards Lin Feng. End of chapter 2081. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.